Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 901, Chapter 901 God of the Dead, Life and Resurrection vs. Death God. Yuruchi appeared within the vast prairie with mountains surrounding it from afar. Oh. A new one. Maybe you can answer my question. Osiris immediately addressed Yuruchi. He looked like a middle-aged man with long black hair and quite an average face which blended in with his villager attire. Obviously, Yuruchi ignored him and immediately went beside Akino and Aruna to check their situation. Although it looks fatal, their life is not really in any danger thanks to their dragon-like vitality. And now that it's come to this, I think they'll stop focusing on just attacking. A small smile emerged from Yuruchi. Both Akino and Aruna were attack-oriented and they focused on it this whole time. She could have told them that they lacked the versatility to adapt to most situations, but there's no better teacher than experience. Since she knew that something like this was already coming, Yuruchi chose to let them be for the time being. Their helplessness now should help them bring out more of their own potential later on. At that moment, a magic circle appeared below them and removed them from the artificial space. This could be seen as cruel by those around them, but the world they were living in now was cruel enough that it'd be much more vicious to always lead them by the hand. Dependency is not that bad, and that's what she's actually doing with Kasuk. However, out of everyone, she's the only one who's prepared for him to disappear. They have to learn it slowly. Although he's capable of doing virtually anything, he is also the one closest to a true death. She thought to herself with a bitter face, "You're so dependable, Kasuk, that it actually hurts. Even then, I have to carry this burden." Yuruchi finally turned towards Osiris and was surprised that he was still calmly smiling and wasn't pissed off like Askin when he was ignored. "You're finally willing to give me a bit of your time." "I am, but still not much of it." Still feeling generous, Osiris replied, "Great. Then tell me how to leave this place and I'll let you go." "Unfortunately, that'll take too much time." Osiris chuckled at her response, "So a bit of torture is more to your Lee King." Osiris' voice trailed off at the end of his sentence when a kodachi suddenly materialized on Yuruchi's right hand. He didn't know why, but his heart started palpitating the moment his eyes landed on it. What is that?" Instead of answering his question, Yuruchi took a step forward. "Aren't you lucky?" In return, Osiris took a step back and repeated his question, but in a much louder voice, and a trace of panic became even more obvious. "What is that?" Instead of just dispersing as that Askin did after he died, "You're lucky that you'll be returning back to heaven." Askin. Osiris knew that he still had his ability to see through lies, and that ability of his told him that the woman in front of him was indeed telling the truth. Askin is gone. But how? That doesn't make any sense. We are gods. We're unequaled. But then, Akino and Aruna came back to his mind, but those mortals were strange. They had the full capability to hurt me. Although that's all, they didn't seem to have the ability to drag me into this place without me being able to resist, so it made sense that there are others besides them. Osiris' sights returned to Yuruchi's blade and shuddered. And that blade? Why is death emanating from it? She isn't even a death god. But one thing was for sure. Osiris knew that she was dangerous, even for an immortal like himself. "I have to make some distance and think of a way to get out of here." The god of reincarnation turned his back on his opponent, signifying that he doesn't really know how to fight. But just as he took a single step, without even realizing it, a blade was already piercing his heart. He felt the strength leaving his body and looked down to see a protruding blade. Gaha. Osiris coughed out blood and the regeneration that had always been with him ceased to function. What? Yuruchi, who was behind him, also coughed out blood with a hole in her chest. Even then the smile on her face didn't disappear as she leaned forward and whispered, "You're lucky that you'll be able to reincarnate because that's how these soul slayers work to keep the balance of the world." And no. Osiris cried in distress, but he couldn't even move away from her anymore. "It'll be up for debate if you'll still be Osiris once you wake up once again," Yuruchi added with a chuckle. "Even then, it'll be an undeniable fact that the Osiris of today ceased to exist." In Osiris' consciousness, a giant white tiger leaped out of the darkness and clawed him. That was the last thing he saw before his physical body turned into dust and his purified soul ascended back to heaven. Yuruchi's Zanpakuto disappeared and she immediately pulled out a specially created potion to heal her wound. "If he had even a little bit of resistance to being soul-slayed, he could have spelled trouble for me. If we're to meet someone like him again in the future and they're resistant to death, we'd have to think of a way of disabling that reflection ability first. Maybe it was the wrong choice to kill him there." Yuruchi contemplated whether to send this problem to Kasuk or not, but ultimately decided against it. He's already too busy as it is. "I'll ask Kuroka to look into this." The artificial space began collapsing since it was not being supported anymore, so Yuruchi left and returned to the room where everyone was watching. "Good work." Seraphal greeted her while Takamikazuchi muttered loudly, "A blade that's capable of cutting spiritual bodies." It's not a divine weapon, but it's very much the same as those wielded by the gods of death. How fascinating. It's nothing special. Everyone from where I came from has one. Takamikazuchi almost spat out his drink. That's one terrifying place you come from. It's really nothing special. Yuruchi reiterated, the gods who have descended had forcefully formed their avatar through their divine power, so they didn't have the same protection as one would have when they have a natural physical body. While Zanpakuto can cut through souls, it still has to go through a barrier called flesh and blood. So any souls still within their physical vessels are actually hard to damage. It's the reason why everyone has to leave their physical bodies behind when one wants to step into soul society, and that includes the Quincy's and Fullbringers, who could use their soul powers even within their bodies. Save that for later. Things on Sona-chan's side are already picking up. Seraphal raised her voice while removing the two screens and enlarging the last one. Chapter 902, Chapter 902 God of Sea vs Devil of Water. From the start, there wasn't much conversation that happened between Sona and Aruna, a god of the sea. While the other two battlefields immediately developed and easily reached their endings, Sona and, a young-looking god with long white hair and a priestly garb draped on his body, Aruna just stared at each other without a word said, with the sea below them constantly forming into creatures and tearing each other apart. While Sona's creatures were mammals, reptiles, and bird-based, Aruna's creatures were made out of invertebrates, fishes, and amphibians. Aside from that, the other obvious indicator that they were from the different sides was that Aruna's army has a gold-tinted light within them while Sona's army was darker overall. It would have been a bloody and nauseating battle where none could be left if these were real. Instead, it became a battle of attrition over dominance and control. Sona had stopped holding back and released the full capabilities of her demonic power that had been silently growing larger and purer. Even Sona herself was shocked to realize that her demonic power had reached this degree. Most of the time, I construct my own magic circle, and even if I use my demonic power, it's only to a tiny degree. I wonder what else could have caused this. If she could only conjure and control one Leviathan before, she could bring out 6 of these pseudo-dragon king-level water serpents. Not to mention, her army had also grown several times compared to before as a direct consequence of her increased demonic power. If this was in her previous world, she'd be able to take out numerous cloned evil dragons by herself, given that there's a large body of water near her. But even with all of that, Sona's army was still outnumbered by the enemy soldiers. The one who's slowly losing their patience, however, was Aruna. As even though he had a definite advantage in the quantity and the quality of these water creatures seems to be overall the same, he couldn't take any space from Sona even after a few minutes. What's going on? Why can't I break through her defenses? Aruna thought with a frown on his face. Unbeknownst to him, Sona was making full use of each and every creature she had, so even though he had the advantage, Sona was better at commanding her army, so there can be such stark differences between gods. If I was against Freya-sama right now, I couldn't have done anything to prevent the annihilation of my army. That's pretty impressive, Freya muttered to herself. My Finn could do the same thing if he's on the same footing. Loki crossed her arms and defended her own commander. Takamikazuchi chuckled at Loki's remark. There's a limit on how much one can rely on their instincts, though. Even if that thumb of his is a miracle, not everything can be predicted. Loki became silent. While it's true that Finn's thumb was incredibly useful, any dependence on it would only result in him passively responding to everything. Any competent fighter on a deity's level will want to create an opportunity themselves instead of waiting for one. And that's what Sona was currently doing, creating numerous opportunities for her to bite back. After the long silence, Aruna couldn't contain himself anymore. Who are you? No, the better question is, what are you? He asked while looking at 4 pairs of bat-like wings behind Sona, a monster of the dungeon. I didn't think we'd get a response this fast. I don't really have any responsibility to satisfy your curiosity, but let's just say that everything would be solved if you could defeat me. Sona responded with a curt tone, though it seems that you're pretty hands-off with your own familia, seeing that you don't even recognize my face. Aruna's frown has grown deeper and asked himself, she was already on the surface before all of this. Did the dungeon anticipate what we're about to do? His thought process couldn't leave the dungeon behind, otherwise, there would be no way for him to explain this impossibility that's happening in front of him. Aruna sighed exasperatedly before a Flamberg appeared on his left hand silently. You are absolutely right. After dicing you up into pieces, the situation should improve even if it's not resolved. Sona fixed her glasses with a small smile. What a gruesome picture. Very contrasting to the image you're trying to portray. Well, it's as much as I would have expected from someone who leads the kind of familia and even sacrifices his own children just so he could get a taste of power in the lower world. Aruna didn't have any comments about that, and he didn't really have to deny it. He just swung his Flamberg upwards and several 50-meter tall and sharp waves of water emerged from the ocean and cleaved through everything in their path. Sona directed some of her leviathans towards them, but they were also easily sliced into pieces before dropping down as normal water. Sona was surprised by the power behind them and immediately flew up to avoid these towering blades. However, Aruna swung his flamberg once again and those blades broke into innumerable pieces before they launched themselves towards the fleeing Sona in the form of small knives. Sona clicked her tongue and took out her soul gear, a blue halberd. As she swung it horizontally, a sphere of water instantly appeared around her and blocked the blades. Although some of them almost went through, the knives that had been rendered useless were taken over and were used as an additional layer of defense for the sphere. At some point, the knives that were assaulting her all around only served to strengthen Sona's barrier. Aruna, of course, tried taking back control but found that his knives had been fully dominated and that didn't sit right in him. As a prideful god and a god of the sea, he didn't like seeing his own attributes taken over. Even then, Aruna remained calm and observed Sona, as expected of the dungeon's unique monster that could even go against a god. Her authority over water is almost on par with mine and she even has something equivalent to a divine weapon. Looks like Chaos wasn't lying when he claimed that the dungeon is dangerous. But then, it makes me wonder more why he insisted that only mortals could take care of it. It's very clear that it's beyond their level and no hero or group of heroes could ever match it. Aruna didn't want to waste any more time and dropped his flamberg into the sea below. Seeing this, Sona hurriedly dispelled her water barrier and threw her halberd towards the sea too after guessing his intentions. Sona's halberd reached the surface of the water first and the moment it was submerged, it dissolved itself before a large 100-meter-wide magic circle formed from where it dissolved. At that moment, Aruna's flamberg also reached the sea, it also dissolved. But instead of a magic circle, the sea shone with soft golden light as far as the eye could see and only the part of the sea where Sona's magic circle was unaffected. I don't know if this was intentional or not, but the dungeon has chosen the wrong place to antagonize me, for I am the sea itself. In this world where there's only the sea that exists, I am the world and this is my absolute dominion. Chapter 903, Chapter 903 God of Sea vs Devil of Water Part 2. The creatures that were outside of Sona's magic circle immediately lost their form and dropped down into the gold-tinted sea without any signs of resurfacing. I can only protect a small patch of my dominion. However, Sona was not dejected. As expected, his authority over this territory is much higher than mine now that he's brought out his weapon. But even then, Sona couldn't help but sigh as she dodged the columns of water that rose up from the sea. I know I'm no match against a god with my current abilities, but to think that the difference was this large. In terms of commanding abilities, Sona is way above average. But in other aspects, she wouldn't be able to match the other girls. Even compared to Akino and Irina, who are technically weaker than her, she doesn't have anything special like them. It's true that she's just a single step away from being a super devil, but by definition, a super devil isn't about raw power, but the transformation of it, and the former is just a usual result of it. In terms of demonic power, she's still below someone like Graphia. But even though today was a surprise for the girls, Sona already got an idea of what was happening due to the reports and rumors she had been hearing, and despite that, Sona still faced the god of sea with great confidence. Some might argue that this is my own power, but since I can't control it on my own, I technically don't own it yet. Aruna became curious and wary when he saw that Sona suddenly smiled and started chuckling. She's still confident in this situation. The magic circle that has been contesting for domination suddenly disappeared, and as fast as it went away, the golden territory also devoured it. Sona's halberd reappeared on the ocean's surface, but instead of returning to its owner, it remained in its place without doing anything. Did she give up? While Aruna was confused about what was going on, Sona, who was constantly dodging, stopped her movement and also closed her eyes. Because of that, she inevitably was hit, but luckily, by a blunt water attack and was sent flying down. If she were to be submerged in this gold-tinted sea, only death would await her. Although he's still not sure of what caused this, Aruna wouldn't just waste this opportunity to kill his adversary. Is this okay? Yuruchi asked with great concern. Seraphal, however, just crossed her legs. In this kind of terrain, the moment she couldn't contest her domain, it was already her loss. The deities thought that either Yuruchi or Seraphal would move again to rescue her, but their conversation suddenly took a strange turn. I mean, will she be able to wake up by herself? Asked Yuruchi once again. Seraphal tapped her chin a few times in contemplation before answering. At this point, she probably can't. But Kitan left a few things in case this happened. Instead of worrying about that, how about we bet how long this guy can survive? Yuruchi became silent for a second or two before answering. 30 seconds. I'll go with 10 seconds, replied Seraphal, while preparing the things that Kasuk left her for Sona. A few moments before Sona stopped moving, she asked internally, "Are you awake?" "I don't require sleep," Sona instantly got a reply from deep within her consciousness. "I see that you're always watching, waiting for an opening to take over." "That's obvious. While watching is fun, I want to move my limbs too. But nothing seems to bother you aside from catching up to him, so I can't really find an opening. But it's different this time, isn't it?" "Of course. The moment you're about to lose your life, I can force myself out to protect myself." "Well, and to some extent, you too." Sona smiled and replied, "I see. Thank you for always thinking about my safety." Sona couldn't see it, but she had a feeling she had stunned and bothered the other her residing inside. What the heck are you talking about? I said my safety. My own. Sona just chuckled. The other her knew that she had messed up with her reply, so she immediately tried changing the topic. And are you talking to me right now, especially in this situation? Let me be clear, I won't be assisting you when you don't even have the slightest ability to force me to do your bidding and neither have the ability to control my power. I won't be asking for your assistance. I want you to get out and take him out. The other her was shocked once again. Are you serious? Wouldn't watching you be the best way to learn about your power, since you clearly don't want to teach me? How about it? Foo ha 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 ha. You're an actual idiot. You're me. That's true, her other self didn't disagree. Fine. But don't you dare blink, or you'll miss everything. At that point, no more talking was needed, and due to a switching of consciousness, Sona momentarily stopped moving and was hit by Aruna's attack. With a plop, Sona began sinking into the ocean and Aruna used this chance to tear her apart. Or he tried to at least, What had actually happened was that Aruna seemed to be unable to touch her, with his water not being able to take hold of her. Even though she was submerged within his own territory, Sona became a foreign land. What's going on? Within the waters, Sona finally opened her eyes that already had blackened sclera and golden pupils, along with a crazed smile. Ignoring the constricting and pulling forces within the sea, Sona slowly resurfaced and flew towards the same level as Aruna. As if she wasn't submerged in the first place, Sona was entirely dry. Still scrambling to figure out what's wrong with his ability, Aruna asked Sona with a hint of fear within his voice, "What did you do?" Aruna didn't wait for an answer and formed hundreds of spears from the ocean and sent them all towards Sona. To his surprise, Sona showed no signs of dodging, defending, or intercepting and just received everything without a single care. The spears instantly went through Sona and it looked like the same became reminiscent of a porcupine. Aruna thought he had successfully killed her, but to his horror, Sona just flew out of the spears as if she were a ghost and not a single speck of wound was anywhere on her body. Sona thought that it would really be boring to play with him and decided to end it now. Flying straight towards Aruna with a very unnerving smile, Sona ignored all the attempts to hurt her as Aruna's weapons would just go through her without doing anything. What are you? Chapter 904, Chapter 904 Gruesome Demise. Aruna tried to get away from her, but he knew that he'd be caught if he didn't do something fast. Gritting his teeth, Aruna raised his right hand and a wall of water that divided the world into two appeared in front of him, before blood began to stream out from all the fingers on his right hand. Although the blood that flowed out wasn't that much, the golden aura of the water instantly turned completely red. This was Aruna's ultimate defensive spell, Fort of the Pure. As the spell that protected his life, its effect was to not allow anything but pure water to flow through. And as he had expected, Sona stopped in front of it and examined it curiously. She has no way of going through my spell, but I can't maintain it forever. I have to think of a way to at least get out of this place. But as if a child that became bored of her toy, Sona let out a short and disappointed breath before swinging her left arm at the wall and blasting open a hole in it. Go. Before he could even finish a single word, Sona had already gotten hold of his neck and raised him up. Aside from playing with water, don't you have anything else? Aruna ignored her question and immediately sent out a right knife hand toward Sona's chest and a left knife hand to her right eye. Both of his hands went through their intended targets and Aruna finally felt some resistance from them, finally. But he was soon slapped by reality as horror dawned upon him when he saw that she was still sporting the crazed smile with a hole in her chest and with a gouged out eye. That's something different, but anyone could do that. Fear for his life finally took over most of his rationality as he completely panicked and pulled back his hands and started stabbing Sona everywhere he could reach. Still, everything he did was as futile as dunking his hands in water before pulling out just as fast, and before long, he began moving his other two limbs. You monster. Naturally, Aruna also tried grabbing the arm that Sona was using to hold his neck, but it was still the same as the rest of her body, making him panic way more than necessary. If he was a little bit calmer, he might have been able to find a way to actually hurt Sona. Sona had no reason to extend this farce any longer, so she raised her free hand and the ocean beneath them began to follow her command. How? How are you doing this? Aruna yelled at the top of his lungs after seeing his territory being manipulated without his permission. It's as if someone else started controlling his own limbs against his will. The water may be yours, but the flow is mine. Sona briefly answered before pointing her free hand towards his face, and since you like water so much, you'll surely be happy with this dot. A column of gold-tinted seawater rose up and enveloped Aruna. Of course, Sona wasn't actually intending to drown the god who could technically live underwater forever, but she intended to do something similar, though much more gruesome. Sona's wild smile widened and said, "Eat up." The water all around Aruna began rushing towards all of his orifices, instantly bloating the deity and making him bleed from the inside out. Aruna wanted to scream, but he was incapable of doing so with the ridiculous amount of liquid rushing down throat. As if time slowed down, the audience watched Aruna slowly expand like a balloon, and Sona giggled at this sight. A few seconds later, without being able to do anything and before ice started forming due to the extreme pressure, Aruna blew up, leaving behind only the neck Sona was holding. The blood-soaked Sona cleaned herself up with magic while she waited for the world to return to its former state and the person who'd be picking her up. 18 seconds, I see, Yuruchi muttered, it's my loss. Ask me anything later. Seraphol happily stood up and said before disappearing above her teleportation magic, will do. Yuruchi then faced the speechless deities and asked, so, do any of you think you could hurt the current Sona? Freya turned her eyes away from the screen and said, I could do it with some magic, but defeating her is an entirely different problem. Aside from that, I can only think of a few other gods who could do it, including Takemikazuchi and Loki. Loki sighed audibly at Freya's words, Take might be able to do it with his swordsmanship that can cut all entities, but you're underestimating that transformation. It's not the same as my half-assed transformation. It's a complete transformation, and it's not the transformation of an element. It's much more basic and simple. It's a transformation that reflects her nature. Hephaestus smiled wryly and added, I think I have a few artifacts that can deal with that incorporeal form, but if Loki says it's different from hers, then I guess it'd also be hard for the other deities. While she was not showing it on her face, Yuruchi was surprised by their answers. While the overall power level of the gods here are weaker than those back home, they are also much more dangerous due to their special abilities. My Wani-sama, it's nice to see you. Are you here to pick me up? Asked Sona, after Seraphol appeared while also controlling the sea to attack her. The countless tendrils of water, however, stopped before they could reach a meter from Seraphol and began to freeze. It didn't just stop there as the freezing extended to the sea below, and it didn't take too long before the entire world became a frozen one. Sona looked at all of these with an admiring expression and said, as expected of Wani-sama. With the power currently available to me, I can't defeat you. I'm sorry, but I'll have you sleep for the time being, replied Seraphol with her unusual serious tone. It wasn't too obvious, but Sona momentarily stopped and her smile cracked for a bit before hiding it behind a laugh. Fwahaha, I'll save you the effort, Wani-sama. I'm not stupid enough to think that Kasuk didn't leave anything behind to deal with me. Wait, but Sona didn't listen to her and closed her eyes, instantly losing consciousness. Seraphol immediately flew towards the falling Sona to catch her. She first checked her condition and found nothing that's concerning. But before she left with Sona, she looked at Sona's face once again with a complicated expression. What was that? With that, the crisis that could even potentially end the world was solved, not even half an hour after it started. Chapter 905, Chapter 905, A Grim Future. After listening to their comments regarding Sona's match, Yuruchi left the deities behind despite their incessant questions. I'm sorry, my dear deities. As much as I want to sit down and have a formal discussion with all of you, time isn't on our side. Before the hidden and unknown consequences of their descent go unnoticed and bite us in the ass later, we'll have to scour the dungeon. But not long after that, Yuruchi and Seraphol finally ended the expedition and sent all the members back to the surface to have their status updates. While everyone was happy to have their children get stronger and even have a batch of level 7s appearing among them, Yuruchi and Seraphol still provided no information that they could work with. Is this their way of telling us that they'll no longer get involved? Asked Hephaestus. On the top floor of Babel, those involved with the expedition gathered once again, including Hermes. As Yuruchi and Seraphol had completely withdrawn from Orario and cut all contact, none of them knew what they were planning next. For the first time in history, all of them knew that they were going against the children themselves and not the gods behind them, not that they were sure they could even be categorized as children in the first place. Loki sighed and replied, that's probably it. We didn't know from the start, but they'd been holding the hands of our children. If I were to guess their intentions for doing so, they wanted to jumpstart everyone's improvement until they could run on their own. That's also the only reason that I could think of too. Since they also provided the key training methods and magic construction, I couldn't think of anything else they wanted, Freya added on. Mayak raised his eyebrows and asked, they're the ones who spread that. I thought it was found in some ruins and the magic construction was some kind of breakthrough that the Loki and Freya familia achieved. Loki grinned at him and said, much more trustworthy and believable, isn't it? If it came from them, then no one would believe them and it wouldn't have spread as fast. Takemikazuchi crossed his arms and asked, then the big question is why? Charity. But after what we've seen, that's the farthest possibility. Loki hesitated for a moment before sighing once again. Once, I talked to Kasuk regarding this. And the only answer he provided at that time was that it was to give us a fighting chance. Against who, what, or when, he never specified. Everyone became quiet and each one of them tried guessing what's the meaning behind those words with the information that they had. How about ruffling some feathers to get some information? As we are now, the best we could do is blindly guess what's about to happen, Ganesha suggested. Never do that. Loki instantly rebuked him, it seems that you've already forgotten, but we could easily guess that they are Crimson Apocalypse thieving group that ended numerous familias in a single night. And for what reason? They didn't like the names they received in the naming ceremony. Ganesha immediately shuddered along with others before taking back what he said, forget it then. His eyes then went towards the quiet Hermes and changed the subject, what about you, Hermes? What did you get out of the old man? However, Hermes simply shook his head, none. Arena's lips are sealed tight whenever I ask about what would happen when the dungeon's challenges are overcome. He won't even give a clue nor an excuse to his silence. While he let all of that out calmly, he couldn't really hide his frustration from everyone. Hermes gritted his teeth and stood up, I'm going to take my leave first. You're going to find Zeus? Asked Loki. Hermes stopped before leaving through the door, I just want my answers. I'll spare you the effort of searching. He's currently in the Dazara region. Thanks. Hermes didn't have to confirm where that information came from as he could easily guess it. Since he guessed that he wouldn't be getting any more clues out of them, Hermes decided to go after another leading figure, how about Odin? Do you know where he is? That shithead? No. But he's probably somewhere messing around, answered Loki. Hermes then faced the other three and asked, how about Dagda, Brahma, and Amaterasu? However, Hermes received similar answers from Mayak, Ganesha, and Takamikazuchi. It was then that Hermes and the others realized that the de facto representative of each region of heaven is all secretive about their activities. It might not be much, but it's a telling story that something's going on other than what's publicly available for gods, Ganesha muttered to himself. Naturally, it's impossible that they were the only ones who'd realized, but as deities that only wanted to enjoy their stay in the lower world, they couldn't care less. Hermes left with a lot more questions in his mind while the remaining people argued and questioned each other, but after a few rounds of that, they ultimately came to a conclusion that they wouldn't arrive at anything. After a while, everyone else except for Loki and Freya left. He might not have disclosed to you about what was to come, but you have your guesses, right? Freya suddenly asked Loki. I do, and he did indeed insinuate something for me to work around. But it's so ridiculous that even I don't really believe in it fully. If I were to tell them this, it'd only cause a panic, and some of them might even start killing their own children to bring them back to heaven and safeguard them. Freya was surprised by her claim, but after thinking about it, she also knew that some gods love their children so much that they might actually do that in face of total annihilation. I might have taken Kasuk's side, but if what's to come is really an all-out war against him, then without proving that he has a fighting chance, Kasuk won't be able to get her or anyone's support. At most, he'll just be the third player. End of Volume 13. Chapter 906, Volume 14, Chapter 906 Byaku's Mistake. How are things going? At the top of a certain peak within Olympus, the god with the black curly hair and orange eyes stood atop while facing a holographic image of the skeletal god in front of him. I'm ready. I'm just waiting for everything on your side to be settled. Hades sighed, don't wait for it. I'm just preparing as much as I can before they find out where I am. Just act when you see the chance. What's wrong? I thought you still had some leeway. I did until a very important aspect of the devil replication was destroyed. While Apollo understood the implication of Hades' words, he had no idea what that important aspect was because the latter had always been very secretive about it. If only he would share his technology, we'd be in a much better situation. Though I also understand his inability to trust others. Does that mean we cannot expand our forces anymore? No. There are still some materials left, so I will still be able to produce a significant amount, however, at a much slower rate. Well, as long as you can draw the entirety of DXD to your side, I shouldn't have any problems. Shouldn't have any problems. It looks like negotiating with them is taking all of your time. According to the spies we have in heaven, Kasuki Urahara is helping Gabriel open the sacred gear system. Apollo's eyes widened in surprise. He did. What's the result? The report said that he wasn't able to do anything and left empty-handed. Though it seems they haven't given up and Kasuki Urahara would still return from time to time. Apollo thought about it for a moment before asking, what do you think? Do you think he has a chance to open the system? Common sense dictates that he shouldn't be able to, but that man is far away from common sense. Your view of him has really changed over time. Hades would always think back to when he would listen to Apollo's prophecies. While he still believes in them, because it had always been reliable and until today, he couldn't help but think that maybe they fulfilled his prophecy because they came to know of his existence and tried to erase him. The moment they got involved with him was the moment that the prophecy came true. Ignoring Apollo's comment, Hades warned him, although he's essentially alone, you can't underestimate him. Apollo nodded at his words, that's true. But it's also true that no matter how strong he is as an individual, he has no chance of going against a literal army of godlike beings that could destroy the large factions. Even then, he might do something unexpected and render that useless. Hades wanted to say this, but he knew that it'll only fall deaf on his ears and would only receive ridicule from him. I wonder. If I had taken a different approach, could the two of us have been partners? And that's how everything was settled. Yuruchi reported everything that has happened to Kasuk while she was lazing around. In any case, they've already reached the limit of how much they can improve here. Unless there are more of those divine descents. How about the Aruna familia and their associates? The 4 familias were annihilated. By using their children's souls to cover their own, they were able to descend. Lucky for them, they died with their souls intact. The rest who weren't able to use the technique due to their fear of the unknown have fled, but we don't have any intentions of chasing after them. Must have been a ghastly scene for those who discovered those bodies. Some of them were rotting, so no doubt. How about the gods? What was their reaction? As expected, most of them don't have any idea of what occurred nor how it was resolved. Though what surprised me really was the fact that those who knew didn't spread it around. With that, we can safely assume that there's some kind of hierarchy of information even among the long-living gods. That was nothing new and they've already guessed that's the case. However, it was reassuring to confirm their initial hypotheses and were able to gain more confidence on how they should proceed from here on out. But from how it all ended, I'm guessing that the girls aren't feeling too happy about it. Indeed. Aside from Kuroka and Sona, Kaneko, Akino, and Irina were dejected, especially the latter two. They were expecting to be able to do things like you. Kasuk became silent. He also couldn't deny it as much as he hated that fact. Thanks to his obsession, he was able to prepare for most things and could do things on his own. Although that sounded amazing, it wasn't good for their growth. Like a child to their parents, they'll inevitably try to imitate him. However, the reality isn't that convenient, as he knew himself that it was an abnormality. No matter how one tries to be special, that's just impossible from simply imitating someone already special. With that in mind, I think they should return home. Yuruchi suggested, whether they participate in the upcoming war or just spend their time with their families and friends, it'll be a lot better than them being here, limiting themselves in many aspects. I don't like how they are looking down on themselves because they are comparing themselves to you or me. They need a fresh perspective. I agree. But the problem is, you're a contract with chaos. As long as we don't know the specifics about it, it'll be hard to escape his grasp. Yuruchi smiled before answering. Regarding that, I finally was able to get some answers from Bayako. According to Yuruchi, Bayako brought both Kasuk and Yuruchi with her to escape to another dimension and avoid Askin's death-dealing. However, Bayako failed to estimate her re-emergence and made a mistake before slipping through the rift of dimensions, washing them away. After an unknown amount of time, Bayako arrived at Chaos Domain. And because Kasuk and Yuruchi's souls were about to disperse due to traveling between dimensions, she didn't have much choice but to sign a contract and settle down. But the moment Bayako signed the contract, she was able to feel Chaos' connection to the area beyond his domain and used that chance to escape because she couldn't fully trust him. So that connection turned out to be connected to Trihexa and we arrived in that world. That's right. But because she still signed the contract, she had to fulfill it somehow and brought us back when she deemed that we had enough power to protect ourselves. And the reason why she didn't say any of this until now. Her pride didn't allow her to admit that it was her mistake that we're in this mess. That's very understandable. Still, Yuruchi wasn't able to pry any more information, especially the contents of the contract itself, because she was not allowed to reveal it to them until the stipulated time. Chapter 907, Chapter 907, a turning point in history. While Kasuk was busy preparing the gate to further safeguard its function and informing the relevant people of the girl's return, the Belial house set a secret meeting between them, the Gremory, and the Citri to discuss the bomb that Kasuk had just dropped on them. From the Belial side, it was Cleria and Dihauser, Zeoticus and Venelana who came for the Gremory, and Dylan and Cordelia as the Citri's representatives. While the other two houses didn't really know what this meeting entailed, the moment they heard about it being secret and Kasuki Urahara, they'd rearrange their busy schedules to accommodate them fully. I apologize for suddenly springing this on everyone here and thank you very much for coming despite your busy schedules. Cleria started with obvious dark bags under her eyes and a bit of a pale skin complexion. It was very clear to everyone that she has been overworking herself to the point that even being a high-class devil didn't help anymore. Dylan sighed, if we still called ourselves busy after looking at you right now, we'd just be ashamed. In any case, anything that's attached with the label, Kasuki Urahara, is a call for attention. Though. He then looked at the Gremory couple sitting opposite of him and Cordelia. I didn't think you'd also invite the Gremory. Venelana just let out a small laugh while covering her mouth and Zeoticus just shrugged his shoulders before responding, if not for a certain incident, we wouldn't be here. I see. It looks like his unconventional methods have reached your house too, Dylan replied while also thinking, does it have to do with the rumors going around that their ancestor is still alive? Well then, I won't be wasting your time any further. Cleria looked at Dihauser and said, please. Dihauser nodded and began distributing documents to each of the attendees as Cleria explained, although I want to make it simple and just summarize it for you, I might only confuse everyone here, so I'd like for you to read through the documents carefully before we begin. The negotiations will be easier with all of us on the same page. Curiosity took everyone's attention and they became fully committed to the documents just a few minutes after. Cleria and Dihauser smiled wryly with each other and enjoyed their coffees. they knew that it'd take quite a while before they could start discussing. After approximately an hour, everyone had finally finished digesting everything that the documents had to offer with heavy expressions plastered on their faces. Does the Belial House intend to start a war? Zeoticus asked. Already expecting this type of response, Cleria answered calmly, please don't compare this to a weapon of mass destruction. In my opinion, this could be seen as a form of progression likened to how human civilization switched from swords and shields to guns and bombs. But that only happened because of their thirst to conquer. And their desire to protect themselves from their enemies. Please don't forget that. So are you saying that we have to prepare the entire world for a massive war? Questioned Dylan. Cleria smiled and turned to him, aren't we already preparing for war? Did you mean the threat of the Alliance of Hell? Asked Vanillana. Aside from this being too late already, it doesn't warrant such technology that might potentially affect how everyone lives their life and the destruction of the barrier between the normal and supernatural. Alliance of Hell. The DXD is fully capable of dealing with the threat they pose, Dihauser pointed out, but aside from that, I agree with one of the points they brought up. The four guests' eyes widened in disbelief. That statement would be controversial if the public were to know of it. The whole world might even see you as their enemy. Dylan muttered. Dihauser nodded, I know that. But just because they are seen as evil doesn't mean some of their ideas are wrong. The fact that the world is not adequately preparing for an otherworld invasion is something I fully, and the entire Belial House agrees with. A heavy silence covered the room for a few minutes before Cordelia voiced her question, what does Kasukuin know? What he has right now are just speculations, and he's one of the most pessimistic people I know, Cleria answered after a moment of hesitation. Everyone looked at her and waited until she sighed before continuing, as we are now, we probably have no way of fighting against an invasion that will come from another dimension. Zeoticus frowned and said, that's really one pessimistic view, but I believe he wouldn't just think of the worst-case scenario for no reason. At least from all the displays he has done that I'm aware of. Cleria nodded. He said that after Rizavim's stunt, our world just shouted at the top of its lungs in a very big, very dark, and very silent room where an unknown number of other worlds were quietly listening. The chances of one having a jumpy personality might just pull the trigger for an invasion can't be ignored. Heck, he even said that he wouldn't be surprised if some otherworldly beings are already roaming the world without our knowledge. While Great Red is guarding the dimensional gap, he couldn't possibly notice every small hole that will be created in an instant. Cleria's words sent shivers to everyone as they imagined that Kasuk uttered those words. It became even more terrifying when they recalled that he'd already brought an otherworldly being with him. Cleria liked their response as that was what she needed now. Although it might be considered an unnecessary fear now, that's why they needed to proceed with sufficient speed. This is just the start. If possible, I'd like the entire human world to become aware of this side of the world. As expected, some drastic measures are needed and we'd need all the authority we can have. Clapping her hands, Cleria gathered everyone's attention again and with a small glint of craziness flashing in her eyes, she continued, now then, shall we discuss the specifics of the soul gear? Dylan chuckled to himself and said, we have no way of getting out of this one, huh? Zeoticus, on the other hand, rubbed his chin while sighing, better to take the initiative than give it to others, huh? I wonder if this is worth it for making enemies everywhere. We'll always have enemies whenever a new form of progression is presented, Cordelia commented. While rubbing her forehead, Vanillana could feel the immense amount of work coming for them, priorities have to be rearranged. And although none of them were voicing it, they all knew that the first one who they had to take care of, Zekrom Baal, the de facto leader of the devils after the fall of the original Satans. Chapter 908, Chapter 908 Self-Sealing for Fun. While some people were talking about the manufacturing and distribution of weapons that would inevitably sink a few countries into the annals of history and give rise to a new world order, Kasuk was studying the samples he'd gotten from Chaos Domain in an attempt to glean some insight to what he really is. This isn't working. Oh. Are you giving up? Benihheim asked him from inside his mind. Kasuk began cleaning up his lab and encrypting the data he had gathered. It's stupid to keep repeating actions that are clearly not working. One needs to know when to give up. But there's nothing else that could give you any information. Are you just going to do what he wants, whatever that is? I know for sure that if you don't have a surefire way of dealing with that guy, you would rather abandon that world. And that's why I'm not giving up. Kasuk walked off from his laboratory with a sigh, not just because there are people there I want alive, that world will also be our comrade if I play my cards right. Who knows? They may be able to give us valuable time when we really need it. Were Rizavim's actions really that terrifying to you? Kasuk smiled but his eyes showed that he was nervous. An expression that he wouldn't show to anyone, it was. You know how much the unknown terrifies me and here we are, knowing that there are other worlds out there, probably staring here, yet we don't know anything about them. Benihheim, in front of her PC, shuddered and became quiet for a moment. When you put it that way, it's really unnerving. So what's the plan? Come back for now. We'll crash a party. What? Can that wait? What are you doing? Benihime looked at her screen and saw the timer on the limited time banner. Give me an hour. I'm sure I'll get something good by then. You're not spending your money on something useless, are you? My happiness and satisfaction are important. So you are spending money on something useless. I'll fight you. That day, Ajuka was peacefully doing his hobby, namely, magic research, and tinkering with various magic items he found interesting, when an alarm suddenly went off. Hearing its sound and where it's coming from, Ajuka instantly dropped everything and rushed to the secret room of his and turned on every single monitor. With a single glance, he immediately found what was wrong and began breaking out in cold sweat. Kasuki Urahara. What are you doing? On a single screen on top of the others, a giant half-bodied mannequin was coming out of Kasuk's shadow behind him and had already created a small hole in the illusionary wall that kept changing its hue in front of him. Feeling Ajuka stare beyond the camera, Kasuk turned his head towards it and displayed a cheeky smile before waving his hand. During that wave, the torn open wall was already big enough for a person to come inside. The mannequin behind Kasuk disappeared as he went through it. Ajuka gritted his teeth and rushed towards the seal that his men were maintaining and guarding. How? Even I could only make a tiny hole for a signal to come through. But when he arrived, with his trusted followers, they only saw a hole as small as a needle hole with what seemed to be some stitches on its sides. These stitches. They were the same as the one he used on the Jabberwocky. Clearly, I still underestimated him. To think it wasn't just simply cutting and restructure. Thought Ajuka while facing his followers. Guard this place. I'll check out what's happening inside. Flashes of colorful lights and deafening explosions ruled the small dimension that sealed the atrocious monster that was capable of destroying the entire world with ease, along with the few elite of the elites that chose to accompany him into this hell in an attempt to end it, or at least, stop it from breaking out. Suji Okita, one of the members of Surzek's peerage, which is known to be the strongest peerage in the world, was cleaning up the mass-produced boosted gear scale mail armors that Trihexa had created when he inadvertently made a mistake and got himself caught and pinned by several of these scale mail armors. This wouldn't have been a problem normally, as he could have just forced his way out of this without any problems, but a gigantic paw, almost 100 meters across, was about to come crashing down on him. Suji! Surzek and his comrades shouted at him. Due to the fatigue that had been building up, Suji's reaction time wasn't as good, so he wasn't able to notice that Trihexa was aiming at him. He scanned the surroundings, but there was no one near enough to help him, and those who were taking their rest were very far from his position. Suji knew that there was no way for him to avoid this anymore and braced himself. This will take me out of the fight for a considerable amount of time. What luck. At that moment, however, a black beam of energy blasted the side of Trihexa's leg and threw its balance off. Everyone immediately turned their head towards the source of the unfamiliar attack and saw someone casually walking with a sword on his shoulder. Despite the drowning explosions, the taps of his wooden clogs could strangely be heard. Why you? What are you doing here? The only fallen angel among the group flew near him and questioned with a shocked expression, how did you even get in here? It's been a while, Azazel-san. Kasuk greeted with a large grin. Looks like you aren't enjoying your stay here. Azazel smiled wryly and recalled his personality while also concluding that he wouldn't be getting any of the answers that he wanted from him right now. If you can find someone who can enjoy their time here, please bring them in. We really need more hands here. Hey. I'll be enjoying my time here. So does that mean I passed the test to join you guys? Azazel thought about it for a moment before asking him, what do you want? Without any pause or any attempt to deny that he was here for a personal benefit, Kasuk pointed his sword towards the gigantic chimera that spans a few hundred meters across and said, I want some samples of it and a quiet space in the corner. Azazel nodded and said, we'll help you in exchange for supplies and if possible, make it behave a little bit. I brought enough to last for 100 years or so. For the latter, I'll see what I can do. Deal. We need recovery materials first, so please take them to our camp. Understood. Then I'd like to set up a lab not far from your camp if that's alright with you. No problem. While Azazel was leading him to their base camp, Kasuk looked back at the busy people and Trihexa. I couldn't pierce its leg even with Ciro Oscuras. That's way more durability than they described. And although I fried its flesh until the bone, the damage has already healed in the short amount of time since then. Turning back his attention to Azazel, Kasuk thought, but aside from that, there's nothing special about it. Not outwardly, at least. Chapter 909. Chapter 909 Gentleman Talk. When they arrived at their base camp, only a few of them were replenishing their stamina and one of them was Zeus and some of his subordinates, so it was you who created that noise. As expected of someone who can't enter without any fanfare, you're good. You overpraise, Zeus-san. I like peace and quiet, so I don't always do that. Kasuk replied with a chuckle. Zeus raised his right eyebrow and replied, and now you're openly admitting that when you're not messing around, you're snooping somewhere. Please, that's an accusation. I only go where my legs bring me to and sometimes, I'll hear interesting bits of gossip. Fahahaha. I see. Then technically, you're not at fault. That's basically it. I'm happy you understand me, Zeus-san. Not being able to take their casual conversation anymore, Azazel interrupted with a feigned cough. Ehem. Enough of that creepy conversation between two massive perverts. Kasuk and Zeus looked at him with a deadpan expression and simultaneously said, we don't want to hear that from a pervert. But that didn't bother Azazel at all and shot back, I'm at least better than a stalker and an unhinged old man that lets his third leg do all the talking. Let's not pretend that a holy being like you that couldn't keep it to his pants is above us, Zeus scoffed at him. That's right. Zeus-san is at least not prohibited to do what he did. You're just a pervert. You get off from being rebellious, you sinful bastard, Kasuk backed him up. And you think being a stalker isn't bad. That's the creepiest of them all. And from then on, the three of them took turns insulting each other while keeping themselves to be the least pervert. An inane debate that couldn't be shown to the public. Those who were around them, no surprise, kept their distance and decided not to get involved while pretending to be busy with something else. The three of them noticed this and instantly shut their mouth. A few moments later, Kasuk let out a fake cough and attempted to defuse the situation. Shall we talk about rocks, like the gentlemen we are? I'd rather talk about cheese. Zeus played along while stroking his beard. But not Azazel, no, you idiots. Let's go to that spot. It'll be a good location to erect a building. While leading the two of them, Azazel finally got a chance to reassess the situation. There should have been no point of contact between them, yet here they are, acting like best friends from long ago. Can I safely assume Kasuk has something to do with the current state of Olympus? But since when? While those inside the seal had contact with the outside, it's only through Ajuka and the Devil King still hadn't informed them of the latest developments of the raiding game. Not just because he found no need for it, but also because he's trying to isolate any that could be a spy from a hostile faction like the Alliance of Hell. Almost 100 meters from the base camp, Azazel presented Kasuk with a relatively undisturbed piece of land. You'll have to secure this space yourself if you don't want anything you build here destroyed. Kasuk surveyed the area and figured that he would have to use specialized equipment to find the flow of magic power. This will do. Thank you. At the same time, Kasuk took out the supplies that the Trihexa suppression force badly needed and gave them to Azazel. Azazel took a quick look at the supplies that Kasuk gave and noticed the vials with the unknown concoction in them. What are these? The red ones are health potions, stamina potions for yellow, and magic power potions for the blue ones. Azazel and Zeus picked up one of each of these potions and began examining it. Did you mean as in like those video games? Asked the latter. Kasuk nodded his head and said, it's a technology outside of this world. The two of them looked at him briefly before putting their attention on the potions again. It's already an improved version of what I came across, but it's still inferior to Phoenix Tears that can restore everything. However, it's still much easier to manufacture and mass production is possible. Though it might take some sophisticated equipment or a skilled brewer to make these. You're fine with magic power potions, aren't you? I can't make something that directly restores demonic, holy, or divine powers, so you'll have to make do with it. Zeus popped the blue potion and drained it into his mouth. This isn't much, but it'll be incredibly helpful in prolonged fights. What do you want in exchange for these? Kasuk pointed at the battlefield happening in the distance and said, I want a piece of it to dissect. Zeus combed his beard while looking at the Trihexa breathing mountain-sized flames. That's going to be tough. I have my ways. Will you be willing to share the data you'll be collecting? Asked Azazel with great interest. Kasuk thought about it for a moment before deciding on his course of action. If you help me out, it'll be a win for both of us. Azazel smiled from ear to ear. There's nothing more I could ask for. But for now, we'll have to partially seal it to even have a remotely peaceful time here. Why don't you let one of my boys join you? I think he'll be helpful. Zeus proposed, but he was immediately rejected by Kasuk by shaking his head. Thank you for your offer, but not to disrespect you, I can only trust Azazel-san in regards to this. Zeus nodded in understanding. That's a shame. Well then, I won't bother everyone for now. I'd like to start building my base here. Zeus returned to his post while Azazel returned to contact Ajuka and exchange information while Kasuk busied himself with the home he'd be using for what might be weeks. Too bad I won't be able to welcome them, but this has to be done first. A few hours later, Kasuk was able to build and furnish a 3-story building made out of the leftover adamantium he got from the other side. Chapter 910, Chapter 910 Riveria and London. After giving Riveria a short tour around London, Lufei led her to an inconspicuous corner of the city. Riveria was still in the afterglow of admiring the city when she came to realize that their surrounding area was filled with magic power. That realization made her alert as she watched her surroundings more carefully. A rural area filled with unkempt flora and almost ruined buildings. Even though it's a secret society, is it wise to put an entrance in a place like this? Lufei glanced at her and guessed what she was thinking. Are you wondering why the entrance is around here out in open, Riveria-sama? Riveria hesitated for a bit before nodding. If people are coming and going, there's northwest better place than placing it where a lot of people are. Unless that organization wasn't good enough to get a spot in the city. Truth be told, we're using a backdoor that only those of a certain rank would know. Lu Fei immediately turned around to explain and avoid a misunderstanding, but not because of you, Riveria-sama. You see, I have a bit of history that would make law enforcers chase after me. Although that issue has already been resolved, it still doesn't look good for the organization to be openly involved with me due to politics that I'm neither motivated enough to get involved in nor understand. Riveria shook his head. It's fine. Since Kasuk trusts you, I want to do the same. I'm just curious about this kind of setup. I'm more surprised that a sweet girl like you managed to get into that kind of situation. Lu Fei became embarrassed and scratched her cheek. I'm not that good, Riveria-sama. I did a fair share of troublesome things and I'm not going to shrink my responsibility in that. She turned around again and resumed leading, and just for a second, Riveria saw a sad smile flash by on her face. Unknown to Riveria, despite all of the wrongs she did, Lu Fei never regretted leaving the Golden Dawn and following her brother to Valley. Soon, they arrived at an abandoned church and Lu Fei stopped in her tracks with a serious expression. Riveria-sama. Please stay close to me. Riveria didn't say anything and stayed within an arm's length of Lu Fei. As soon as they entered the abandoned church, a voice came from an unknown direction and echoed inside, "Halt! This is a restricted area. State your purpose." Lu Fei frowned because she's familiar with the magic they were using to amplify their voice and hide their aura. Since when did the responsibility of guarding one of the entry points to the order become a responsibility of the MI6? Along with her words was a counter-magic that disabled their veil. After almost a minute of heavy silence, a short-haired blonde woman wearing a black suit and dark sunglasses came out of the shadows while gesturing to her comrades to retreat. "So it's Miss Pendragon. I sincerely apologize for what happened just now. Miss Cassandra. I never thought I'd see you here. Please explain why a secular organization is blocking an entrance to the order." Although her tone was polite, there was a hint of threat in Lu Fei's voice, not just because Riveria was with her, but also because this could be seen as an affront to the Golden Dawn's authority. Although she'd already left the organization, she was still loyal to the Order's vision and mission. However, the MI6 agent didn't panic and calmly answered, "It seems that you were not informed. Last night, there was a directive from the higher-ups to cooperate with the Golden Dawn to increase surveillance and security due to some sightings of Hell's agents and unknown devils. Although MI6 is capable, we have no way of protecting the important people from the threat of the Alliance of Hell. The MI6 surveillance system is wide, but they don't have enough firepower when the threat comes from one of the large factions." Lu Fei thought and could see her words were reasonable. But that doesn't mean she's letting her guard down. Does that mean this entrance is blocked? Cassandra nodded, yes. Since the mages of the Golden Dawn were sent out, there are very few people who can guard the place now. So we are here to inform the Golden Dawn of all those who would approach. But since you're a member of DXD, you have a special exception. Cassandra's eyes then drifted towards the green-haired elf disguised as a human, but I would have to ask you to prove her identity if you want her to enter with you. Lu Fei turned to Riveria and whispered, "Please take that out." Riveria nodded and took out a ceremonial dagger from her bag. As soon as she laid her eyes on it, Cassandra's eyes widened and she immediately took off her dark sunglasses, revealing her deep blue eyes. May I take a closer look?" For the first time, her voice cracked. Lu Fei stepped back and let Riveria step forward while holding the dagger. Cassandra approached her with nervousness, but she didn't dare touch the dagger and only looked closer in case it was the real thing. "Is this the Leviathan dagger?" "The only one." Lu Fei answered. "You can also contact the Belial, Citri, and Gremory houses for its authenticity since Serafal-sama isn't available at the moment." Cassandra stepped back and immediately shook her head. "I'd like to refrain from doing that." Cassandra fixed her posture before continuing while lowering her head slightly. "I'm Cassandra Taylor, a member of Secret Intelligence Service's Magic Corps. I'm very pleased to meet you, Devil King Serafal Leviathan's representative. It's also a pleasure to meet you, Cassandra. I'm Riveria Joe's Alf. I'm sorry, but I won't be able to tell you more about myself aside from that I'm Kasuki Urahara's queen." Cassandra was surprised but held back from saying anything else. "I'm sorry for taking too much of your time. Please go ahead." Lu Fei grabbed Riveria's free hand and led her to the inner sanctum of the church without saying their goodbyes to the MI6 agent. Within the sanctum, the density of magic power was noticeably higher than outside, and in the middle of it was a large incomplete magic circle engraved on the marble floor. It didn't take too long for Lu Fei to complete and power up the teleportation magic, and before Riveria knew it, they were standing at the edge of a small city filled with stone buildings. But what surprised her the most was the numerous floating islands with mansions or towers sitting on top of them. This breathtaking sight silenced Riveria as she slowly walked forward and looked around her. "This is amazing. Isn't it?" Lu Fei chuckled, "But if you were to go to other large organizations or factions, floating islands aren't that rare." Not long after, a black-haired woman came flying while riding a broom. "Lady Lu Fei. I'm sorry that I'm late. Did you wait long?" Lu Fei waved her hand in greeting. "Elaine. Don't worry about it. We've just arrived too." Chapter 911, Chapter 911 Riveria's Demonic Power. The young British woman in her early 20s introduced herself as Elaine Westcott. She had black hair that was tied above her head and wore a maid outfit, carrying an air of elegance and the atmosphere of a proper lady around her. But contrary to her servant-like attire, she was one of the prominent people within the Golden Dawn and Lu Fei's magician mentor. While being led to one of the floating islands, Riveria became even more confused. If she's one of the mentors here, why does she treat Lu Fei as her master? Just who is Lu Fei in this organization? While Elaine failed to recognize her confusion, Lu Fei explained it in detail. It's true that Elaine is a mentor here and you can be rest assured that she has appropriate authority within the organization, but it's also true that she's my attendant and a maid of the Pendragon family. Elaine Westcott is a descendant of one of the founding fathers of the Golden Dawn, William Wynne Westcott. At some point in time, she became a maid of the famous Pendragon family as the attendant and magician mentor of Lu Fei, the Pendragon family's only daughter, teaching her about magic and even allowing her to join the Golden Dawn due to Elaine's connections to them. Although Lu Fei appeared to join through Elaine, the truth was that the Golden Dawn is under the Pendragon family's influence. Long story short, to counter the increasing power of the nobles during King Arthur's reign, Morgan Le Fay helped the commoners to establish their own order of magic, and for some time after that, the Pendragons and Golden Dawn became bitter enemies. It was still unknown how it came to be, but after a few more generations, a Pendragon married a descendant of Morgan Le Fay, ending the long chain of war. While Elaine and Le Fay didn't have any idea how much, it's certain that the Pendragon family has some sway within the Golden Dawn, and that's how Elaine came to the Pendragons to work as a maid while teaching Le Fay, because the family had discovered her talent was on par with the legendary sorceress, Morgan Le Fay. Is it fine to tell me about this? It seems like a big secret. It's fine, the capable organization is already aware of it through their own investigations. Just don't mention it in a public setting because it's still advantageous for both sides to be seen as two separate entities, Lu Fei replied with great confidence. Instead of that, let's go through some initial testing first to figure out where we should start. Elaine, please. Understood. This way, please. After some written and practical tests, Lu Fei and Elaine reviewed her results and were able to easily reach a conclusion. While you have a rich knowledge of the basics, your methods are primitive. It's as if you just memorized all the books about magic you could get your hands on. In addition to that, you don't know how to use your demonic power. But that's strange. All devils, reincarnated or not, should instinctively know how to use it. Elaine muttered. It's a good thing that all you know is the thaumaturgy system. If you had studied something like sympathetic magic, you'd be incredibly confused right now, and it'd be a lot of work to undo all of that. Lu Fei added. Thaumaturgy. I've heard it before, but what is it? Elaine then patiently explained. It's a practice of magic that solely focuses on the manipulation of the elements that follow the laws of the physical world. Since it doesn't delve deep into the study of mind and consciousness, it's an easy practice to get into and can become strong if you have strong enough calculative prowess. It's also the most widely used system of magic, so much that if common people were to mention magic, it'd mostly be thaumaturgy that they'd be referring to. Meanwhile, Lu Fei was thinking of what could possibly be the reason why Riveria couldn't use her demonic power, even though she could easily pull magic power from her surroundings and use it. The only thing I can think of is the fact that she's not of this world. Pardon? Elaine asked. Lu Fei turned to Riveria and asked for her permission, and once she got a green light, Lu Fei explained Riveria's origin to Elaine. Fascinated, Elaine excitedly muttered, so another world outside of our own really does exist. I thought it was just exaggerations from the large factions to keep everyone in check. Does that mean we really are getting invaded? Lu Fei shook her head. There's no evidence of that yet, so probably not. Our current problem is the Alliance of Hell, and until they are taken care of, there will be no factions that will do anything to ensure the safety of this dimension. Enough about that. What do you think of Riveria-sama's incapability of using her own demonic power? Elaine thought for a moment before answering. Let's set aside the incompatibility of her physiology to demonic power, because that's very unlikely. If that was really the case, a problem would have already come up when she was being reincarnated as a devil. For now, could you please tell me about your world and how you use magic on that side, Lady Riveria? I don't know if it'll help, but I don't mind. Riveria agreed while feeling dejected about her problem. What should I do if this can't be resolved? Do I have to resign from my current position? For some reason, she didn't want to admit that she didn't like the title of Queen being taken away from her. Elaine requested Riveria to tell her story as detailed as possible, and that's what she did, hoping that it could, at least, help a little. Riveria's description of her life in her original world went on for about an hour, and the two listeners were very engrossed in the world with different rules than theirs. While Lu Fei was asking more questions to Riveria, Elaine got an inkling of why she couldn't use demonic power. Lady Riveria, did you say that after learning the truth about magic, you think the magic that the goddess, Loki, granted you, was not your own? Riveria nodded. It is. After all, I don't know how to use it outside of being granted it through my level up. And the fact that I can't use it anymore when I rejected all the blessings that I'd accumulated only supported that. Then do you think that demonic power was granted to you? Riveria nodded again and with much more confidence, yes. Kasuk explained that his demonic power is filling up what I'm missing. But as soon as she said that, not just Elaine who asked the question, but Luffy also sighed, it's technically the truth but also not the whole story. Because of that, you are wrongly understanding yourself. Very wrong, in fact. Chapter 912, Chapter 912 Riveria's Demonic Power Part 2. Very wrong. Riveria was surprised at Elaine's choice of words because she couldn't really see anything wrong with her conclusion. Yes. Elaine nodded with a serious expression. Due to how things in your own world worked, you've misunderstood the beings called devils. Elaine asked Riveria to sit down before continuing. I won't blame you, though. And I can somehow understand why Kasuki Urahara let you have this kind of mindset. Riveria looked at her hand and let the foreign energy that was different from magic power flow through it, albeit not doing anything nor being converted to something useful. Please tell me more, she muttered full of confusion, along with the emergence of a crack in the trust she had given Kasuk. The magic system of your world automatically grants the user the knowledge of how to use it without the need to understand the principle behind it. It's not wrong to think that this isn't your power since it could also be taken away from you just by resetting your level. On the other hand, devil reincarnation has filled what's supposedly taken away from you and given you the ability to manifest demonic power, with Kasuki Urahara providing most of it. Indeed, if it was explained to you that way, it's still the same as before, which is technically true but also not the whole story, hence, a misunderstanding was born. Lady Riveria. What do you think a devil is and what do you think about their demonic power? Riveria took a deep breath and set aside her thoughts for now. Devils are offshoots of a part of the biblical god and demonic power is the manifestation of their power that uses the power of imagination. It's an unreasonable power. I see. Elaine muttered, that description of devils could have only come from high-ranking books that aren't available to most people. It seems that Kasuki Urahara didn't hold back. Although that only expanded your misunderstanding more. Riveria remained quiet as she clenched her fist, feeling betrayed. He probably has a good reason, Riveria-sama. Let's listen to Elaine for now. Although she's not good with social cues and interactions, her experience in magic and anything related to it is far greater than mine. Luffy tried to comfort Riveria, though at the price of attacking her maid. Ahem. Elaine frowned for a bit but didn't say anything against it since she knew of this shortcoming of hers. To resolve this misunderstanding, you first need to take your mind away from the fact that Kasuki Urahara's demonic power is filling what's missing, to the fact that you're a real devil. Demonic power can only be wielded by devils, and even if you're a reincarnated one, there are no devils without demonic power of their own. This means that you're generating your own demonic power as we speak. Because you've just reincarnated, it'll be slow at the start, but it should ramp up as time goes by. Then, do you mean? Elaine didn't have to finish what she had to say for Riveria to come to a correct conclusion. Elaine nodded, yes. Sometime in the future, your dependence on Kasuki Urahara's demonic power will cease. So he's only filling up the gaps, for now. And now that we've established that your demonic power is your own, let's move to the next point. Why can't you use demonic power? Because it's still not mine. Incorrect. Elaine immediately shook her head. Although you can't convert it into anything meaningful, you still can feel and manipulate it to some extent, can't you? Riveria confirmed Elaine's words. Then let's go back to our definition of a devil, which isn't really written in any records of a devil's library because it was such common sense that even children knew it and so it was deemed unnecessary. Devils are beings of desire and pride. They are prideful and thrive on desires. You are a devil so you have to embrace these values to make full use of your abilities. Pride and desires? Riveria was taken aback. That's right. As you are now, you don't embody these two. Due to your mindset of not owning anything, you ended up going against the very thing that they embody. In hindsight, you're more suitable to be an angel since you can convert that into faith. What should I do exactly? Now that she'd taken a big step, she definitely didn't want to reincarnate into something else. Still, pride and desire, while the words themselves were easy to understand, she didn't have any inkling of how to embody them. Do I need to act like the elves in my home forest for pride? What about desire? What do I want? And how come I don't remember all the devils that I've met acting on it? For pride, just be proud of yourself. That should be enough. As for the latter, I'm not a devil so I don't exactly know what you need to know. If I were to guess, you'd have to find that yourself. Riveria sighed, if that's really the case, then I really have to find it myself. Unbeknownst to her, the mindset she had been keeping had already slightly changed. Then again, I said that I might have an idea as to why in the beginning. Riveria straightened her back and listened closely. Elaine smiled widely and said, you can try doing the opposite. But instead of answering Riveria's question, Elaine stood up from her seat and began cleaning up. Let's stop for today. Lady Riveria, you'll probably confront Kasuki Urahara to get some answers to your questions. Wait. Riveria also stood up, but Elaine didn't bother entertaining her, but I suggest you walk around and digest everything first before doing that. Lady Lufei, please take her back to Kuo Town. Lufei trusted Elaine's decision and grabbed Riveria's hand without any questions and began constructing her teleportation magic. Please wait. Give me another hint. Riveria pleaded. Seeing her reaction, Elaine couldn't help but somehow understand the actions that Kasuk had taken. Lady Riveria. One of the most important assets of a magician is his or her own confidence and thirst to achieve something impossible. Please don't forget that. Lady Lufei, after you've dropped her off, please return immediately and if possible, contact the DXD. We've caught the movement of a sacred gear user and there's a possibility that it's on Longinus level. Lufei nodded in understanding and the two of them disappeared in a mote of light. I wonder if Sir Urahara knew this would happen. Then again, I wonder if I just blindly went along with this, would I have contributed to making Lady Riveria a doll that can only follow others and what's laid out in front of her? With those fleeting thoughts of today's meeting, Elaine returned to fulfill her other obligations and prepare for the next lesson. Chapter 913, Chapter 913 The Elf's Regression. After teleporting to an indiscreet corner in Kuo Town, Lufei followed Elaine's instructions of leaving her alone for now, but not until after giving her a guidebook and making proper arrangements for her accommodations that could last her for months if she wanted to. Riveria-sama, it'll probably be after you learn how to use your demonic power before Elaine moves on to the formal lessons. I wish you good luck. After Elaine's words, Lufei already has an inkling of what Elaine and Kasuk were trying to do as she also went through something similar long ago. Though as a child, she was able to get through this phase quite easily. Riveria thanked Lufei for her time and asked her to give her regards to Elaine before she disappeared within the light of the teleportation magic. Now that she was alone in the quiet corner of the town that was full of greenery, she was able to calm her mind and took a deep breath. Do they really have to be so mysterious about this? As she took her step forward, the light between the leaves of the trees hit her face. Pride and desire. Pride is thinking that you yourself are great, isn't it? Desire. What do I want exactly? Suddenly being asked that question, I won't be able to answer it easily. The cheerful chirps of the birds entered her ears, signifying that she was pretty far away from the hustle and bustle of the town. It was then that she recalled her familia. Being alone in this foreign world for the first time and not being busy burying herself among the books, she realized how much she missed the companions that accompanied her throughout life and death situations. Riveria thought that she'd be immune to such a thing, but it turned out that she wasn't very different from others that would feel insecure when thrust into an unknown situation alone. Riveria lifted the guidebook with a map sandwiched between the pages. She looked at it for a few seconds before clenching her fist and keeping it within her bag with space magic cast on it before turning around and walking deeper into the forest, and she wouldn't come out of it even after a week of staying in it. On the morning of the 8th day of staying within the forest undisturbed, Riveria was living relatively well since she was given a full set of camping materials and food in her bag. Leaving her tent, Riveria met the first light of the day and stretched out while conjuring water through simple magic to wash her face. Looks like the weather will be good today, she thought while wiping her face. Compared to the first time she came to become a hermit, Riveria had calmed down a lot and was able to rearrange her thoughts properly. I'm glad that I secluded myself. Though I still can't use my demonic power at its full capacity. She'd always ask herself if she had really become a devil and would always get her answer by taking out and flapping her pair of devil wings along with the night vision in the darkness. She was already capable of using her demonic power but was focusing on the fact that it could be used through the power of imagination. Without thinking of the process, she was able to move wind, combust matter, gather wind, and lift the earth, but beyond that and anything more complex would make her demonic power retract. So to a large degree, she's still failing. Riveria was about to prepare her breakfast and continue her routine when a ringing sound suddenly came from her tent and she looked towards it. She didn't have to go inside to know what it was because, for the past 4 days, it'd ring about 2 to 3 times per day. Riveria sighed and thought, I can't avoid him forever. The only thing I'm passing to him was the fact that I'm acting like a sulking child. Though I'm not really at fault, am I? I still think it would have been better to hear it from him directly so that I wouldn't be forever dependent on him. After contemplating for a few seconds, Riveria set aside making breakfast for now and re-entered her tent to pick up the card that was placed on the table beside her bed. She looked at it for a few more seconds before taking a deep breath and injecting her magic power into it. Riveria-san. You finally answered. Does that mean you forgive me now? A holographic screen showing Kasuk's face emerged from the top of the card. Kasuk's nonchalant and borderline flippant tone of voice immediately struck a nerve in Riveria's head and she was about to hang up. Wait. Don't hang up. Riveria decided to wait. What is it, master? I'm still quite busy figuring out how these things work. You can actually make yourself busy in that forest. That's amazing. If there's nothing else, I'll just hang up. However, Kasuk only silently stared at her with a small smile on his face. What? Nothing, really. I'm just glad that you're doing all right. I was worried, you know. Riveria was stunned and wasn't able to speak for a moment as the string in heart was struck nicely. She immediately noticed her strange silence and cleared her throat. If you were worried, then at least apologize. I trusted you, but I'm now very confused with everything and started questioning why I'm even here. Despite that recovery, her wiggling and red ears betrayed her and revealed what she's feeling right now. Too easy, Kasuk muttered under his breath. What was that? I mean too cute. Wah. Riveria's face heated up. Stop messing with me. I'm fine, so I'm hanging up. But before she could do so, Kasuk, with a serious tone, said, I did betray your trust, but I won't apologize. Riveria clenched her teeth. You won't apologize because you know you're right. Is that it? She couldn't really handle this roller coaster of emotions that Kasuk was subjecting her to. I wouldn't say that I know I'm right because I always make mistakes too. I don't think of myself that highly. I just think that it's good for you and my opinion of that hasn't changed. Hence, I won't apologize. Why? Is it fun playing with me? But then, Riveria immediately realized how wrong her words was and saw Kasuk side with disappointment, and no. It's fine. Because from the outside perspective, I'm really just playing with your emotions. Stop. Riveria raised her voice. Please stop. Please don't say that. I apologize. I didn't mean it. While you like messing around with people's heads, you're not the type of person who'd betray the feelings of someone you care about just for some amusement. Is what she wanted to say, but she had to swallow it because she was afraid. She's afraid that she didn't qualify for the condition of someone he cares about. What's this? Why does this hurt? I have to calm down. Riveria took a deep breath in an attempt to rein in her feelings. But Kasuk only panicked when he saw some tears were about to fall from the corners of her eyes. Hold on. Riveria-san. Are you okay? Fine. Riveria inevitably sniffled while giving out a reply. What's going on? Why can't I stop myself? This is embarrassing. Chapter 914, Chapter 914 Start of a Legend. Riveria-san, let's calm down. Take a deep breath, Kasuk panicked. Come on, do it with me. Inhale. Exhale. One more time. Riveria sniffled but still followed Kasuk's instructions. But as she was doing so, a black shadow swept through the screen and she could only hear Kasuk say, "OCRA-" before he disappeared and the camera started to shake violently. Kasuk. Hello. What's going on? Riveria couldn't hear anything because of the excellent noise-canceling feature of the call, but she could see dirt being thrown around when light hits the lens. A few seconds later, the shaking stopped and she saw Kasuk laying on the ground not far from where the camera was pointing. Kasuk. What happened? Although it was only for a few more seconds, when she found no response from Kasuk, her heart sank once again. Hey. Don't joke around. Where are you? And while shouting at top of her lungs, her free hand operated a separate crystal that would send a distress signal to the Belial house along with a small message. Finally, Kasuk groaned and sat up while holding his head and muttering, Gah. Damn. Didn't think it'd have a final burst of energy before being partially sealed. Looks like it hated me more than anyone else in this space. As if a heavy lead was lifted, Riveria sighed in relief. Hey. What's happening? Just where? However, she had to stop in the middle of her question when Kasuk turned towards her and was horrified to see his bloodied face and missing arm. Wait. Are you all right? But before Kasuk could answer her, a tall man with black hair and gold bangs descended beside him while folding his 12 jet black wings behind his back. Still alive. Damn. Want some of my prosthetic arms? I've been improving them ever since I lost mine. I'll give you a discount. I'll think about it if you'll give me a 100% discount. Kasuk replied while white matter began to spill out from the stump of his arm and started to form a new one. That's honestly nasty. Just how are you doing that? And this is what you get for flirting in front of a monster that could quite literally destroy the world a few times over. Too bad I have my priorities straight, am I right? Kasuk replied with a chuckle. Damn right. You're one of the few guys who'd ignore the threat to the world for a woman. Riveria could only remain silent at the twos back and forth until Azazel picked up the camera on Kasuk's side and addressed her. So this is the elf that you have been talking about. Nice to meet you. I'm Azazel. Former governor of the fallen angels. Now I'm just an old man doing the hard work for the kids. And nice to meet you too. I'm Riveria Joe's Alf. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I would have to take back this guy since he still has some work to do. Well, you were already interrupted by a slap to his face. And no. It's fine. Please be careful with whatever you're doing. Of course, we have to be careful. If I took that hit just now, my body would have exploded into 1,000 pieces. Azazel wanted to say, but he didn't want to make her worry more since her face was already a mess. Hold on. I haven't gotten to the reason why I called yet. Kasuk's voice resounded from behind, and by this time, his arm was already almost fully formed. Let's set aside the other issues for now and focus on your demonic power. If I'm guessing it right, you're probably overthinking it. Demonic power manifests through the simplest of desires if you didn't inherit any bloodline ability. Heck, even an idiot could develop a nonsensical ability like reading the thoughts of breasts because he wanted to talk to boobs and breaking any female attire regardless of their strength, just because he wanted to see a nude body. Riveria shuddered and unconsciously covered her modest bosom with her arms. Stop lying. Azazel and Kasuk looked at each other before the latter replied, I wish I was. He really is the worst enemy of women. Though only a woman could probably beat him into submission too. Azazel muttered under his breath. In any case, if you want something, just take it. Stop thinking of how it works and just express your selfishness to the world. Just take it. Yes. Whatever you want, just take it. If you don't own it, just take it. If it doesn't exist, just make it and take it. All you have to do is to desire it. Devils are beings of desire, but they don't let themselves be controlled by it. Instead, they take pride in it. Well, that's everything I want to say. Contact me here if you want to talk, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to answer. Goodbye and good luck. Kasuk ended the call without waiting for Riveria's response. Not that she had any, because she only quietly stood in her spot for almost half an hour while thinking about his words. Even idiots can do it, huh? And while Kasuk was just giving Riveria a vague idea of how to use her demonic power, he'd be shocked to know that she'd take it quite literally and would develop an original ability that even a Juka would fear. Just take it. Riveria repeated those words over and over again in her mind until she came up with her own skewed conclusion. In other words, just make everything mine. With a specific path finally emerging in her mind, Riveria regained her motivation and forgoed eating her breakfast to try out new and exciting things. After setting aside her issue with Kasuk for now, it only took her under 3 hours to use her demonic power to regain her abilities as 9 Hell. However, she wouldn't stop there and would use another 6 hours to learn Ace's very own Tempest from her own memories. It was the start of the legend who was going to soon be called the Copy Mage and later, the Akashic Queen, that will rise to fame due to her unique ability, Records of the Queen. A literal nightmare for all ability users. It'd be 2 days later that she'd be discovered by a certain lost Shinigami. Chapter 915, Chapter 915 Meeting again. See you later. Aika waved back to her friends that she hung out with after school before turning around to go back home herself. No classes tomorrow. 5 minutes into walking, however, she turned in a different direction and came near a house whose owner she had been avoiding recently. She's still not back. Thanks to her enhanced learning and curiosity that she couldn't contain, she'd always come close to Beniheim's house without actually doing anything. Each time, she heard her cursing at something and came to admire that she had been doing that every day. It has been more than a week. Did she move out? Does it have something to do with the current weird atmosphere around the town? Aika didn't know when it started, but there was an inexplicable change in the air surrounding the town, not from its everyday normal counterpart, but from those who were moving within the shadows. Because of that, despite showing that she was doing fine, she was feeling incredibly anxious and would approach Beniheim in an attempt to clear her suspicions. However, her parents' faces would always come to her mind, making her unable to do anything further. And when she'd finally managed to gather her resolve, Beniheim suddenly disappeared, leaving her with no other options. Should I just ask that lady? But I haven't been able to detect her for some time, and the security around us has considerably thinned, with the remaining ones spaced out quite far. Aika turned back and aimed for the park. In the first place, I can't really expect them to give me an answer because they're protecting us. While thinking of ways on how to tackle the anxiety she was feeling, she reached the park, which she found herself coming to every day, and reminded her of a certain day when she came across a green-haired woman and pale blonde men enjoying their time on one of the benches. That day, she didn't know what came over her when she saw the two of them flirting and decided to stalk them despite seeing them for the first time. She initially thought it was anger, but it's much more complicated than that. Aika didn't follow them until the end because she didn't like what she was seeing and decided to go home that day while listless. Ever since then, she would go back to the park whenever she had some free time, but she never saw them again. Sighing to herself, she checked the time and noticed that she only had an hour before the sun sets. I shouldn't be wasting my time here. Turning in another direction, she walked to the edge of the town, and she knew that there were no people and cameras watching her. She began running at the speed that was inhumanly fast, silently weaving through the concrete jungle and reaching the nature where she's covered from everywhere. In a reasonably wide clearing, Aika stopped and saw the familiar fallen trees that she herself did. Now that I'm done confirming my physical abilities, I should try if I can do something, air special or magical. But how do I go about it? Aika tried chanting absolute random things without any shame and even did some weird poses, but nothing came out of it aside from hitting her pinky toe on a small rock and cursing the world for no reason. Damn it. Do I really have nothing? Maybe I should get a wand or a sword. A sword. Another strange feeling took hold of her when thinking about the sword. Now that I think about it, when I tried kendo a week back, it felt strangely familiar. Now that I know that the records that Mom and Dad showed me are fake, I shouldn't have any experience with swords. Because I'm afraid that they'll find it strange, I pretended not to know how to wield it, and that was a lot harder than anything I tried. Aika stood up and dusted her skirt. I should get a sword. Maybe I'll discover something new. She was about to go home for now, but she stopped on her tracks when a certain thought entered her mind. Maybe a sword will come out if I imagine one. Without any hesitation, Aika raised both of her arms and shouted, "Come, my personal blade, and cut all of my enemies." Nothing came out. Yeah, right. What the hell was I expecting? But as soon as she dropped down her arms, she felt something leave her body, and a 6.5-foot-long nodachi suddenly emerged from thin air on top of her head, dropping down and hitting her forehead. Guh. Aika scrambled to catch the nodachi with both of her hands and panicked a little bit. What? Something really came out. Although, before she could think any more about it, a sudden headache assaulted her, so bad that it brought her down to her knees and scraped her skin. Ghhhhh. Ah! Her voice echoed, but no one arrived to help her. Thankfully, the headache only lasted until sunset. Aika sat up while groaning. What was that? But after her mind cleared up sufficiently, she found new knowledge that she didn't know before. Aika silently grabbed her nodachi and disappeared with a flash step. After eating her dinner, Aika made some excuse and locked herself in her room. Burying her head in her blanket, Aika asked herself, seriously? What's going on? Why do I have this kind of combat knowledge? Although I wasn't able to regain any memories of my personal life, I know for sure that the sword didn't give that to me. Instead, I trained for them. Just what happened in that blank year? Aika recalled her parents' reaction and thought, they really knew nothing. If they did, that wouldn't be their only reaction, knowing how overprotective they are. The next morning, she went out early and came back to her spot while carrying her nodachi and using flash step the entire way. Although she was very tempted to pull out the blade, Aika calmed down and closed her eyes before taking a deep breath. In an instant, a new world was presented to her and she instinctively knew what she was looking at. These are souls. From birds, insects, and fauna, to the earth itself. Everything contained a soul. And these souls were emitting excess that she was naturally breathing and refreshing her mind. Not content with what she was experiencing, Aika tried expanding the sphere of influence and got a bigger view of the world. Without opening her eyes, she tried navigating through this world of souls and was able to do so better than her normal sight. Aika ran around without getting tired, as the energy she was expending would return to nature and then nature would give it back. Although there was some physical stress, she didn't mind and wanted to continue experiencing this exhilarating feeling. It's as if something missing from her had been returned. It was several hours later that Aika finally felt content and reopened her eyes. That was amazing. After resting for a bit, Aika finally wanted to pull out her nodachi and swing it around. But before she did, she thought that she'd skin the surroundings as far as she can using the world she's seen earlier without getting lost in it. Yash! 100 meters around her, there was only nature. Half a kilometer, the clarity was reduced, but she can still tell what was what. Finally, there was her limit of a kilometer, but the edge was too blurry to gain any meaningful information. She was about to close her skin when a strong soul suddenly brushed past the northern edge. What was that? Curiosity took over her and hid her presence before carefully approaching the north. There she saw the familiar green-haired woman that she saw at the park, but this time, her ears were longer, an elf. But that muttering was a mistake on Aika's part, as a ball of fire suddenly went flying in her direction. Who's there? Chapter 9:16, Chapter 9:16 Meeting Again Part 2. Aika panicked and flash stepped out of the way. She was about to escape thinking that the elf was hostile, but immediately changed her mind when she suddenly called out her name, Aika. Aika immediately turned around and stared at the elf quietly. You can finally use that ridiculous technique. Does that mean you already regained your memories? Riveria carelessly muttered after recalling what she heard from Kasuk regarding Aika's situation. Only when Aika kept staring at her without saying any word back that she found her reaction strange. Wait. Could it be that you haven't? However, Aika just continued staring at her from a distance. Riveria blinked. Aika also blinked back. I messed up. Thought the former. I'm sorry. I got the wrong person. Riveria immediately turned around and wanted to pack up. But Aika wouldn't just let this chance go and reappeared in front of Riveria. Please tell me more. Riveria wasn't surprised by her sudden appearance since she already felt where she would appear when she initiated her technique. But how? I shouldn't have the ability to see through that. At least not for now. It was her guest who answered her question. Your eyes, said Aika with a surprised tone. My eyes. Riveria paused for a moment before running towards her tent and getting a mirror from her drawer. As soon as she lifted it in front of her face, Riveria's eyes widened as surprise and confusion took hold of her expression. This is. Within her beautiful jade-colored eyes were very complicated and complex golden magic circles containing countless runes that transform each and every second, forming a new meaning behind the magic circles each time. Nevertheless, her confusion didn't last long as she intuitively understood what they meant. This is the manifestation of my demonic power. Riveria already had an idea of how her new ability worked, but since she was alone, she couldn't confirm it. She looked through the entrance of her tent and saw Aika looking through it curiously. I already messed up, but maybe I can use this situation to confirm things. After contemplating more about it, Riveria took out the crystal card for communication and sent a voice message. Your amnesiac lover arrived at the place I'm staying at while using Flash Step. She didn't attempt to conceal her voice and let Aika hear all of it. Now that she can use abilities that are beyond the normal people of this world, Kasuk's attempt of sending her back is as good as over. Kasuk, who had the same thoughts as her, immediately replied with a sigh, there's no helping it. I'll leave the decision to you, but since she came there, it must be a coincidence that she found you. If she really had her memories back, she'd be coming after my head first. Kasuk decided to give up. Not just because she'd already unlocked her abilities, but also the fact that he decided to flip this world upside down by introducing the mass-produced soul gears. It was only a matter of time before the supernatural world and the normal world melded together and stepped into their next advancement. At that time, Aika would inevitably come back no matter how many times he seals her memory, since he knew that her Zanpakuto would only burst out again and again by being exposed to the supernatural world. I hope that when she returns, she'll have a clearer answer to her questions. Else, this will be all for nothing. Aika, on the other hand, felt delighted that she'd finally found a clue and also became embarrassed while looking around her to confirm that she was the only one here aside from the elf lover. I have a boyfriend. Yes, you're the lover, said Riveria while keeping the crystal card and mirror, but I'm sorry since that's everything I'll be able to tell you now. Aika clutched her nodachi tightly and pleaded while stuttering, see, could I at least see a picture of him? Although she already had an idea who it was, she wanted to confirm it. It's that guy, right? Then why? Sadly, I don't have any of those. Still, I can tell you a bit about him, but only after you do me a favor. Aika swallowed a mouthful of saliva and replied, what do I need to do? Riveria smiled and said, that flash step, please show it to me several times. Do you mean that fast movement? You're using it despite not knowing what it's called? I recalled how to use it yesterday. Riveria walked out of the tent and went towards the direction of a large clearing. So you have been practicing it and that carried you to this place. That's precisely what happened. And whoever is on that other side of that magical communication device sure does know me well, replied Aika as she followed her. Well. Although I've only known your group for a short while, it was a very tight-knit one that knows the ins and outs of one another. Riveria stopped walking before continuing, please do it here and I might ask you to do it multiple times until I'm satisfied. Riveria's sudden clue drop caught Aika off guard a bit, but she didn't ask about it. These are things that I supposedly knew, so I can't get carried away with this information. What I need is the method of restoring my memories and nothing else. Aika took some distance from Riveria and was about to start when she thought of something. By the way, you already knew my name, but how should I call you? Oh, right. Excuse my rudeness. I'm Riveria Joe's Alf. You can simply call me Riveria. Aika nodded, okay, Riveria-san. I don't know what you're trying to achieve, but please watch closely. I have no way of doing this slowly. Riveria willed the demonic power within her and it instantly responded with the magic circles reappearing within her eyes in addition to a flat golden halo made out of rotating runes on top of her head. Aika was shocked at this sight but focused on her task. A second later, Aika disappeared and reappeared a few meters away from her former spot. One more time, please. Riveria immediately requested. Aika didn't say anything else and repeated it for Riveria several times until she heard her muttering under her breath, I can really see it. Instead of requesting repetitions, Riveria instead took a step forward and the moment her foot landed, she disappeared from her spot and reappeared 10 meters forward, with her face about to hit the ground. Chapter 917, Chapter 917 finally back at home. Riveria saw the ground coming closer, but it was already too late for her to react, and for some reason, she couldn't muster her demonic power nor the magic power in the surroundings to even slow down her descent through magic. Riveria closed her eyes to protect it, but instead of the feeling of smacking herself hard, an arm caught her waist and stopped her from falling. Got you. Aika followed her with flash step and caught her. Thank you. Aika assisted Riveria to get up. I failed to take into account a few things when I tried it. Are you also practicing this flash step? Is that why you asked me to show it to you? However, Riveria's answer would shock her, no. That's the first time I did it. Did you mean that no one had taught you how to do it and you just imitated how I did it? Aika asked while Riveria was dusting herself off. But instead of giving a straight answer, Riveria's eyes lit up in excitement. I just need to watch it a few more times and I think I should be able to learn it. I just need to figure out how you meld two different energies together and substitute it with demonic power. I'm sorry, but I won't be able to help you with that. I knew I learned this at some point in the past, but I can only honestly do it instinctively and won't be able to describe how I'm doing it. I don't even know what these two energies you're talking about are. The magic circles and halo returned to Riveria as she turned towards Aika before saying, "That's fine." That's where this ability shines. Aika could only follow Riveria's instructions, not knowing how ridiculous this situation really is, especially with how Riveria was trying to substitute Ki and Ryoryoku with demonic power that had completely different properties. Not that the latter was aware of it either. If Kasuk knew this was happening, he might have just dropped what he was doing and joined the two of them. Finally back. Irina shouted as she stretched her arms after coming out of the teleporter that brought them back to their original world. This is his new hideout. He really went ahead with a sci-fi theme. Sona commented after looking around the teleportation room. Aside from Yuruchi and Serafal, who chose to stay behind for a number of reasons, everyone else made it back for the first time in a few months. As per their instructions, the group stayed inside the room for a few minutes to get a few passes of the decontamination procedure that was set in place so that they wouldn't have to go through what Riveria had experienced. A few minutes later, the lock on the doors were undone and Cleria, Sarah, and Lilith came in to welcome everyone. "Welcome back, everyone." Seeing them, the first one to run and jump on them was Claire, "Mama." Cleria also stepped forward before crouching down to catch her daughter and giving her a tight hug. "Did you miss Mama?" Claire nodded vigorously while returning her mother's hug and burying her head in her chest. Although they had been talking regularly, this was the first time in a while for her to feel her mother's warmth, and she couldn't help but tear up a little in delight. Seeing that Claire didn't want to separate from her, Cleria picked her up with one arm. She then set her sights on Tanis, who had been staring at them quietly. "Come here, Tanis-chan." Tanis stood there for a few seconds before meekly approaching Cleria. As to not startle her, Cleria slowly took her other hand from Claire's back and patted Tanis' head. "Welcome home." She knew that it'd be hard for her to accept any other place as her home, but Cleria wanted to pass a message to her that this was her home too. Tanis looked at her with shining eyes and spread her arms to hug her waist. Sarah, on the other hand, looked for Ophis, but she and the others noticed that she'd already come face to face with Lilith and they were staring quietly while holding each other's hand. Is that their way of communicating? "Do you want to look around before going back?" Sona tilted her head at Sarah's question. "Is there something special in this hideout?" Sarah smiled happily and answered, "Yes. We're currently on Mars, actually." "Huh." Sona, including Kaneko, Kuroka, Irina, and Akino had dumbfounded expressions while Medusa just nodded to herself with, as expected of Master, clearly written on her face. After being given a tour of the first man-made structure on Mars because its owner was too insecure to build it on Earth, only Claire, Tanis, Ophis, and Medusa returned to the Belial Manor as the rest went to visit their respective families and friends. They'd intended to stay there for a while until Kasuk turned up again or something big happened. Although they were aware that Riveria had also come to this side, Sarah refused to say where she was and reminded them not to approach Aika for the time being. "Now then." Sarah turned to Medusa after sending off the girls. "I'm sorry to impose this on you since you have only just returned, but I can only trust you to watch Riveria and Aika-chan." Medusa was a bit surprised and asked, "They're together?" Sarah chuckled, "A happy coincidence. However, their identities are complicated enough that I can't entrust this to the others, and aside from Kuroka, Yuruchi, Serafal-sama, and you, no one can actually approach them without being detected." Medusa thought about it for a moment. Kuroka wanted to see her friends and Yuruchi and Serafal are not here, so it's only me who won't be detected. But me being undetected? If Aika has truly reawakened, then it'll be extremely hard to hide from her. Looks like no one on this side actually knows how much she can do. How are you keeping track of their position? We've set up a large perimeter throughout the entire forest and included Aika-chan's place in it. As long as those two leave that place, we'll be able to tell. However, the manpower needed for this is stretching our capacity, so I'd like you to replace them soon. Medusa nodded. "Of course. I'll gladly do it. Please leave this to me." Sarah sighed in relief. "Thank you. I don't think they'll stay there for long, so you should be able to take it easy soon. But what if they are able to spot me? Especially Aika. Her instincts are frighteningly good that I'm not confident in hiding from her." Sarah became silent for a few seconds before answering. "I'll leave the decision to you since it's not really my place to say anything." Understood. Chapter 918, Chapter 918 New Baby-Sitter. Medusa immediately departed as soon as she got ready and the first thing she did was to try getting in contact with Kasuk. Thankfully, after a few rings, Kasuk was able to pick up her call. "Medusa, glad to see that you've arrived safely. How are the others?" "Everyone arrived safely as well, but I'm worried about those who are left behind," replied Medusa while hearing small explosions going off in the background, although it was being muffled. "Are you busy?" "Quite, but not really enough to keep me from speaking with you." Kasuk replied with a chuckle, "And regarding Yuruchi, Serafal, Hestia-sama, and Artemis-sama, there's nothing that can be done as of now. All we can do is trust them. Besides, the situation over there is already stable. The only threat is the parasite within the dungeon, but that's not our problem to solve. We've done enough to give them the necessary arsenal to take that on." So there's nothing else that would happen aside from that. As long as the Black Dragon isn't defeated, nothing else should happen. However, we don't know everything and something like the descent of the gods could happen anytime. But that's still not our problem, right? It isn't. We only took care of the 3 gods' descent because they were convenient as the girls' practice partners. Even if we didn't get involved, Chaos or the dungeon would have taken care of it themselves. Though if the situation was something that could earn us favors from gods, I think Yuruchi would move out to secure those. I hope I can earn that trust from you in the future too. Medusa smiled softly as her beautiful long purple hair swayed in the air. Then I'll put my worries to rest. How about your sisters? Are they with you? No, Medusa shook her head. After feeling Athena's lingering divine power within the Belial mansion, they refused to come out. That's too bad, but I won't ask you and your sisters to get along with her. It also doesn't matter if your hostility towards her disappears or not, so don't force yourself if you think you should be friendly with her just for my sake. I'll be sure to convey this to them. Medusa was very thankful that Kasuk was making this clear, as she did have the idea of getting along with Athena despite her not feeling good about it for Kasuk's sake. By the way, I'm currently being asked to look after Riveria and Aika by Sakura-san. If they are planning to stay for long in the forest, I doubt I could hide from Aika. I want your opinion in case I'm discovered. You can do whatever you want, but in my opinion, you don't have to hide. Just join them and you'll have an easier time. I can do that. Of course. I'll apologize to her parents later and tell them the whole story. Aika only needs a strong shock to unlock all of her memories in any case. Medusa was confused at his words for a few moments but recalled the current state of affairs and understood what he meant. Show her the other side of reality, huh? It'll be her baptism and maybe Riveria-san's too. I'll leave it to you. I'll do my best, but you will need to apologize to Aika herself too. I don't want to get punched on the face, though. Medusa giggled. It's a cheap price, don't you think? Put in some good words for me. I'll try, but I doubt that'll do anything. The two of them talked for a bit more before Kasuk disconnected because he couldn't afford to speak anymore. At that time, Medusa had also reached the forest and used her eyes to scan the traces of magic power before following it. It didn't take too long for her to locate the two, but before she could reveal her presence, she stopped and watched Riveria perform a flash step in shock. Did Kasuk teach her how to do that? But that's strange. I can only find a small trace of ki, and that shouldn't be enough to perform the technique. But as she further watched, she could only exclaim inwardly, demonic power. As far as I know, neither Kasuk nor Yuruchi had developed the flash step to be usable with demonic power. How is she doing it? Who's there? Aika turned around in her direction in panic. The fluctuation in Medusa's emotion created a discernible wave through her camouflage and revealed the soul pressure that she had been trying to hide from Aika. Riveria also stopped whatever she was doing and grabbed her staff, ready to respond to any threat. Medusa sighed to herself and revealed herself by coming out of the shadows. I'm sorry for startling you both, she said while also thinking, good thing I talked to Kasuk before coming here. I was discovered a minute after arriving. Aika was very surprised when she detected a person that was already incredibly close to them. And while her beauty was phenomenal, what caught her attention the most were jewel-like eyes behind her glasses. Medusa. Riveria muttered, you've returned. Aika turned to Riveria and asked, your friend? Riveria was a bit startled and looked at Medusa with a wry smile. That's a bit sad, isn't it? Medusa nodded with the same wry smile, truly. Though, not for long. What's up? Asked the confused Aika. Riveria turned back to her and said, we're, at most, acquaintances. But for you, she's a dear friend. To that disclosure, Aika didn't know how to react and could only bow her head and say, I am sorry. Medusa approached her and put her right hand on her shoulder while she used her left hand to lift her head. As soon as Aika met her eyes, she saw a gentle smile coming from Medusa. Please don't apologize. You did nothing wrong. Aika could only stare blankly at her, and after a few seconds, tears started to silently fall from her eyes. She didn't know what came over her, but she was feeling incredibly happy for some reason and she couldn't help but tear up. Aika immediately tried wiping her tears, but they were not stopping. Seeing this, Medusa slowly leaned forward and wrapped her arms around her. It's okay. Everything is fine. Aika didn't know what she meant, but the warmth and reassurance during her confusion opened the floodgate as she began to sniffle before grabbing Medusa. She didn't know who Medusa was, but this stranger's presence seemed to be what she'd wanted all along. Chapter 919. Chapter 919. The cats are always ready for a fight. It took Aika a few minutes to fully calm down, but she didn't move away from Medusa for several minutes more. I'm sorry for my sudden outburst. I don't know why I did that. Aika apologized while separating from Medusa. It's fine. Although I can't really understand what you are going through right now, I know that you are struggling and the least I could do is to become a pillar of support. Medusa spent a few more minutes calming down Aika, and the first thing that the latter asked after that was, will you tell more about me and you? But contrary to her expectations, Medusa shook her head, I won't. But why? Because you won't need it once you can recall everything yourself without me needing to tell you. And when will that happen? Medusa smiled knowingly and said while patting her head, it'll be sooner than you think. She then turned to Riveria and finally asked what she had been curious about. Riveria-san, since when did you learn how to use Flash Step? I never knew that Master developed it to use demonic power. Just yesterday. Riveria answered after hesitating for a moment because she didn't know if what she was doing is bad, and I was never taught how to do it nor that you can't use it with demonic power. Medusa's eyes widened in surprise. There were so many points she wanted to question, but she honestly didn't know where to start. I'm sorry, but could you explain the entire process of you learning it? If you're not comfortable with it, I won't pursue an answer. Wanting to confirm that she's not stepping on a taboo of this world, Riveria truthfully described how she developed the ability to copy other abilities, and she wanted to confirm what sort of ability she could copy when she asked Aika to demonstrate to her the Flash Step until she forgot the original goal and just kept adjusting the technique for her own use. That's amazing were the only words Medusa could utter out of sheer amazement and shock. Depending on what sort of ability she can copy, it'll be one of the most amazing original abilities that a devil could develop. On top of that, she can deconstruct the ability she can copy and adjust it to her own convenience, which pushes this ability to an already ridiculous level. So is it a taboo or something bad? Medusa immediately shook her head. It's not. It's just that you're going to scare and piss off a lot of people with that. Though that shouldn't dissuade you from using it. Medusa thought about it for a moment before saying, I'll be staying with you until you are satisfied, so I'll help you out. Let's see how much you can copy. Medusa showed Riveria a few magic like teleportation and cloaking magic, and she was able to copy them with relative ease. While doing so, Medusa would ask her how her ability works in detail, and after some further introspection, Riveria answered, it isn't just the formula behind the magic that I can easily see, but the movement of the magic power itself and the thoughts of the user while they're using it. The thoughts, huh? I see. Let's test it more. But before they could go on, Aika suddenly announced her presence. What should I do in the meantime? Medusa thought about it and recalled the training that Kasuk and Yuruchi would always do and said, take your blade and go somewhere quiet not far from here. After that, sit down in a comfortable position and meditate. Once you've successfully emptied your mind, you should try connecting with your blade and talk to it. Aika looked at her Nodachi, it can think. Of course. Medusa nodded, I heard from people the same as you that your blade is your partner in life, and each one of them has a name. If you want to regain your memories, learning their names would be, without a doubt, helpful. Aika went silent for a moment before bowing her head to Medusa, thank you. I'll leave first. Medusa and Riveria saw Aika disappear from her spot and the latter asked, is it fine to leave her alone like that? Aren't you tasked to watch over her? It's fine. The whole forest is secure enough and there's really nothing I can do to help her at the moment. The two of them continued their test of Riveria's new ability, and that went on until the sun began setting. Kuroka was currently in Occult Research Club's room with her sister and everyone from the club and Vala's team, spending their time leisurely while narrating their experiences in the other world. While Kuroka was showing off the crest she received from Hestia, she suddenly received a call from Medusa. Medusa-chan, what's up, Naya? Already missed me. Are you free right now? Seeing that she didn't entertain her teasing, the smile on her face immediately disappeared. I'm coming over, Naya. What's the situation? She replied while preparing the teleportation magic that could connect directly to Medusa's location. Kaneko also stood up from her seat and released 3 of her hair tails. Valley, Biko, and everyone else sensitive to the movement of the key became stupefied with the amount of ki she suddenly released, but quiet enough that those who couldn't use it can't feel. Due to her shock, while helping Riveria, Medusa briefly forgot that they'll be reacting like this if she didn't explain the situation enough. I'm sorry. There's nothing wrong. I just want to know if you could spare some of your time. I'm currently with Riveria-san and wanted to test something out with your help, but it's nothing urgent. As soon as they heard that, Kuroka and Kaneko left their tense state, but the others couldn't help but take a closer look at them and noticed that they looked like swords that are ready to be drawn at any time. From their stories, the other world's danger level shouldn't be that high, but how come they've developed something like this as if they were ready for a war to suddenly come knocking on their door? Valley thought to himself. Then a certain shopkeeper with a large grin on his face surfaced on his head. Issei always tells us that Kasuk Urahara always overdoes everything. But this is beyond just overdoing it. And if Kasuk and Yuruchi were to be asked about this now, they'd admit that they indeed overdid it. A bit. Kuroka smiled again and said, I'll come over, Naya, since you're testing something out and even called me, it must be something pretty important. But aren't you busy? We could always catch up later, Naya. Kuroka immediately disconnected the call so that she wouldn't hear Medusa's dissuasion. I'll be going first, everyone. Let's hang out again later. Are you not going to take me? Asked Kaneko. It seems that she needed me for something specific. Go on and continue telling them about the other side, Naya. Chapter 920, Chapter 920 Secret Organization. On a certain day, late in the morning, Ophis, Claire, Tanis, and Lilith were all spending their time together, studying various things. Ranging from basic subjects like arithmetic, science, language, and history to magic and martial arts. Claire was in possession of various books that came from her mother and Kasuk, which were what they were using in all of their studies. Thanks to her great interest in learning new things, Cleria and Masaomi were able to leave her at her own devices and would check on her progress from time to time, which greatly surprised them every time, as they suspected that their daughter was a genius if not just very smart. Of course, regardless of how she handled her studies, they wouldn't treat her any differently and would provide anything that she would need, including some occasional scolding and lectures. They used to think that she needed to be in school for her to make friends and socialize, but now that she had some friends that she could truly trust, they weren't worried anymore. Sakura entered the room they were in as she was scheduled to help with their studies and lessons, and they went at it for about 2 hours before she ended it. Since their lifespan was way longer than humans, they didn't really have to follow their curriculum, and this has been the case for the residents of the underworld that wouldn't need to interact with the human world. Even then, Claire was already at the middle to high school level, which was already advanced for someone her age. Was it because she kept seeing others working hard themselves? I wonder if this is a good influence or not. In contrast, Tanis was still struggling with even the most basic elementary subjects, partly because she's technically a newborn and she didn't really have any interest in studying, as she's only doing it because she didn't want to be alone when the others were studying. Ophis, on the other hand, would only browse books before discarding them, and her counterpart, Lilith, also had the same habit. If there's a snack, they'd be savoring it instead of touching the books. For everyone watching their progress, it's unknown how much the two Infinite actually know, as they mostly keep it to themselves and would only be animated when they were messing around. A bad habit that Ophis was inheriting from Kasuk, and Lilith was also being affected by it. Wanting them to experience how to be a child more, Sakura asked them to clean up and said, "Let's forget about the lessons for now, and how about you tell me what you want to do?" The girls looked at each other and began discussing what they should do. "Let's get that snack from the TV." Tanis instantly suggested while raising her hand excitedly, while Ophis and Lilith nodded vigorously in agreement while adding, "Banana." Meanwhile, Claire thought about it longer, but only a few seconds longer, before muttering, "I want to play with Aika-nichan." Sakura smiled wryly at her words, but instead of declining it outright, she said, "They're still a bit busy, but I'll ask Big Sis if you can go over there. For now, let's get that snack." Of course, she didn't say that just to give them false hope, since it's already settled that Aika-chan will regain her memory sooner or later. Maybe they can help speed it up. But when Claire mentioned Aika, Lilith was reminded of someone else, and by extension, Ophis too. "Let's go to Kunu." Claire and Tanis both tilted their heads in confusion. Kunu. Sakura was a bit surprised and clapped her hand in realization. "Oh right. You should meet Kunu-chan. She's a friend that Lilith made." With the prospect of meeting a new friend, and potentially a new member of their secret order, "Let's go." "Hold on. Let me ask for permission from the other side." Once Yasaka received the message from the Belial house, she immediately prepared and went to Kunu to inform her of their arrival. Ever since Lilith stopped showing up, Kunu had been feeling down these days, and although she'd hang around Issei's group from time to time, they were also busy, especially now that the Azazel tournament was ongoing and the Hell Alliance was preparing their forces in an unknown place. "Kunu. Lilith is coming today." Kunu, who had been reviewing so that she could transfer seamlessly into Ko Academy, jumped up from her seat. "Really?" Yasaka nodded, "And that's not all. It seems that she'll be bringing her friends to meet you too." But instead of being happy, Kunu became confused and a bit worried. "Friends?" Yasaka and Kunu arrived at one of the buildings within their territory where they received guests, with the latter fidgeting. "It's going to be fine. I heard that they're a lively bunch, and Issei-kun also vouched for them." Kunu didn't have enough time to answer as the teleportation circle in the middle of the room lit up and 5 figures materialized inside it. The light of magic disappeared and Yasaka stepped forward. "Welcome, everyone. This is the first time we're meeting. I'm Yasaka, the current leader of the yokai faction. It's a pleasure to meet you all." Sakura also stepped forward and lowered her head a bit. "It's also a pleasure to finally meet you. I'm Sarah Belial of the Belial house. I apologize for our sudden imposition." Yasaka covered her mouth with her sleeve and chuckled. "Please don't be. I've also always wanted to meet you for various reasons. Please make yourself at home." Sakura also chuckled. "I'm worried because I can't think of any good reason. Whether it's her son or her history, both were really not a very good reason to meet." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yasaka and Kunu led the group to the inner buildings where they could relax. But since the adults were only in the way, Yasaka and Sakura soon left the children in another room where they could finally talk among themselves. "And nice to meet you. I'm Kunu." Kunu nervously introduced herself. Although this should be a happy occasion, she couldn't help but feel alone when she saw Lilith holding hands with another Lilith and sitting beside the other 2 kids. However, Claire didn't return her introduction but turned to Ophis and Lilith. "Ophis-chan, Lilith-chan, please." The 2 of them nodded in understanding and raised their free hands. In an instant, a barrier surrounded the room that prevented sound from escaping and distorted the image within the room. After confirming that the barrier was up, Claire jumped in front of Kunu with shining eyes and held her hands. Kunu-chan. Do you want to join our group, the Crimson Order of Magical Girls Society? Way. Understandably, a stupefied voice escaped from Kunu's mouth. Chapter 921, Chapter 921 Secret Organization Part 2. Way. Kunu didn't know how to react. From a barrier being suddenly erected to a sudden invitation to a very dubious organization by a girl younger than her, What? In the other room, Yasaka and a few of her subordinates felt the barrier and all perked up. What's wrong? Yasaka asked the one who's tasked to watch over them. It seems to be an auditory and visual obstruction type of barrier. But aside from that, there's nothing else. Shinichi already confirmed that entry is not prohibited and the young miss and the guests are safe. Yasaka was about to rush out but thought of something and turned her head towards Sakura. The moment she saw her awkward expression while trying to pretend to drink her tea calmly, some of the tension in her body left, so this is also the children playing. Ah. Yes. I'm very sorry for the commotion that this has caused. But I assure you, this is a very common occurrence. Yasaka sat back down and gestured to her subordinates not to do anything and to just continue monitoring. I can't imagine how something like this could become a normal occurrence. My niece is apparently fond of copying those around her. Yasaka took a sip from her tea. I heard that your niece disappeared with Kasuki Urahara some time ago. Sakura was not surprised since she knew she had some access to the Alliance's information and this is one of the reasons why she came with the kids. Even if I can't get anything important from her, it doesn't matter. She thought while replying, it's a habit that their group picked up since they didn't want any information about them getting out as much as possible after the unprovoked attack from Hades and the Olympian faction. Yasaka thought about the instance where a sudden warrant for Kasuk was released after discovering a number of devil corpses under his home. I see. So you're saying that they wouldn't have taken the world stage if not for that attack. However, Sakura just shrugged her shoulders, who knows? Even as his mother, I don't exactly know what he's going to do next nor have any idea what's going on in his head. However, I know for sure that most of the things he does are either retaliating or preparing to retaliate. Preparing, is it? Yasaka's eyes then became sharp, so would that mean that he'll do anything? Probably. Sakura was not affected, as long as the threat warrants it, he'd probably even take over the world. Though I can't really imagine him sitting on the highest seat possible, because he'd find it a pain to deal with it. A ridiculous claim. But if it was any other person, Yasaka would probably just brush it off with a laugh and never take it seriously. Despite his attempts to cooperate with the Alliance and him being a very important asset for the world now, they are still withholding such principal information from him. Yasaka didn't reply immediately and calmly emptied her cup of tea. Now then. I understand their concerns and fears, but this is a very important bet. I wonder where I should place it. Should I continue putting my trust in the Alliance that's very inefficient, or should I risk it on the boy that even the future doesn't know? From then, as if the conversation from before hadn't happened, Yasaka and Sakura started talking about the kids instead and their daily lives. Naturally, Kunu rejected the offer and Claire instantly became dejected, but only for a few seconds she bounced back and began asking Kunu about various things. Soon enough, Ophis and Lilith took down the barrier and Kunu also started opening up to her guests. Soon enough, laughter and shouting could be heard through the entire yokai headquarters as they ran around, with Kunu in lead and the people around them watched with warm smiles while recalling their own childhoods. At some point, Claire talked about her home in Greece and how she couldn't make any friends. Kunu immediately hugged her new friend and patted her back. It's all right. I'm now your friend. We can play anytime. Just call Kunanichan and I'll be there for you. Bomo. Claire nodded her head gleefully and returned the hug. As for the others, they didn't want to be left out so they also jumped at the two and it became a group hug with the passers-by giggling at the bundle of little girls. Ah. I remembered. I hid my treasures and forgot to take them. Let's go get them. Claire suddenly declared. Get them? What do you mean? Kunu asked with apparent confusion. But instead of answering, Claire started running back towards where Sakura and Yasaka were. Kunu and the others followed her and they'd only just caught up when they saw Claire asking for permission. Auntie, I need to get something at home. You forgot something in the mansion. I'll contact someone to bring it over. What is it? Claire shook her head. I mean my former house. All right. I'll go with you. Sakura was about to stand up when Claire shook her head. It's a secret. I want us to go alone. You know I can't do that. That's too dangerous. And aren't you bringing Kunichan along? Claire knew that she wouldn't get any permission for this, but she was also prepared for this outcome. Sakura saw Claire begin rummaging through her pocket and couldn't help but sigh. She'll be taking that out, That? Yasaka asked curiously. Sakura wasn't able to answer her question as Claire had already found what she needed, a ticket. It looked like an ordinary ticket, but what was written on it was headache-inducing for Sakura. I'll use my Any Wish ticket. Chapter 922, Chapter 922 Secret Organization Part 3. Any wish ticket, muttered Yusaka in curiosity. Sakura sighed and explained, it's a reward she receives from Kasuk whenever she does an exceptional job. As the name suggests, she could use it to ask for virtually anything and she's only ever received 2 of those. After hearing that, Yusaka went quiet as she didn't want to infringe on how Sakura was going to deal with this. Sakura looked at her for a few seconds and while Claire was trying to look confident, she could see her nervousness behind the facade. Sighing again, Sakura asked, do you have everything that Kasuk-niken gave you? Claire nodded and patted her chest to feel the necklace under her clothes. I never take it off. That's the condition that Kasuk-niken gave me before I could go out to play. Fine. But you can't bring Kuna-chan with you. Hey. But I want to show her something. You can't. Sakura was adamant, while you're safe, Kuna-chan doesn't have the same protection and you first have to get her mother's permission to even bring her out. Claire became dejected as she finally realized how she couldn't bring Kunu out to play because she would need someone else's permission. While she knew that she could get almost anything with her reward, she also knew that it only extended to Tanis, Ophis, and Lilith. But when she was about to give up and save the ticket for something else, Yusaka suddenly chuckled at their side and interjected, it's alright. I'm giving Kunu my permission. Go take her out to play. Yusaka-san. Sakura exclaimed, maybe you don't realize but they are going to Greece by themselves. Although that isn't really very dangerous, as they still have insurance that Kasuk gave them. Is that okay? Claire, on the other hand, became excited. Still, Yusaka dismissed her worries, Ophis and Lilith would be going with them, wouldn't they? I think there is no better security than them. Why yeah. But. Sakura tried thinking of an opposing idea but she couldn't really deny that no amount of bodyguards could replace the infinite sisters. On top of that, Sakura isn't Kasuk, who'd consider that a hostile person from the top 10 strongest beings in the world would suddenly come after the children. It has been a while since Kuna went out to play and I don't want her to live a life like mine, who can't leave Kyoto. Yusaka then turned to Claire and added, go tell Kunu, but before you go, be sure to come to me first. Claire nodded gleefully and said, thank you, auntie. Before running off, afraid that they'll change their decision. Sakura wanted to call out, but realized that something was weird here and stopped. She looked around at the other people within the room and noticed that instead of her, 1 or 2 people's eyes were on Yusaka and it wasn't just some fleeting glance. Huh? That's weird. With a seed of suspicion in her mind, she decided to let things flow as it is. Yusaka also noticed that Sakura might have noticed something and asked to change the focus. Sarah-san, I'm very curious. After a single warning, you allowed her pretty easily. I thought you'd be more protective of her. I don't want to hear that from you. Sakura thought but answered, it's a family principle. Oh. Family principle. Is it okay to hear more about that? One of Yusaka's attendants refilled Sakura's cup of tea as she replied, it's our family principle that if we set rules, we'll follow them. Kasuk set a rule that if she does something great, she'll be rewarded and it's our responsibility to follow through with that as much as possible. Well, you could just say that we're taking care to keep Claire's trust so that we could trust her to follow her end of the deal if we need her to do or keep something. Yusaka smiled and muttered, that's wonderful. A few moments later, Claire and the other girls came in with Kuna going straight to her mother. Sakura watched them while giving Claire, Tanis, Ophis, and Lilith the reminder that they have to go home before sunset, and if there is any danger for anyone except Ophis and Lilith, they are to sound the alarm and go home immediately. Yusaka was also doing the same thing while giving Kuna some paper charms that seemed to be for their protection. The girls didn't need to prepare for their departure since either Ophis or Lilith could bring them almost everywhere in an instant and it didn't take too long for them to linger. As soon as they disappeared, Yusaka commented, I can see how sending over bodyguards could totally backfire. There's only a handful of people in the world that could follow them. And even if they were successful in following them, the blue-haired kid, Tanis, is strangely perceptive of others' presence and could only push them to teleport away more. Well, there's really nothing to worry about since both of us could easily tell if they were in apparent danger and I doubt someone would still linger in Greece when everyone's attention and effort are in London. That's true, replied Sakura while thinking, but that's a problem too. Yusaka-san, thank you for receiving us today. Since I'd like to monitor their condition remotely, I'll be leaving first. The gratitude is mine since Kunu was able to make such wonderful friends. The group of girls instantly arrived in Greece where Claire was living until recently. Let's go. It's in my room. This short trip of theirs, however, will make them the first meaningful contact with the alien civilization aiming to take over the world. And little did Sakura know that Claire and Tanis' threshold for danger was a lot higher than she expected. In a dark alley, 2 hooded individuals were looking down at the ground and one of them muttered in an unknown language, there are some traces here, but it's already too old. All we can say is that she went through here one time. If we keep following these traces, we'll eventually reach her. While she could escape, she couldn't hide her scent. But we're taking too much time. We have to find her immediately before she can reveal more information. I think it's already too late for that. If the inhabitants of this planet are competent, they would have already deciphered her language. Then why are we still wasting our time on her? Because she's important to the Wicked One. Even if it takes time, we have to find her. But since Sir Babivusu and Sir Vardora are busy watching the situation in that city called London, we only have a bit of manpower to spare. But isn't Lord Regal Ziva about to arrive too? We should have enough manpower by that time. Yes. And I also heard that he's coming with the Sky and Sea. And while the two of them were casually conversing, a sudden message appeared in their head, a moon-based correspondence. Isn't that too dangerous? Chapter 923, Chapter 923 Information from the Future. Claire led the group into the small but rather comfortable house that had been gathering dust. They immediately went to Claire's room and the owner impatiently went under the wooden bed frame and grabbed a foot-long and half-a-foot-wide wooden box. Claire placed the box in the middle of the room and opened it with everyone gathered around it. Inside of it was Claire's treasure, which was composed of small toys and a collection of saved candies and snacks. Seeing the variety of different things inside, everyone became excited at the colorful sight that's akin to a box of gems and jewels for adults. Even Ophis and Lilith's eyes were shining, but partly because everyone else was excited too. Good thing I was able to save them until now. Due to abruptly moving, Claire forgot to carry her treasure chest with her, and she had always been thinking about it since then, but couldn't really ask her parents because she could see how busy they were. At that point, Claire carefully took out the contents of the box and with everyone, they inspected it one by one. It was only about half an hour later that everyone finished the candies and snacks despite going about it slowly. But although most of her treasure was gone, Claire was thinking that the use of her ticket was worth it and she'd do it again if she could. Let's do it again later. With no adults watching, the normally mature Kunu also lost herself to the excitement. I will also save my favorite snacks and toys. Let's do it again. I'll save too. Tanis raised her hand. If we just save normally, then we'll only get something normal too. Claire started thinking of ways to earn some allowance and go around hunting for rare snacks. Ophis and Lilith, on the other hand, didn't join their conversation as both of them don't have any confidence in saving anything. For now, they only looked forward to their offerings. Since they still had plenty of time before the sun sets, Claire led the group again to go outside and play and maybe also meet the old folks that gave her snacks whenever she passed by with her father or mother. But before they go out of their way, Kuna suddenly remembered something and took out the charm that she'd received from her mother. Claire-chan, I almost forgot. Please send this to Auntie Sakura. Claire looked at it curiously and asked, this is? Kunu, however, shook her head, I don't know. Mother asked me to secretly pass it to you to be sent to Auntie. Claire was confused why she just couldn't give it herself directly but didn't think about it deeply and passed the charm to Ophis. Ophis-chan, please. As the group's transporter, Ophis nodded and the charm in her hand disappeared without a sound. Done. Alright, let's go. Sakura had just gotten back to the mansion and was resting before she assisted her sister in her work. But just as she was about to move, a familiar charm suddenly appeared in front of her through a magic circle with the infinity symbol on it, Ophis. And this charm. It's the one that Kuna-chan received earlier if I'm not wrong. Sakura carefully inspected it and saw that it was actually a communication charm disguised as a protective charm, a way to avoid the spies. Sakura stood up and went straight to Cleria's office. For her to initiate contact like this, I wonder what sort of deal she wants that warranted her to avoid the Alliance's eyes. Ne-sama, could I have some of your time? Cleria and a few of her trusted aides were in the room buried in paperwork. Sarah. Is there a problem on Claire's side? Sakura immediately shook her head to ease her worries. There's none, but I want a secured room. Cleria stared at her for a few moments before signaling everyone else to leave. It only took a few seconds for them to be left alone and Cleria promptly activated a barrier that stops information from flowing out. Since Sakura didn't just want to talk and also wanted a secured room, Cleria also opened some channels in the barrier so that magic communication could be possible. Sakura didn't have to explain herself and placed the charm on Cleria's table before activating it. The charm lit up in golden light for a few seconds before an image of the current leader of yokai appeared. Greetings, ladies of the Belial House. I apologize for contacting you like this. Cleria looked at Sakura for a split second before turning her attention back to their guest. Good day to you too, Lady Yasaka. As much as I want to, we aren't really in a situation where we can just chat nonchalantly, so I apologize too, but we would really appreciate it if you could get straight to the point. Don't worry about it since I also can't afford to stay in communication like this for long. I presume this room is well guarded. Cleria nodded. It's well guarded enough that I can assure you that no information will get out of here. Thank you for your consideration. Well then, the reason I'm contacting you like this is that I want to place my bet on your household. More specifically, Kasuk Urahara. Claire and Sakura frowned and the former asked, may I know why and how? I won't keep you guessing. I'm here to tell you that the Alliance knows more about our otherworldly enemies than they let on. In fact, the leaders even know the names of these mechanical-like lifeforms that wanted to invade Earth and the spirit-like lifeforms that oppose them. The ladies couldn't help but shudder, and Claire stood up while slapping her hand on the table. What? How? While the two of them are shocked, they were actually angrier. How could they actually keep such a vital piece of information? Especially from Kasuk, who's one of the forefront people who's making an effort to prepare against these invaders. I understand how you feel. Yasaka continued, but I also ask you to keep listening, as this information came from a super devil called Gaspar Vladi. Chapter 924, Chapter 924 First Mission. The two heavily hooded individuals were walking through the busy streets, but none of the passers-by were suspicious of their attire. Even then, the two eyed their surroundings carefully. Aren't we emitting twice the recommended amount of anti-recognition magic? What if we catch the attention of something troublesome? I want us to complete this mission as fast as possible. Things are moving fast in London, and we can't expect support from our superiors since they're stuck trying to avoid attention. Only those with sufficient perception will be able to detect us. If they're stronger than us, we'll escape, but if not, we'll take them. The other one nodded silently and continued walking without saying anything more. Unbeknownst to them, however, 5 pairs of eyes were watching them curiously. Tanis-chan, are you sure it's them? Asked the white-haired little girl. The blue-haired girl nodded, yes. Their scent is very different from everyone else. It's as if they're like me. What does that mean? The golden-haired girl asked while tilting her head. One of the 2 black-haired girls answered, they didn't come from this world. The golden-haired became even more confused. Despite being related to the influential people, only Ophis and Lilith were actually aware of the possible otherworldly invasion, and there was no way the 2 of them would tell the others if not explicitly asked. As such, even though they discovered a very important clue regarding these beings, none of them were aware. They look suspicious, Claire muttered with a giddy tone. When Kuno looked at her, her eyes were shining with excitement. This looks like a work for our Crimson Order of Magical Girls Society. As if on cue, light shone from the girls' bodies except for Kuno, lit up the entire alley they were in. When the light subsided and Kuno opened her eyes again, she was greeted by her friends in very cute and frilly attires and accessories that matched their hair colors, magical girls. Kuno instantly forgot her confusion and became love-struck by the outfits that she could only see in anime and plays. I thought she was joking. But then, she recalled the scene that they'd caused and the voice she'd raised before, looking back at the hooded people in a panic, thinking that they'd notice their presence. This is bad. Wait. They didn't notice. Of course, they wouldn't. We're in stealth mode. Claire answered as a matter of fact. What? Kuno hurriedly looked around, and only now that she noticed that there was a barrier around them. How? Why did I not notice anything? TCH, TCH, TCH. Claire repeatedly clicked her tongue while swinging her forefinger left and right. The first rule of stealth, don't let anyone know you're going stealthy. Before whispering under her breath, according to Yuruchi. Since when? Ever since Tanis-chan discovered them. Kuno made an unbelieving expression, and probably any other people besides her would have too. But contrary to their innocent appearance, these girls were bona fide adventurers and mercenaries, albeit not registered in any guild, for exploring the depths of the dungeon and fighting monsters on an almost daily basis because they got bored after studying. Of course, these girls would happily tell Cleria and Sakura their activities within the dungeon whenever the contact day arrived, but the latter two have a misunderstanding that they were only going around the uppermost floors and just listen to them with warm smiles plastered on their faces. Naturally, everyone around them knew of this misunderstanding. Still, none of them actually cleared it up because nobody wanted to be scolded. It became a tacit agreement to keep it that way while justifying their stance. They are protected by Medusa and Kuroka 24/7 from the shadows, so it isn't actually that dangerous, while also giving them the skills they needed to fight. Let's follow them. Claire declared, and the other 3 magical girls raised their hands. Oh. Wait. Kuno raised her voice, causing the others to all look at her. Becoming embarrassed, Kuno muttered while fiddling with her fingers, I also want a costume. Claire grinned at her and snapped her fingers. Ophis-chan, Lilith-chan, please. The Ouroboros magical girls also snapped their fingers, and in an instant, golden light covered Kuno. A second later, the same attire but also matching her hair appeared on her. Welcome to the Crimson Order of Magical Girls Society. Although there's no crimson one. Kuno retorted in her head, but she was so happy with her clothes that she soon forgot it. After an hour of walking around, the pair of hooded individuals finally discovered who they needed to take away to be experimented with, a Caucasian woman who was just going about her day and was about to go home after work. More than 10 meters away, the woman noticed their suspicious attire and became cautious of them. Keeping her bag close to her and tightly clutching it, she went past the pair and heaved a sigh of relief before feeling a bit guilty about how obviously she acted cautiously toward them. But a second later, her vision darkened and her initial reaction was to shout. However, she couldn't do that as something had also covered her mouth before she felt her body accelerating backward. The terror-filled woman tried her best to retaliate as she'd finally realized that someone had grabbed her from behind and was now running towards who knows where. As tears began to flow from her eyes, she did everything she could think of to save herself or gather attention since she knew she was in a busy street. However, her efforts only betrayed her as there are no signs of them stopping nor any signs of anyone chasing after her. Nevertheless, she didn't have the time to feel hopeless as she felt a momentary feeling of weightlessness before landing in two short and soft arms. The woman's vision came back along with the sound of something crashing not far from her. Too bad, however, as a heavy feeling of sleepiness suddenly came over her mind and the last thing she saw was a colorful band of little girls facing what seems to be robots. Nice one, Tanis-chan. He's hard. Armor. Golems. How strange. Ophis-chan, Lilith-chan, please seal the area. Chapter 925, Chapter 925 First Mission Part 2. As soon as they saw the hooded figures snatching a woman, the magical girls immediately sprung into action. But since they didn't know how to hide their intentions and hostilities, the hooded figures immediately noticed them and took a turn for the park where they could engage the enemies without further increasing the risk of being discovered by other beings. However, that's the extent of what they could do as a blue-haired little girl suddenly appeared in front of the one holding the abducted woman while baring her little fist. The abductor tried to dodge but he severely underestimated the punch that was coming after him and was hit squarely in the face. He wanted to clutch the woman tightly, but the sudden feeling of his arms detaching from his body came to him and he instantly decided to let go of the woman. When he regained his vision, he saw a colorful group of younglings, the one who punched him, blue, the one who tried to cut his arms with a knife hand, black, the one who caught the woman in her arms, yellow, and finally, another black one that intercepted his partner from assisting him. Where did they come from? He thought to himself while adjusting his landing. During that short time, their well-kept hoods also came off, revealing what was underneath and causing the young girls to stop for a moment. Kunu, the most familiar with their appearance, muttered, "Transformers." The hooded figures were humanoid mechanical lifeforms that indeed resemble a certain popular show. The matte yellow and dark purple Transformers looked at each other and decided to retreat. But before they could do so, the earth beneath them suddenly spiraled upwards and caught half of their bodies. Tracing the source of magic power from the spell, both of them saw another young girl with white hair behind them. "You're not getting away." And soon, a translucent black barrier surrounded everyone, except the almost abducted woman since Kunu tossed her out of the range. The two robots easily crushed the earth that had wrapped around them, but Claire didn't mind it as she just used short-distance teleportation to go behind everyone else. As the magic attack, support, and control role were on her, she had to depend on everyone else for defense. Nevertheless, she could still defend herself on her own if she needed to, but she liked the idea of teamwork with her friends. Tanis's role, on the other hand, fell on the gorilla role as she's the most well-versed in martial arts and key usage, giving her the ability to both attack and move around the battlefield with ease. Meanwhile, Ophis, and the newly added Lilith, were delegated to the role of tanks. Not because they lack in anything but defense, but because anything other than defense is too destructive. Hence, they were limited to defense magic, some support magic, and exclusively physical on attacks. Any attack magic will just blow up the whole area. Nonetheless, despite those restrictions, they were literally walking fortresses, reducing any sort of danger that's coming at them to a minimal level, especially when they combined their strength, completing the Infinite Dragon. Since Kunu didn't know how their group works, she could only watch on the sidelines, waiting for an opportunity to assist. Unfortunately for the two alien species, however, they couldn't see through the group's strength because they only learned from the best, and those best are really fond of limiting the information that their opponents could get from them. Without talking to each other, both of them raised their left arms and it immediately transformed into a barrel that began gathering magic power. It took 1 second to charge them up before a small beam of pure magic power was ejected and raced to the white-haired girl that they deemed the most troublesome. In response to this, Ophis and Lilith immediately moved forward and constructed barriers in front of them to meet the attacks. Bearing the symbol of infinity, the magic circles met the beams and broke them up into motes of light, not doing anything other than releasing a small shockwave that disturbed the trees in the surrounding. Nobody knew what these robots were thinking when they saw their ineffective attack, since no one knows if they even made any expressions. But even then, they continued attacking the barrier by continuously bombarding them with the blasts of magic power. But while they were doing this, they suddenly felt 3 presence behind them and immediately turned around to see 3 blue-haired girls about to punch out again. With Kunu's illusion magic, Tanis swooped in again using Flash Step. Of the 3, the robots immediately figured that the 2 of them were illusions that were poorly executed because they all came at different times. Meaning that the first one couldn't possibly be a real one due to how obvious it was, so they only have to be careful of the second and the third one. And it's true, it was a poorly executed one as Tanis came in one by one instead of coming at the same time and aiming for different angles, and they even have the same moveset. Sadly, they were wrong with their second guess. Since Kunu was just following up on Tanis' movement, the illusions were actually those behind her and just following what she's doing. Typically, this would have been useless, but she hoped it could do something. And thankfully, it did, as the robots were too smart and disregarded the first Tanis. Falling victim to this unintended assault, Tanis punched out, aiming for the yellow one's chest. Yellow felt the threat, but it was already too late. Since he was holding no one, Tanis stopped holding back and put most of her strength into her fist. The second punch he received also sent him back crashing into the ground and immediately disabled him. His partner, Dark Purple, hurriedly aimed his arm gun towards Tanis, who had to stop to regain her balance from the punch she'd just thrown, but a split second later, the power in his arm dispersed, and the magic power in it scattered without doing anything meaningful. Beyond the two black fortresses was Claire, staring intently with her shining gray eyes. With a relatively simple mechanism, Claire was able to activate her worthless and was able to disable her opponent's weapon. Using that chance, Tanis pounced on him with even greater strength and received a devastating blow to his chest too, sending him crashing next to his partner. The Crimson Order of Magical Girls Society's first mission on Earth was successful. Chapter 926, Chapter 926 First Mission Part 3. Seeing the robots on top of each other were unmoving and crackling with electricity, Claire became worried. Did we? But before she could finish her sentence, Ophis interrupted. They are alive. Claire breathed a sigh in relief and approached the robots cautiously. What should we do with them? Take them to the police. As someone who had more experience in this than everybody else, Kunu suggested, normally, we'd have to take them to a local superpower, but Claire-chan, do you know anyone related to that? Claire shook her head. Then we would have to take them with us. Since all of you did most of the work, we'll send them to the Belial house's side and your family should be able to decide what to do with them. But not just Claire and Tanis, but also Ophis and Lilith froze. See, can't we send them to your place? Asked Claire nervously. Kunu tilted her head in confusion and answered, we can. But why should we do that? I've never heard of a robot going around before, so they're a wealth of information for any faction. While Kunu was thinking through the benefits of her faction like how she was educated, the other four girls were only worried about one thing, and that's a scolding. Although they didn't know that Kasuk and the others are hiding what they are truly capable of, this instance is still obviously grounds for a scolding. Yes, they are still following the rule of retreating and escaping if there's danger, but although there was no danger for them, they still knew that they were pretty reckless. It's the main reason why they wanted to keep the Crimson Order of Magical Girls Society a secret from everyone else. Because they knew that they wouldn't be allowed to go on missions. But while they were deliberating what to do, the robots they thought were unconscious were listening to them and communicating to their mothership, requesting initiation of mass teleportation to our location. Please prepare for hostile contact. A few seconds later, a reply came back, request granted. The effect will extend 20 meters beyond you, will that be correct? 30 meters to account for their reaction time. Targets are capable of disabling 1 star with ease. Please prepare a 3-star to take command. Roger. Zins of 3 stars will take command of apprehending the test subjects. Initiating mass teleportation in 3. Prepare for impact. And just like that, the Dark Purple's chest suddenly lit up and a magic circle extended from him while the girls were busy. The first one to notice this was Ophis and Lilith, who tried to stop whatever it was doing. However, this teleportation magic was something that Ophis had never seen before, and her barrier was not able to do anything to block or even delay it. Bright light covered everyone, and before they knew it, they were taken to a wide white room. The problem only started there as the 2 robots that they are supposed to take into custody already disappeared, and they were left in a freezing room devoid of breathable air. Claire and the girls, except for Ophis and Lilith, panicked as they found themselves not being able to breathe. Thankfully, the necklace on Claire that she received from Kasuk activated, creating a bubble around them that regulated the temperature and gave them air. Tightly clutching the necklace, Claire muttered, "Come closer. We're going home." The group watched as the only entrance to the room got filled by similar robots and began to surround them. There was already a spell over the room that prevented any use of teleportation magic, but these aliens aren't aware that they're facing the Infinite Dragon and her happy friends. A second later, Ophis and Lilith's power flooded the entire room, forcefully broke through the spell, and teleported away, successfully escaping. When they returned, Claire immediately arranged a teleportation magic of her own and brought everyone a few kilometers away from their original position before asking Ophis and Lilith to bring them to Kyoto, more specifically, to the room that was prepared for them. But instead of greeting the master of the house, Claire raised her voice, "Meeting." As soon as she uttered those words, Ophis and Lilith put up the silencing barrier once again. Still, in their magical girl's uniform, Claire put on a serious expression, "Thank you for all your hard work. We completed an emergency mission and saved a woman. Now then, on to the next agenda. Does anyone have any idea what just happened?" Tanis raised her hand and answered, "We were taken somewhere scary." Kunu wanted to say that this isn't really the time for this, but decided to go along as this atmosphere brings out her inner child and excites her. "We were taken to the moon," Ophis added, since she was familiar with where she was taken. "Moon. But we were in a cold room." But Ophis reiterated, "We were on the moon." Hearing that, Kunu suggested, "Maybe that room is on the moon." Claire nodded in understanding. I see. And seeing as there were many more of them in there, could it mean that it's their base? She then faced Ophis and asked, were you able to look around? Kunu didn't know what she meant, but Ophis nodded while Lilith created a paper with her power, and in it is an incomplete blueprint. This is the map. Claire, with shining eyes, took the paper and carefully looked at it. They're the bad guys. We can't let them do bad things. Wait. Are you thinking of going back there? Kunu asked in a panic. But instead of answering her, Claire turned to Ophis again and asked, Ophis-chan, can we return? Ophis nodded. I left a mark. Claire immediately understood that even if they move their base anywhere else, Ophis will be able to take them there. Good. Claire nodded in satisfaction. As long as my necklace doesn't activate, we will be fine. This is an opportunity for our Crimson Order of Magical Girls Society. That's too dangerous. Kunu shouted. It's not. Claire pointed at her necklace. As long as the necklace the Kasuk doesn't activate a defensive barrier, it means we're still fine. And even if that happens, it means that our skills are just enough to deal with the problem, but Ophis-chan and Lilith-chan will be able to teleport us away in an instant. Even then, Kunu disagreed and suggested reporting what they found to the proper authorities. However, Claire was unwilling as they finally found a good playground. And there it began the back and forth between them, with the one trying to convince the other. How about this? As long as the necklace activates a barrier, we'll report it. Everyone is very busy now, so if we can do it, we should. It didn't take long before Claire could convince Kunu with various promises. It's also because Kunu has these rebellious thoughts popping into her head recently that she was convinced ultimately. Now that they've decided on what to do next, Tanis raised her hand. Before we go again, we should learn that. That. Claire and Kunu asked. The one that Yuruchi is asking us to learn, but it's too hard. What was that again? Ah. Magic breathing. Chapter 927, Chapter 927 Kasuk Super Secret Informants. After her meeting with the leader of the yokai faction, Sakura immediately made emergency contact with Kasuk. Hello mom, missed me? I did, but this isn't the time for casual talk. I just received a very important piece of information that could change our relationship with the Alliance. Kasuk's expression became serious and he instantly locked himself up in a barrier when he heard his mother's tone. I'm listening. Recalling the information that came from Yasaka, Sakura explained it one by one. First, the Alliance is already aware that an otherworldly invasion is coming in the near future. They even know the names of these invaders and some of their abilities. Second, this information seems to come from Gaspar Vladi in the future, who had successfully become a super devil. Because he was able to develop the ability to manipulate time, it became possible for him to contact the past. Finally, the reason why they hid this vital information from us is because Kasuki Urahara and Yuruchi Shihuin do not exist. We're killed. But he said we didn't exist. Was our existence erased and we're forgotten by everyone else? In the first place, could I even trust this future information? Kasuk's eyes widened in shock and unconsciously started forming numerous hypotheses surrounding this. If that's true, then I can understand their hesitance to reveal it. I know. But that doesn't mean they should have hidden it completely. It doesn't make sense. You're doing your best to protect and prepare everyone from this threat, yet here they are, essentially hindering you because they are afraid of information with the same trustworthiness as a prophecy. Kasuk was already happy that his mother was getting pissed for him, as he couldn't do the same since he'd probably take the same measures if he were in their shoes. Of course they'd be cautious of me, Mom. But enough of that. I'm interested in how Yuruchi and I disappeared in that apparent future. I doubt that they could have a full-blown conversation about the future, since that could change many things unintentionally. Indeed. According to Yasaka, this Gaspar is refusing to say some information, especially on the interpersonal relationships between people, since that could make things complex and difficult. However, there are things that he could confirm. Since you're from the Belial house, that's the main source of contradiction along with some of the people in your group. First is that it was confirmed that Nei-sama and Masaomi-san are both dead. Next, I apparently never surfaced or revealed myself. Aika, on the other hand, is a magician that studied under Lavinia Rennie. As an extension of those, Claire, Tanis, Riveria, and Medusa were never heard of. Kasuk thought about it for a second. That came as far as messing up Rizavim's plan when I was a child and ended up saving my aunt. Even if I'm erased in the future and forgotten, it shouldn't have affected the people around me that much. Then the only possible thing is that Yuruchi and I never existed in their timeline in the first place. Now I can understand their fear clearer, because that would mean I'm something very wrong for the world. A mistake that shouldn't have happened. Kasuk couldn't help but grin to himself. Now then, how should I take this to my advantage and mess with them? Are you thinking of something bad? Suspicion immediately rose from Sakura when only silence came from Kasuk. Ha ha ha, of course not. How could I do that? In any case, the situations become even more interesting. When are these invaders coming? A decade from now. Hearing that, Kasuk couldn't help but stifle his laughter while shaking his head. That's impossible. What do you mean? Are they coming earlier or later? Kasuk's eyes sharpened. They are already here. They are just laying low because this is enemy territory. Sakura's body shook. What? How do you know? Kasuk chuckled. Let's just say I have a group of little troublemakers that got that information for me. The moment Claire's necklace activated automatically, Kasuk also opened a line to see what was going on. He was shocked that Claire's group got the first contact. But thanks to that, an opportunity also presented itself. At first, Kasuk was thinking of contacting them so that they wouldn't reveal what they found to anyone, and that's definitely not because he didn't want to get scolded, but because of Kunu's involvement. After that, he was thinking of ways to convince the group to go bother that evil base, but Claire had already beaten him to it again. Thanks to this situation, Kasuk would be able to gather information relatively safe, although they'll be putting their guards up. Once they realize that the girls are moving on their own without any backing from the big factions, they'll be showing more and more weakness. My lovely cousin is really great. So, are you going to do something about that? Sakura asked. Contrary to what Sakura expected, Kasuk shook his head. No. I could do something and clean them up, however, I won't be stopping their invasion. Contrary to that, they'll only be more careful, and I don't want them to hide any deeper than this without gathering up some more information. But you still can't leave them alone. That's true. But Great Red and I already have something in mind. Although we can't stop their invasion, there's a way to delay it for a few years or so. At this point, any time we can buy is already a good deal. Sakura went quiet for a few moments before saying, then I'll trust you. For now, we'll continue as we're planning and integrate the secular world to the supernatural world. This will cause hostility towards the House of Belial and could even cause large wars in the human world that could change the geopolitical landscape. Sakura sighed, we don't have much choice. Ultimately, this will save more lives by bringing the dark side into the light. It's way better than just dying without knowing what caused it. Though thanks to these soul gears, we should be able to bear that hatred. Nah. I don't think those in the upper part of the society will blame you, considering how they're expecting the invasion to come a decade from now. History, though. It'll brand us as some sort of villains for the foreseeable future until all of this is over. This time, it was Sakura who chuckled. Did you think that our house is that weak? I assure you, we will be hardly mentioned. That's how much power the tool you gave us possesses. Chapter 928, Chapter 928. Not the future they knew. By the way, what is the Gasparkuin of the future trying to achieve by contacting the past? Is he hoping to make it easier for them? Asked Sakura. Kasuk shook his head. That's impossible. I don't know his motives, but any attempt to change the past will not do anything in their future, since we are essentially living in different worlds. If they change something here, it'll be our future and not theirs. In other words, the Gaspar Vladi of the future is not the Gaspar Vladi of today. Exactly. While they may be the same in a sense, they are inhabitants of two different worlds that resemble one another. Kasuk couldn't help but make a wry smile, but seriously. Future Gasparkuin is opening a can of extremely poisonous worms, and I doubt he's doing this out of kindness. There's probably a hidden message in the information he sent back. A hidden message, you say? Are you saying that information about our invaders is not the real goal here? Could be, but I'm just blindly guessing at this point. But what could that hidden message be? Tell me your best guess. Since informing the past is already risky enough, there's probably a bigger issue that he's trying to convey that he can't explicitly reveal. If I were to guess, someone from their world is probably trying to go to this world, thinking that they'll be changing something. It's a common misconception about time traveling, after all. Sakura thought about it for a moment before saying, so you guess that Gasparkuin's real intention is to say that they exist? That's about right. Kasuk finished his call with his mother, and soon he was approached by Azazel and Surzex. You've been receiving a lot of calls these days. How are you even making contact outside? Ajuka has been bothering us about how you're doing this since he can't figure it out. The former commented. Kasuk smiled and replied, let's just say that we have different sets of technology that we both developed. How's the situation with Trihexa? Azazel shrugged his shoulders while Surzex answered his question. It can only use a small fraction of its power, and it can't divide itself like before. Thanks to that, we have a lot of breathing room, and at this rate, we'll only need a few centuries to kill it. But will your seal last that long? I don't know. Kasuk shook his head. We all know that the Trihexa has some form of adaptability, so even if we supply the seal with all of its needs or renew it, it'll eventually break it, and if we still haven't found a way to suppress it by that time, we'll technically be wasting all the time we invested in this. He then looked at them closely before continuing, and do we really have time for this when there's something else about to come down? You know you can't afford to be stuck in here unless you're expecting everyone else outside to deal with a problem that's honestly making the threat Trihexa poses childish. Azazel and Surzex became silent. During that silence, Kasuk began muttering as if talking to himself, and that really makes me wonder though. Why are you acting like you have all the time in the world? I don't think you are being irresponsible. But the only thing I could think of is that you know when our guests are going to arrive. But how is that possible? Kasuk's musing sent a cold wind behind the listeners, but they didn't show anything obvious. As much as we want to solve the trihexa problem, we don't have a way to do it. Azazel scratched his head. If you have something in your mind, we're listening. Azazel was only saying that to divert the flow of conversation and was not expecting Kasuk's next words. I do have an idea to solve this problem. Kasuk replied while still carefully watching their expression. More specifically, I'm acquainted with someone who knows how and is more equipped to deal with it. Honestly, passing this problem to her is the most logical thing to do since it came from her in the first place. Azazel and Surzex were speechless. What are you talking about? Asked the former with a doubting tone. But instead of answering, Kasuk just continued his musing. But before we can do that, I'll first need to help her break out of her prison. How troublesome. Wait. Kasuk Urahara. Please clarify what you said just now. Pleaded Surzex. Since there are so many things to unpack from that short muttering of his, he could only ask broadly. Well, I've already talked to Isekuin and Valikuin about this. Still, Kasuk refused to provide any information. And before they could dig any further, Kasuk returned the conversation back from Azazel's derailment. But let's set that aside for now and talk about what you guys know. Why are you so relaxed? Kasuk had already observed them long enough, and before he even received the call from his mother, he'd already noticed that they were not as hurried as him. He thought that it was just him seeing things as scary due to his personality, but now it made a lot more sense. After that question, there's still no apparent reaction from the both of them, so Kasuk continued, it's as if you know when they are coming. How intriguing. Even from my own investigations, that's not the conclusion I'm getting. Am I missing something I should know? There's still no changes in their expressions, but Kasuk saw their eyes minutely shake. And the fact that they are not saying anything is all he needed. Smiling, he finally asked them directly, what do you know about our enemies, Azazel-san, Surzex-sama? Another silence. But the fact that they are not denying it, that they know something, is enough for Kasuk considering the information they have. So this is the extent of what they could tell, huh? Well, I'm actually grateful. Kasuk's smile grew deeper as he now thought of something that could seriously mess their heads. Taking out several photos from his inventory, he handed them to the Silent Two. Curious, Azazel and Surzex both received the photos, but their contents were way outside of their expectations. What's this? Chuckling, Kasuk replied, what? You don't know. Depicted on these photos are carefully edited images of the two mechanical lifeforms that Claire's group encountered. Azazel and Surzex looked at him with grave expressions. Kasuk's grin grew more prominent. Yes. They are already here. He already knows. Azazel and Surzex both thought and began to panic. Chapter 929, Chapter 929 Rampage. While the former fallen angel governor and the devil king were still stunned, Kasuk walked away from them. Wait. But before they could catch up, Kasuk ignored them and locked himself up inside his laboratory. A few more calls came outside of his door, but Kasuk just hummed while working on his console. Soon enough, the noises stopped and he could tell that the two were convening the others that probably knew about the future Gaspervladi. They'll be more careful around me, but that should allow more freedom on my side and they should be able to start working on their own. Kasuk thought to himself while also thinking more about his conversation with his mother earlier. Since he was immediately approached after the call, he wasn't able to properly sit down and think about the implications of the future Gaspervladi. If my first guess is that this Gaspervladi is just telling them that they exist by providing information that isn't available everywhere else is true, then perhaps someone is really trying to cross to this world from theirs. Kasuk scratched his head. How troublesome. Those transformers are already a big pain in the ass. Oh well, it'll be interesting for sure, and maybe their involvement will open up some new avenues. It wasn't just the names but also some of the abilities that were revealed to Sakura by Yusaka, and the most troublesome of them are definitely from their ruler of the beings known as Eevee, Melvazoa, the malevolent god. Every encounter with that guy was predicted and he seems to know everything that's to know. Lastly, he calls his ability Omnipresence. If we're going against a guy like that, I definitely need the information from the future. Kasuk stopped moving his hands for a moment and directed his thoughts to another path. I thought the help of that world would be enough, but it looks like I severely underestimated these aliens. Looks like I have to put more focus back on that. Resuming his work, a strange glint passed through Kasuk's eyes as he rearranged his priorities. If I'm successful, it may take a few years for me to come back. I have to prepare everything before that. Kasuk's head ached as he thought about the things he had to do. I definitely don't have enough time to do all of this. A week went by and obvious movements from the Alliance were observed in their attempt to find this world's intruders. But no matter what they did, the only thing they're able to gather are the reports of sightings. But even then, most of them were false positives and all the good reports were short glances. Nevertheless, they were able to confirm Kasuk's information, and those in the higher-ups were appalled with his ability to gather intelligence. Never could they have imagined that his informants are self-proclaimed magical girls. Beep, beep, beep. What's going on? Zins, a 3-star EV that's currently tasked to lead their mothership, Lavanda, came rushing into the command deck after hearing the alarm system going off. We have intruders in section C5-14. According to the initial readings, they are most probably the same people that were brought in last time, one of the EV tapping away on the screen replied. What? How was that possible? We already deployed an anti-teleportation system and moved to the outer regions of this star system. The EV shook his head, unknown at this point. But the model predicted that they must have left an undetected mark on the ship before they escaped. Even until now, we still don't understand what sort of technique they used to teleport away. A blueprint of the entire Lavanda was displayed on the large screen and Zin saw 5 glowing red dots on the tail end part of it. Deploy Team 3 and 8 to intercept them. The rest are to monitor any signals they are going to send outside and watch out for any reinforcement. Do we still have no way of contacting Sir Babivusu or Sir Vardora? The EV he's talking to shook his head, sending in Team 3 and 8. Still radio silent. They are probably deflecting any signals coming to them since the inhabitants of this planet began a blanket search for mechanical life forms. What are the chances of this being because of our current guests? I'd say around 30%. That low? Yes. We have been operating on the surface for some time now and they might have noticed a few traces of our existence. No matter how hard we try to cover our tracks, we have no way of erasing it, especially now that we're searching for the servant maiden. Zins became silent for a moment before adding, remind the Team 3 and 8 to watch out for any markings that they may make. We can't have them intrude again if they were to escape. Roger. We're back. Claire asked while looking around. She then turned around towards the other girls in a similar magical girl outfit as her and also looked around. How's breathing? Everyone checked their breathing and nodded. Great. As we've planned, we'll run forward for about 5 minutes and retreat. If it becomes dangerous, we'll retreat earlier. Kuna-chan, please focus on mapping the area. Kuna nodded and said, leave it to me. There's almost no key in here, so that's going to be easy. After a round of checks, the magical girls started running forward with Ophis in front and Lilith at the back. Their main goal is to find what's in this place and if there were any other captives that they needed to save. And just a few moments later, they came into a junction and numerous EVs began pouring out. Putting out a barrier in front of them, Ophis just came crashing in and tossed the EVs away from them without them being able to do anything significant. Another group of EVs came chasing from behind, but Lilith could cover that with her sturdy barrier that the magic power guns they were using couldn't hope to puncture. Meanwhile, Claire and Tanis were just doing whatever they wanted as they moved. As they knew that there were no other humans around them, they just started making holes through the metal ceiling, floor, and walls which made the robots cry out loud. Blasting open the floor, Claire found another hallway and said, let's go down. With her cue, the magical girls jumped down and started running forward again. That day, the EVs could only cry as they watched their ship being destroyed from the inside while trying to catch these intruders to no avail. Chapter 930 Undercurrents. Another week has come by and it became seemingly more peaceful as everything went on without anything unexpected happening. They're moving. And they first got Issei-kun. The transmission from Benihime just as Kasuk was about to finish his work inside the seal and automate the testing phase, they got Issei. How? They were ambushed in Lusafad. Wait, shouldn't you already know about this? Kaneko, Kuroka, Akino, and Irina are with them. Is that so? Well, I trust them and they can do what they need to do. But you have information that is not available to them, right? Right. But before I go into that, let me continue my story. Their group was ambushed by a clone of Draig. This clone is stronger than a Dragon King and copies the original's battle style. However, it has no will, so it's worse than a beast and can't copy the original's unique abilities. In other words, it's just a mass of power in the shape of a dragon. Interesting. I wonder who made it. Since Kasuk already has the list of the members in the Hell Alliance, he already had an idea of who it was but didn't have any evidence to back his claim. Though it isn't really the first time of their sighting, as they were also seen wreaking havoc randomly in England with Albion's counterpart. It's probably Hell Alliance's way of decreasing DXD's influence and morale. Or probably their way of diverting attention while they are preparing. Benihime added while taking care of her nails. In any case, the center of the story is another individual that attacks Issei-kun with a sacred gear of spiritual nature. According to their primary analysis, it was the Alpheka Tyrant, a sacred gear that's on the government's S-Class watch list due to its capability to brainwash humans. Ah, I've heard about it. It's one of the holy relics if I recall it correctly. Yes. There was also the suspicion that it finally evolved into a Longinus like the other holy relics, and that was finally proven true after this incident. Oh. What happened to Issei? Benihime instead became silent. What? He's not dead, is he? Death is not a problem for you as long as his soul is intact. It's much worse. Then don't leave me hanging. Benihime took a deep breath before finally saying it, his horniness is gone. The what? Kasuk froze for a moment and couldn't believe what he just heard. Benihime also shuddered when she heard about this, the brat's horniness was gone. Right now, he's acting like the most innocent kid in the world and is striving to discard his name, a paid dragon. It was Kasuk's turn to become silent before speaking a minute later, that's one terrifying sacred gear. I know, right? Do you think I'd be affected if I were to be hit by that? And you suddenly became the kindest woman out there. Please spare me from that horrifying thought. And since it has been some time since that happened and there's still no new report, I'd guess that they still haven't reversed the effect. No. It's under a complex security magic that's probably prepared just for that brat, and to this hour, they are still trying to decode it. But even if they could successfully reach the spell, I doubt they'd be able to easily reverse the brainwashing since the victim itself didn't want any of it since he thinks he's normal and fine. Benihime. Don't you dare get hit by that even as a joke. I could say the same to you. I'll be the first one who'll kill you. Kasuk sighed before continuing, setting that aside, it's probably a bait, isn't it? You are correct. The owner of this sacred gear, Meredith Ordenton, recently resurfaced in London, and now that she suddenly attacked DXD, it's no-brainer that they'll go there in an attempt to apprehend her and reverse the effect of the Alpheka tyrant. On the underside of London is Hell Alliance's mirror dimension of the city, and they're planning to pull the DXD into their territory to take them all out at once. And also probably trap them too. Apollo already made his move. Not him directly, but his goons moved the Tartarus in Mongolia. If not for the bug that you planted on Apollo disguised as a disgusting prank, we'd probably be caught off guard. Well, that's the whole point of that attack. By cleaving Mount Olympus in half and almost killing a god, Kasuk was able to plant a bug aimed at Apollo. Thanks to that, Kasuk was able to properly monitor his movements and find out what they had on hand early. So when are you coming out? They probably already knew that I'm here, so I won't be coming out until the day of their attack. It'd be convenient if they were to think that I won't be participating. Well, up to you. I'll just go back home and chill since I've done my part. You won't meet the girls. Too much trouble. Maybe later. If you get bored, go join Claire and the others in their conquest. Are you indirectly telling me that I should wear that embarrassing outfit? So you're indeed watching. Kasuk had already noticed that Benihime was secretly watching Claire's activity through her necklace, but wasn't sure of it until now because Benihime would always leave her tracks hidden. She's having too much fun with espionage. Why wouldn't I watch something so amusing? The supposedly great invaders that you're preparing for are being destroyed by the little girls who don't know anything. Kasuk had already guessed that the stronger Evis were on Earth and monitoring the situation, but even then, he was surprised at how the Crimson Order of Magical Girls Society are running around, wreaking havoc for a few minutes before retreating, only to return again a few hours later in a different part of the ship and restart the game of chase. Even though Kasuk and Benihime couldn't read the Evis' expressions, they could tell that they were very distressed in this situation, as they had already tried everything and even stopped pulling their punches to get the girls. They also already left the inner solar system and went past the asteroid belt, but Ophis and Lilith kept marking the ship and even the space they were last in. Since Ophis was the best at navigating the void, the escaping mothership was always on her radar and had no way of escaping. Normally, the Evis would have already contacted their superiors on Earth to assist them, but thanks to Kasuk's network of self-replicating drones that were already in the billions after mining the asteroid belts for materials, he was able to block the signal they were sending to Earth. To this moment, the clueless magical girls had already destroyed half of the ship and reduced its functionality so severely so that it wouldn't be weird if it were to fail. I think it's alright to give them some more work. They're more reliable than most of the people running on the ground. Let me think about it after I figure out how I could avoid the inevitable scolding. Chapter 931, Chapter 931 OP Elf. While bringing various food from England, Kuroka came back to where Medusa, Riveria, and Aika are. Hey, how are you all doing, nya? Instead of just a singular tent, there was now a log cabin big enough to house a large family in the middle of the clearing. Thanks to Medusa learning the Kasuk way, she now also knew how to build simple buildings overnight. And although there were 3 people in this place, only Medusa came out to greet Kuroka. Good morning. How are things going on that side? Kuroka stretched her arms up to loosen the tension on her back. They're chasing down the Alpheka tyrant user, but I think it's a trap to gather everyone there. It shouldn't be long before things explode. Are you going to bring them over? Medusa nodded her head. It's a good opportunity for them. Regardless of the result, I'll take responsibility. Don't single-handedly assume responsibility. Yeah, I'm in this too. Medusa chuckled and asked, oh. You want to get a scolding from him? Grinning, Kuroka replied, like you, I'm looking forward to it. Contrary to Kasuk's wishes of just letting Aika naturally recover, the two of them decided to just throw her at the site of conflict to hasten the process, of course, without saying anything to Kasuk. They came to this conclusion after watching Aika for the last 2 weeks, and they thought that Kasuk was taking the wrong approach here. Compared to him, who was buried in his work, Kuroka and Medusa could actually see Aika's decision and didn't think that it'd be good for her to stay this way. Not when she kept returning to this place at every opportunity she could get and would even lie about it to her parents. Where is she, anyway? Kuroka asked while looking at the log cabin. Although she could feel Riveria's presence in her room, she couldn't tell where Aika was. She returned home yesterday. I think she decided to confront her parents about the course she wants to take, replied Medusa while looking in the direction of Aika's place. Even though she hasn't remembered anything substantial. Isn't this the main reason why we plan to take her there? That's true, Naya, Kuroka chuckled. What about Riveria? How has her ridiculousness evolved? Medusa hesitated for a moment before sighing and answering. She's now able to imbue the petrification attribute into normal mana bullets. Kuroka was just asking casually and didn't really expect to receive such a ridiculous answer, as seriously. She was able to copy your petrification and was even able to apply it into something else. Medusa nodded. It wasn't as strong as mine and she can't really use it directly because she doesn't have my eyes. What if she could replicate your eyes too? I don't know if that's even possible. Medusa shook her head. It wasn't just that. She's also able to replicate your illusion Jujitsu. And as if that wasn't enough, she's also able to do something similar to Tuki. Even Jujitsu. With demonic power. And do you mean the Tuki Chiron and I use? Not the general one. I don't think she has seen any other Tuki users aside from you. On top of that dash. There's more. Medusa nodded once again. It seems that she's also capable of replicating some martial arts. When we sparred in some close combat practice, I saw that she was slowly adapting my movements. As such, I speculate that her eyes. No. Her demonic ability is to see through the world's logic and use it for herself and even modify it to her liking. The corner of Kuroka's lips twitched. What the heck? That's OP. It is. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows for her, since it's also accompanied by some pretty heavy restrictions. First is the energy consumption, but that isn't really a problem once she expands her capacity or gets a battery as an artificial source. Second is that it seems to cause heavy strain on her mind. There was one time she got too excited and instantly lost consciousness while bleeding from her orifices. Medusa sighed yet again while holding her head when recalling that incident. I panicked that day, you know. I thought of calling Kasuk, but I didn't think he'd be able to respond immediately considering where he is, so I instead called Sakura-san. Thankfully, it was only bad mental fatigue. Only. That's pretty bad though. Could have sent her into a coma, nya. Ignoring Kuroka's comment, Medusa continued. Third is that if she doesn't work hard and study, she won't be able to retain what she's learned. The moment she sees it, it'll only last a day or two in her head. The problem is, once she uses that ability of hers, she'll be able to capture everything that's happening in her field of view, and if she focuses, she'll even be able to use her other senses for viewing. Then isn't bringing her along to the upcoming battle be just going to be a detriment to her? If she's unlucky, she'll overload her mind again. And as an extension to that, Riveria's bane would be large-scale battlefields where everything is happening at the same time. Medusa thought the same, so she was now contemplating whether to bring Riveria or not. She's afraid that when she sees thousands of spells being thrown everywhere, her head might actually explode. Literally. Shall we consult Kasuk about this, nya? Medusa looked at her before looking back at Riveria's window. A few moments later, she replied, let's make a call. Half an hour later, Kasuk arrived at their place with a big smile. So where's our OP elf? But Kuroka and Medusa couldn't answer his question and were instead staring blankly at his lower body, which wasn't there. Kasuk, who was standing, or floating, asked them, what? Did you die? Kuroka returned a question while pointing at his lower body that could be likened to a traditional pop culture ghost. Chapter 932, Chapter 932 OP Elf Part 2. This is a projection technique that I recently developed and haven't named yet, Kasuk answered while pointing at his non-existent legs. Kuroka and Medusa then approached him and began touching him. How does this work? I know it's a magic power projection, but since you aren't dead and have a real body, you shouldn't be able to do this, right? Asked the latter curiously. Before creating a body for her using her eyes that Kasuk confiscated from Chow Chow, the leader of the hero faction, Medusa had been projecting a shell made out of magic power to contain her soul, and it was also the method her sisters used to come out of her. However, that would require not having a physical body, and even if she successfully projected one, there would be no soul to control it, so it would disperse immediately. Reaching that line of thinking, Medusa's eyes widened as she realized something. Did you take a part of your soul and inject it in here? Correct, Kasuk snapped his fingers, as expected of the expert. What do you mean expert? If you could do this without any repercussions, I can only consider myself as an amateur. Kasuk just chuckled and explained, I indeed took a part of my soul and built a body around it. However, I can only control one body at a time for now, so my main body is currently unconscious. On top of that, I'm technically a normal person in this, and if this is destroyed, I'll take damage that I wouldn't be able to laugh at. So we need to protect the fragile you. Got it, yeah. Leave it to me. Kuroka declared as she continued to caress Kasuk's body, trying to find something different from it. So, where's my OP queen? Kuroka stopped what she was doing and pouted. Do you really have to phrase it that way? It's true though. If I knew you'd create your own peerage, I would have presented myself on a silver platter, yeah. But none of you could actually convert to a devil. Kasuk said as he saw Medusa start walking towards the cabin, so he followed her while the sulking black cat was now hanging from his back quietly. A minute later, the group arrived at Riveria's door, but instead of knocking, Kasuk directly and rudely opened the door. Where's my favorite elf? What greeted his crass behavior was a flying book to the face. Since even his senses and reactions were dulled, Kasuk couldn't dodge it and a loud smack was heard. But instead of the victim, the assailant was the one surprised. Why didn't you dodge that? Riveria, with obvious dark circles around her eyes, yelled. The book dropped down and a clear mark was left on Kasuk's face. I couldn't. Riveria was about to retort but decided against it when she saw the floating Kasuk and Kuroka. You have another weird transformation. It's not a transformation, nor it is weird. Kasuk rubbed his face, but let's set that aside for now. I don't have much time, but I'd like to do my best until the conflict breaks out. Conflict breaks out. Riveria left her bed and started stacking the messy books. These two will explain it to you later. For now, tell me the whole story. It wasn't long before Kasuk got a grasp of the whole picture, and like Kuroka, he also had a similar reaction. What a ridiculous ability. When I said take everything, I didn't quite mean it that literally. Riveria stared at him for a few moments before asking, then what did you mean? Kasuk wanted to say that he meant she could shape her demonic power in any way she wanted and take on any ability, but he was afraid that he'd only confuse the elf and just shook his head. It's nothing. This is the path you've chosen to take and it's the correct one. No. You must make it the correct one regardless of what others say. Just remember that this is your own power and not something borrowed. Are you saying this now because you think I'd misunderstand it again? Kasuk nodded happily. That's right. You might not notice it yourself, but you do have some insecurities. Being insecure in your own power, that's not very demonic, isn't it? Don't worry about it. I already realized that the moment I opened these eyes. That's good. Kasuk then floated up and kept his notes under his kosode. I already got what I need for the soul gear that should be of help to you. Soul gear. You've seen it. Those strange weapons materialized out of nowhere. The most famous right now is the red and white dragons. Soul gears are something similar to them. A certain image emerged in Riveria's mind. Ah. Those. I still can't believe something like that exists. Instead of teleportation magic, Kasuk's body began to disperse, and before he fully disintegrated, Kasuk reminded them, by the way, don't reveal any of this as much as possible if you still want to enter these magic organizations. If you reveal your ability to them, most of them will bar your entry just because you might learn their magic technology with just a simple glance. Kasuk reopened his eyes and materialized the notes he'd taken while asking Riveria, Medusa, and Kuroka about the former's ability. It's already an unreasonable power even with its restrictions, since it could also potentially copy unique powers that their original users don't fully understand. In that case, let's make it even more unreasonable so that everyone she faces will want to pull their hair out. A grin emerged on Kasuk's face as he imagined the reaction people would have in the face of Riveria's fully developed ability. How fun. For starters, a battery is needed. Second, memory storage where she could transfer that temporary knowledge and make it more permanent. The third is a limiter to decrease the scope of what she can see. Standing up from his seat, Kasuk went to the deeper part of his laboratory. Depending on how well she does, Riveria might be the first one who'll be able to create a library where all magic exists. Chapter 933, Chapter 933 Start of War. 3 more days had passed and Medusa, Riveria, and Aika were eating their lunch when the former suddenly perked up and stood. It's time. With a wave of her hand, the food on the table disappeared and even the utensils they were holding, leaving only a glass of water for each of them. But before they could complain, Medusa shut them up with a bit of glare. Finish up. We're going somewhere. Riveria and Aika gulped down the food in their mouth and hurriedly drank the glass of water left for them. They wanted to ask where they were going, but looking at Medusa's serious expression, they just waited. Kuroka. We're ready. Medusa said to herself before a purple magic circle appeared in the corner of the room. Medusa stepped into it and the two scrambled to follow. However, before they could disappear, the rotating runes on the magic circle suddenly froze. Kuroka. What's happening? And before she could get a reply from the black cat, another voice resounded in the room. Wait. The three of them looked at another corner of the room as another magic circle appeared. Medusa was about to blast that corner of the room with her own magic but stopped as she felt the familiar aura coming from it. Kasuk, in a ghost-like state, appeared once again. But this time, the ghostly appearance also made it to his face, as if he hadn't slept for a few months. Wait. I just finished Riveria's soul gear. You were able to make it? Medusa asked in disbelief, thinking that there was no way for him to do it and had already planned to closely guard Riveria while she copied a few magics and abilities that were flying around. Recalling something, Medusa contacted the already panicking Kuroka as her magic was suddenly halted. Hold on for a second. Without explaining it further, Kasuk took out a semi-translucent 5-inch cube with a glowing red orb inside it. Bring this to your chest and you should be able to understand how to use it. Whatever it'll take, it'll be up to you, but there are basic functions and designs that will also influence its appearance. Riveria stared at it for a moment before grabbing it and feeling its warmth. As he'd instructed, Riveria placed it on her chest. But instead of feeling resistance, it went through her clothes and flesh before it entirely disappeared into her body while she could still feel its warmth. Riveria wanted to ask what happened, but her instincts told her what to do. Putting her hands out and turning the both of them up, a thick book adorned with a red gem and intricate silver lines as a design on its cover instantly materialized along with a silver-framed monocle on her right eye and a small silver tiara embedded with a small red gem on the top of her head. Great. It looks like it's working well. Test it out in the place you're going to. Kasuk had already expected the book as a recording device and battery with glasses as the limiter. But as he looked at the tiara, he didn't know what it does nor have any idea what it could do. I was only expecting a set of two, but for a third one to appear. I wonder what it's for and what it symbolizes. Still, he didn't voice out his wonderment since that'd only make Riveria question herself. Kasuk was about to bid his farewell when he finally noticed Aika, who was silently staring at him. Though instead of talking to her, he turned to Medusa. You're also bringing her. I'm sorry. Medusa could only apologize, but she also showed that she has no intention of going back on her decision. This is going to be the worst debut ever. Sometimes, if you want to show someone reality, it's best to show her the worst of it. Even before sealing her memories, Aika had never killed a person, so a war of this scale would absolutely destroy something in her. But since she wanted to be on this side, it was also inevitable for her to see the ugliness of having the power to destroy. Kasuk then turned back to Aika, who wanted to say something but couldn't say her words and just stared at her for a few seconds. Kasuk then sighed and patted her head. Oh well. If you're supporting her decision, I won't mind. Naturally, he was talking to Medusa. Aika wanted to shove away the hand of this unknown man but couldn't bring herself to do so for some unknown reason. Kasuk's body started to disperse like before, and before he fully disappeared, he muttered with a wry smile, please go easy on me later. And this time, Aika knew that he was talking to her. After watching the last of the light disappear, Aika turned to Medusa and Riveria. Who was that bastard? Medusa and Riveria looked at each other and the latter said, that guy is indeed a bastard. Medusa, on the other hand, just chuckled and said, you can pummel him later. For now, let's leave. As soon as they reappeared, what the group saw was 5 dragons and 1 human scrambling in the air and destroying everything around them. What's going on? The voice with a hint of fear came from Aika. Just the shockwave and dust coming to them was enough to destabilize Aika's balance, even though she could normally take much more of it. Riveria, meanwhile, was a lot calmer. Red and white dragons. And that one, is it Crumcrutch? Coming from behind, Kuroka explained, that's Albion and Draig, the heavenly dragons, their respective imitation, Crumcrutch, and the second generation Azidahaka, Nya. Any of their clashes could easily pulverize any normal people, so don't approach them. She then turned to Aika, who was shaking from the blasts of terrifying aura coming from all directions. If you are scared, you could go back. But please do remember that this might be your last chance. Last chance? Aika asked herself. She didn't know what it meant, but she had a feeling that she'd be going nowhere once she backed down from this. Despite the obvious agitation, Aika still shook her head strongly. No. I'm staying. What are we doing? Kuroka nodded and explained the situation. There are currently 4 battlefronts. The first is that dragon scramble. No one can really interfere with them and no one would actually want to, so they're not really important. The second is the defense against the Hell Alliance's army. It's a few tens of kilometers away from here. Third is the Alpheka tyrant capture. They're still on the run, but it shouldn't be too long before they are trapped. Finally, the red and white dragon emperors against the leaders of the Hell Alliance. Where do you want to go? Medusa already knew where she would take the 2 newbies. Will help with the defense. Got it, Nya. Kuroka then teleported them away before teleporting them back to the Alpheka tyrant capture team. She wondered why the Hell Alliance would do something like this, because even if they emerged victorious from this battle, they would have to go against Ajuka and Shiva next, and it was clear they wouldn't be able to defeat them. Last-ditch effort. Securing hostages to bring into the negotiation table. Distraction. Kasuk also refused to participate, so he's probably already anticipating that. Chapter 934, Chapter 934 Hell Disaster. After the dragons, Issei and Valley had left to confront the leaders of this army, the members of the DXD, CIA, and MI6 were tasked to deal with the army of artificial devils and grim reapers numbering around 60,000, but there could be more. It wasn't just that, some of the members were feeling that there was a god or two hiding within this army, just biding their time to strike at the most opportune moment. Sona summoned hundreds of water creatures while also watching Ingvild Leviathan summon her water dragons. Ingvild was also curious about Sona and also watched her summons, and she could tell that they were using different fundamentals to do it. As a direct descendant of the original Leviathan, Ingvild's summons had more power and destructiveness while Sona's summons had more flexibility and control. It wasn't just that, as Sona's summons were through meticulous calculations while Ingvild's were more lifelike due to the imbued dragon aura within them, so that's how the direct descendant does it. I must admit, her vigorous dragons are much more effective than mine in this kind of situation. Aside from her, among Kasuk's group, only Kaneko was with her to serve as her guard, as both of them could tell that there was a deity hiding within Hell Alliance's army, but couldn't find them due to how chaotic the battlefield was. But because Kaneko was just standing there and doing nothing with her eyes closed, some people couldn't help but frown. What is she doing? If she's just going to stand there doing nothing, she should just evacuate. Jean of the hero faction thought frustratingly. Soon, it began to snow. Although there was no change in temperature, some of the enemy artificial devils and grim reapers started freezing and dropping like flies before breaking into many pieces once they hit the ground. Sona looked at the source of this magic and saw the member of Grauzober and / dog team, Lavinia Rennie, with her Longinus, absolute demise in a form of a 3-meter-tall disfigured doll made of ice that took the form of a woman in a dress by her side. Although not as strong as my sisters, it's still amazing to be able to distinguish enemies from allies. Next, Sona's eyes darted towards Genshiro in his Malbolge Vritra promotion. Genshiro grew numerous tentacles that attached themselves to the enemies and drained them of their demonic power and magic power before turning them into ashes with his black cursed flames. The surplus of what he absorbed was then transferred to the allies near him, namely, Ruruko Nimura and Momo Hanakai, both of whom were his girlfriends now. Looks like they've really improved a lot. But before Sona could further watch her surroundings and observe more, a teleportation magic circle appeared beside her and Kaneko that revealed Medusa, Riveria, and Aika immediately after. She was about to greet them but was shocked at the last person, Aika. Have you recovered? You're the former President Shitori. You know me too. Sona was stunned for a moment before saying, apparently not. She then faced Medusa and asked, why hasn't he lifted the seal? Medusa shook her head, you know him. He's stubborn beyond belief as long as you can't change his opinion. However, Aika and Riveria didn't have the confidence or leisure to talk casually with all the destruction going on around them. Especially for Aika, who had just coincidentally saw someone's head fly off. She tried to avert her gaze but instead saw someone else getting his stomach blown open. Aika lurched forward and held her mouth in an attempt to quell his urge to vomit. It was fortunate for her that she'd only gotten a spoonful for her breakfast, or else she'd be hurling everything she had eaten. While Sona hurried over to her side and rubbed her back, Medusa's cold voice entered her ears, this is the reality of the world you're trying to discover. If you can't take it, you have to back out now. Sona wanted to protest to Medusa but held herself back when she met her eyes. Aika remained silent for a few moments before asking while still lurching forward, are we on the side of justice? What a silly question. In a war, whoever wins is justice and the loser is the evil that has been quelled. Aika stood up without looking at Medusa, then please tell me the story behind this war. Aika raised her head and ingrained the image of slaughter in her mind. She was feeling disgusted and wanted to run away from this as far as possible. However, she didn't want to become a bystander that pretends that nothing is going on. As Medusa had said, she should face this reality if she really wanted to walk this way. As someone who was more aware of the situation, Sona explained the situation as unbiased as possible while controlling her water creatures to fend off the approaching enemies. Sona finished her summary of what had happened a few minutes later and waited for Aika's reaction. No one knows when, but Aika was already holding onto her Nodachi and quietly staring at it. The next moment, someone came crashing beside them, breaking the earth and sending dust everywhere. Phew. Dang it. I ate some dirt. Complained the blonde woman in armor. She then coincidentally looked to her side and saw Sona's group. Pissed at their still pristine appearance. Hey. If you aren't going to help, leave. You're taking up valuable space. A burly shoulder-length gray hair then landed beside her, looks like you're still alright since you can still complain. Jean pointed at their group while facing Heracles, aren't you mad? Even the weakest in the CIA and MI6 are risking their lives, yet these people are just standing there. Heracles looked at them and also thought the same. However, he wouldn't be voicing his complaints since they still hadn't bothered him. Sona was about to step in but was overtaken by Medusa, we apologize. Since we're here, we'll do our part. While Jean was being rude and aggressive, Medusa knew how they looked so she didn't really deny it. Medusa then turned to Sona and said, can you open up my view? Sona understood what she wanted to happen and commanded her creatures to clear their immediate perimeter before canceling her summons. Meanwhile, Medusa closed her eyes and took off her glasses, and the moment Sona's summons disappeared, a massive wave of divine power came emanating from her, gathering most of the attention in the battlefield since any godly presence was worth every attention. Sona opened the communication line connecting to everyone on their side and said, "Please don't look at the origin of the divine power." Opening her gem-like eyes again, a wave of power swept through the entire battlefield and all of those who were looking at her and had insufficient resistance were instantly turned to stone and began dropping like flies, breaking the moment they hit the ground. That single move of her annihilated more enemies than Lavinia did. At that moment, Kaneko also finally opened her eyes and muttered, "Found you." Chapter 935, Chapter 935 Hell Disaster Part 2. Found you. The moment Kaneko muttered those words, 6 tails made out of white flames instantly sprouted behind her in addition to her 2 tails. As a response, Sona initiated contact again while most of the combatants were still stunned while watching the falling stone statues. "Dulio-san, Lavinia-san, could you please make a distraction? A single instance is enough. Just make the field more chaotic." Dulio and Lavinia received her message and immediately acted. While Lavinia sent another blizzard at the enemies, Dulio released his 10 wings and waved both of his arms, instantly creating various elemental attacks with each one of them almost 100 meters wide. The artificial devils and grim reapers were caught off guard by another sudden wide-range attack and hundreds to 1,000 of them were instantly annihilated. Nevertheless, these flashy lights were just a cover for someone else. Kaneko, while looking in a certain direction, jumped back a few tens of feet as white flames engulfed her whole body. Heracles was curious at what was happening while Riveria and Jean stared at her with stunned faces when Kaneko, in her adult form, re-emerged. Even then, she still hadn't broken her stare as white armor covers her body. Javelin. The metallic wings behind her spouted out white flames with the armor immediately rearranging itself to form a giant white lance on her right hand. By now, Heracles' confident demeanor was broken as he braced himself at the massive amount of ki gathering around Kaneko that he had to cross his arms just to feel safe. What's this? Even though it's not pointed at me. But thanks to Dulio and Lavinia's attacks, the enormous amount of power Kaneko was gathering wasn't noticed immediately by those who were far away. Kaneko's golden feline eyes instantly turned red as she stepped back and poised herself to throw the lance that was already about to explode from overloading its capacity. Gritting her teeth and finally revealing her killing intent, Kaneko shouted, "Titan! Slayer!" Contrary to the sound of whipping wind, the lance left Kaneko's hand as if it was a cannonball that left its barrel after a large explosion. The earth cracked and cratered under Kaneko's feet and the lance disappeared into a trail of white light, instantly traveling through the entire battlefield to find its intended target. The enemy forces saw this coming but before they could take any appropriate measures, the white light went through and instantly vaporized them. Those who were able to put up barriers were treated as if a piece of paper was run through by a bullet train, doing nothing to even slow down the devastating attack. A second later, it reached a certain Grim Reaper in the back of the army, or more accurately, a god pretending to be a Grim Reaper. Under his robe, a black mist emerged as it tried to form a vortex into a barrier, but that only lasted for a split second as the heat from the lance burned away his black robe and melted away his fake skin, revealing a fleshy upper body, skull head, and a collection of skulls for his lower body. "You unbelievable!" The god couldn't even finish his words as the lance pierced through his upper body, turning his skull into ashes and scattering his fleshy body into thousands of pieces. On his death, the lower body made out of skulls lost the support of the black mist and started dropping one by one. Meanwhile, Kaneko's lance didn't stop and soon reached the boundary of this artificial London, piercing it and creating a large hole in the sky. Even the clash between Hades, and Grameneu, Issei, and Vale was momentarily stopped at this sight. Another unbelievable character has emerged, it seems. Hades muttered while the artificial space is healing itself but a lot slower than he expected it to be. Vale turned to Issei and asked, "Who was that?" But Issei could only shake his head in confusion while also wondering who made that attack just now. "It's as strong as my fully charged Infinity Blaster if not more. And it's fully concentrated at one point. Wasn't that Wyro just now?" Sikvera, who knew the pretty unique god, muttered, "Wasn't there information about him being almost unkillable on a battlefield where corpses littered the ground?" Her question was broadcasted among the communication line of the DXD team, but no one could really respond as they themselves don't know what had happened. The lance that disappeared in the vast space returned to Kaneko's hand, but she could only drop down to her knees while breathing hard with her white flames flickering around her. Jean and Heracles, who had watched this up close, had their mouths wide open and couldn't say anything. Riveria, on the other hand, was also surprised but thought nothing strange about it since she's one of his girls. Aika also seemed to be surprised but could only stare blankly as there were more things in her mind that took priority rather than admiring her work. All of a sudden, a strange wind suddenly blew around them and an ash-haired individual materialized beside the resting Kaneko with his claws made out of blades bearing towards her neck. It was so fast that even Jean, Heracles, and Riveria could only shout in horror. But even with all the warnings from her surroundings, Kaneko didn't move and just focused on recovering. When the blade was about to land on Kaneko's neck, a blue pole abruptly blocked its trajectory. Shocked, the assailant looked up and saw that the blue pole was actually a halberd that suddenly appeared in front of him. The next moment, a shiver went down his spine when he heard someone whispering behind him, I was expecting you. Thank you for coming out. Sona, with a blackened scara and golden pupils, transformed her entire arm into a black blade made out of the water and swung it at Kaniko's assassin. Sona's blade went through him but she wasn't able to feel any resistance. A second later, the strange wind blew once again and the assailant reappeared a few meters away from them. Finally seeing his face and identifying him through his ability, Sona smirked, "It's an honor for me to greet the great Pazuzu. Although, I didn't really think you'd resort to an assassination." Pazuzu didn't say anything and just disappeared again, intending to escape and find another chance. Sona, in response, grabbed her halberd and transformed into a puddle of water, disappearing from everyone's sight too. A few seconds later, a few hundred of meters away from their original position, everyone heard a groan and immediately snapped their eyes to that location, only to see Sona, with a large grin on her face, cleaving off Pazuzu's left arm. Just what's going on? Jean thought that she had already seen most things and thought that nothing could easily surprise her anymore. But from Medusa turning a large number of enemies to stone, Kaniko instantly killing a terrifying god that was said to be immortal as long as there were corpses around, to the sudden change of demeanor in the lady of the Citri house while chasing a retreating god with a mad smile. First things first. You should probably take back what you just said. They've already done more than you. Heracles replied. Chapter 936, Chapter 936 Hell Disaster Part 3. Sona's sudden change caught everyone's attention in the surroundings, except for one. As if Aika was blind to all that was happening in front of her, she could only see two blurry little girls, red and black, offering their hands to her. She couldn't make out their faces, but she could tell that they were giving her an encouraging smile. Who are you? Aika knew that she was the only one who could see them and it could be that they are just a product of her imagination. Still, she asked them in her mind and had a feeling that they'll be able to hear her just fine. You know who we are, Mother. Both of them simultaneously answered. But I've already forgotten. Then you just have to remember it again. Father's restriction won't last that long. Father. You know him. As I've said, I've already forgotten. Take our hands. Why? The little girls became silent. It was for this very reason that Kasuk decided to seal them. It was this indecisiveness that restricted her from calling out their true names. They already had a feeling that this was the case, but seeing it so clearly, they had no choice but to agree with their father. At that moment, these little girls finally came to a decision and discarded their childishness. Standing at the crossroads, they offered her their hands. They gave Aika, who wanted to have both of her lives, a selfish girl who wanted to live in both worlds of normalcy and excitement and change whenever she wanted, a choice. Because if every time the exciting world bared its fangs called cruelty and terror, she would hide within the innocence and ignorance of normalcy, they both knew that she will eventually get rejected by both and cause her destruction. Finally, they answered her question, if you don't, nothing will happen. To walk the world of innocence and ignorance, or to walk the path of cruelty and terror, they wondered where her feet would take her. But regardless of her decision, they would support it fully, even if it meant disappearing forever. The little girls were prepared to hold out their hands for as long as possible, but contrary to their expectations, the warmth they had been longing for suddenly came. Shocked, both of them looked up at her and saw Aika wearing a serious expression while also making a small smile. At this point, although still just in Aika's eyes, their existence solidified. Why? It was their turn to ask. Aika could now see their eyes clearly and replied, it looks like the two of you are making an important decision. If you're calling me your mother, the least I could do is to stop acting like a child. All of a sudden, Aika's everyday clothes disappeared as it was replaced by a shihakusho, garment of dead souls, and her ryatsu, with a mix of both magic power and ki, was suddenly released in all of its glory, causing her surrounding to feel extremely heavy. Medusa immediately moved to protect Riveria from this pressure while Jean and Heracles' backs became covered in a cold sweat as they tried to calm down their palpitating heart that was about to burst from this unknown terror. Everyone looked at Aika who emitted the pressure and could only hear her muttering, let's go, Akane, Kagaya. The Nodachi she was previously holding had already disappeared and was replaced by twin single-edged red and black blades. Welcome back, Aika. Medusa greeted with a happy expression. But Aika didn't turn around and just said, please save it for later. I've only recalled these children's names. I'm still not there yet, but please wait for me. While crossing her blades, Aika raised her beloved children. I don't know if I'm going to regret this later or not, but for now, let's go with a bang. Swinging down as hard as possible, Aika released two crossing arcs of red and black energy toward their enemies and it only became larger and more extensive the further it traveled. Naturally, their enemies tried to dodge since it was relatively slow-moving, but too bad for them, those in its trajectory suddenly found themselves unable to move their bodies, as if something invisible was chaining them down. Screams erupted, but there was nothing left after the wave of destruction went through them, not even their bodies. She'd just annihilated a few hundred lives. Aika felt a wave of disgust and was about to exit her mouth but she did her best to stop it. And while she was suffering, she heard Medusa's voice, while they may be artificial beings, this is the first time you've taken an intelligent being's life. Please never forget this feeling. This will help you stop devolving into an unfeeling monster that only knows slaughter. Got it, Aika replied softly. She then gritted her teeth and used Flash Step to plunge into the midst of enemies aiming for her life. Aika could have used the same move a few more times, but it was clear to her that it was too unforgiving. After seeing the devastation she'd caused, she decided to only take the life of those who were willing to fight and let go of those who had already lost the will to retaliate. It might not be the smartest choice, but it was the best she could hope for. Aika aimed her blades toward those with clear killing intent. Each time she swung her blades, bits of her memories would return to her, helping her get over the slimy feeling from the resistance of flesh. Although she was distracted, her body moved on its own, taking on multiple enemies that were coming at her from various directions. And soon, she entered a trance, causing her movements to evolve into even finer detail, captivating both enemies and allies alike. Another youngster with ridiculous ability. Just how many of them are still hiding? A bearded old monk muttered in disbelief. You should expect a few more Kappa. Aside from having cards of his own, that guy is still being followed by a few people. A short old man covered in golden fur replied to him. Wukong. I told you to stop calling me that. Old man Wujing, it's about time you give up correcting him. An overweight old man with a pig's head chuckled at him, whatever you say, the old monkey won't change. Shut up, old pig. I'm a water hermit, not a Kappa. The first generation Sha Wujing, a water yokai, snarled at him. The first generation Zhu Beiji, a pig yokai, just shrugged his shoulders and smashed an approaching artificial devil into the ground. By the way, old monkey, are you referring to the one with Avalokiteshvara? Is it even possible to use that kind of power? Sun Wukong took a hit from his pipe and blew its smoke towards an incoming enemy, suffocating him. It's a wide world, not to mention, it's already proven that there are a lot more out there. What's not possible? That's not the problem, is it? Sakura's temperament has been explosive these days. Sha Wujing interrupted, isn't that because of him? Because of what he showed in the invasion of the underworld, he's been obsessing over him. The Monkey King chuckled and replied, let him be. The youngster is doing a good job at avoiding him. He could even see a chance to meet him secretly. You act like this isn't a problem. What if he just decided to go to the underworld? Wukong discarded the ash in his pipe before answering, Rudra and Ajuka are keeping an eye on him so he won't be able to do that. Under his sunglasses, he narrowed his eyes, but it'll be a different story if he suddenly shows up today. I honestly sighed in relief when I realized that he won't be coming today. Chapter 937, Chapter 937 Hell Disaster Part 4. Medusa carefully watched Aika's movements and inwardly commented, although still crude, her movements have a lot more freedom now, even compared to before her memories were sealed. As Master and Yuruchi had said, she was limited by the ties in her heart. While extremely technical, Shinigamis could still fall victim to emotional imbalance, and that's especially apparent if they're holding their Zanpakutos since it's a symbiotic relationship that is connected through their will. Nothing has changed in her blade's abilities either. The red can phase in and out of existence while the black one can provide the necessary power. While it sounded simple and predictable, Aika's blades could actually instantly change hands and could even camouflage their color while also applying cognitive interference. Normally, this type of ability could immediately deplete a Shinigami's reserves, but thanks to the black's effectively unlimited battery, Aika is capable of maintaining her peak. Naturally, there are limitations like the red couldn't phase into someone or something that has a strong enough resistance, and that's everything strong in this world. And while she almost has nigh limitless Ryatsu, there's a limit to how much she could put out at once since it'd only destroy her body. Now drenched in blood in addition to the pressure she was still emitting, no enemy would dare approach her anymore. And while there were some long-range attacks, Aika would just cut them down. And because she was not chasing anyone who was not bothering her, people only began to watch her from afar while dealing with other combatants of DXD. Aika looked towards Sona and Pazuzu, who were disappearing and reappearing in different parts of the battlefield and concluded that there was no way for her to interrupt them. Her eyes then went towards the center where both sides met and saw a black devil and golden armored man duking it out without a care in the world. It looked like a respectable battle between men, so there was no way for her to go in between that two. Expanding her detection range, she caught the battle of gods happening not too far away. Despite the fact that each of their big attacks would change the terrain, Aika could tell that both sides were still holding back and trying to sound each other out. And while watching this, she also felt a blurry existence hiding within the shadows in that area, another assassin. But as she was now, she had a strong feeling that there was no way for her to take that one on. At this point in time, she'd already recalled most of her memories, but there's one aspect that vigorously eluded her: why can't I remember him? Every interaction I had with him was extremely blurry and foggy. Even though I know his face, I can't see him in my memories. But now that everyone was leaving her alone, it was a good time to communicate with her daughters once again. Maybe this time, I'll succeed. Solely overseeing the tunnel they'd painstakingly built that would lead them directly into the third heaven, Apollo commanded his goons to start transferring magic power into it. Since it'd take some time before they could open this, Apollo first turned to the few high-ranking angels that he'd managed to take to his side. "How's the situation in there?" One of the angels stepped forward and answered, "There are still no changes. All the brave saints went to London to assist the DXD in repelling the Hell Alliance. As of now, there's still no indication of anyone expecting an attack. Just as we predicted, our problem is only going to be Gabriel, who's in control of everything in there." Apollo nodded in satisfaction. "Good. As long as we can take heaven, we will be able to save Hades and the rest while also pushing back Shiva." Turning once again to one of his goons, Apollo asked, "What about Kasuki Urahara?" "There's nothing new regarding that. According to our intelligence, he's still within Trihex's seal. It may be as we assume that he can't easily get out of it." Apollo became quiet for a moment before saying, "Don't underestimate that guy. Keep a close eye on his position and immediately report any movements from him, no matter how tiny." Apollo's goon was weirded out since he wasn't this careful even against Ajuka, Shiva, and the heavenly dragons. But he still nodded and went back to his team to follow his instructions. In any case, they've got it easier compared to the rest. Apollo carefully watched everyone work, and around 30 minutes after, the tunnel was finally complete. He did the final checks on his trump card and was able to confirm that he'd be able to use it at any time. Before addressing everyone, "The time has come. We, the gods, shall take our rightful place on these sacred grounds. Follow me and we shall change history while also saving the entire world." With his cue, the gigantic teleportation magic circle engulfed Apollo and everyone but the traitorous angels, removing them from the plains of Central Asia. With the help of their distraction called the Hell Alliance, they'll be able to set their foundation for the future they wished. A future where they were the ones standing on top and with everyone treating them as heroes. Apollo and his small army appeared in a wide and almost limitless plain under a golden sky that gave warmth and comfort to everyone, regardless of what they planned to do in this place. Third Heaven. The home of the souls of the dead who have been taken to heaven. According to Griselda Corda, it's so vast that it's almost immeasurable, and it is what the heaven worshippers believe in. It is also connected to purgatory, which Clippeth and Chow Chow used to enter heaven in the past. Our first target, the tree of life in the center of the third heaven. Everyone braced themselves for the inevitable clash as they moved forward. But 5 minutes had passed, and there was still no response from the angels of heaven. "Stop." With Apollo frowning, in front of them a single small golden magic circle appeared in front of him and soon revealed the only remaining seraph in heaven, Gabriel, son of Olympus. "Apollo, for what reason have you intruded this sacred ground with your army?" While Apollo could see that while Gabriel was speaking calmly, he noticed the creases on her forehead and a few drops of sweat on it. "Just you. Where are your beloved brothers and sisters?" But before Gabriel could speak, someone else appeared behind her that made Apollo and his army's eyes wide open. "They're on their way to clear out the remaining traitors. And after that, they'll be knocking on Olympus' door while being led by the daughter of its former leader." His eyes met with Apollo and proceeded to greet him. "Good day to you, Apollo-san. This is the first time we've personally met, despite always checking on each other." Seeing that striking pale blonde hair and bucket hat, Apollo couldn't help but grit his teeth. "Kasuki Urahara." "How?" Kasuk chuckled and said, "What do you mean, how? Obviously, I've been expecting you." "It should have already been obvious." Apollo wanted to retort but stopped himself since it was already useless. His hands went to his chest where the necklace that could activate his trump card was located. "It doesn't matter. I'm surprised, but this is just a minor setback. And it's too arrogant of you if you think you could face us with just the two of you." Still wearing his signature grin, Kasuk stepped in front of Gabriel. "Please do not misunderstand." With his sword in his hand, Kasuk's left eye instantly hollowified as soon as a jet black ball of energy appeared in front of him. A bad premonition instantly triggered in Apollo and he shouted to everyone around him, "Dodge." Swinging his sword horizontally and cutting the ball, Kasuk continued, "It's just going to be me." A red arc mixed with the destructive energy of a hollow Ciro emerged from Beniheim and covered the entire view of everyone on Apollo's side. They wanted to dodge but did not expect such a wide range, so they could only haphazardly erect their own barriers to protect themselves. Unfortunately for them, even with their barriers, those in the front along with Apollo were vaporized, except for the god, while those behind him instantly lost the majority of their body parts. The luckiest were those far behind, as they only lost a few limbs and screamed in pain. At the very least, they were still alive. In an instant, Apollo lost 2/3 of his army and the remaining ones became useless. Chapter 938, Chapter 938 Invasion of Heaven. Apollo was disheveled after blocking Kasuk's sudden attack through his power of light. However, he couldn't mind his current appearance as he looked behind him. Understanding the sheer devastation they'd just experienced, Apollo's orange eyes turned brighter as his divine power was fully unleashed, shaking the whole realm. "Kasuki Urahara. I'll end you." Kasuk signaled Gabriel to back off and the latter could only sigh in dismay. "Please don't let the destruction spread." Apollo ignored the retreating Gabriel and swung down his right arm. In an instant, a pillar of light that threatened to burn all existence into ashes engulfed Kasuk without any effort. Apollo knew that this wasn't enough to defeat him, so he summoned his silver bow and golden arrows. He then imbued both of them with his divine power and his own light and heat attribute, which was both holy in nature and supposedly most effective against devils. Stretching the bowstring to its limit, Apollo released the arrow capable of annihilating even the Devil Kings if there were no strong defensive barriers in place. Die. The golden arrow, shimmering with holy light, instantly traveled the space between Apollo and the pillar of light. But before it could even reach its target, a pure white hand with black claws emerged from the pillar, catching the arrow and causing a strong shockwave that leveled the surrounding area. The flabbergasted Apollo immediately retreated back while watching his arrow struggle within the strange hand of what could only be a monster. How? The struggle between both sides lasted for about 10 seconds, before the hand closed its fingers and crushed the tip of the arrow, causing the energy within it to be released all at once and resulting in an explosion akin to a high-yield intercontinental missile. Apollo immediately put forward his hands to block it, but the wind pushed him further away. As the mushroom cloud made out of debris and flames rapidly rose up, a silhouette entered Apollo's sights and he immediately recognized the horned individual dashing towards him with 3 blood drums behind him linked together, that form. Apollo immediately recovered his balance and got ready to meet the fully hollowified Kasuk and Shunko by imbuing his divine power into his whole body while concentrating most of it in both of his arms. He knew that explosion might have caused the death of his remaining men, but he couldn't worry about that right now. Hup! Both of them held their breaths and each threw a punch at the other. The clash of fists caused a shockwave that destroyed the ground below them. Apollo and Kasuk coldly stared at each other before they started throwing punch after punch, with each of them clashing and further destroying their surroundings. Soon enough their simple-minded clash evolved into a full-blown martial arts contest, with both of them leaving their weapons behind in exchange for full-body freedom of movement. Fists as heavy as hammers, legs as fast as spears, and elbows as sharp as swords, both of them used everything just to make their opponent reveal a slight opening and, when successful, immediately go for the kill. Gabriel and her subordinates were watching the fight from a few kilometers away and were maintaining a barrier to prevent the damage they were causing from spreading further. Unbelievable. So this is a battle between top fighters aiming for each other's life. I didn't think it would be much different from the Azazel tournament. One of the angels commented. He imagined himself in between them and knew he wouldn't last even for a few seconds. One of the more veteran angels then added, Kasuki Urahara's abilities are surprising, but I'm more concerned with Apollo since he's never shown this much skill, nor were there any records of him being capable of this. To think he'd be hiding his abilities until this point. Another angel turned to Gabriel and asked, but isn't this strange? Although Apollo proved to be stronger than we thought, isn't it very strange that he only came with such a small force? Even if he successfully caught us off guard and there were traitors in our midst, the most they could do is occupy the third heaven and they wouldn't even be able to hold on to it for very long. Gabriel remained quiet for a moment before answering, I already decided to leave this to him, so let's trust him. In the meantime, tell the others to expedite their missions. No matter what happens, it'll be more reassuring to have them back as soon as possible. 10 minutes into their brawl, Apollo decided to disengage after his head had cooled down during their prolonged fight. He thought that Kasuk wouldn't allow him to do that and was prepared to blast him away the next chance he got, but was surprised when Kasuk also retreated the moment he did. And only when watching from afar did Apollo figure out why my arrow injured him. Apollo could remember Kasuk's hollowified form from all the instances that he'd used it, and compared to now, his body is full of cracks and most of them were concentrated on the arm that he used to block his arrow. Not only that, I remembered that those drums behind him should give him some sort of armor, but it seems that he can't materialize it right now. Raising his hand, Apollo retrieved his bow and dematerialized it. I must admit, you are strong. But looking at you, it should be hard to even stand straight. There's no way you'd be able to kill me unless you risked your life for it. And as Apollo observed, Kasuk's body was a wreck and he has been trying to regenerate his internal injuries. However, it doesn't matter for him since what he needs is for Apollo not to escape and make his next move. Still wearing his smile, Kasuk replied, you still don't know my bottom line. Though it did surprise me how you could keep up with me despite having lower physical abilities. Is this your power of prophecy? No, predictions. It's really convenient when you can see the future. I'll admit, I'm a bit envious since that's one of the few abilities I can't replicate. Awfully confident, are you? Apollo grabbed his necklace. Did you perhaps forget that I came here to invade and take over this place? The smile on Kasuk's face disappeared. In turn, it was Apollo's turn to grin. I hate to break it to you, but you have no way of winning. Apollo crushed the gem inlaid in the necklace and an unknown corrosive power began to permeate the whole area. Kasuk immediately jumped back to escape its influence, but before he could figure out what the aura was, a 100-meter swirling black and a purple hole appeared on top of Apollo while he proudly proclaimed, "Too bad for you, I brought an army that almost toppled the entirety of Olympus, and no matter how strong you are, you have no way of fighting against that." The angels in the distance began panicking as they felt the numerous deities and monsters on the other side of the hole. Gabriel had to take down the barrier and asked every angel to come to the third heaven and even started contacting the Alliance for immediate reinforcement. Contrary to the anxiety-filled angels, however, there was almost no change in Kasuk's demeanor. Apollo thought that he had already given up and was about to welcome the first prisoner to be released. At that moment, a larger grin on Kasuk's face emerged as he raised his right arm. Oh god, how scary, I definitely have no way of winning. In that case. Kasuk snapped his fingers, and as soon as the sound echoed everywhere, red electric arcs started emerging from the hole, and a second later, it suddenly began to rotate in the opposite direction while the purple light in it was replaced by a red one. I don't want to fight them. What? Apollo looked up and was incredibly confused by these changes. A second later, the emerging aura of individuals on the other side of the hole started to disappear one by one. Until nothing was left. What? Chapter 939, Chapter 939 Revenge Fulfilled. Apollo had been staring at the portal for a while, but he still couldn't stop questioning himself on what's happening, starting from whether this was reality or not. What's happening? And while Apollo was having an existential crisis for putting all of his eggs in one basket, Kasuk stepped forward and started reducing the distance between them slowly. To be fair, his basket and eggs were made out of adamantium, so I can't really blame him. So when Kasuk found out about their plan, instead of breaking these metaphorically indestructible eggs, he opted to steal and hide them from him. I'll throw these eggs at that guy's face if he decides to betray us. Kasuk chuckled to himself, but the aura he's emitting was far from casual, as it was bordering on killing intent. Kasuk only stopped walking when Apollo suddenly turned to him with a crazed expression. What did you do? Kasuk didn't answer immediately and watched the gate of Tartarus close quietly. He smirked at him and replied, aren't you the guy who could see the future? You didn't see this coming. It looks like I severely overestimated you. With all of his plans crumbling in front of him, Apollo lost it and pulled his bow and arrow. This time, putting everything in it with the intention to destroy this entire space. He devolved into a madman who could only think, if I can't have it, no one can. Naturally, Kasuk wouldn't allow him to do this and finally revealed the Fang that he'd been hiding. Fourth gate, depression. The instant the fourth drum appeared, the massive amount of Ryatsu laced with destructive blood ki immediately exploded outwards. Accompanying it was his blood-red gauntlet and leg armor that he couldn't materialize. Although Kasuk was indeed injured, he didn't materialize his armor on purpose. But what caught Apollo's eyes was the new addition with the fourth gate's opening, a translucent red floating scarf that wrapped behind him and coiled around both of his arms. That's divine power. However, before Apollo could think any further, Kasuk suddenly disappeared from his sight, and a very strong premonition made even his own divine power act to automatically protect him. Death. That single word made Apollo realize that there was nothing more important than his own life. There's always a next time. Apollo immediately took back the power he'd given to his bow and arrow and jumped back while using his final card, running away. The space behind Apollo suddenly vibrated before it split open, creating a hole just big enough for one person to go through. It was the path of retreat that he'd prepared in case something disastrous happened or those from Tartarus decided to betray him, and it should shut itself closed the moment he goes through it. And even if someone reopened it, he'll be long gone. I will have my revenge. Sadly for him, no plan of his has ever come to fruition, and even this time was no exception. Thin strings appeared behind the hole he'd created and started sewing it back together at blinding speeds. And unfortunately for him, those strings were not the only ones, as a few more emerged from his feet and started tying his limbs up. Apollo traced where these strings were coming from and saw a tall woman with long black hair waving her fingers at him with a smile while saying something. Reading her lips, he immediately understood what she was trying to say, sayonara. The strings were not that strong and they could easily be broken by Apollo. Nevertheless, that split second he needed to break these were enough to tip the scales between life and death. Apollo saw Kasuk appearing in front of him and struck his chest with his palm, while he stared widely at his terrifying blackened eyes. Apollo tried to say something but immediately lost his ability to do so when a hole in his chest was opened. The next moment, the world in Apollo's eyes started rotating out of control. Even then, he was still able to see his arms and legs flung away because the torso it was attached to exploded into countless pieces. At that point, he'd finally realized what was going on. His head flew away. A few seconds later, his world stopped spinning and he saw Kasuk's arm on top of his head as he looked at his eyes slowly fading out of life. You wanted your revenge. Too bad for you, you won't have a turn after I get mine. Those were Kasuk's last words for him. Before succumbing to eternal rest, Apollo thought to himself, I'm really good at predicting the future. Issei, Valley, Fenrir, and Gog moved towards the Greek-style temple when they felt an extraordinary pressure and a godly aura coming from the temple. Valley prepared to fight as a transportation circle appeared in the air. Hades and Engramenu, who had the appearance of a dark aura taking humanoid form, had arrived. Both Hades and Engramenu possessed terrible auras, with Hades' aura being even stronger than Engramenu's. Engramenu, seeing both of them, admitted he always knew that those dragons were terrible monsters. Issei told them to surrender, but Hades said they wouldn't, though he admitted that even if they won against Issei and Valley, they would have to fight the other Longinus users, Ajuka, Vidar, and eventually Shiva. Hades admitted that there was no possible way they could win in the end. Valley asked them if they knew that, why did they choose to fight at all? Ungramenu pointed out that they have allies who followed them and believed in them despite them knowing this, and that they'd be a joke if they just gave up now. They also pointed out that they just couldn't agree with DXD. Valley laughed while saying it's better than running away at least. There was a flash of light in Hades' eye and he said, "Go ahead, your souls are showing no signs of weakness, and I will destroy them with my own hands." The fight split into Valley and Fenrir versus Hades and Issei and Gogmagog versus Ungramenu. Issei launched an aura cannon while Ungramenu created multiple Zoroastrianism magic circles and launched various elemental magic attacks. Both attacks collided creating an explosion. They continued fighting each other with Ungramenu managing to damage Issei's hands, paralyzing them, and the impact could be felt in his bones. Valley released an aura blast at Hades, who blocked them with his staff and released his own at Valley. They were so powerful that Valley couldn't reflect them properly, so he had to dodge them. Fenrir tried to attack Hades, but he kept dodging and counterattacking him. Hades was avoiding fighting head-on with Fenrir while being wary of Valley. Hades and Valley damaged each other, but since Hades was fighting both Valley and Fenrir at the same time, he was truly a powerful being. Valley contacted Issei through a magic circle, saying that he can win against Hades, but it will be difficult given that they have a time limit. Issei versus Ungramenu fought in an aura versus magic battle, as sometimes Issei would damage Ungramenu, and sometimes Ungramenu would transform his body into a dark mist to avoid Issei's attacks and transform back. Issei thought of using penetrate, but Ungramenu admitted that Issei was quite strong and he was going to lose at this rate. Then Ungramenu shapeshifted his body into a beautiful woman with black hair, large breasts, a thin waist, and thighs just right. His voice changed to a lovely woman's voice and he was wearing a dress with a high exposure rate. Issei looked away saying that it was too nasty and early for a high school student to see. Ungra laughed, saying that this was very effective against the current Red Dragon Emperor as Issei's aura began to shake. How stupid. All of a sudden, an intruder interrupted their fight and when Issei turned to her, he muttered in surprise, "Kiryu." And the last part was from DXD Wiki except for the last sentence. Credits goes to the contributors of the wiki. https://highschooldxd.fandom.com/wiki/hell_disaster. Chapter 940, Chapter 940 Hecate. The shadow that took on a humanoid form retreated a bit with the arrival of a new person in Eastern attire and asked in a ghastly tone, "Takamagara is finally involving themselves in something." Aika first looked towards Issei in his crimson and black armor that was full of cracks from taking numerous attacks from Ungramenu. If this was the normal her, she'd be making fun of his armor and his tattered situation, although I do still have some urges, looks like I'm not as uncontrollable as I was in the past. She then turned to the horned shadow with fiery eyes, "Takamagara. I don't know anything about them." With some quick thinking, Ungramenu easily figured out whose camp was intervening. "Kasuki Urahara, is it?" Aika furrowed her eyes at his reply. Ungramenu misunderstood her reaction for an affirmation and chuckled, "So that attack that just annihilated Wairo is from your camp too, I assume." And seeing that Pazuzu couldn't do much damage, there's really just one faction that could do that without the limitation of those in the larger factions. "Does that change anything you want to do then?" asked Aika. Ungramenu chuckled and put his right hand behind him, "Of course not. It's just that this is going to be harder than we initially thought, although we had been anticipating his intervention." All of a sudden, another voice joined the conversation, "I'm sorry Ungramenu, but that isn't going to work." The only unaware person, Issei, hurriedly turned towards the source of the voice which was just behind him and Aika not far away, Who. A beautiful goddess with long dark green hair, wearing a black and white robe with a touch of eeriness came stepping out from the shadows. But instead of Issei, her cold black eyes were pinned on Aika, who was still facing her back against her. "She has been eyeing me even before she arrived." Ungramenu rubbed his chin and said, "So she's actually here for you. Interesting. What do you want to do, Hecate?" "Well, there isn't really a need for this long talk, is there?" asked Aika while concentrating on her Ryatsu. "That's true," answered Hecate, and at the same moment, Aika disappeared from her spot and arrived in front of Hecate in an instant, bearing both of her blades at her. On the other hand, Hecate was already anticipating this and calmly took out her short sword and counterattacked with a thrust after dodging Aika's slashes. Aika disappeared once again and came out from behind Hecate while bringing her blades down. This time, without turning around, Hecate turned into black smoke and dispersed through the wind before reappearing a few meters away with a few magic attacks raining down on Aika. Issei watched them make their distance from Ungramenu and him while exchanging deadly attacks. "Someone like that has been hiding here." Issei was wondering what could have happened if Aika didn't arrive. And guessing what he's thinking, Ungramenu answered, "You'd at least get a stab or two." Issei nervously smiled and retorted, "I don't think it'd end with just that though." It will. Since it took some effort to convince her, she wouldn't actually do more than that. Issei didn't believe in Gramenyu and was more worried about Valley and Fenrir fighting Hades since a similar situation could be happening. There's no one like that there. If there was one, Hades would be the one who'd kick their ass. Despite how he acts, he still has the pride of one of the strongest if he's fighting himself. Those words, Issei could believe them somehow. After a few hundred exchanges and destroying a part of Hades' temple, Hecate blasted away Aika and said, "Isn't this enough for a greeting? We are not here to buy time, so I think we should end this meaningless act. Why are you suggesting as if I'm holding back? I'm trying my best to keep up with you, you know." Aika replied with a bit of a haggard countenance. Although she's far from being depleted, her body couldn't keep up with the stacking strain. Her blades phasing in and out was incredibly useful, and more than a few times, she managed to catch Hecate off guard and land some hits if practiced and trained more. She had a feeling that she could extend this phasing to herself. But even now, the shock that her body has to go through every time it happens couldn't be ignored, and her stamina for battle was drastically cut every time she used it. And it's not like she had any other choice, since that was the only special move available for her aside from that crosswave cut that was incredibly strong, but also quite slow. Yes, it could restrain her opponent, but Hecate was able to work around this by summoning numerous dogs made out of the shadow and weakening a part of it through wave tactics. So before it could even reach Hecate, it was weak enough that it could be blocked by a simple barrier, and all along those lines, Hecate was still prepared for any surprise attack that Aika would surmount against her. With a gentle smile on her face, Hecate replied, "It's because you've been treating me as if I'm your training partner. A bit rude, but I'm willing to play along." "Is that what it really looks like?" Aika felt a bit guilty. Although she shouldn't really be, since they are on the opposite ends of war. Hecate nodded, "It is. And I was not really going to say anything until I noticed that you stopped making any progress. What's making you hesitate? Are you actually going to endanger yourself if you go all out? If so, then I suggest you leave this war behind. This is not for you." TSK. Aika clicked her tongue in frustration, "Even you? What do you even know about me?" Hecate shrugged her shoulders, "Nothing. But I've lived long enough to see numerous people like you thinking that they can't do it yet still choosing to push forward. If you know you can't make it in the first place, why bother? I really hate those people, and they're the ones who glorify and romanticize fear, thinking that it could strengthen their will when in reality, nothing really comes out of it." As Hecate went off on a tangent, she sighed and couldn't help but reminisce about the past. I shouldn't have agreed to come here. If it weren't for Lady Persephone. Hecate's words may have come off as nonsense to most people, but for Aika, they resounded quite clearly, and she gritted her teeth in understanding. She didn't want to admit it, but she was wrong. She thought that once she overcame her fears, she'd develop her courage, but clearly, she had it backwards, since you needed the courage to overcome fear in the first place. As Hecate had said, nothing really comes after fear. Not even despair. At that moment, the whole temple shook and a ridiculous amount of aura blasted through the entire temple, prompting both Aika and Hecate to look towards the area they'd just left. Unbelievable. That miracle maker is at it again. How is that reasonable? Muttered Hecate in disbelief. While Aika doesn't know what the miracle maker meant, she knew that she was referring to Issei, the source of that aura. Chapter 941 Final Release. A crimson, almost tangible aura blasted through the roof of the temple. At this sight, Hecate couldn't help but frown. "I thought he'd be able to deal with him sufficiently on his own, but as expected, if you can't kill him fast enough, he'll pull something like this." And soon enough, gold and black aura soon joined the red aura spiraling upwards, an aura of a dragon, devil, and god. But how? It's too early for him to achieve godhood, and there shouldn't be any godly beings mixed into him. Even if it's a miracle, there should be some limits to it. Little did she know, because of a certain candy shop owner, he was fed a corrupted divine core suppressed by Ophis powers. All this time, he was only able to harness Ophis powers that had traces of that divine power, but now, Issei began to touch the corrupted power of a true deity. Whether he'd be able to manage to control this power or be devoured by it, it'd be up to him. But despite the expression she was showing, Aika could see deep interest from Hecate as if it wasn't her problem. Hecate finally turned back to Aika and asked, "And what about you? Are you a miracle maker too, like many of this abnormal generation?" Aika silently stared at the gushing aura before answering a few seconds later, "I am not, clearly. If hearing their true names needs a miracle, I am clearly not a miracle maker like you're speaking of." Hecate carefully looked at her before finding a good rock to sit on. She didn't have any intention of attacking someone who has no intention of returning the favor. "I see. You are in dire need of enlightenment. Sadly, even a miracle wouldn't be able to help you with that." Aika didn't say anything and just continued staring at the already long-gone aura replaced by the temple's shaking as if she was trying to find an answer from it. Hecate didn't mind her lack of reaction and continued, "Maybe you're looking at it from the wrong perspective. How about going back and taking a different angle?" Hecate finally caught Aika's attention. "Different angle?" Hecate nodded. You're looking for a name, is it? It seems that you are so sure about it. How about taking a step back and looking at it from a higher view? Aika didn't know why Hecate was helping her, but she didn't want to think about it now and would rather take her advice. In reality, Hecate wasn't really helping Aika. Since it was obvious that she's lost, there are only two results from her words. The more likely one, getting even more lost, or if she's lucky, she'd be able to find whatever she's looking for. Regardless, it'd be a more interesting sight than just fighting, which she doesn't really like doing. Fortunately for Aika, those were the words she really needed to hear. Recalling Yuruchi's words about the next level and closely communicating with her Zanpakuto to reach that, Aika began to question it, find its true form and name. But even after special training with her, she wasn't able to find anything even remotely close to it, and it caused her to become depressed because she thought she was inadequate. In the first place, is there something like a true name? If she would ask Yuruchi and Kasuk this, they'll only give one answer, and that's a big yes. And the reason? It's because they're true Shinigamis. Not to say that Aika is a fake Shinigami, but even though she received her powers from Kasuk, most of her power was converted from something else, and that was the former form of her Zanpakuto and their connection to the two dragons. Strictly speaking, she's in a different class compared to Yuruchi and Kasuk, even though the source of their power was the same and the logic they're using should only be useful to a certain extent. When I first released them, thinking about it, I never received their names in the first place. I gave it to them. I named them Akane and Kagaya. Very simple names because of their colors, still I gave it to them and never the other way around. If her line of thinking was correct, then all this time, she has been searching for something non-existent, and it's not that her Zanpakuto can't reveal their name yet to her, but that they didn't possess them in the first place. Aika first looked at Hecate, who had an amused smile, and reassured herself that she wouldn't be doing anything else. How absurd, she thought while sighing. Closing her eyes, she called upon her daughters. In her inner world, where there is almost nothing except darkness and a few glittering lights in all directions. In front of her were the little girls that were now very clear and smiling at her. Aika didn't have to speak as both of them grabbed a hand each. We're ready. Aika's eyes went wide open, but she could only smile wryly after that. I can't really give you two a name again, can I? I don't think that's how I should approach this. But instead of answering her concerns, Akane and Kagaya pulled her hand and said, You're ready too, mother. Ready? What do you mean? The twins didn't explain further and just replied, Just call upon it. We'll return the favor. It had only been a few minutes since Aika closed her eyes, and Hecate had already felt Ngramanyu's waning divine aura. He lasted as much as I expected. Huh? Well, my job here is to keep Hades alive, so I don't really care about him. At this moment, a scalding pressure originating from Aika suddenly came crashing down. Oh. But Hecate's casual expression was slowly erased as this pressure kept getting heavier and heavier that she had to put in some effort just to breathe. What now? Hecate picked up her short sword and wanted to attack her now, but she caused this in the first place, so her pride wouldn't allow her to just interrupt her enlightenment just because it didn't go the other way around. Let me set up some defensive spells in the surroundings in advance. I should be fine after that. Finally, she heard Aika speak softly, Bankai. Bankai. Hecate was immediately reminded of something. Isn't that the same power that Kasuk Urahara used to call the power of Avalokiteshvara in the underworld? Is this the same thing? At the same time, Aika's aura shot spiraling upwards, and unlike Issei's dragon, devil, and god aura, Hecate got even more intimidated since it's purely the power of souls. With cold sweat running down from her forehead, Hecate thought, I'd already guessed that her ability had something to do with souls, but since it's being mixed and covered by both magic and ki, I couldn't be sure. To think something like this could exist. She's more of a Grim Reaper than all of Hades' Grim Reapers combined. Hecate hastily planted all sorts of restraining and defensive spells in their surroundings. At first, she only wanted to do a few, but seeing Aika now, she wanted to make sure that she was going to be safe as much as possible. Soon, Aika's twin blades disappeared from her hands, and red dragon scales started growing on her limbs and neck, reaching up to her cheeks. Her hands grew claws as she gritted her teeth as if enduring great pain. 4 pairs of red dragon wings then sprouted from her back, while her braided brunette hair was undone and turned pitch black, picked up by the strong swirling winds. Meanwhile, a black 10-inch wide that gets thinner until the tip, 8 foot long with 3-inch red fuller broadsword was slowly materializing in front of Aika. In the middle of her preparation, certain words suddenly emerged in Hecate's mind, Shinigami of the Endless Plane. It wasn't a voice, nor it was telepathy. It's as if someone ejected those words at her forcefully. Is that the name of this form? Death God. But that's more of a dragonoid. Aika finally opened her eyes that had black pupils and red irises that had already turned reptilian. Grabbing the fully materialized giant broadsword, she immediately swung it towards Hecate. Feeling the imminent threat, Hecate hurriedly activated one of her defensive spells. Chapter 942, Chapter 942 Merciless. After Ngramanyu's defeat, Issei and Gogmagog came flying in to help Valley and Fenrir. As soon as they arrived, they saw Val's armor in pieces as he tried to compress Hades' attack but only to a minimum effect. Fenrir, on the other hand, has had their movements sealed by trapping spells. I see. Ngramenu was defeated and you came back even more powerful than before. Hades commented at him. Valley retreated for a bit before smirking at him. This guy is a joke of existence. You'd actually have a better chance of defeating him if you put 10,000 naked beautiful women in front of him. Issei stopped and thought about it for a moment before shivering from such horror. Why, you might be right. I can't imagine winning against that. Hades didn't know whether to laugh or grimace at such a stupid situation that was entirely plausible. Valley was about to deploy his Satan Lucifer Smasher, with Issei and Gogmagog limiting Hades' movements, but before he could do so, a burst of unknown aura erupted from the other side of the temple and all of them were already familiar with a similar aura. Who came here? That's not Kasuki Urahara or Yuruchi Shihoin. Valley immediately asked. It's Kiryu, answered Issei. It looks like she learned directly from them. Hades' ghostly eyes also darted towards the direction they were looking in and had a bad premonition coming over to him, along with regret. I really shouldn't have made him an enemy. And while they were distracted, numerous teleportation magic circled behind Issei, Valley, Gogmagog, and Fenrir, revealing the entirety of the DXD team. They had already finished cleaning up the alliance of Hell's army and the only one left standing was Hades. It's my loss, huh? Hades concluded, but I've already done my job. The new arrivals, however, couldn't put all their attention on Hades because of the aura that Aika was releasing, and only after Rias called them to focus did they properly face the Lord of the Realm of the Dead. With the currently known strongest force in the world gathered in front of him, Hades could only laugh. Kukuku. Wonderful. I'm truly honored to face all of you at the same time. Dulio, the leader of DXD, stepped forward with his 10 white wings spread out. I see that you are still very confident, Hades. But can you really laugh at this situation? Kukuku. Of course. Hades held his staff with both of his hands and channeled his divine power into it. After all, this is the most ideal situation. Everyone frowned at his words and thought of how this could be the ideal situation for him. But soon, everyone received their answer. Rias. I just received an SOS from the Alliance. It seems that heaven is currently under attack and in need of urgent reinforcements. Rosweiss was just trying to send a message to authorities that the situation was already under control but found that she couldn't go through. After some tinkering with security magic, the connection was re-established and the first thing she received was an SOS from an ally. Many eyes immediately returned to Hades as they immediately understood what he meant by the ideal situation. Cuckoo. Don't think of leaving so easily, and even if you do, you'd already be too late. The Pendragon siblings tried prying the space open right away and Sun Wukong hurriedly sent an attack towards the space itself, but the three of them found extreme resistance from the space, so he wasn't just being merciful to the citizens of the city by not attacking it directly. It was a trap for us, thought the latter. Issei clenched his fist and shouted, You. What are you planning? Meanwhile, the others also started charging their attacks hoping that defeating Hades would allow them to leave this space, except for 2 people. I apologize. Hades replied with obvious sarcasm, but the real point of attack isn't London, but heaven with forces several times greater than this. However, his words suddenly started trailing off when he noticed that the 2 people that should have been panicking the most were the calmest, and the bad premonition he'd had before just got stronger because of this. The strangeness behind Hades' trailing voice also prompted everyone else to follow his sights toward Dulio and Griselda, who were both quiet. They wanted to ask what was going on but they wouldn't have a chance to do so as the answer, once again, presented itself. A massive pressure suddenly enveloped the area as a familiar voice but with a much colder tone to it resounded. I apologize too. They won't be able to make it back. First, a black line presented itself in front of Team DXD before the dimensional fabric was torn open and revealed a horned monster with long flowing pale blonde hair. But it wasn't just his sudden intrusion that caught everyone's attention, but also the ball that he suddenly threw towards Hades' feet. It rolled a few times before hitting Hades' robe. Hades looked down and met Apollo's wide-open eyes full of fear. The gods that faced our team got defeated but every god that fought that group has perished. What a ruthless family. Dulio thought while also sighing in relief. Although he acted calm, he and Griselda were actually quite nervous, but since Kasuk came here, it would mean that the problem in heaven was successfully dealt with. Kasuk wanted to talk with Hades some more but it seemed that Aika's side was escalating to an uncontrollable level. As I promised, we meet again. This time, however, your skull won't end up with just a few cracks. Hades felt depressed and gritted his teeth. It really seems like it. But let me ask. What happened to the Tartarus? I emptied it. Kasuk responded as he disappeared and reappeared in front of Hades and brought his sword to cut him down. Hades clicked his tongue and hurriedly jumped backwards, but Kasuk's sword was faster than expected so a few of his ribs were cut. Sadly for him, it didn't just stop there as a blood-red energy arc emerged from Kasuk's sword and blasted Hades away, cracking most of his ribs. Due to his fight against Valley, Hades was already quite exhausted, so a simple attack from Kasuk was enough to put him into a very dangerous position. Naturally, Kasuk wouldn't stop just because he's a bit tired and pointed his finger at him and charged a Siro before firing it towards the helpless god. At this point, Hades had already lost all hope and there's really no meaning for him to continue struggling. Kasuk didn't move from his position and just continued pointing his finger at Hades, who was already embedded on the rock, and kept sending him devastating Siros. With each blast, Hades would be buried deeper in the rocks while his bones continued cracking and his robes lost their purpose. Although Hades had already stopped moving, Kasuk kept on going, which made the others pity the god of the dead. Kasuk. Isn't that enough? He can't fight anymore. Nevertheless, Kasuk pretended to be deaf in front of Issei's words and even sped up the process of recharging the Siro. Kasuk. Enough, please. He's not a threat anymore. Issei grabbed his shoulder and pleaded with him. Since Kasuk couldn't ignore him anymore, he instead returned a question: is there a point in letting him live? Issei and the rest finally got a full taste of how cold Kasuk could actually be. As their leader, he had to step in, so Dulio said, "Can you please let him go? The Alliance will be taking care of him. He still has value within the political sphere of the mythologies around the world." Still as cold as ever, Kasuk replied, "First, I'm not a member of your team. Second, I couldn't care less since I can't see the value in that myself." Dulio and Issei were at loss on how they could convince Kasuk, and the latter was even about to use force to stop him. But alas, although Hades was about to perish from continuous blasts of destructive power, Kasuk couldn't do what he wanted as a goddess materialized in front of Hades and started blocking Kasuk's attacks. After a few more tries, Kasuk finally stopped and stared at the brown-haired goddess that was oozing with divine power. Kasuk squinted his eyes at the goddess, recalling the records he had memorized, and said, "Persephone-san, is it? Are you here to rescue your husband?" "Unfortunately, I have no intention of sparing him." Hearing Kasuk's words, Hades forced himself to look up to see the familiar back. "Dear. You have nothing to do with this. Get out of the way." "Kasuk Urahara, she's sinless, so leave her alone." But Persephone ignored him and returned Kasuk's stare. "I'd like to negotiate." Kasuk kept his arm raised but eventually brought it down after careful consideration and some guesses as to why she would appear in front of him now with the confidence of striking a deal. "You've met Athena, I assume?" Persephone nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, and I promise you that you won't be disappointed. But before that..." Her head turned in a certain direction. "I first would like you to stop your rampaging swordswoman and save my good friend." Kasuk also turned towards the direction she was looking and thought, looks like she really went into an outrage. Even though she's a Shinigami, her Zanpakuto spirits are still true dragons. Chapter 943, Chapter 943 Outrage. After the brief talk with Persephone, Kasuk immediately disappeared from his spot. The goddess sighed in relief and turned to her messy husband and crouched down in front of him. Gently caressing his cheek, Persephone reprimanded, "I've been telling you, you are too trusting of Apollo. You should have known that his power of prophecy is not predicting the future, but enforcing it." "You know how ridiculous that sounds," replied Hades with a dejected tone. "And what do you think of it now?" Hades looked up to his one and only beloved wife and said, "His power of prophecy. It's ridiculously powerful." Persephone gently smiled at him, but that realization was too late. "You have to pay for your actions." Hades grimaced, not because of the impending punishment for him but his wife's involvement. "Why did you even come here in the first place?" He knew that the chances of them being on the winning side of history were very slim, and the moment he lost, he was going down. With that in mind, he did his best to keep his wife out of all of this and even gave her his divine equipment, Helmet of Darkness, that she could use in an event of the judgment affecting her. So when he pleaded with Kasuk not to hurt his wife, it all came from his purest wish, which also became one of the reasons why Kasuk left him alone. He didn't want the god of the dead to just suddenly become a main character and create a miracle by pushing the wrong button. In any case, his hate for the relatively honest Hades couldn't be compared to the hate he had for the two-faced god of the sun. Persephone stood up and turned to the approaching DXD members and said, "Please take good care of him. He can't resist anymore." Dulio nodded at her. "Don't worry about it, madam. We'll ensure that he's properly taken to a fair trial." "Thank you." Persephone expressed her honest gratitude before flying away towards the other side of the temple that's still shaking due to an ongoing battle. "Should we go and watch too?" asked Vale, seething with excitement. Dulio immediately gave him an answer by shaking his head in disagreement. "No. There's a chance that the Evis are targeting the current conflict, so we have to escort Hades and the remaining members of the Alliance of Hell to a secure location. Normally, a few members would have been enough, but now that there's an unknown force lurking in the shadows, they can't be complacent since there are also anonymous reports that these Evis are abducting people for some unknown reason. If they really are targeting the current war and successfully secure a few of the war prisoners, no faction would put any actual effort to look for them." Dulio really hated politics, so the best he could do is prevent that from happening. When Kasuk arrived, the first thing he saw was Medusa retraining the transformed Aika using her chains. "Is this her Bankai?" He quickly scanned the surroundings and saw everyone that had just returned from the other world except for the kids along with the unknown and haggard goddess who was resting behind Medusa. He didn't have time to greet them with Aika breaking the chains with just brute force and letting out a roar that was impossible for her throat. As soon as she was freed, Aika gripped her giant broadsword and flew towards Medusa. But before she could swing down her sword, Aika felt something on her right and unconsciously put up her arm to defend. The next instant, a foot landed on her arm and sent her flying. Medusa watched Aika crash and pulverize multiple rocks on her way and land a few hundred meters away while using her broadsword to stab the ground to control her momentum. "Isn't that too much?" she asked while turning her head to Aika's attacker. "It may not look like it, but she's perfectly fine." Which also surprised me. "I thought I could disable her for a minute or two but she managed to defend in time," replied Kasuk. "Retreat with everyone first. I'll take care of her. Also, make sure that someone is following Hades' transfer." Sending himself forwards, Kasuk met Aika who also jumped in and blocked her broadsword with Benihim in his hand. After watching for a few seconds, Medusa turned to Hecate and silently bid her farewell before returning to her companions and disappearing from the realm with the teleportation magic. Persephone also soon arrived beside her and asked, "Are you all right?" Hecate stood up and fixed her attire. "I'm all right, thanks to the man's companion." Persephone helped her while saying, "I'm surprised that she managed to push you this far." Hecate sighed in exasperation and looked towards the two monsters' clash that leveled their surroundings. "She's my bane. Ever since taking that form, all my spells have been ineffective against her brute force. She breaks everything with just physical strength and that sword of hers erases logic. How is that fair for a spellcaster like me? I almost died." Persephone covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled since it has been a while since she saw her dear friend act like this. "Stop laughing. And that guy, how is able to clash with her like that? Does he want to say goodbye to his arm?" The moment Kasuk met Aika's broadsword, his mouth twitched and he hurriedly deflected it to the side before kicking her away and retreating. "What the hell? I'm in full holification and even have my third gate opened. How is it that I still lose in the physical department? And quite a ways too." Immediately after, he heard Benihim's voice inside his head. "I also can't use any ability while touching that sword." A drop of sweat came running down from his forehead, first Riveria-san, and this time Aika. "And what do you mean you can't use any ability? You're being sealed." Kasuk sent a sword arc towards the incoming Aika but the latter just swung her broadsword and split it before it disappeared without doing anything. "No. Just like now, she's sending it somewhere. It looks like she's erasing energy-based attacks by sending them somewhere else. Then we would have no choice but to confront her physically, wouldn't we?" Kasuk muttered while staring at Aika's draconic eye without a shred of calmness in it. "She totally lost control, huh? And it became even worse since it's a dragon's outrage that elevates a dragon's power several times over." Kasuk deflected Aika's sword once again and tried to pin her down using trapping spells, but the same as Hecate's experience, she'll just break it with pure physical ability. Pointing two of his fingers at her, Kasuk muttered, "Kin, restraint." A pair of black cloth appeared on top of Aika and dropped onto her, forcing her to the ground by artificial gravity pull. Along the ends of the cloth, slabs of stone pinned it to the ground, further stopping Aika from standing up. However, Kasuk knew that this wouldn't last so he brought down his arm and activated the second part of Bakuda 99, first song, Shiyu, Constriction. White cloth appeared and immediately wrapped itself around Aika and made her look like a mummy. But even that was already on the verge of breaking so Kasuk continued, second song, Hyakurensen, 100 bolts. Hundreds of iron bolts with strong paralyzing effects appeared around Aika before piercing through the white cloth. But not even a second passed, some of the bolts were already ejected away. Final song, Banken Taiho, Ultimate Suppression. A gigantic hexagonal stone block materialized on top of Aika and multiplied the gravitational force she was feeling and sank her to the ground. Kasuk was hoping that she'd be stopped for at least a few minutes so that he could make some arrangements to seal her more and then wake her up. Nevertheless, he underestimated Aika's physical strength in her current form as all the restrictions around Aika burst open simultaneously prior to swinging her sword upwards and cutting the stone block in half before it could even drop and touch her. Seriously? Kasuk could only mutter in surprise as he prepared to meet Aika's sword thrust with his blade. Except, before the blades could meet, a red line suddenly split Aika's broadsword in half as it expanded in thickness before it opened like a giant maw and revealed rows full of razor-sharp dragon teeth. Since Kasuk wasn't expecting it to open like a jaw, he couldn't avoid it by dodging to the sides, and even if he could jump back, Aika's sword was faster. In a split second, the teeth instantly sank into Kasuk's flesh even though his defense was boosted to the highest levels. Chapter 944, Chapter 944 The Aftermath. Kasuk was shocked that his defenses were instantly penetrated and thought, does it have the same properties as Fenrir's teeth or have the same ability as Issei's, penetrate? Although Kasuk knows that he had one of the strongest defenses in the whole world if fully transformed, it had one glaring weakness. The defense ignores skills or abilities like Issei's, penetrate, since the only way to get around those is to overpower them, which is not very cost-effective by a very large margin, or not let it touch you at all in the first place. And if paired with something that could stop any sort of healing, it becomes very devastating, like what's happening right now with Aika's sword blocking Kasuk's regeneration. This is actually dangerous. Kasuk grabbed the maw and was about to force it open when it suddenly lost its biting force. What's weirder is that Aika also seemed to be surprised by this and tried to pull back her sword. However, the sword was stuck in place without Kasuk doing anything, defying Aika's will. Slowly, the maw opened and released Kasuk with its teeth still dripping with his blood. The broadsword then threw itself back and Aika's hand slipped, letting it go. It then transformed back to its original Nodachi form and flew beside Kasuk. Kasuk silently looked at it and thought, what a weird Zanpakuto. To have this degree of freedom, it seems that I was wrong with a few things. Kasuk then turned his head to Aika. Although she hadn't returned to her senses and former appearance, her aura was obviously a lot weaker than before. Even Benihime couldn't discard my will like this. Aika growled at him before dashing forward and brandishing her claws at him. But without her previous strength and ability to silence, she's just bull rushing without any plan. A few minutes later, after being tossed around countless times, Kasuk was finally able to knock her out. Closing his shunko and turning back his holification, he felt more tired than necessary. He looked down at the peacefully sleeping Aika with her Nodachi on top of her and sighed, I'll bring her with me for now. Everything he needed to do in regards to this incident was done, and all the polishing could be left to Athena, who should be acting as the new leader of Mount Olympus now. While it may seem that he did the least things in this, he actually prepared and planned for him to get the greatest benefit from all of this. Kasuk turned towards where Persephone and Hecate were watching and saw that they had already left. After making sure that there was no one else around, he took out his smartphone and dialed a specific number. Instead of calling, it initiated an app that immediately showed multiple video feeds of a certain place and confused people. Smiling from ear to ear, Kasuk spoke, Good day everyone, the name's Kasuk Urahara, your new supervisor. He wanted to say that he's their new owner, but he's worried that they might riot and destroy the place he'd painstakingly prepared. Since London itself was largely unaffected by the Alliance of Hell's attack, the cleanup was rather easy compared to when Erebus commanded an army to attack Kyoto. And after their defeat, the Tri-Faction Alliance immediately raided their bases and acquired a few things from them, ranging from useless to useful. But the most startling discovery was not Hades' artificial devil factory, but an individual named Sephira Saraselbs, a priestess from the world called Fader Fedora, a world that the Evi successfully invaded and took over. With Ajuka in the lead, he immediately suppressed the information about Sephira, secured her, and only allowed related individuals to even come close to her existence. Now the higher-ups of the Tri-Faction Alliance are truly at a loss, because although they knew that she was bound to appear, it's much later. Some people, out of fear, immediately pinned the blame on Kasuk, who supposedly didn't exist in the future, but they were instantly shut down by the leaders of each faction. Not just because it's an unreasonable logic and Kasuk's disappearance wouldn't do anything to what's happening now, but they were also making enemies with one of the influential factions that centered around him. It's not just a big loss to the effort against Evis, but also creating another headache that might actually destroy them. Naturally, they didn't just end up scolding those who advocated Kasuk's fault, but also established a secret force to monitor the inner workings of their faction. Nothing is more devastating than being betrayed in these trying times. To drown out the bad rumors, the Alliance propped up the award ceremony that would reward those who participated in the war. And they weren't wrong that all the attention would be gathered there, because two celebrities will finally step on the highest rank of being a devil. Issei Hayadu and Vale Lucifer were formally acknowledged as transcendental beings and super devils. Along with them, Sarord Bale, Sikvera Agars, Rias Gremory, and even Sona Citri, who only just returned and hadn't done much, and Kasuk Urahara were granted the rank of ultimate devil. Whether it's the underworld's way of controlling or appeasing Kasuk, it's unknown. However, the one being rewarded couldn't care less, as it is technically useless for him aside from people seeing him in a brighter light. For this reward, Sona was the most bitter because she didn't want to receive it at all costs, since it was unfair to others. But because of politics and stability, she has no choice but to accept it. Naturally, Akino, Irina, Kaneko, and Kuroka are also recipients of promotions, but unlike the former, they could refuse, and they all didn't hesitate to do so. In any case, even if they received their new titles, it'd only be a limiting factor, since only the Belial House and their allies would be willing to support them. They are already happy being able to help their comrades, and this doesn't really change their relationship with their friends. After their brief trial, the gods of Hell's judgment was indefinite imprisonment to a certain isolated island, and the one tasked with their transfer was the Valid team and Hero team, along with 2 additions. Are you sure this is enough people? We don't know anything about them aside from a few descriptive texts, so I think we should ask for more people, asked Lu Fei to Vale. Vale put on his white armor and replied while signaling with his eyes. She asked for this arrangement. Lu Fei followed his eyes and saw Medusa under a thick hood with Riveria beside her wearing the same. I think they want to bait these enemies into appearing. If there are too many people, they might not do anything. Is this really going to be alright? And why Riveria-san? Don't ask me. I also have no idea. Chapter 945 First Attack. The Vala team, Hero team, and the Medusa Riveria pair traveled through a predetermined path with the imprisoned and sealed gods of hell to reach the isolated island. After some time, the group safely reached the isolated island. There was nothing. Vala muttered the moment his feet landed on the ground. Everyone else also sighed in relief and were feeling tired because they'd been in full concentration throughout the whole journey. It looks like we're still too much force for them to actually make a move. Chow Chow commented, but it's only him that hasn't actually put his guard down. Seeing that, Medusa couldn't help but frown. What are you all doing? Everyone except Chow Chow turned to her with a confused expression before she continued, you think just because this is an isolated and uninhabited island, no one will receive us? Everyone immediately understood the implications of her words, but it was already too late. A 4-meter-tall shadow suddenly appeared in Vala's blind spot, and 2 giant right arms with jet propulsions on their elbows came smashing his flank. Although Vala felt the presence and was able to put his arm up in defense, it still proved too much for him, as half of his armor was instantly obliterated as he was sent crashing back to the ocean and causing a huge explosion. Vala-sama. Lu Fei shouted in shock while Chow Chow and Heracles initiated a counterattack. The towering figure that looks like a standing turtle with 4 gigantic arms and a pair of thin legs calmly rotated himself and turned his back towards Chow Chow and grabbed Heracles' fist with one of his metallic hands. Chow Chow put most of his strength into his thrust, but instead of going through like normal, a loud metallic clank was heard, abruptly stopping his attack. Chow Chow saw that he was only able to penetrate a few millimeters of the giant's shell, and on the contrary, he received more damage with his hands bleeding and arm feeling numb. Heracles, on the other hand, panicked when his hand was easily caught, but he couldn't do anything else while being swung effortlessly before being thrown towards the opposite side as Valley a few kilometers across, removing him from the battle. Chow Chow immediately retreated, and that was soon followed by magic bombardment from George, Lu Fei, and the current generation Zhu Beiji and Xiao Wuqing. This bombardment almost annihilated a small portion of the island, but before they could even confirm the result, they only heard a chuckle among the dust and smoke rising up. Kahaha. These perishables are amusing. And the only one who understood them was Medusa, thanks to the language data she received from Kasuk. The turtle-like humanoid mechanical life form came out of the crater that has formed while saying something gibberish to most people. It's amazing to think that there's a sharp tool on this planet. He lowered his body and it looked like he was about to dash forward with his jet propulsion gathering heat, prompting the other side to get ready when another voice came from above. Vardora. What are you doing? Stop acting on your own and wait for our superior's directives. A 3-meter-long and narrow mechanical humanoid with a blue-purplish color, with 4 arms and legs that possessed jet propulsion at the feet, came floating down beside the first humanoid mech with the latter shooting back. Bah. What directives? Our communication was isolated, so how are we going to receive directives? Still, how can you just go and tackle them without thinking? Do you want to die? Against these perishables? Ha. That's a funny one. The mech named Vardora returned to his stance and said, since our location is already compromised, let's just take some dais with us before going back. Medusa didn't do anything and just carefully listened to their conversation to gather as much information as possible. Aside from that, her main job was not to escort these people but to protect Riveria, whose eyes are working full-time while staring at the enemies. From their conversation, it's possible that there are other ships that exist aside from the one the girls are attacking right now. At the same time, Kasuk was leisurely working on his anti-chaos weapon within the sealed realm of Trihexa. Truth to be told, Kasuk already created several weapons that should be enough to satisfy his obsession, and he just continued working on it because he wanted to increase his chances even further, and there's really nothing that needs his hands on right now. And thanks to what Aika, who's still sleeping until this point, showed him last time, Kasuk got a crazy idea that they could use against Chaos but would result in Benihime hacking him into pieces after he's done. I hope I don't reach that part. Though it'll really be interesting if I could do that. However, while thinking that, Kasuk received a sudden thought transmission from the secret boss that made him stand up in shock. Seriously? You're asking that now? And after hearing more details, Kasuk couldn't help but curse. Fuck. I have something prepared, but I would need to make some major adjustments. And for what you're requesting, Office-chan is going to throw a tantrum. Kasuk was left deaf for a moment when he was flooded by a cheerful roar inside his mind. Damn it. Fine. But I'm going to need some flesh and blood samples from her. And even after that, it'll take a few days. Not to mention the work I'm about to do now, so I need a week at least. Can you do that? After receiving his answer, Kasuk sighed and said good luck before dropping the connection. I'm going to cut it close if I work on this alone, and that's considering that he could actually give me a week. Plotting his next plans, Kasuk secured and carried Aika before exiting the realm. Azazel came running after him before he left to ask what was going on because he saw that he was making a grim expression. Kasuk thought about it for a moment before saying, please contact Ajuka-san. Tell him that I will need Roswai-san's assistance. Azazel was shocked but nodded regardless. Kasuk arrived at the Belial mansion and entrusted Aika to one of the servants before asking Cleria his request, please pull any strings you can, give me an uninhabited island in the human world. As large as possible. Thankfully, Cleria didn't ask much and just went straight to her contacts. After a few minutes, Cleria returned to him and said, we've secured the Devon Island of Canada. Will that be enough? Thank you. And soon after, he received a call from Issei, I heard you need Roswai-sensei's help. Where should we meet? Your place. Chapter 946, Chapter 946 Issei's Hidden Issue. Kasuk immediately arrived at Issei's mansion in the human world and couldn't help but think, I always knew that he wouldn't be living an ordinary life, but to think he'd reach this far, not just in wealth, but also in influence. That was a really nice call of mine back then, not interrupting Rias Gremory that time. The moment he came close, a girl with long, dark purple hair with sleepy golden eyes came out. And when she saw Kasuk, her eyes widened in delight, boss. You really came. Kasuk smiled and greeted the former half-Grim Reaper, Yo, Orcus-chan. How have you been? Please call me Benya, boss. Alright, Benya-chan. Is Issei in? Yes. We've been informed. He just came out of the training room and cleaned himself. Oh my, how diligent. Benya chuckled at his comments and said, his motivation was lit when he saw you effortlessly send out multiple deadly beams since he has always been mindful of his stamina. Though after that battle, it looks like something else has been bothering him but he's not sharing anything about it. Kasuk had already heard from Medusa about how he took care of Ngramenu and had already guessed what was going on. A small resonance with Medusa means only one thing. Benya led Kasuk to the top floor where every one of Issei's peerage was waiting, except for the king himself. Ah, Kasuk-san. It's been a while. The sweet Asia happily greeted him. Asia-san. It's good to see you as cheerful as ever. And you too, Phoenix-san, Zenobia-san, and Roswai-san. I heard all of you became Issei's fiancés. Kasuk thought that they would be a little bit flustered, but it looks like it really had been a while. While Roswai just bowed her head in acknowledgement, Ravel gave him a curt reply, it honestly took him so long. Zenobia, on the other hand, returned a question Kasuk couldn't quite answer, what about you? Isn't it about time you announce your own fiancés? Don't make them wait for too long. Kasuk's mouth twitched but the only answer he could give while scratching his cheek was, that's a bit complicated. You all know my position. He wanted to mention that only a few of the girls beside him could be considered as fiancé, but he had a feeling that he'd be eating those words sooner or later, so he kept it to himself. The young lady with golden hair fashioned into twin-tail drills smirked at him and said, position, I see. Then how about letting the Phoenix clan in that secret business of yours? I'll make sure that it'll be profitable on both sides. Kasuk couldn't help but grin at this little devil, so the Phoenix clan has already sniffed us out, huh? But don't you think I should wait for other potential associates to come forward? Ravel nodded in agreement, that's true. But you may have to wait for a long time since we only noticed because of your clan's rapid expansion into the human world. As you may have known, the Gremory and Phoenix are the only ones actively expanding in the human world. Of course, we would notice when the former suddenly begin supporting a third player even if they incurred an obvious loss. Naturally, this obviously was only noticed by us since our network is just as wide as theirs, so I doubt anyone else will be coming forward anytime soon. Hearing that, Kasuk finally understood how she discovered Cleria's secret business, I see. You were just guessing and I just outed myself, huh? Ravel chuckled, you don't seem to care about hiding it that much, though. Kasuk was in silent agreement. He then took out a card and passed it to Ravel, you can contact my end through that. I'm just their engineer and technical advisor, so it's not my decision where they want to take things. Ravel happily kept the card, not knowing the true scale of the Belial clan's business. Tonight, the whole Phoenix clan will bounce into action as if their butts caught on fire. And the sad thing is, they couldn't back out. Ravel would question her life choices and would come back to this moment to recall Kasuk's smile as the smile of a true devil. Kasuk secretly scanned the surroundings with his Ryatsu and saw that Issei was caught by his parents talking about something to him. Kasuk then faced the last person in the room and greeted her, it's our first time meeting face to face. Nice to meet you. I'm Kasuk Urahara. The beautiful foreign girl who appeared to be in her late teens with a whimsical aura, long purple hair, and orange eyes, also bowed in response, I've heard so much about you. Let's get along. I'm Ingviled Leviathan. Likewise. But we don't have much time. Let's talk about Issei-kun. More specifically, the thing that has been bothering him. Everyone else's expression became serious, showing their concern at this matter. Please sit down. We would like to hear about it. Ravel led Kasuk further in while Asia prepared some drinks for everyone. Without going off point, Kasuk explained, the power he used to fight Ngramenu at the end tapped into something dormant within him. Kasuk continued on by clarifying the reason why Issei could use Ophi's power in the real identity of the candy he'd fed to him when the alliance was just about to form. A deity's leftover divine core that had been corrupted. Asia muttered in fear. Ravel, meanwhile, gritted her teeth, so it wasn't because he surpassed his human origin and became a half-deity, but the source of power came from a deity itself. It takes more than determination to become a god from something else in addition to countless years along with innumerable enlightenments. Kasuk thought while imagining how the first Monkey King ascended into godhood. Seeing their grim expressions, Kasuk reassured them, don't worry about him. Although this power will push him to madness, his horniness will never lose. It sounds like you're joking, but that's really reassuring. Rossweiss commented while the others also sighed in relief, trusting Issei's horniness. Kasuk didn't know how to react to this trust and just continued, what's worrying, in fact, are you lot? As confusion emerged on their faces, Kasuk added, recall the time he first entered Juggernaut Overdrive when he thought he lost Asia-san. If anyone he cared about disappears once again, multiply that instant several tens of times, and this time, he might not be able to wake up from his madness. So take care of yourself. Never get into a situation where he'll grieve over your loss, even if it means sacrificing himself for you. While everyone was stunned, Issei came into the room with a cheerful expression, Kasuk. Sorry for making you late. What's going on? Kasuk grinned at him and said, we're just talking about how much of a pain in the ass you are. Chapter 947, Chapter 947 A Barrier. Before Issei could further ask, Ravel suddenly stood up and declared, girls' meeting. Now. Slightly taken aback, Issei asked, what's going on? You heard her. Girls' meeting. Kasuk replied with an amused smile and turned to Rossweiss who'd already stood up and was about to follow the others, but you're not going, Rossweiss-san. We have something pretty urgent to discuss. Rossweiss frowned and pouted but sat back down as she watched the other girls teleport away, presumably, back to the underworld where Rias is. Urgent you say? I hope it's more urgent than this case. Kasuk took out a stack of documents and passed it to Rossweiss, you can decide that for yourself. Curiously taking a look, it wasn't long before Rossweiss went into deep concentration as she browsed through the documents in earnest. Meanwhile, Issei thought about the situation and asked Kasuk, which caused Rossweiss to raise her head up, you sent them away on purpose. Of course not, Kasuk immediately denied it, it's all just a coincidence, albeit, a convenient one. Issei could only sigh at Kasuk's answer and thought that it was definitely on purpose, you could have just sent them away normally. Don't get it wrong. The concern I presented to them is a legitimate issue that couldn't be ignored. Else, they wouldn't be calling for this girls' meeting. Rossweiss placed down the documents and nodded in agreement, that's correct. It's a very concerning issue. Issei wanted to ask what it was about but Kasuk stopped him by saying, let them worry about it. Having heard that, Issei could only sigh as he guessed what Kasuk told them. Ignoring him, Kasuk turned back to Rossweiss and asked her what she thought about the documents he'd passed her. Rossweiss stayed silent for a moment before actually answering, to my understanding, it's a modified blueprint for the isolation barrier. I don't know how you got a hold of it, but you removed the portion that uses the rating game technology and inverted its strength to be stronger against outside interference than the inside. At this point, I'd rather call it an exclusion barrier. Kasuk nodded, that's correct. Its main use is for protection against outside threats. Rossweiss crossed her arms and started tapping her arm, but I don't understand. Although some components are missing, it's obvious that you're purposely hiding those to prevent me from deciphering them. Aside from the strange part where you added a core as a power source which isn't really needed, I don't understand why you wanted to show me this. I think you're fully capable of building this on your own. That's the problem. Kasuk sighed, I need to complete this within a week. Problem. What problem? I have to expand this 109,980 times than its original size. Rossweiss went silent for a moment, huh? Kasuk continued sighing, I only have a week to finish this whole project. I can do it on my own, but there's other work that I have to finish that's also just as important. Rossweiss couldn't take it anymore and slammed the table, huh? What are you talking about? 109,980 times. Are you insane? Issei was taken aback because it's not often that he could see Rossweiss absolutely lose it. That's enough to encircle the whole globe multiple times. And just how are you going to provide power for this enormous thing? Because I know that the residual magic power that the dimensional gap is emitting wouldn't be even close to enough. In the first place, what are you going to use this for? Do you plan to trap the entire Earth? For what? Meanwhile, Kasuk was also a bit surprised, but not because of her outcry, she's pretty good. She was able to instantly calculate the scale and what was needed. Looks like I'm going to have it easier. Kasuk was about to answer her concerns but Issei's phone suddenly started ringing. Issei wanted to turn it off but Kasuk stopped him, pick it up. It'll probably explain why I'm doing this. Issei looked at him for a moment before picking up, hello. Rias. Is there a problem? The Gods of Hell escort team was attacked by unknown mechanical lifeforms. There are only 2 enemies but Valley, Chow Chow, Biko, and Heracles were injured in the exchange. Issei and Roswei's eyes instantly widened in shock as Rias continued, and Gramenu was also snatched away. But thanks to Riveria-san being able to see through the unique teleportation magic, they were able to prevent any further kidnappings and these unknown enemies retreated silently. Is everyone alright? Their wounds are being treated but there's nothing concerning aside from specialists hounding them to study the traces of the attack. Understood. I'll call you back later. Be careful. You too. And Kasuki Urahara. I know you're listening. Don't ask anything unreasonable from my Issei and sister Rosweiss. It'll be tiring but not unreasonable, replied Kasuk with a chuckle. A few seconds later, Issei dropped the call and turned to Kasuk. If I understood it right, you want to keep these enemies out of Earth. Kasuk nodded. I want to buy at least a few years since none of us are actually prepared for their arrival. Rosweiss dropped her previous questions and now understood how urgent this issue is. I presume you also wanted to put a barrier on the dimensional gap. But wouldn't that be enough? Why do you need a barrier on the whole Earth too? Kasuk pointed up and said, because they are already out there in the vast space. How did you? Wait. Are you the one providing this anonymous information about EVs? Issei exclaimed. Rosweiss, on the other hand, thought more about Kasuk's words. If they can stay up there without any problem, chances are they also have the technology to bypass the dimensional gap now that they know our exact location in the universe. That's just my guess, but I already saw their ship. They are technically the aliens that you'd see in Hollywood films. Now Rosweiss could see the problem and what Kasuk wanted to achieve. It only leaves the final 2 questions. Why in 1 week? Are they going to attack within a week? And what core are you going to use? Frankly speaking, I can't imagine anything is enough other than at least tens if not hundreds of god-level beings supplying it with power 24/7, and I doubt you have that much sway. No large-scale attacks will happen as far as I know, and only a week because that's the only realistic time frame I could deliver before the core appears. I could delay it, but any minute or hours the core is left out in the open, the chances of idiots stealing it would rise up. In other words, I'm timing the completion of this project with the delivery of the core so that the bad actors can't do anything. Chapter 948, Chapter 948 Negotiations. Realistic time frame, you say. But if you really wanted to expand it that much, it'd take more manpower just to make sure that everything will be working properly. You probably aren't even sure if this model will work as intended, so there's additional work for that too. Rosweiss further scrutinized. But Rosweiss wasn't done yet, and let's say that it's indeed possible since you're known to pull stunts like this and it's going to be just the 2 of us working on this. Wouldn't this mean that I'll be painting a huge target on my back? Issei was confused once again but instantly realized what she meant and clenched his fist. I assure you that a 1-week time frame is absolutely possible as long as there is no interference. As for your latter concern, I naturally would have informed you about it. That's the reason why I retracted the important parts in that document. If Kasuk and Rosweiss could finish this barrier against the EVs, it wouldn't be weird if there are some people who chose to side with them and try to sabotage the whole project, or at least, poke a hole in it after it's done. With that in mind, all their eyes would be focused on those who created it. Kasuk first sipped his tea before asking, well then. I'll be asking. Will you be willing to take the risk? And I'm asking for your opinion too, Issei. While Rosweiss hesitated, Issei answered without any pause, if you're asking me, of course I'd be against it. And besides, if you're asking this, it would mean that you have other plans in case you're rejected. You would have forced us one way or another if you can't do it by yourself. I could indeed do it by myself, but I would have had to make some compromises that may or may not negatively affect the future. Kasuk smiled, you've really grown this past year. I'm both amazed and sad. Issei crossed his arms and replied, I had to wise up, but it's not like there is only bad stuff that's happening. So does that mean you won't allow Rosweiss-san to help out? Issei shook his head, I'm just stating my opinion and the decision will still be up to her. Regardless, it doesn't change what I have to do. Kasuk and Issei then looked towards Rosweiss who closed her eyes in contemplation. That's right. What I have to do doesn't change. I will still protect her and everyone else, no matter the cost, thought the latter, reassuring himself. Rosweiss opened her eyes with a renewed resolution and asked, when do we start? Kasuk stood up as his entire right arm lit up with strange runes, right now. And don't expect to stop until everything is over. He punched the air and his hand sank into nothingness before turning his forearm and splitting the space, revealing an entirely different place on the other side. Rosweiss was shocked at this strange technique but reined in her curiosity before asking, do I have to prepare anything? Kasuk went through the portal and said, nothing. I have everything arranged and you just have to calibrate and reclassify every expansion I'm making. Isn't that something that a competent enough person is capable of doing? There are other people better than me that I think you could ask. That may be true and they'll even be faster than you if it's just that. But as the main creator of this barrier, your opinion is valuable and there could be something that only you could notice by yourself. Though the main reason is that I couldn't really trust anyone aside from those who are closely related to Issei. Instead of being happy, Issei frowned, he couldn't trust anyone else. Not even Azazel-sensei. That's weird. Seeing that Issei had already caught it, Kasuk smiled in satisfaction and beckoned Rosweiss to come over. And before he closed the portal, Kasuk turned to Issei for one last time and said, Issei, your job will be to drive them out as much as possible. But if there's a strong individual, keep them in place as much as possible. Issei nodded while thinking that he should visit Ajuka and clarify a few things. Before Rosweiss could ask what kind of place Kasuk brought her into, he immediately left her in a free workshop where all the documents that needed some preliminary calibration. I'll bring the rest up later one by one. We don't have much time, so please work on this. I'll prepare a suitable compensation for all of this, of course. Kasuk then moved to another room and opened another portal, inviting another person. I'm sorry for calling you so suddenly. Ophis just looked at him and nodded silently before asking, they're already here. As someone born in the dimensional gap, she was more susceptible to the changes within it. Dumb Red won't make it. Oh. You can tell what's happening. Ophis nodded once again. Dumb Red is playing. Ophis eyes seemed to question if Kasuk was going to assist the dumb dragon, but also didn't explicitly ask since the current Kasuk was no match against the invader. Kasuk patted her head and said, we don't know what the future has in store for us. But in the immediate future, I can steer the course of things slightly to our favor. Ophis understood what he meant and asked, what should I do? I'll be needing a bit of your flesh and blood. For the next 3 days, Kasuk would work on a new Jigai and expand and modify the isolation barrier. I wonder if I can still call this a Jigai. Kasuk asked himself while watching a complete copy of Ophis's body floating inside the transparent tank that's nurturing it. Kasuk soon left the room and sealed it tightly before going to Rosweiss' side, who has been working 24/7 for the past 3 days. Are you still good? Asked Kasuk the moment he peeked at the messy room full of paper and working monitors. Rosweiss, with the heavy bags under her eyes being covered by glasses, raised her head up and sarcastically answered, I'm so glad I haven't gone insane. For the past 3 days, Rosweiss worked on the numbers and logistics of the spell non-stop. At first, she thought that it wouldn't be that bad since Kasuk hadn't finished expanding the spell yet. However, she was immediately greeted by a large amount of workload. Still, it wasn't that bad since if she could focus, she'd be able to deal with everything within half a day, and then she'd have a bit of rest. But the moment she finished the first part, the second part arrived and pulled her back to work. And even then it still wasn't a big deal because she figured out that if she could work faster, she'll be able to finish it hours early. But the same thing happened despite her efforts. The third part came, pulling her back into hell of numbers, and this would happen every single time. When the thought of a break arises on the horizon, a metaphorical Kasuk will drag her feet down back to work. I sure do hope that this is all worth it, compensation-wise. Don't worry. I'm actually thinking of giving you enough that you'll be able to go on a date with Issei in a 300 yen shop. Seriously? Kasuk nodded with a very serious expression, and with the work you are currently showing, I'm considering a reward that you'll be able to take Issei to a 500 yen shop. Without any worries. The two of them stared at each other for a few moments before Rosweiss dived back to her work. I'll speed things up. The scumbag that took full advantage of Rosweiss' skewed view on working conditions and paid wages smiled in satisfaction while also justifying himself by thinking, your boyfriend is a lot richer than me, so this is fine. Chapter 949, Chapter 949 The Core. On the 5th day, Rosweiss was already haggard, but she was not willing to give up the 500 yen shop and persevered. Eventually, the two of them finished the model after numerous final adjustments, simulations, and real-world testing. Rosweiss sat down and took a breather. What do we do next? Where do we lay this absolutely massive thing? She thought with the amount of encryption and security they added to the spell itself, they would have no problem even with people watching and recording everything they were doing. Using his arm as the key once again, Kasuk opened a portal back to Earth. Everything is already prepared. We just have to finish this within 2 days. Rosweiss never really thought that it would be possible to finish this entire thing within a week, but she was already proven wrong with all the progress they made, which she thought would take a month or 2. Rosweiss stood up and followed Kasuk to the other side of the portal while saying, I'm still really curious as to what you're going to use to power this thing. The moment Rosweiss stepped out, the cold temperature immediately greeted her, and soon the wasteland and out-of-place large stacks of freight containers all around them. Where are we? Devon Island. I arranged the spell to fit this place perfectly. Kasuk then looked around and smirked. Looks like we have quite an audience. Although not as much as Kasuk's, Rosweiss' senses also caught a few people from beyond the island watching them. They are from various mythos. It's impossible to hide the fact that I took over this island, so they are probably curious about what we're doing here. Kasuk then took out Beniheim in her shurikai. Oh well, after we're finished, it should give them a bit of a scare so they finally do something, so this is good. Swinging Benihime diagonally, Kasuk sent out a shockwave that carved out the earth. The materials are inside those containers and I'll leave the filling to you. Rossweiss opened one of the containers and saw various things inside of it. I don't know some of these. Kasuk ramped up his work while answering. Just test their magic conductivity and you should be good. You can also call for people to help you melt and move those. You're not going to reduce my pay if I do that, right? Kasuk froze for a moment and thought that she really has an incredibly very bad view of things in terms of employment. No. I'll prepare a separate reward for those who want to work part-time. Just make sure that you properly overlook their work. For the next 2 days, onlookers continued to gather, and for the first few hours, there were a few brave souls that tried to approach and intrude on the island in hopes of gathering more information on what they were trying to achieve. At first, Kasuk ignored them since there was really nothing they could gather from it and it was not worth the effort to keep them out. But when they started messing with the canals he dug, that's when he went ballistic and chopped off a few limbs of these intruders. Others tried to help this group and reason with Kasuk, but he didn't listen and just did the same thing to them. Chopped their limbs until they were left crying. Since it would be troublesome to keep doing this, Kasuk dedicated a few hours to hunting these intruders and chopping their limbs off for the sole reason of stepping onto Devon Island. Of course, there were protests about how he does things, but he ignored them since the chopped limbs were still restorable, so what they were saying doesn't have much weight. Unsurprisingly, there are some people who thought of taking advantage of this. Since Kasuk was only aiming for their limbs, they presumed that they'd be able to catch him off guard. But the moment they showed their killing intent, Kasuk's blade changed its trajectory and severed their heads. From then on, no one thought of bothering them anymore. Though some of them still went to the Alliance to try and shut down whatever Kasuk was doing while citing that his construction was a massive breach of security to everyone. But with Issei, a few of his crew, and a few of Vala's crew helping out Rossweiss, that didn't gain any traction. And just like that, they were able to finish the massive magic circle that spanned the 5.5 million hectares of land. Kasuk returned to where everyone was while looking at the time. Thank you, everyone. I finished a few hours earlier than I expected. Just a few hours. Even with all of us. Issei asked while pointing at everyone, namely, Ravel, Ingvild, Arthur, Lufei, and Sha Wujing. Kasuk scratched his head and confessed, I actually took it a bit easy when you arrived. Took it easy? They all exclaimed internally since Kasuk did 70% of the work despite them helping out. Anyways, we still have a few hours before the core arrives. How did it go on your side? At that question, Issei and the rest, except for Rossweiss, had a heavy expressions. We had cleaned up a number of them. But then an EV known as Regadamu also revealed himself. Issei replied. He'd already heard the secret about the future from Azazel and Surzex, but he didn't want to talk about it publicly. Regadamu is a 5 meters tall humanoid mechanical lifeform with 3 eyes possessing a tremendous aura that dwarfs most of the chief gods. Lufei added with a somber expression. And the problem is? Issei sighed before answering, I teamed up with Valley and we were no match against him even in our full power. In fact, he only retreated because he didn't want any more trouble arriving. According to Ajuka-san, Azazel-sensei, and Surzex-san, he might be on par with Great Red or Ophis at their peak. But when he looked at Kasuk again, he didn't seem to be too concerned and smiled in relief. This barrier can keep them away, can't it? Kasuk nodded, of course. It would really be convenient if this could trap that guy, but I doubt that since it'd take a minute or two before this can be activated in its entirety and anyone competent would be able to escape and they would choose to do so. Because it's just their scouting force, is it? That's correct. And there's Dash. Kasuk was about to reveal that there was someone else much stronger than the one they encountered when the automatic teleportation magic suddenly began activating ahead of its schedule. Rossweiss-san, prepare for the linking of the core. Issei and the rest, leave the island immediately and stop anyone that comes close. What? But where's the core? And what type of power source is it? Rossweiss flew towards her designated magic circles while communicating with Kasuk with magic. It's delivering itself. And don't worry about the process. I'll take the lead and you just have to follow it. And steal your heart because I'll be needing your concentration more than ever. Rossweiss became confused by his last words but didn't have time to think about it when she saw a 100-meter magic circle appearing on top of where the core should be, a teleportation circle. So that's what he meant by delivery. But why did he word it so weird, ly? Rossweiss' thoughts trailed off until nothing was left as a massive amount of blood started spilling from the magic circle and dropping to the ground. Soon, an almost 100-meter body of a red headless dragon dropped from the circle before it was followed by its detached head with lifeless eyes wide open. The core of the barrier had revealed itself and it was far from everyone's expectations. The lifeless body of one of the greatest existences of this world, Great Red. Chapter 950 Enemy Boss. Weiss-san. Rossweiss-san. Rossweiss finally heard Kasuk's urgent calls, what? Concentrate. The magic power within the magic circle was already on the verge of going wild. Rosweiss bit her lips and hurriedly put her hands on the ground and tried to control the raging waves. Soon enough, she was able to take it under control and followed Kasuk's lead to connect certain points of the spell to Great Red's body while also encircling it within its own barrier. Rosweiss thought that it was going smoothly despite her initial response, but all of a sudden, the space above where the corpse of Great Red emerged began cracking, and a second later, a pair of hands forcibly pried their way into it and parted it apart. So this is where it went. A metallic voice resounded and was heard beyond the confines of the island while also revealing the dimensional gap. A 7-meter-tall mechanical humanoid with 5 eyes in total, 2 on each side and 1 on his forehead that shined with gold, peeked through the gap. His body had a tint of black and purple with thick limbs, but the most striking thing was the oppressive aura he was releasing that even Issei, who had been watching from a distance, couldn't stop himself from shaking. Naturally, as one of the two nearest to him, Rosweiss also momentarily lost her focus from fear and seemingly lost all hope. Rosweiss-san. Wake up. If you don't want to die, ignore that guy and continue the linking. Not just raising his voice, Kasuk also used her own aura to offset the aura that was crashing on them. Although he had to put quite an effort into it contrary to the latter who was only casually standing over the dimensional gap. Thanks to that, Rosweiss managed to gather her sanity back, but she was still nervous if the barrier was going to make it in time. Oh! What is this amusing thing? The terrifying Eevee stretched his arm out, attempting to reach out, and made Rosweiss almost disgrace herself in front of many people. Nevertheless, her worries proved to be worthless when a pair of twins suddenly appeared standing on top of Great Red's corpse. The black-haired pair instantly grabbed the Eevee's attention. Now this is interesting. Let's get started. However, Ophis and Lilith have no plans of playing along with him and joined their hands before pointing their free palms toward him. Begone. In the next second, an unimaginable amount of energy gathered between their hands as the symbol of the Dragon of Infinity floated up. The Eevee stopped reaching out and felt the threat of these girls. Without hesitation, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and balled himself. At that moment, a 20-meter-wide jet black beam of annihilating energy blasted from the twins' palms and destroyed the boundary between space and enveloped the horrifying mechanical life form. The pillar of most destructive black light lasted for about 10 seconds before it dissipated. Although it went towards the dimensional gap, the residual heat from it started melting the ice caps in its surroundings. The 20-meter hole began healing itself to stabilize the world, but those who were at the right angle could see that the Eevee had been pushed back for about 100 meters, but aside from a few scorch marks, there was virtually no damage on him. Fahaha. That's it. Show me more. His screams of glee reverberated throughout the whole area. Even though just a few seconds of that is enough to fully vaporize most of the gods. Such a disgusting amount of defense. Thought Kasuk while finalizing the barrier. That came from someone who others thought had a disgusting amount of defense. A golden blade made out of pure energy then sprouted from the Eevee's left arm and it continued extending until it was 50 meters long. From Kasuk's estimate, that casual blade had the same amount of energy that Ophis and Lilith just released and made him sweat a little. Thankfully, it was already too late for him to act as the pair had already bought enough time for him. Just as he was about to dash forward, a transparent membrane with a myriad of colors rapidly expanded out from Great Red's body. The Eevee tried slashing this membrane with its blade, but he was shocked that he was only able to make it ripple like water before being pushed back until he couldn't be seen by native eyes anymore. But before he could disappear, Kasuk saw its eyes full of rage while looking at him. It's as if Kasuk had just snatched a toy out of his hand. Now that's scary. The translucent barrier went on to continue expanding beyond everyone's perception, and a dome of black covered Great Red as if acting as his monument. However, those were the least of everyone's worries as they scrambled to report everything that they had seen today. After all, they were just quietly and peacefully watching Kasuk complete his enormous project when it was suddenly revealed that Great Red had died, used as the core of the spell, and the appearance of who may be his killer. Contrary to their expression, Kasuk just sighed in relief and stretched his numbing arms. That went more smoothly than I hoped. He then approached Ophis and Lilith, silently staring at the black dome, and asked, "What are you thinking?" There was no answer for a few moments, and since no one could enter the island now except for Rosweiss, who chose to take some distance after reading the mood, Kasuk just waited. Eventually, words escape Ophis' mouth. "It'll be quiet from now on." Kasuk smiled and sat down next to them and asked next, "You won't ask why I didn't help him?" Ophis looked at him and returned a question, "Why would I?" But Kasuk just quietly stared at her with a small smile on his face. As for Lilith, although she was able to synchronize her memories with Ophis, she didn't have any direct interaction with their rival, so she could just curiously stare at their now lifeless adversary. After a few moments, Ophis opened her mouth. However, she didn't know what she should say, as this was one of the instances where a complicated feeling fogged her thinking. Although she always looked at Great Red as her enemy for the longest time, it also meant that he was the only one who could even remotely understand her as someone sitting on the peak. As there were only two of them in this world, the two of them developed a unique connection that the two of them could appreciate. Now that he's gone, Ophis doesn't understand where this unknown feeling is coming from, even though she always thought that she'd achieve peace when he was gone. Thinking about Kasuk's question, she understood that there was no way he could help him in the face of that being. Even then, she hoped. She didn't know why, but even though it's logically impossible to help Great Red, she hoped that Kasuk could have done something and not just strike a deal with him to use his body. As such, the second question came up, can you? Kasuk stood up and patted her head but refused to provide an answer. But from that, Ophis got an answer and it was a no. Turning around, Kasuk went to Roswai's side and explained the ordeal they went through. But the latter could only grimace as Kasuk didn't provide any information beyond, Great Red was killed by an Eevee and I used his body as the core to keep them out, just as he wanted. While evading further questioning, Kasuk returned to his Mars base and went straight to one of the rooms where Ophis's clone is located. Chapter 951, Chapter 951 Flana. As soon as he reached the room, Kasuk flipped all the switches that would release the clone and placed it on a clean bed. I already gave you the way to this place. Stop wasting time and take it. Kasuk said out loud while taking some distance from the clone. Immediately after, the clone was caught in a deep red fire and floated up. And while this was happening, a suffocating amount of draconic aura instantly welled up from the body and began destroying everything within the room. Kasuk just watched this calmly while thinking, so no one really knows this guy's true nature of existence. Not even Ophis-chan. Well, no one would really think that he might be an immortal since no one could kill him in the first place. In a span of a minute, Ophis' clone began to grow until it reached a late teen stage if Ophis could age. But unlike the transformation Ophis did before with a huge chest, this one remained modest for the most part. Aside from that, the black hair also grew longer until it could reach its knees and a bright red color tinted it. A few more minutes later, the clone opened its eyes revealing a deep red iris and golden pupil while also releasing a massive amount of draconic aura that caved in the sturdy walls of the laboratory. I'm back, baby. Fwahahaha. Her loud voice prompted Kasuk to cover his ears. You're loud. Pipe down and stop destroying my stuff. The red-haired Ophis slowly floated down on her feet and reined in her aura. Boss. Sorry about that. Alas, she wasn't able to fully understand what Kasuk meant and created shockwaves with her voice. As she started laughing out loud once again on her own, Kasuk could only keep his mouth shut and wait out this storm. He, however, noticed another stark difference she has from Ophis, and that is a lively exaggerated cowlick, a hogue, dancing left and right on top of her head. How does that even work? Is that the replacement for her horn? A minute went by and the grown Ophis finally stopped. What do you think of my plan this time, boss? Isn't this worthy of praise? Now I can finally properly act like a boss from the shadows I am. Fwahahaha. And another laughing spree. Where did the consciousness break? When he's killed? Or is it when he fuses with the body? Returning the time to a week ago, Great Red felt the Eevee called Regal Ziva trying to break through the thick chaos of the dimensional gap and concluded that he wouldn't be able to win against him. With that in mind, Great Red immediately started making plans, and the first thing that went into his mind was the fact that he's the secret boss of Kasuk's organization. Seeing the light of finally fulfilling his role, Great Red immediately contacted Kasuk and started making demands that are borderline unreasonable. First, was for Kasuk to create a new body for himself as fast as possible. This isn't a problem if Great Red could provide his own flesh, but since the enemy was already on his doorstep, Great Red had no way of doing this because it might have alerted the enemy. Even then, Great Red still forced Kasuk to do it one way or another. Although Kasuk still had bits of flesh and blood of Great Red from reconstructing Akino and Irina's bodies, it was already too old and too few that it might have caused significant errors trying to replicate the dragon. In that case, Kasuk could only opt for the nearest possible available substitute, and that would be Ophis's flesh and blood. Even then, that clearly had its own set of problems. First, despite being as strong as Great Red, Ophis' attribute doesn't go along with Great Red, so he first had to clear out the infinity. Second, Ophis is a true shapeshifter, and whatever form she takes, it's her true form. In other words, if Kasuk gets the flesh and blood of the current Ophis, it'll be that of a little girl, and Great Red won't have any way to change that even though he's technically genderless. So the moment Great Red's consciousness entered the body based on the little girl Ophis, he locked himself into a biologically female body, and the only way to change this is to discard it. Nevertheless, this isn't really a problem for Great Red, and her body changing into a mature form is his attribute setting in. The very reason he could do something like discarding his body is that he's the Lord of Dreams, making his existence closer to a spirit or ethereal, and his body was only made out of convenience in a long, long time. As long as dreams in this world exist, he'd never truly die unless he was separated from them. As for the next borderline unreasonable, Great Red wanted to hide the fact that he was alive with Kasuk's help. With Kasuk's help because he won't be able to reliably do it on his own, and his insistence on this because he wanted the secret boss to come true. Thankfully, this is also a relatively advantageous situation for Kasuk, so he agreed. Yeah. It was a good plan to escape the spotlight and lurk within the shadows. Kasuk flatly replied after her laughter ceased, put on some clothes. Of course, not having any facility for shyness or even understanding the concept of shame of exposure, Great Red proudly placed both of her hands on her waist, clothes. I have no need for such inane things. Kasuk already expected this response, so he took out a fashion book. More specifically, a very rare fashion book aimed at those suffering from a certain middle schooler disease could also be considered a cosplay book. Although she had no direct human experience like Ophis, Great Red was still fully aware of what she's looking at. Not about the disease, but the aesthetics that captured her fancy. Great Red hurriedly grabbed the book, but as she's not yet used to her body, her touch instantly disintegrated the paper. Ah. A sorrowful sound escaped her mouth. Expecting it again, Kasuk took out another copy of the book. Be careful this time. Boss. Great Red almost cried tears of joy as she slowly and carefully handled the book this time. Great Red directly sprawled on the messy floor to browse through various fashion attire with shining eyes when a certain question entered her mind. Since she would be hiding the fact that she's alive, she would need a new name. However, after a few seconds of trying, she gave up and delegated the task to Kasuk like the true secret boss she is. Kasuk thought about it for a moment before saying, let's go with Flana. Flana. It means something very great and red. Finding it troublesome, Kasuk lied through his teeth. In fact, Flana only meant red-haired in Irish. Really? Kasuk nodded with all seriousness, really. Fwahahaha. From now on, I shall be named Flana. Great Red, or rather, Flana was in a celebratory mood when she saw Kasuk pointing down. As she followed his finger, she saw the book was shredded by her shockwave laughter. No. Chapter 952, Chapter 952 Karma. Hours had gone by, but Flana still couldn't decide what to wear, and Kasuk couldn't keep waiting for her to choose, so he forced her to move to the training room to get accustomed to her strength. Kasuk planned to toss her at Claire and her group, but he couldn't let them meet her if she ends up destroying everything around her whenever she feels excited. I wonder how things are going down there. Kasuk asked himself and couldn't help but chuckle at all the chaos that surely was happening right now. And just as he thought, all of the factions were very disorganized as they tried their best to make sense of what just happened. Naturally, their attention was solely focused on the man who was the center of all of it, but when they couldn't hold of him, their scrutiny turned to the Belial House and Ross Weiss. While the Belial House just gave a non-answer citing that they too don't have the full scope of the events, Ross Weiss was under the full protection of the underworld. Because of this, the fear of being in the dark turned into anger that was pointed towards the ones supposedly managing all three parties, the Tri-Faction Alliance. Nothing is going as planned. For better or worse. Azazel muttered while massaging his temples, although we lost Great Red, that barrier with his body as the core should give us a few years of time to prepare, if not decades. But this is a problem, isn't it? Surzek said under his breath. Ajuka, while quietly listening to their whining beyond the screen, was analyzing the barrier that Kasuk deployed. But the only thing he could gather from it was its range and approximate strength. It locked the whole dimensional gap and covered the whole Earth, till midway to the moon. As for its strength, it's at least 100 times higher than Trihex's base defenses. But will that be enough? It's Kasuk Urahara's work, so there should be something else. All of a sudden, Azazel addressed him. Hey, don't just bury yourself in that. Give us some input here. Ajuka calmly turned his eyes to him and nodded. It is indeed a problem, for the Alliance, that is. Not just the Tri-Faction but all of the other factions around the world, for the simple fact that they are not the owner of this barrier that's keeping the world safe. Just this single thing brings Kasuk into one of the highest seats and leverage within the world's negotiation table. It's just when his trust in us is at rock bottom, and he's also basically the hidden leader of the current Olympus under Athena's management. Azazel scratched his head in frustration. Have you already figured out who passed it on to him? Surzex asked. There is no evidence beyond the circumstantial, answered Ajuka. And who is it? Yasaka. Surzex and Azazel both sighed in defeat. They were already expecting her name to come up, but still couldn't help but feel betrayed when Ajuka revealed it. She made a bet and won, muttered the former. Azazel also added, I might have considered the same thing if I were in her position. It's hard to feel secure when she can't even leave her territory. Ajuka continued fiddling on his console to resume his review of the barrier while saying, as I only have circumstantial evidence, I can't confront her. Instead, we should focus on building back the bridge. Thankfully, we still have a bridge called Issei. Issei. I disagree. Azazel strongly rejected Ajuka's suggestion. We can't use Issei. If we make a mistake somewhere, not just the mutual respect and trust, we might as well become that guy's enemy. I don't know about you, but I definitely don't want to be on the other side of his sword. We can't use Issei. Surzex immediately seconded Azazel's statement, but what should be our next course of action? We can't just sit down here and talk without doing anything. Others will surely take advantage of this. Even now, Michael is having a hard time keeping the others at bay. He'll soon reach his limits. Azazel thought about it for a few seconds before slapping the table hard. Fuck it. Let's just tell him everything. Since it's very clear that we can't beat him in this game, maybe sincerity will do. I'm home. Kasuk, without any other urgent things on hand for the first time in a while, arrived at the Belial mansion and saw the extremely tight security outside. However, the first thing that greeted him was a Nodachi traveling at high speed aiming directly for his face. Even then Kasuk still had time to think and could properly watch the raging boar behind the Nodachi. Oh! She coated her blade with dense Ryatsuki to make it blunt. When did she learn to do something like this? It's too precise to be just for this specific application, and learning that should be harder than most Kiddo. While thinking of random things and refusing to address the current issue, Kasuk was hit squarely on the forehead and was sent out of the estate as soon as he got in. Kasuk flew over the small city of Belial all the way to the mountainous region where he traumatized Erebus. The guards of Belial thought that it was an enemy attack, but thankfully, Sakura immediately went out and reassured everyone that everything was well. Aika, on the other hand, had already caught up to Kasuk, who was lying down on the ground, and pointed her Nodachi at his chest while looking at him with a grave expression. Do you have something to say? Are you hoping to hear an apology from me? Kasuk immediately replied, but at times like these, I don't really like issuing empty apologies. Then do you mind getting pummeled for a few hours? Of course I mind it. I also don't like being in pain, after all. But if that can do something about your frustration, then I won't do anything for a few minutes at least. Aika silently stared at Kasuk, who had already closed his eyes without any remorse for a minute or two before her expression mellowed out, and sighed. I guess that's the best concession you could give. Keeping her Nodachi back, Aika slowly sat down beside him and observed the scenery around them. Oh. You're not going to do it? Aren't you mad? I am. But you're not really guilty of anything. If anything, I just assaulted you for no reason. Kasuk doesn't know why, but the current Aika seems a lot calmer even prior to when she lost her memories. But that query was promptly answered by her next sentence. You see. I've been dreaming. For at least 4 years. Chapter 953, Chapter 953 Numbness. Aika stayed quiet and just enjoyed the wind blowing on her face. However, Kasuk wouldn't be Kasuk if he didn't destroy this mood purely for amusement. Of all the numbers, why the unlucky one? Aika's calm demeanor instantly disappeared and she smacked Kasuk's forehead. Why are you concerned whether it's unlucky or not? And you think 4, sure, is unlucky when you represent death, sure, itself. Kasuk snickered while rubbing his forehead. That expression is much more suitable for you. Aika glared at him and asked, you prefer my angry face more? Since when did you have that kind of preference, you pervert? Kasuk cozied up to the ground and looked afar. No. What I meant is that you don't have to wear a somber expression. Somber. Aika tilted her head. Did I look somber to you? But instead of answering, Kasuk directed the conversation elsewhere. 4 years. I don't know how you did it, but the most you can do in the dream world of yours is move around while talking to your Zanpakuto. It's Akane and Kagaya. Aika interrupted him. Aika hugged her Nodachi. Please call them Akane and Kagaya. Kasuk looked at the Nodachi and smiled. In that dream world of yours, the most you can do is to move around, talk to Akane-chan and Kagaya-chan, and mope around. Well. That's true. Aika answered after a short pause, but how did you know? Kasuk chuckled. I'm not sure why you stayed in there for so long compared to the normal flow of time, but this is actually a common occurrence among the people like us since it's a great way to communicate with our partners. And from how you're talking about Akane and Kagaya, it looks like it was relatively peaceful. Aika thought that it was indeed peaceful. So peaceful in fact, that even playing with Akane and Kagaya became dull as time passed by. Soon, the only thing she could do was move her body around. And since she had a feeling that she couldn't really do any physical training, she focused on her control and manipulation. However, Aika noticed that Kasuk's phrase was a bit out of place. Peaceful. Yes, it was. But it doesn't sound like that's always the case. Kasuk went silent for a moment before answering. Yuruchi's Byako ignores her most of the time while my Benihime would always try to cut and stitch me up into something else. Let's just say that they each have their own, unique, personalities. Aika felt her throat dry up as she swallowed her saliva. That sounds very harsh. Kasuk sat up. My point is, it doesn't matter how long you stayed in that dream world of yours. You probably contemplated a lot of things to find some resolutions or answers to your confusion and questions. However, you're misunderstanding something. The nothingness you went through didn't actually make you any more mature, but you just became numb from all of it. Aika was about to say something but Kasuk didn't let her. Happy thoughts, sad thoughts, traumatic experiences, great memories, confusion, and resolution. All of them fade once you go through them again and again. Thus, the numbing feeling that you thought was a sign of calmness. To add to that, calmness in front of a situation and choosing the right decision isn't a sign of maturity, but thinking over things after calming down from the explosiveness of emotions. Kasuk patted Aika's head. Remember, trying to act mature is a sign of immaturity. And now that you're here, you also have to let go of your original concept of age, since we're technically almost ageless. In other words, those 4 years, while worthwhile, are also effectively inconsequential. Kasuk stood up and stretched his arms out in the air, and finally, you're not a monk searching for enlightenment, but just a simple girl trying to make sense of the vague future. Aika looked down and hugged her knees while thinking over Kasuk's words. As he pointed out, she might have just been really feeling numb after thinking back to all of what happened after she met Kasuk over and over again. She didn't accept the reality she's in and calm down, but might have just forgotten how it felt to be in those situations. And that scared her, that numbing feeling. How do you fix? No. How do you rekindle them? Even I don't have a concrete answer for that. At that moment, a hint of fear went through Kasuk's eyes, but Aika failed to catch any of that, but I think stacking memories on top of your old ones may help. Simply put, just continue experiencing what the world has to offer and you'll probably never forget those feelings. But even with that kind of answer, Kasuk couldn't help but be a bit fearful. He's sure that he wouldn't forget a single thing, and he'd even modify his own head to make sure that his memories stayed intact. However, even if he had his memories, he might just one day forget they existed in the first place. Small but precious memories might stay in his head forever, but there might be a day when he wouldn't even remember what happened without external stimuli. Well, that's to consider if I'm really going to live that long. Though I do think that it'll be a good idea to start writing a diary. That isn't helpful at all, Aika replied with a pout. It might work for me but not for others, so you'll have to figure that out on your own. Then I'll just overthink things again. Kasuk just shrugged his shoulders. That's how life is. Contradictory. Aika sighed and stood up beside Kasuk. This just threw off my whole plan. Kasuk turned to her in wonderment and asked, Plan? What plan? Aika snickered. Well, I thought I matured even a little bit since I'm technically 22 years old after that time skip, so I thought I should be able to advance our relationship. But she soon became deflated, but it turns out that you're still far away from me. Slow down a bit, will ya? Kasuk just grinned at her. Me? Slow down. Are you sure you're asking the right person? I'm not doing that. Figures. No choice but to catch up, huh? But how in the world were you able to accept Sona and Kuroka? Kasuk immediately turned away from her before replying with a softer voice. It's my immaturity at that time. It's my first time being surrounded like that, you know. The horny me couldn't stop it. It was rare to see Kasuk acting embarrassed, but that's not what concerned Aika, so the goal really went further ahead. While holding her head, she shouted to herself, I should have made my move back then. Chapter 954, Chapter 954 Cosplay. Kasuk and Aika returned to the Belial mansion, and the first one to make a comment was Sakura. Did you get it easy this time yet again? Aren't they spoiling you too much? That's not it, Sakura-san. Aika shook her head and wore a wry smile. I was convinced by his excuse. Even if we say that he's right, he was too forceful. You should have complained more. Sakura immediately took notice of the way she called her and thought, so her plan didn't go through, huh? What a shame. But before Sakura could say something else, Claire came running and grabbed Kasuk's hand. Kasuk-nisan. You're finally home. Let's play. Kasuk gladly accepted Claire's help and let himself be pulled to escape from his mother's nagging. All right, just for my lovely niece. Sakura and Aika looked at the escaping Kasuk before they looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders. Let's go in. It's been a while since everyone got together. Well, everyone except for Yuruchi and Serafal-sama, said the former, before following Claire and Kasuk. Aika also followed Sakura while saying, I heard that they'll be calling later. Is that so? Great. Kasuk, meanwhile, was thinking that there shouldn't be anything else that had come up, and the tugging forces between the factions should stabilize with the absence of the majority of the strongest players that could easily tip the balance on one side. Shiva and Indra are going to be a problem, especially since the latter wants to challenge the former in an all-out war. Not to mention, both of them have strong predicting abilities and mind-reading skills that make approaching them quite dangerous. However, Kasuk thought that Indra's 30-year war preparation should have some changes after the appearance of the Evis and the barrier. Even he should have realized the danger of initiating the war now. If Indra still insists on it, he'll find more enemies than he can manage and would be quickly deemed as an evil god worthy of elimination for the stability of the world. Shiva, meanwhile, is passive. And quite frankly, much more annoying than Indra. And his close contact with the Juka is limiting my degree of freedom. It's going to be hard to find the real source of the future information with them watching my every move. Kasuk believed that the Gaspar Vladi of the future didn't contact them directly, but that a channel was being used. Kasuk wanted to find that channel so that he could formulate plans to use it or defend against it depending on the circumstances. Aside from those two, the only other problem is the Takamagara. No one really knows why they secluded themselves. A Joker card like that is also a bit troublesome. More so when there was no apparent reaction from them even with the appearance of Evis. I need to initiate contact with them soon. Aside from that, the only problems left are opening a small hole in the barrier to get to Yuruchi and Seraphal's side and other projects that were not too urgent. Right. It has been a while. I'll use this chance to properly hang out with everyone. Thanks to Great Red, I managed to buy a lot of time. 3 months went by and Kasuk distanced himself from research and projects as much as possible while also putting more effort into family time. Naturally, the problems that arose when he raised the barrier hounded him, but he gave no answers to anything, including some recruitments ranging from large factions to dubious organizations. Within those months, various factions searching the outside of the barrier also spotted a buildup of artificial structures on the surface of the moon, and upon further inspections, they were the mechanical lifeforms openly setting up a military outpost knowing that none of the Earthlings could leave the planet. This sight instantly spread out through the whole supernatural world and gave its inhabitants another wake-up call that they shouldn't be complacent. There's one particular moment where the Eevee that killed Great Red made his appearance once again at the edge of the barrier and blasted it with a golden beam of destructive energy that was as wide as a city and could even potentially destroy the planet for one whole minute. The barrier rippled throughout the entire Earth, but that was it. Seeing that there were no changes, the Eevee left to who knows where, never revealing himself again. When Kasuk was watching that, he thought that there might be nothing special about Eevee aside from his absurd firepower. I have many ways of going around that. Still, I have to make sure. If there were holes in the barrier, it would be the path he created to his Mars base at the inception of the barrier to allow Great Red, now Flana, to reach her new body. Using that path, Kasuk would be able to secretly send out probes to gather more information against their enemies and maybe even find the location of their colonies where he could potentially recruit some rebels. Returning to his off-planet base after a month to check up on a certain someone, Kasuk could feel Flana's presence the moment he stepped out of the teleporter and she was running toward him with great speed. A few seconds later, Kasuk could hear her footsteps akin to a giant's, and the moment she reached the door, instead of a normal opening, it was blasted open just using a push, boss. Why did you leave me here all alone? Before Kasuk could make a comment, he saw the attire she was wearing and he immediately recalled its reference, Dante from the 4th installation of Devil May Cry, huh? Flana was wearing red pants, yet they were almost completely covered sans her crotch and rear by long, black leather motorcycle chaps featuring a brown, cowboy boot design around the ankles. She wore black, loafer-looking boots, and black gloves exposing her knuckles and index finger on each hand, and her pants were wrapped with a black belt featuring a silver emblem decorated with a demonic skull. The coat was given a detailed and stylish look with Western and Italian features, and a deep red, almost crimson color. The coat was short-sleeved, with numerous gold-colored studs decorating the shoulders, collar, and chest, with a single zipper on the front. Underneath the coat, Flana wore a black, zipped-up undershirt with 3 clasps closed together with ornate, golden buckles, and medium-length sleeves that could be seen passing her shoulders. This undershirt was also zipped up just below her neck and featured an upturned collar that complemented the one on her coat. And here I thought she'd choose a Yankee outfit considering her personality and attachment to delinquents. Kasuk pointed at the door behind her and replied to her question, because I thought you'd be able to control your strength after that much time, but it looks like I was wrong. Go practice your control some more and I'll take you out of here. Kasuk immediately turned around, intending to leave, but he heard Flana's crying voice as she hurried over while shouting, no. Kasuk turned around and looked at her pitiful face and thought, that attire definitely doesn't suit an attitude and face like hers. But it's funny, so I'm not gonna point that out. Chapter 955, Chapter 955 Toys and Sleep. Flana claimed that she was already fully capable of controlling her strength and she just got too excited because she'd been trapped for 3 months doing her strength training. While listening to her rapid fire of excuses with an almost crying face, Kasuk felt a bit of actual pity but also wondered about some things. It shouldn't have been a problem to be left alone for a whole month. Were there some other unforeseen changes when she transferred into this body? Or was this the result of getting killed? I have no way of testing this, cause I don't have any initial values on her psyche. In the first place, Kasuk came here to check on her progress, and if she still couldn't control her strength, he planned to stay and assist her until she could properly do it. Let's run some tests before going out. I'm finally going out. Flana stood up excitedly as if her crying face earlier was a lie. I said after we ran some tests. We can't have you hurting innocent people just because you bump into them, can we? Flana did an exaggerated thinking pose while nodding to herself. Humu. I see what you mean. If it comes down to it, I will have to limit myself. Wait, you could have done that. Kasuk looked at her in surprise. In turn, Flana looked at her in confusion. I'm the master of this body, so why couldn't I? Kasuk could only stare at her speechless. Not being able to find any better words, he asked, if you could have done that, why not just do it? Flana threw her arms behind her head and answered, because I wouldn't be able to use my strength as fast as I wanted. How fast are we talking about here? Flana began tapping her lips and wondered for a short while, A few seconds or a few minutes? I don't know. Kasuk understood. Even if she could unlock her full strength at any time, it wouldn't be enough to react to an immediate danger. Let's get these tests run before deciding. You can probably change how much you lock and slowly adjust from there if you fail. Though it'd be a lot better if you don't. The tests were done repeatedly in quick succession to ensure accuracy, which took about 3 hours. The result is that Flana passed, but with a large caveat. She had to concentrate to get passing marks, and there's no way Kasuk would trust that she'd always concentrate. If she is not careful, a single sneeze could level a whole area. I'll stay and help you with your fine control, but we would have to stay here for some more time. You could also seal your strength and we could leave immediately. Your choice. Without hesitation, Flana sealed her strength to that of a middle-class devil. After the next set of tests, Kasuk concluded that she'd be fine as long as she was not around normal people, but wouldn't further restraining your strength be a better idea, asked Kasuk while arranging the data he'd gathered for today. Flana held her hands together as if she was holding a baseball bat before swinging them, but then I wouldn't be able to carry a great sword. Why do these girls always want giant weapons? Kasuk thought to himself. Do you want a pair of pistols too? He asked while watching her swing around her imaginary sword. Flana's eyes shined. Oh, as expected of boss. You really know your stuff. Make them black and white. Right, right. Kasuk replied absent-mindedly as he was already designing rebellion, ivory, and ebony in his head. Aesthetics are not a problem, but the functions are going to be a bit complicated. Only her physical abilities are limited, so any energy-based attacks could still wipe out a small portion of the map. I could make ivory and ebony her limiter so that she doesn't accidentally discharge when trying out long-range attacks. As for rebellion, I wonder if I can make something like phasing through enemies or objects that she doesn't intend to destroy. She's great red, so it should be possible to add something like that as long as she's the one using it. Let's stay for a week more, muttered Kasuk. Ha. Flana stopped what she was doing and immediately jumped on Kasuk's shoulders, but why? Kasuk stayed stoic despite the child on top of his head. Because I have to make your weapons. We could also leave now, but I won't be able to leave your side for some time to check on you. Ugh. Flana wanted to go out, but she also didn't want to give up the weapons. Because of the way Kasuk presented it to her, it looks like she only has one choice. Then what should I do to pass time? Continue practicing or just sleep. Flana stopped struggling and stared down at Kasuk. Sleep. Kasuk was surprised and looked up at her. Could it be that you haven't thought of it? Flana got off Kasuk slowly and said, how do you sleep? After a full 12 hours of classroom session about sleep, Kasuk was finally able to push the right buttons and finally gave Flana the urge to pass out. I must say, I'm doing a miracle's work here. How did I manage to teach her to sleep? Kasuk muttered to himself while watching Flana peacefully snore on the high-class bed he'd prepared. Wait. She'll wake up, right? She knows how to wake up, right? Kasuk got a little nervous but soon discarded his worries. If push comes to shove, I'll just toss her at Office to be blasted. Kasuk was able to finish Flana's training wheels in the form of a greatsword and a pair of pistols within a week. Thankfully, Kasuk was able to wake Flana up relatively easily. And by relatively, it just took a single punch to the forehead that was enough to instantly turn a normal person into mangled flesh. Oh. That was great. While her forehead was still smoking, Flana exclaimed with her ahogue swinging left and right as she inspected her weapons, I'm going to test this on that shitty black. Back on Earth, Office was playing with her friends when her eyes suddenly widened as she stood up. Office-chan. What's wrong? Asked Akino, who was the one tasked with looking after them. Office wanted to answer but she couldn't really understand it either. What was that? Chapter 956, Chapter 956 The Great Arrival. Why do you think he gathered us here? Irina asked as she was the first one to step into the underground base that Kasuk had dug under his candy shop. Behind her was everyone who'd already stepped onto the other world previously, plus Sakura. Apparently, he's going to introduce us to someone, Sakura answered while tapping on her smartphone, but did it really have to be this secretive? Sakura's question was everyone's primary concern. If it was just anyone, Kasuk would just bring that person directly to the mansion. But for him to arrange something that would bring them out of the spotlight, they couldn't really think of anyone deserving of such an effort from him. Akino, meanwhile, turned to Riveria who was staggering on her feet and assisted her. Are you alright? When was the last time you slept? Riveria leaned her shoulder against Akino and smiled at her. Thank you. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. She'd been awake for a whole week now and was trying to cram as much knowledge as she could because she didn't know when she could have this kind of environment. But because of Kasuk's sudden call and her wanting to go too, she underestimated her fatigue and only realized how bad she was doing when she finally started walking around again. Medusa approached them and checked on Riveria's condition. The lodging should still be clean and functional thanks to the preserving magic. Please take a rest there. I'll take her there. Akino leant her shoulder and grabbed her waist before bringing out her black wings and flying towards the old lodging. Sona looked at them while saying, she's far too much of a workaholic. These past few months, their group had been mostly relaxing by going on vacation to scenic spots, on individual dates, and just generally lazing around. It had been a while, so they enjoyed it quite a lot, and it also had the effect of confusing all the eyes that had been gathering on them and were suspicious that they were up to no good because only Kasuk had the complete control of the barrier. Kuroka approached from behind her and said with a teasing tone, "As if you're any better, Naya. You and the others were way worse just because you finally learned how to stave off sleep from Kasuk." Sona slowly turned to her with a complicated expression and tried to deny it. "It wasn't that bad. I think. I mean, I at least don't think that was pushing it." "No." Medusa immediately rejected her notion. "You were way worse. The days that you didn't break a bone were very rare. Your sparring sessions would last for days to a week without you noticing, and you would immediately go out and hunt to test what you'd learned for the sole reason that you wanted to do it because it was still fresh in your heads. After that, you'd all return to take a few hours of sleep before diving back to the training. Was it really that bad?" Kuroka nodded her head. "It was bad. But it was also our fault since none of us really stopped you because you kept going without any problems, yeah. It seems like you entered some sort of trance during that time and we didn't want to interrupt it. Of course, I also joined the training, but I couldn't enter the same trance, so I would often leave to take a breather." Sona didn't know what to say. "We did first learn how to live without any sustenance and be comfortable with it when needed. But was our common sense really that warped?" The eyes of the other girls who heard them talking became distant. Sakura, on the other hand, sighed while shaking her head. "They've gotten plenty of rest, but it looks like I'll have to arrange for some form of rehabilitation. I can't have them spread their insane methods to others or they'll be killing someone sooner or later, and not physically, which makes this way worse in a sense." At that moment, a black line drew itself in the space in front of the group before opening like a mouth, revealing a black space. Within that darkness, a young woman with flaming red hair stepped out with a large smile on her face. She was wearing a strange attire, but none of them noticed that as their eyes all went straight to her face, which was very familiar despite being aged a little. The red-haired teenager's smile grew larger while watching everyone's expressions and opened her mouth. "Wahahaha. Ivory." But before she could finish her words, the always passive Ophis suddenly sprung into action without any prior warning. Pouncing at the woman with the same face as her before, punching her straight in her nose with all of the physical strength available to her at the moment, sending the newcomer flying across the wide underground hideout and hitting the wall, which caused a small earthquake. With the shockwave of wind blowing on their faces, no one could properly react to what was happening and could only stare blankly as Ophis leaped once again to follow the red trail. Thanks to the barrier surrounding the hideout, the walls only cracked a little. Flana, though, was a bit taken aback because she was not expecting such an energetic greeting and saw that Ophis was shortening their distance again, still rearing her fist back to give her another punch. "What was that for, you shitty black?" But Ophis ignored her protest and silently threw another punch straight at her face. Flana gritted her teeth and pulled out the skull-themed greatsword from behind her to block Ophis's fist. In the distance, everyone heard a loud clank and saw the red and black silhouettes bouncing away from each other. Seeing the chance to test out her new toy, Flana immediately lunged forward to retaliate by swinging her greatsword horizontally. Ophis watched the sword from her side, but as someone who doesn't have much of an idea on how close-quarters combat works, she just watched it without doing anything to intercept or block it since Claire and the others weren't around her for her to act like a tank. The sword hit Ophis' flank. Or at least that's what should have happened, but the sword just went through Ophis and didn't hurt her in any way. Flana and Ophis stared at each other before the former swung her sword back, resulting in the same outcome. Flana didn't know what was wrong with her greatsword and kept swinging it left and right, but it kept doing nothing. Ophis, meanwhile, was slightly amused and followed it with her eyes. Finally, Flana swung her grate downwards. Although it broke the earth beneath Ophis' feet, it still did nothing to the target herself. "Hey, Blackie. Why don't we talk this out?" Ophis's reply was another punch to her face. Chapter 957, Chapter 957 The Unreasonable Dragons. Before anyone could notice, the rift in space had already disappeared and Kasuk was standing with everyone. "Ophis, make sure not to use any energy blasts," he shouted. "I don't want this place to be destroyed beyond repair." Ophis briefly looked at him and nodded before renewing her attacks against the fleeing Flana. Flana, meanwhile, shouted at Kasuk, "Boss. What is this useless thing? It's defective. It doesn't cut. I specially made it for you and just for you." "You're the only one who can use that," Kasuk replied. Flana's face lit up in delight and turned her head to him. "Really?" But her happy expression disappeared as fast as it appeared when she remembered the position she was in, but it still used dash. In the middle of speaking, Flana received another punch to the face and was thrown back. Kasuk watched Ophis getting excited and tried to guess from where. Is it because she can beat up Great Red now? Or is it because she's glad to see her? At that moment, Kasuk felt a pull on his sleeve. He looked down and saw Lilith staring at him. Kasuk crouched and patted her head. "How about you go join them? This is your first time meeting her, isn't it? It's fine to give your greeting like Ophis is doing." Lilith's eyes lit up as soon as she got the permission she didn't actually need to get before flying towards the two dragons in humanoid form. "Dumb Red," she called out to her. Flana saw her coming and her face fell, even small Blackie. Give it a rest. Finally throwing her useless greatsword away, Flana pulled out the black and white pistols from her holsters. Pointing each of them on the twins, she started pulling the trigger non-stop. As they do not operate like normal pistols despite their appearance, she doesn't need to reload them, and instead of physical bullets, they spew forth red bullets made out of her condensed aura without much delay between each other. Naturally, most of the bullets missed their targets, but since Ophis and Lilith weren't dodging, they still got hit by one bullet each and were thrown a meter back. With something finally taking effect, the three of them stopped for a moment before Flana began gloating to herself while raising her already beloved pistols. Woo! This is the stuff. Thanks to the playing field leveling out, their game of tag became even more destructive, but thankfully, the barrier could still hold up. Kasuk. Could it be? Sakura approached Kasuk and muttered. Although they were confused at first, everyone except for the kids managed to connect the dots to guess who the red-haired Ophis is, and they became even more sure of it the way Lilith called her. She's the one who offered her former body to be used as the core of the barrier after concluding that she couldn't win against the invader. Did you pull out his soul before he died? Kasuk shook his head. If I did something like that, the chances of the invader following were high. That guy indeed followed, but he went after the dead body, and that made a big difference. Besides, it's true that Great Red was killed at that time. Though I'm not sure if Great Red has something like a soul that I could recognize and pull out. Then how? Kasuk stared at the fleeing Flana for a few seconds before answering, I'm not sure either. Great Red is the true dragon of dreams. But I think it's more accurate to classify her as an illusion that has turned real. She's real, but she's also just an illusion that became alive through dreams. I would guess that she's an unkillable being as long as no one can separate her from the concept of dreams and illusions, like how Ophis will never cease to exist as long as she's infinite. That's just how unreasonable these dragons are. Kasuk has always wondered how Aizen, who just stepped into transcendence, was more powerful than Great Red and Ophis who were born into it. But then, he realized that transcendence wasn't just about power like how he believed. In a sense, Aizen's unbridled display of power blinded Kasuk from the truth. It's the state of existence. Aizen's evolution is still below the Soul King's soul, Great Red's dream, and Ophis's infinite. It wasn't even clear if Aizen really has evolution or something else. But that vagueness is what puts him below the latter three. Kasuk then looked at her own hands and thought, then in my case, what state of existence will I achieve? Because he doesn't know what he's trying to become in the first place, Kasuk sees himself as far inferior compared to Aizen, who knew exactly what he wanted. What are you thinking about? Sakura's face came into Kasuk's view, disconnecting him from his thoughts. Kasuk smiled wryly and shook his head, it's nothing. He turned to everyone, and the first thing he saw were Claire and Tanis making worried expressions while watching the fight that had been brewing for countless years finally break out. Kasuk approached them and matched their eye levels. Are you worried? Claire and Tanis looked at each other before turning back to him and nodding. Kasuk patted their heads and explained, there's nothing to worry about. That's just how people like them play. They aren't actually hurting each other. Those few sentences instantly calmed the two little girls, and those who were watching thought that they had way too much faith in Kasuk. Claire then thought about it for a few seconds and asked Kasuk something he wasn't really expecting, so if I want to join, I have to be strong. Kasuk and the others were a bit taken aback by her question, you want to join them? Kasuk's question made Tanis raise her hand and said, I want to join them too. Kasuk could feel Sakura's intense stare on his back, so he didn't dare turn around. It's not my fault. I promised, he shouted internally. He tried to think of a good answer, but Kasuk didn't really want to disappoint the girls by saying that they can't really play that game, since that would defeat the purpose of hard work and achieving things in the realm of possibility. In other words, it was all his fault for thinking like this. If you train enough, maybe you'll be able to join them. But they can play other games too, you know. We want to play those too. Claire's answer, which shouldn't have come out of a kid's mouth while such destruction was happening behind him, gave Kasuk a cold sweat down his back and thought, I'm going to get a scolding. Kasuk tried to ask for help from the others, but Irina, Kaneko, Kuroka, Sona, Aika, and even Medusa averted their gaze. Kasuk clicked his tongue and returned his sights to Claire and Tanis. He then pointed toward the girls behind them and said, Nichan will be busy, but you could ask your Nachans to help you. He chose to dump the problem on them entirely instead. The girls wanted to protest, but as soon as Claire and Tanis turned to them with expectant eyes, they couldn't do anything to resist. Meanwhile, Kasuk slowly backed away to escape. Finally, some peaceful days ahead, I guess. Although it's a bit regretful that I won't be able to spend it with Yuruchi for now. 5 years went by without anything big happening if we go by Kasuk's standards. In reality, massive turmoils were happening left and right, and the most notable of it all was the human world was already on the verge of a third world war due to a clash of those who'd accepted magic and those who'd rejected it, with the latter mostly predominated by those who wanted to cling to their power and authority using nuclear technology. And the person who started all of this was lazily lying down on his side in his empty candy shop while watching the news of Issei's marriage with Rias, Asia, Zenobia, Rossweiss, and Ravel that had happened a week ago through his old CRT television that was connected directly to the Underworld network. Considering how horny he is, it's surprising that he hasn't had a child yet. He thought while sucking on a lollipop, I guess he's scared to have one in this world of fake stability. Kasuk wanted to change the channel because he had already watched this news multiple times on top of being one of the attendees, but his hand stopped when he was about to reach for the remote and looked towards the entrance of his shop. He slowly sat up and opened his paper fan and covered his mouth. Welcome, please feel free to look around, Kenzaki Mitsuya-san. The young man who just entered had a deep frown on his face. Chapter 958, Chapter 958 Narrowing the Gap Between Two Worlds. Mitsuya Kenzaki. A black-haired handsome young man with a mysterious aura surrounding him. He's one of the strongest humans alongside Arthur, Tobio, Vasco, and Chow Chow due to being the owner of the two Longinus, Innovate Clear, and Tell Us Karma. With a big frown and glaring eyes, Mitsuya brushed off Kasuk's welcome. Cut the crap. Why did you lure me here? Kasuk wasn't fazed and replied, nothing much, I'm just really interested in your organization Cross-X-Kiss, XXX, which has only 2 members, including you. And well, your fake outward relationship with the Juka-sama. Mitsuya's expression immediately went neutral as he turned around to leave. Nothing you should be concerned about. You're already leaving. Why don't you have some tea first? Mitsuya stopped walking and turned to his side before grabbing one of the candies on display and tossing a coin to Kasuk. We have nothing to talk about. Kasuk caught the coin and watched Mitsuya leave until he disappeared from his sight. He then opened his hand and took a look at the coin before smiling. That's enough for now. These past few years, Kasuk wanted to figure out a few things, and one of his investigations led him to the young men of Issei's age. Mitsuya was by no means an unknown person and was even openly hostile towards Ajuka's faction while also being labeled as dangerous by Grigori. However, Kasuk noticed a few discrepancies that led him to think that there was something else going on with their relationship that only Ajuka and Azazel knew. Kasuk dug up Mitsuya's past, but he couldn't go any deeper because he didn't want to get noticed. Even then, he thought that his past was too empty, and that even the information regarding previous owners of the Innovate Clear and Tell Us Karma before they were transferred to him are very thin. At some point, Kasuk got a small clue, but that clue was enough for him to change his line of thinking toward Mitsuya and lured him to his shop to make sense of the young man. Although their exchange was short and it looks like he was avoiding a topic, Mitsuya still provided Kasuk with a way to contact him. Kasuk kept the coin along with some of his important stuff and pulled out his smartphone. He navigated to the app that's connected to the measuring devices that were hidden all over his shop and looked through all the values he managed to pull from Mitsuya. So it's not that he can't use their full capabilities because he's just their temporary owner like others have thought. These values, although not conclusive, still suggest that both Innovate Clear and Tell Us Karma are incomplete. After sorting out the data he gathered, Kasuk went back to lying down and finally changed the channel, and this time, it was a news channel for the Japanese network. After days of waiting, we are finally going to meet the leaders of these mysterious beings that apparently have been hiding from most of us until 3 years ago. One of the news anchors said with a solemn expression. Here in Tokyo Dome, the leaders of the underworld, heaven, and the Grigori are going to address the current volatile situation of the whole world. For a few minutes, the news anchor summarized the current events that led to the current situation where one country could just suddenly explode into violence, starting from when the underworld suddenly announced the existence of soul gears and began distributing them to buyers. It only took a few months before the soul gears became the mainstream equipment, as they were much more reliable and easier to control than sacred gears. On top of that, it has a price unlike the latter, so a faction only has to have money and influence to build an army. But because of its loose regulations, thanks to the Belial House's manipulations and the threat building up outside the barrier, each faction spared no effort to acquire these soul gears and even its manufacturing methods. Although they were unsuccessful with the latter even after receiving a blueprint through some means, the soul gears users soon spilled from the control of some factions due to their large numbers. This spill then soon went over into the secular world, where world leaders tried to take advantage of them to gain an upper hand against their competitors. But because the Alliance wanted to bolster the world's strength, it was already too late when they did something to stop the oversupply of soul gears when the world leaders too started losing control of the army they didn't understand. Just 2 years after its introduction, the soul gears had managed to enter the hands of normal people and appear in the human world news. To control the situation from declining further and add effective regulations, since it was impossible to round up everyone who had them, the Alliance had no choice but to announce their existence and explain what these weapons were. Of course, doing that also had its own consequences, mainly, the rise of radical forces that wanted to go along with the New World Order and those who rejected it. Naturally, as the originator of these soul gears, the Belial House took the blame for its irresponsible distribution of the weapons. However, no real sanctions could be levied against them aside from being branded as villains. Even with the help of some of the top nobles in the underworld because of the support of some houses that invested in the project and the influence they gathered through the same distribution. Still, the power and security that the Soul Gears had was undeniable, and with them being a large portion of power that could fight against the Evis, they couldn't discard it. As long as the world is dependent on the Soul Gears, no one could really touch the Belial house. It was then that flashes from the cameras illuminated the stage behind the news anchor before three figures stepped out. The first one was the 12-winged angel that was also known as the most beautiful flower of heaven, Gabriel. Following closely behind her was a 10-winged fallen angel and the current Governor-General of Grigori, Shemhazai. And the last one to appear was not any less striking, a man in full crimson armor with green gems embedded on different parts of his armor. He's one of the current Devil Kings, and in the human world, nothing much was known about him aside from he's called Devil King Crimson or Crimson Heavenly Dragon. It was the first time these three had appeared in the human world, so they instantly sparked murmurs from the surroundings, and those devout believers even started praying and crying at Gabriel's presence. Now then, I wonder what sort of play they are brewing. If they can't resolve the problem in one go, it's going to give them a headache in the future, Kasuk muttered as he reached out for his snacks. Chapter 959, End of Volume 14, Chapter 959, Start of a New Era. Throughout the whole world, people were watching the current scene in the Tokyo Dome. And because only the press was allowed to enter the establishment, the 40,000 seats felt a bit empty. On the outside, however, thousands of people had gathered for this momentous event, with most of them being devout believers of different religions. With the amount of visible security in the vicinity, there'd be no stopping them if they decided to rush in. But only if the organizers were using human methods. A thin barrier separated the Tokyo Dome from the people, and if there was a threat of a stampede, multiple spells were also prepared to separate the crowd, with healers stationed all around in case of injury or health problems. Just this arrangement was enough for the people to see the potential of magic and how much it could advance civilization as a whole. Then again, the big question is why they were left in the dark all this time. After a while, the organizer of this press conference stepped up and raised his voice, "Silence." His voice carried magic that spread everywhere and made all the murmuring and flashes stop. But unlike normal sound magic that carried forcefulness against normal people, his voice was soothing and instead calmed everyone. He was one of the new receivers of the soul gear that could develop depending on one's aptitude, and his had transformed into that of a simple necklace that puts various powers into his voice. Although not very strong, it was useful in many scenarios, especially in diplomatic talks. He's also one of the registered safe soul gear users, as his power doesn't actually compel anyone but only gives him a favorable impression at most. Immediately after, the organizer stepped down and gave the stage to the three leaders. The one in the middle, Gabriel, walked to the center of the stage while radiating with holy aura and made everyone feel a pleasant warmth. "Good day, everyone." But immediately after her greeting, Gabriel's expression changed to that of regret. "First, I'd like to apologize for letting the situation devolve into what it is now. It was our oversight and dash." However, her words were interrupted by a large, blaring siren. An air raid. One of the journalists muttered in nervousness, and before they could discuss what was going on, one of the organizers came running in full panic while shouting, "Miss Gabriel. This is bad. A nuclear warhead is headed this way." Kasuk, who was watching this, chuckled to himself, "What a bad actor." But after seeing this, he finally figured out what they were trying to do. That announcement sent everyone into a panic too, and strangely enough, his voice was also carried to the thousands of people outside, but no one really has enough time to think about this small detail. At that time, Gabriel raised her hand and holy aura exploded from her hand, covering everyone. "Please calm down, everyone. They are still panicking, but thanks to Gabriel's magic, they were able to regain some reason. How could we calm down? It's a nuclear warhead. Unless it's intercepted, we are all going to die here." One of them shot back. Gabriel smiled wryly, but she didn't try to explain herself anymore and just turned to her left. "Is Mr. Crimson, if you please." The man in full crimson armor nodded to her before turning to the guy that came in and asked in a very deep voice, "From which direction is it coming?" "Why, yes. I mean, 2 originated from the vicinity of Palau while 3 were detected launched from the Bering Sea." It looks like Mr. Crimson had studied geography well, as he was able to immediately figure out which direction they were coming from, south and northeastern. "Huh. This is troublesome," he said while rubbing the chin of his helmet. Everyone wondered what he was going to use that information for, but while Mr. Crimson was struggling, the roof of the stadium was blasted open with an explosion. The people inside screamed at the top of their lungs and started running away like headless chickens to avoid the falling debris. But before any accident could happen, Shemhazai immediately shielded everyone from harm using a barrier. "Please, Mr. White. There's a proper entrance," he said while sighing. On the newly opened roof, a full white and winged armored man came floating down. "I came because it looks like you need some assistance." They even managed to pull Valisan into this play. "They're pulling out all the stops." Kasuk commented on his appearance. With the whole world watching, Mr. Crimson and Mr. White both flew out of the dome and used their Longina Smasher in opposite directions. A minute later, confirmation of intercepted nuclear warheads was announced, causing everyone to cheer. Nevertheless, the attack didn't end there as hundreds of missiles also came flying in from Japanese shores. This time, the two Devil Kings didn't have to move as inhabitants of the supernatural world moved to secure the whole nation. Kasuk then reached out to his remote and turned off the television. He already lost interest because he already knew how this was going to end, so he'd rather spend his time in a more meaningful way. Naturally, the press conference was also cancelled and moved to another date. The next day, Kasuk turned on the news again to hear additional information. The intercontinental ballistic nuclear missiles came from a number of hijacked nuclear submarines, and the hundreds of sea-to-surface missiles also came from the hijacked fleets that originated from many countries. Although there was no damage from the nuclear warheads, several areas were leveled by the missiles, but miraculously, there were 0 casualties. By announcing that the leaders would do a press conference, the radicals saw that as a big chance to prove that they were not invincible. Even then, there would be no way for them to get hold of the strongest weapons of mankind without any kind of assistance, thought Kasuk while listening. Of course, he knew that those who supported them were the Alliance themselves. By giving them the chance and giving them the tools, they were able to push the radicals to move. And by catching them in the act, they were able to round most of them up while also presenting themselves as heroes while showing the enormous difference in power that even humanity's strongest sword couldn't hurt them. And the reason why there were damages despite them being fully capable of mitigating it is that they also wanted to show that they were not omnipotent or omniscient. This, in turn, will make them look like they still have weaknesses and they'd be more relatable instead of untouchable, and the masses would feel intimidated and oppressed. This day, in the history books, would mark the start of the transition from a pure science civilization into a magic science civilization. Chapter 960, Volume 15, Chapter 960 New Era. Another 2 years went by after the intentionally botched press conference, and while the larger and stronger countries were able to retain their own control, most of the smaller ones came under the control of the Alliance or some other factions that worshipped them without the public's knowledge. This was the best concession they could make to mix the human world with the supernatural world. And what was the reason they gave to explain why this was only happening now? It's because the supernatural world was very susceptible to developing conflicts and wars, and every time the weak humans got involved in it, it was always them who suffered the most. Of course, that already changed due to modernization and peace treaties between mythologies. Of course, some people would be able to notice this, but even if they revealed it to the public, with the Alliance sharing their technology with these smaller nations, they were able to solve most of the problems plaguing them. From housing problems to transportation of goods to hard-to-reach areas, the Alliance was able to boost each of these countries' economies by opening up many industries related to magic. And the most important aspect, energy, was easily solvable with magic power being converted to traditional electricity. Because the magic power they use comes directly from the dimensional gap where there's a nigh limitless amount of it, it'd only take a few years before everyone adapted to this cheaper and clean source of energy that would be enough to support civilization until it reached the interstellar level. Even among the Alliance, where most were not in favor of mixing the human world and the supernatural world, could now see the potential of where the world was heading and began to accept the inevitable with greater enthusiasm, especially the old gods who had been dreaming of returning to their home world and see what it had become. Naturally, it was not all smooth sailing. These new magic industries were on the rise, but many were also going down and causing a bit of damage and non-acceptance from some people. Though thanks to the radicals being removed so early on, most of what came out were relatively peaceful protests. As the food, water, and shelter insecurities are being solved worldwide, a sizable amount of the population, especially the younger ones, are now focused and determined to acquire the new skills being presented to them. Kasuk was shopping for some groceries when the digital billboard caught his attention. But although there are numerous courses related to magic, the trend of taking combat-related courses despite its strict requirements and tests for entry is rising up among young adults. An interview and poll were conducted among these people, and what seems to be the leading cause is fantasy becoming reality, and idolization of the newly established magic peacekeeping order under the Alliance. I agree with their sentiments, partner. After growing up in a pop culture full of fantasy-like magic, it's like a dream come true for most. And with the newly established order rounding up the violent criminals while risking their lives, they look like heroes to the masses. Even then, it's still a worrying trend. Why do we even need this many combat-related courses? Aren't we at peace? Kasuk then continued walking while thinking, I wonder when will they reveal that the world could be destroyed by aliens in the future? And while crossing the road, Kasuk saw a roaming drone that was projecting holographic images and advertising the popular new school created on a man-made floating island that was currently in the middle of the Pacific, the Ouroboros Academy. It was centered around the new courses and started accepting students 3 years ago. And in the middle of it was someone important to Kasuk. It took almost half an hour of walking to get back to his candy shop, and before he could approach, he saw a black futuristic car without any wheels parked in front of it. That's Aika's newest design. So they've already begun manufacturing it. Kasuk just took a quick peek at the car but couldn't see its interior thanks to the security feature added to it while thinking, there's only one who's free right now who could have come home. As soon as he opened the entrance to the living space of the shop, Kasuk was greeted by a pair of ladies' high-heeled shoes and a familiar scent. I'm home. Kasuk audibly said while coming in. From the kitchen, Akino, who had matured throughout the years, came peeking out with an apron over her office lady attire. Welcome back, have you eaten yet? Will you be able to join me for lunch? Kasuk placed down his groceries while answering, not yet. And I already missed your Nikujiga, so I'm looking forward to it. Akino smiled gleefully and went back. Great, I only need a few more minutes, so please prepare the table. While they were enjoying their lunch, Kasuk could feel the presence of multiple people stalking the place, and they were not the usual people who watch Kasuk from time to time. You're the Minister of Magic Development and Security, not some celebrity. Why is the media still hounding you? It's been a while since you've taken the position. Akino sighed. I also don't know what else they could possibly want. I've already answered their important questions, so they're probably just there to find something they could write about. The Ministry of Magic Development and Security. A newly established ministry in Japan to deal with anything magic-related, especially the distribution and regulation of soul gears that were already reaching the market for normal people. It had gained a lot of attention not just because of its magic-related activities and a very young woman being the first minister, but also because it got a special status at its inception. Due to the Japanese government not knowing how to deal with this new world, MMDS was made with a special authority, allowing it to enact edicts and policies that don't need the Diet's approval. This allowed the MMDS to respond immediately to new issues or threats. Of course, such an agency couldn't have this kind of power permanently, so it was given a decade to have its own autonomy while also training the required manpower to operate it. Although it was an unprecedented move, many countries also adopted a similar action for an easier transition. Recalling something, Akino added after chewing her food, Could they have already known about the new bill? New bill? It's a new public safety bill that's about to be proposed. This bill will require everyone to reveal their real physical features, or at least a part of them in public places. This is to placate the anxious people that there are non-humans that could easily hurt them hiding in the public. If they could at least see them, the ordinary people will be able to calm down. Sounds like the first solution you'd come up with for a complex problem. It's horrible. It is. But I don't have a say in it since my authority is only within magic-related issues. This is a Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, policy. While Akino had autonomy with her actions, it's only applicable when it's within certain parameters. But thanks to this limited autonomy, other policymakers don't like her very much, and her opinions on other matters would often be discarded or even outright avoided. In other words, it's politicians playing politics. Instead of thinking more about the problems and formulating better solutions, they'd rather follow the public's outcry without any regard to what it could cause and win the popular vote. Chapter 961, Chapter 961 Hidden Conflicts. Before they finished their lunch, Akino's security was able to sort out all those who were holding recording devices, so when it was finally time to leave, there were no more people around to bother her. After a small peck on the cheek, Akino went inside her new car, but before she started it, she remembered something. By the way, Rias asked me to remind you about X's first birthday party. That's next week, isn't it? Akino nodded. The Ouroboros Academy's faculty also has a day off around that time, so everyone from there should be able to attend. What about Irina and Aika? Irina said that she'll do something about her schedule while there's been no word from Aika. Her doors are still locked and we aren't sure when she's coming out this time. Akino then gave him a meaningful look and added, and she probably won't unless someone can drag her out. Fine. I'll bring her out and get some gifts. Be careful on your way and contact me if there's something urgent. Akino sighed. Although we're quite busy, we're all right. In fact, we're more worried about you. You've been sneaking outside, aren't you? We know you're capable, but it's still too dangerous. This isn't just your problem but the whole world's. Don't try to carry all of it on your own. Kasuk patted her head and ruffled her hair a little. I'm being careful, so don't worry about it. If you say so. Although reluctant, Akino couldn't really say anything else as she already knew the man known as Kasuk. Akino started the car and it began floating off the ground. As she left, she thought back to the conversation they had and felt helpless. As expected, only Yuruchi can really force him to back down. Too bad she's still on the other side. According to Aika, it should only take her less than a month to punch a hole in the barrier. For these past 7 years, Kasuk had been laying low and it was Yuruchi's idea to delegate most of the tasks he had to the other girls. Although he could have finished opening up the path to the world where Yuruchi, Seraphol, Hestia, and Artemis were a lot earlier, Yuruchi thought that it was about time for the others to get some real work done and everyone unanimously agreed to her. With that in mind, Sona established the Ouroboros Academy, which was independent of the prominent powers, to kickstart the strengthening of the combat and logistic abilities of the whole world. As she won't be able to run it on her own and she didn't really want to hire for any position close to her since they'd just be infested by spies, Medusa took on the role of vice principal. Meanwhile, Kaneko, Kuroka, and Riveria served as martial arts instructor, jiu-jitsu instructor, and magic instructor respectively. And to assist in the integration of the human world to the supernatural world, Aquino and Irina both took a role in the human world, with the former becoming the minister of the newly built ministry while the latter became a general for the Alliance's peacekeeping order. Meanwhile, Aika did most of Kasuk's work by becoming a magic and soul engineer. After 4 years of studying under Kasuk, she began to focus on her own studies while also taking care of the opening in the barrier. Naturally, no matter how much she studied, she could only take a fraction of Kasuk's work, and she was only able to work on the barrier thanks to Yuruchi's suggestion. While Aika could now craft tools that could affect souls, something like Chigai research is still too much for her, much less the soul gears. Even then, the only real work left for Kasuk, thanks to the girl's intervention, was the preparation for chaos, taking further control of the sacred gear system, analyzing the Evis and Atolds, and finally, the world tying right. This also helped him lay low and avoid getting involved with the current world events, as there were just too many people allergic to his presence, so any movement from him would elicit some kind of reaction for better or worse. And what was worrying Aquino and the girls the most was the third one. Since he had access to his Mars base, it was also very easy for him to get behind enemy lines to observe them. Although he was not telling them how much he was observing them, they were afraid that he was actually stepping into their spacecraft. In fact, they were correct to worry, since Kasuk didn't just step into their spacecraft but also began to reverse engineer their hardware and software, which was proving to be very difficult because it used an entirely different system and way of thinking. Aquino's phone began to ring and she immediately answered it after seeing the caller. "Benia, how was it?" "It's just as you'd guessed, Aquino Neeson. The people you'd marked have been assisting the smugglers to export soul gears." Aquino gritted her teeth while asking, "What about your team?" "As instructed, I've been feeding them false information, so it's just me who knows about this." "Good. Retreat for now and make sure to carefully erase your tracks." "Retreat? But shouldn't we stop them?" Aquino shook her head. "I would love to, but it's only going to get harder once we reveal that we're on their tail." "Understood. I'll be contacting you directly if I find something else." "Good work and take care." Aquino ended the call and couldn't help but sigh once again. Indra is still thinking of raising his army even in this kind of situation. And we can't actually directly stop him, since that's just the type of provocation he would want. Aquino didn't know what kind of motivation Indra had to go against Shiva despite the enemies camping outside, and he even managed to get Takuma Hagura's help. Ugh. My head is aching. Aquino parked to the side and picked her phone up again and dialed a number. After a few seconds, someone answered. "What can I do for you, ma'am?" "Cancel everything I have from this afternoon and the next 2 days." "What reason should I give them?" "Just tell them that I'm personally doing a high-profile investigation." "Understood. I'll arrange it." "Will that be everything?" "I'll call you again if I need something else." Aquino ended the call and dialed another number. "Hello. Sona. I'm coming over." Aquino then changed the GPS guide on her car's console while thinking, "We have to think of a way to deter him. If we can't, we have to take him down in an instant and stop many tragedies that could occur." Chapter 962, Chapter 962 The former little group. As Kasuk had promised, he made his way to the center of the Kuo Tower where a towering skyscraper is located. These past 7 years, as one of the centers of magic development, Kuo Town had kept expanding, and large skyscrapers that could only be seen in the largest cities in the world were now present in it. The one that Kasuk entered was the enterprise that the Belial House had built up with the support of the Gremory House. The security already knew him, so they let him pass after some greetings, and Kasuk just waved at the receptionist before making his way directly to the side. After some biometric and magic scans, Kasuk took an elevator that went down, and after a few minutes of waiting, he'd reached the lowest floor, which was almost a kilometer deep underground. The moment the elevator doors opened, he was greeted by a bright and lush environment that you would never expect to see. Though for Kasuk, it reminded him of the safe zone of the dungeon in the other world. Walking through the clear path, Kasuk soon reached a modern-looking house and saw that there were other people in there through the glass wall. As usual, the first one to notice him was the blue-haired girl that had now grown up, Kasuk Neeson. At her call, the others also turned towards him. Claire, who was now a bona fide young and beautiful lady with long white hair, beamed at the sight of him and ran to the doors. Tanis, who'd also grown up with her and also became a fully-fledged citizen of this world and would not have any trouble even if she was left alone, followed her. Ophis and Lilith had also followed along with their growths into looking like late teenagers, and although they still had the same personalities as before, they had now matured to a certain extent. Though they still had a penchant for doing something strange from time to time. Flanna, on the other hand, had her face slightly altered to avoid trouble and questions from those that would see her with her, Ophis, original face. But aside from that, she didn't change at all. In fact, she'd become even more unhinged throughout the years, and no one could really stop her as she did whatever entered her mind without ever thinking about it. In hindsight, she's still the same dragon that had remained unfettered in the dimensional gap, it's just that she'd entered a much more complicated world. Finally, the last girl, Kunu. She was the oldest and most mature of the group in many aspects, partly because she now started to develop like her mother. These past few years, the girls' friendship had blossomed into a very tight-knit group in that they would entrust their lives in the hands of each other. On top of that, they also had secrets of their own, and since Kasuk had already stopped his surveillance of them some time ago, even he wasn't sure of most of the things they do these days. Of course, the necklace that Claire had would still trigger in times of emergency, but that hadn't happened even once after the first time it had activated because of the EVs. Kasuk caught Claire and Tanis, who jumped on him. Geez. You two are not kids anymore, so you should stop doing this. You'll break my bones one of these days, Kasuk reprimanded while patting their heads. Claire chuckled and said, denied. And good idea. We'll stop if we can finally break one of your bones with our tackles. The corner of Kasuk's mouth twitched. Just where are you learning this from? It's Kaneko, isn't it? She's being violent with the dummies again, isn't she? As even most gods couldn't break his pinky bone with a tackle, Kasuk was feeling a bit complicated. Tanis, who had been riding on his back, then said, agreed. But it's been a few months since we last saw each other, and this is also a good way to recharge my Kasukinium, so I won't be stopping anytime soon. As I said, where are you learning these from? It's Kuroka, isn't it? She's been teaching you something that you shouldn't be learning, hasn't she? I'm really going to smack those sisters one of these days. Due to his complicated position, Kasuk asked the girls to never approach his candy shop as they might get roped into something troublesome. Soon, Kunu had also come out and approached them. It's been a while, Kasuk-nai-sama. Unlike the other two, Kunu slightly lowered her head in greeting. She had the entirety of the elegance and grace that was absent from the rest of this group. Kasuk also patted her head and saw her tail slowly sway left and right. After joining their group, she'd also developed a habit of receiving head pats from him. It's good to see you too, Kunu-chan. They're not giving you too much trouble, are they? Of course, Kasuk wasn't tasteless enough to compare her elegant act to Claire and Tanis' crass actions, as he really liked their individuality and couldn't really care less about formalities. Actually, Kasuk wanted Kunu to at least act less reserved around him, as he knew that she couldn't really do something like that when she was at home. But unlike in the past, she'd started to let go of the traditional clothing and began dressing up like a modern girl. Well, another reason was that her traditional clothing was hard to adjust for someone like her who was on par with Akino in terms of physique when she was at her age. They're not. Ever since they started attending Ouroboros Academy, they started to behave properly. Claire and Tanis both had smug looks, proud of what Kunu had just said. However, wouldn't that mean they were causing trouble left and right before you entered the academy? Kasuk's words froze the expression on Claire and Tanis' faces, and Kunu hurriedly avoided his eyes. Oh, of course not. We weren't doing anything bad. Claire defended herself while her eyes were swimming everywhere. Tanis escaped from Kasuk's back and nodded vigorously in agreement. Kasuk sighed, you can already think for yourself, so unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't say anything about whatever you are doing as long as you follow the reminders I laid down. The panic in Claire and Tanis' eyes immediately disappeared and the bright smiles returned to their faces. We'd never forget that, Nizan. We'll not trouble or step on anyone. And if that's unavoidable, we are to take full responsibility, and see to it that we fix our mistakes, the former confidently declared. Kunu also smiled and nodded at her words. Kasuk smiled wryly and patted their heads again. Good. As long as you understand. And by the way, when I said to take full responsibility, it didn't mean you have to bear all the burden by yourselves. I'm your big brother, so it's alright to come to me when things get harder and ask for help. Claire, Tanis, and Kunu looked at each other before Claire looked at Kasuk again and said, then Nizan, please help us. Chapter 963, Chapter 963 True Worth Part 1. Kasuk wondered what they needed help with and followed them inside. The moment Kasuk entered the living room, he was greeted by a bunch of books related to magic engineering and artifact manufacturing tossed randomly on the table, couches, and floor. However, what caught his attention first was that the late teenager, Ophis and Lilith had already changed back to their appearance of when they first reappeared in this era and patted the seat in the middle of them while looking at Kasuk. Kasuk smiled and sat down with the twins and promptly took a leg for each of them. Thanks to their constant contact with society, Ophis and Lilith knew that following Claire and the others' appearance wouldn't allow them to sit on his lap, so whenever Kasuk was around and they were in private, they'd always return to their previous appearance. Kasuk pampered them as they wanted, and both of them took out one banana each from their shared inventory to enjoy. A few years ago, when they discovered that they could buy bananas with their allowance, it became a problem for everyone in her education because she would only buy bananas with her money. As such, they were limited to only a few hands of banana each week, and they would only eat it when there was a special occasion. That way, there would be no danger to the global supply and price of bananas, even if they started earning tons of money. After settling them on his lap, Kasuk's eyes then caught Flana laying flat on the other couch, sleeping away. Ever since she discovered the idea of sleeping, she has been a fan and would at least close her eyes for at least 14 hours a day and would sometimes snooze away for days or weeks at a time. But because they don't really work nor listen to just anyone, and that she's not bothering anyone when she's sleeping. Nobody really tried to fix this problem, since it isn't a problem in the first place. Aside from that, she had already graduated from her strange fashion sense, albeit she would still dress weirdly from time to time. Even then, she still kept her greatsword and dual pistols that she'd affectionately named the Bonehead Sword and Pew Pew pistols due to how they looked and sounded. Many tried to dissuade her from using those names, but they only got angry stomping in response that would destroy the floor or ground without any exceptions. It's amazing how nobody else has discovered her identity yet. Maybe being stupidly simple helped her a lot even before Shiva, Indra, and Ajuka's intelligence agents. Kasuk thought while looking at the true dragon that everyone thought had died and disappeared, snoring her life away. A few minutes later, Claire brought Kasuk a small wooden box and opened it in front of him. In it was a silver necklace with a blue gem embedded in it. This is. Kasuk asked them while carefully picking up the necklace and inspecting it. Claire sat beside them and said, "This is my classmate's necklace. She said it is a keepsake from her late grandmother. But now it's broken." While listening, Kasuk figured out a few things about the necklace. It was made based on old technology, and from the looks of it, its creator was just on the level of a hobbyist. Its main functions were a small magic amplification and memory storage module. From the looks of it, the runes were burned from a displaced magic power flow. From then, Claire started telling her story. It all started with their annual competition for combat-related classes to rank the students for their combat effectiveness regardless of the course they are taking. Claire, Tanis, and Kuna were effectively fixed on first, second, and third positions respectively. As they were also all members of the student council of the most prestigious but controversial school in the world, they were getting a lot of attention and not just a few challenges every day. Aside from that, they were also veiled in mystery to the eyes of the public, as aside from their races, no one knew their affiliation since it was deliberately hidden. The owner of the necklace was the fourth place and also a member of the student council named Maria. However, the attention she was getting was quite different from those on top of her, as she's the strongest human student of the Ouroboros Academy and also became the hope of the normal people in the human world. If not for the unconventional monsters that were trained using unconventional methods since their childhood, which they also didn't find strange, she would have taken the top spot. In this year's competition, Maria challenged Claire, the student council president, and used everything she had to defeat the latter. And one of the things she used was the necklace, which ended up broken in Claire's retaliation. While Maria was able to show great results, she still wasn't able to win. Not by a long shot. "Hold it." Kasuk interrupted her with a frown. "This isn't your fault then. Why are you the one fixing it?" Claire smiled wryly and said, "I know that." And even after apologizing to her, Maria-chan strongly denied any fault in me. Then why? Kasuk still couldn't understand. The fact that they were here means they intended to ask Aika to help them, but after seeing that she was too busy, they decided to go out of their way to study magic engineering on their own accord instead of just returning the necklace. Maria-chan asked everyone she knew to not even fix it but to retrieve the stored memories. However, no one seems to want to take on the job, as they said it was very tricky. Of course, it is. It was made by a hobbyist using an old technology, so asking for fail-safes and redundancies in case of damage and corruption is too much. If they tried fixing this and made a single mistake, they may end up losing everything permanently instead. She asked everyone, including our teachers, but none could fix her problem. She asked me too, but the only one I know who could fix it is Aika, but she's also very busy with the more important stuff. Claire paused for a few seconds before continuing with a bitter face, but I saw her secretly crying. Although I can't really imagine the pressure she has on her shoulders since I've been very lucky, I also just can't ignore her after seeing that, so I offered my help and told her that I know someone who may be able to fix it. We came here in hopes that we'll be able to ask Aika to fix it, but she hasn't come out since a week ago and we've been coming here every day to borrow her library. Maria-chan is amazing, you know. Tanis chimed in. She was able to push Claire-chan back multiple times and even wounded her. And she's not yet a soul gear owner, so she did all of that using her magic and martial skills. Kasuk finally understood where Claire was coming from, but was also a bit shocked by Tanis' words. Even though you're holding back, she still managed to do that much to you without any soul gear. At Kasuk's question, Claire started panicking and began swinging her arms defensively. Yeah. Holding back? I'm not really holding back though. Who are you kidding? Aside from Issei-kun, Valakun, and Chao Chao-kun, you three are stronger than the so-called golden generation when they were at your age. Equals 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 equals. And March 19, 2023. Thank you for waiting for this delayed release. I just finished volume 15, and while reviewing my outlines for volume 16, I found numerous holes that I have to scrap many parts and re-outline various things. Due to that, you may see more delays until I could settle the whole plot for volume 16. Chapter 964, Chapter 964 True Worth Part 2. In a world where the enemies are forced to wait at the front door and no big conflict is happening anywhere, one could say that those at the top have become stagnant to a certain degree with the period of extended peace. But amidst that, one group continued going higher and higher without anyone noticing. Maybe because there were no conflicts and therefore there was no stage for them to display their complete capabilities, they went under everyone's radar, including the factions where they came from. I don't know how you can elude everyone's eyes, but who do you think keeps fixing the underground training grounds after you leave? Kasuk asked while grinning. This was the only reason why Kasuk could track their real progress. As for their mode of training, a 3 versus 3 sparring with Claire, Tanis, and Kunu on one team and Ophis, Lilith, and Flana on the other side. It's a ridiculously unbalanced matchup, but somehow, they managed to make it work. While the first team was trying to damage the comically durable Transcendence with everything they had, the dragons were learning the basics of combat to better control their powers. It doesn't have an automatic repair function. Tanis asked back, but Claire and Kunu knew that asking would mean admitting it inside. It does. But you kept destroying the place so much that after the 50th time, I stopped restoring its normal functions. Claire and Kunu were dumbfounded because they didn't notice anything different. They'd already memorized everything in the training grounds, even the placement of the rocks, and there were no changes to it in the past 6 years that they've been using it, so they thought it was an automatic repair function kicking in, so they'd always go wild without care for anything. Kasuk had always wanted to train Ophis, Lilith, and Flana to not just control their powers, but to also use them effectively when needed, but he didn't know how to go about it exactly, and even if they were listening to him, it'd be hard to make them follow exactly what he wanted to happen. In addition to his busy schedule, he wouldn't be able to give them the attention they needed. After all, the only training that Kasuk knew was for those with the same physiological makeup as him and not those with Ophis that could be shaped in any way. Not to mention the special characteristics that make up their identities. Essentially, only they would be able to know how to control their abilities. When Kasuk first discovered that these girls would use the training grounds to practice what they learned, and with such an unbalanced team, he felt conflicted on whether to let it go or stop them since it was too dangerous. A small mistake from Ophis' team could result in something disastrous. But Kasuk, as usual, let his curiosity take over and gave them a silent pass while watching carefully for any accidents that might occur. When they started, there were indeed some accidents, but Kasuk was surprised that he didn't do anything and Claire's team was able to deal with the problems that came their way. At that time, Kasuk realized how much he and the others were underestimating them. Every week, these girls would secretly come to the underground hideout using Ophis' ability and would spend a few hours sparring. But if other people could see what they were doing, they would be appalled and horrified because the only sparring that they knew was the kind of sparring that Kasuk's group did. No rules and just avoid getting fatally injured. So out of necessity, everyone from Claire's team learned their own healing magic, be it through magic, ki, or yujitsu. And while Kasuk was watching them during their regular sparring, he made a few incredible discoveries. In the first stages of their unsupervised training, Claire's team was facing true monsters. Even if Ophis' team tried to hold back, they didn't know how to do such a thing in the first place. So they sometimes ended up releasing power way beyond what they intended, especially Flana, who could just go from poking softly to poking a hole through your stomach the moment she accidentally drops her pistols. In other words, Claire's team was facing very real threats that actually pushed them to adapt and evolve, just like how the Golden Generation thrived through the repeated conflicts of their time. But what's the most surprising thing was that Ophis, Lilith, and Flana were developing in ways that Kasuk never expected. Because Claire's team was incredibly weak, they were forced to learn how to hold back properly, but because Claire's team was also improving at a remarkable rate, the dragons were forced to keep adjusting, making them develop their own combat styles that only suited them and that no one else could teach them. What Kasuk thought was an imbalanced team turned out to be the perfect matchup that pushed each side to compensate for each other's shortcomings. I wonder if they did that on purpose. Kasuk asked himself after the 200th time that they'd sparred. Though their development could be said to be incredibly slow compared to the Golden Generation, it was a completely steady incremental increase, such that they'd even almost caught up to today's top fighters all by themselves. It was a miracle that Kasuk was the only one who'd been able to notice it. Claire sighed, I really thought we were able to hide it from everyone. I didn't think Kasuk-Nisan would be peeping on us. Oi, oi, oi. Those words are going to get me killed, you know. Claire stuck out her tongue at him, it's true though. Ignoring Claire's teasing, Kunu was curious about something and asked, Kasuk-Nisama, is it true that we're stronger than the Golden Generation when they were our age? How is that possible? I'm not lying. Kasuk turned to Kunu after giving Claire a forehead flick that made her roll on the floor in agony. You lot just don't know how strong you've become thanks to all those years of sparring by yourselves, because none of you have actually revealed to anyone what you're capable of. Trust me when I say that if others were to see you fight for real, they'd have the same opinion. However, Tanis had a much more simple comparison, but the training ground. If we really got as strong as you said, the training ground will probably go. Claire stood up and agreed with Tanis' words, that's right. We thought we hadn't been improving our firepower because the damage had remained the same. Kasuk looked at the three of them with disbelieving eyes. You seriously didn't notice? Compared to the first time you used the space, it has been strengthened countless times. Do you know how many headaches it caused me just to adapt to the power you guys were releasing? At the end of it, I got tired and just extended a bit of the global isolation barrier over the training ground, or else you disintegrate the whole place and disappear into the sea of dimensional gap. Claire, Tanis, and Kuna stared at him with dumbfounded expressions. Finally, Kasuk added, didn't you think there's a reason why Ophis, Lilith, and Flana started dodging your attacks? Because they actually hurt them now. Chapter 965, Chapter 965 Parenting is hard. Claire, Tanis, and Kuna still couldn't believe what Kasuk was saying, and they all turned towards Ophis and Lilith, who were silently munching on their bananas while on Kasuk's lap. Ophis-chan, Lilith-chan, is that true? Ophis and Lilith looked at them before they stared at each other to contemplate Claire's question. If I'm complete, it won't be needed. The girls became confused by her answer, but Kasuk clarified it for them. It means if she and Lilith were still one, defending from your attacks wouldn't be needed. Just so you know, Cao Cao's full strength couldn't hurt her in any meaningful way back then, and that attack of his was enough to vaporize ultimate classes and gods. She was technically almost invulnerable before Lilith's birth. Of course, this didn't really answer their question, so Kasuk added, but even now, Ophis and Lilith's durability is beyond imagination for most, as they could stand in front of the evil dragons and keep taking a beating from them for an hour or so without any problem, and it should be the same for Flana over there. As for Cao Cao's full power attack, it might actually vaporize a part of their body now, so it could be said that you girls are approaching that level in terms of pure firepower. It's really good that you've been hiding what you're capable of right now, because you might just accidentally blow someone's existence away. Claire, Tanis, and Kuna were silent, trying to comprehend his words. If you're still not convinced, I'll join you in your next session, and let's try testing your limits for real. However, you have to keep what you're doing hidden and hide your abilities, because it'll really cause various problems, especially since someone out there is in full recruitment mode. He might actually just kidnap you three. Kidnap? Who? Kunu asked nervously. You don't have to worry about that. As long as you keep a low profile, it shouldn't rouse his attention. Kasuk then looked at them seriously, though you'll also have to remember that you shouldn't keep a tight lid on this power. If your life is in danger or you think you have something you need to do no matter what, go wild and I'll take care of the aftermath. Understood. The three of them nodded vigorously because they knew Kasuk was being strict. Good. Kasuk nodded in satisfaction. Claire calmed herself down and thought about it carefully and asked, you trust whatever our decision is? But at her serious question, Kasuk just chuckled, of course, not. You girls are not experienced enough to make the right decisions most of the time. Most probably, you'll mess something up and make things worse. Claire instantly became angry and the girls beside her frowned in dissatisfaction. But before they could air their grievances, Kasuk added on, you'll take responsibility for your actions, but I also said I'll take care of the aftermath. If you do something wrong, I'll scold you. I may not be your parents, but I'm still your guardian. However, I also can't just dictate what you should do, since that'd only restrict you and make you more rebellious. Shrugging his shoulders, Kasuk continued, it's a tricky balance that even I don't know if I'm doing it right. I only hope that you'll be able to think back to whatever steps you take and refine your understanding of things around you. Well, long story short, do whatever you want, but if needed, I'll ban snacks to punish you girls. Claire was stunned for a moment before a small smile emerged on her face, but it also disappeared as fast as it appeared and cried out exaggeratedly, no. Not the snacks. Her cringeworthy and noisy act was replied to with another flick to her forehead that made her roll around on the ground again. I really wonder when she learned how to be noisy like this, thought Kasuk while looking down on her, though they are surprisingly understanding. Even though I basically said that they should act like kids, they pretty much acted like Sona and the rest of the girls 7 years ago. Is this the fate of those with power? Moving on, let's go back to the necklace. Since you guys are determined to help this Maria-chan, instead of fixing it myself, I'll make a projection and copy its structure. Also, I'll lend you the books that you'll need since most of these can't help you. You could mess with that copy as much as you want, and once you're confident enough, you could do the real thing. Claire stopped rolling on the ground and stood up. Can we bring these books out and copy them? You can. I don't mind. But what for? If we're going to do it like this, I might as well bring Maria-chan into this. I recalled her telling me that she actually wanted to enter the engineering department because of her parents and grandparents, but due to the pressure from everyone, she was enrolled in the combat department. I think it'll be a good chance for her to realize what she really wanted. Is that so? Then go ahead. Kasuk took out several books from his inventory. It'll take a few hours to make a copy, so take these for now and a few of the ones on the floor. I'll send you the necklace later. Claire, Tanis, and Kunu scrambled to clean up, and once they were done, they immediately left to go back to Ouroboros Academy while carrying the unconscious Flana. After watching them leave, Kasuk went straight into the deepest part of the house, and the doors automatically opened for him the moment he reached Aika's laboratory. Kasuk walked inside for a minute or so to reach where Aika was and saw a short-haired brunette woman wearing glasses and a lab coat facing one of the terminals. But before Kasuk could say anything, the woman turned towards him while fixing her glasses. "You really sounded old back there." Kasuk approached her and gave her a kiss on her forehead before replying, "I have to at least show them that I'm an adult. And it's not a good habit to eavesdrop. I'm not going to listen to someone who does much worse. I'm not telling you to stop. I'm just reminding you that it's not a good habit to have." Aika smirked at him and said, "What a bad adult." Kasuk chuckled and replied, "Then I'd rather be a bad adult since it's more convenient. Still, I can't believe that they're already at that level. If this was known, a lot of unsavory people would be coming after them. That's why I promised to take care of it. But if you start moving, things will also begin to go into unpredictable routes. It'll be a lot harder to stop the war that's brewing." Instead of replying to that, however, Kasuk asked, "How are things on your side?" Aika was confused by his sudden change of topic but still answered, "Almost done. I should be able to create a hole in the barrier in 3 days." Upon hearing that, Kasuk smirked, "Since things are going to get messy, I should take the initiative instead." "What are you going to do? Say, are you curious about what those in EXE think of us?" Aika's eyes sharpened and pinched his side, "You better not do it." Chapter 966, Chapter 966 The Value of Time. "Hey, I just asked you a real question and now you're just assuming things." Aika glared at him and said, "Am I?" Kasuk raised his arms in surrender, "No matter how big my guts are, I won't be going there myself. I'm reckless, but not that reckless." Aika gave him a doubtful expression. She knew he wouldn't lie, but that doesn't mean he'd tell the truth either. But even after thinking about it, she couldn't figure out what he was planning and there would be no way to pry the truth from him if he really wanted to keep it. Sighing, Aika gave up, "If you're going to do something reckless, at least let me in on it. If I get a chance, I will." Kasuk then found a chair and sat on it, "But you guys are also busy with your own things and their important stuff that's allowing me to move around freely," he added after seeing her pout, "so stop thinking that you're not helping me. I can only do the things I do now because of you guys. Thank you." Aika suddenly felt strangely embarrassed when she received his gratitude and immediately turned around, "Oh. Is that so? It's reassuring to know that we're making a difference. By the way, why are you here?" "Akino asked me to get you out to attend X's first birthday." Aika turned to him again with a stunned expression, "Already?" "Yep. I'm surprised too. Time really goes by in the blink of an eye. I'm used to it though. Once you've stopped thinking about the time you lived as a normal human, you'll also stop thinking about the time you have to spend on something unless you urgently need it." Aika stared at him for a moment before returning to her work. "That sounds reassuring but also horrifying at the same time. Long life is good, but it also looks like it devalues time too much." At this point, everyone very close to Kasuk had already figured out that he and Yuruchi might have been older than they look. A lot older, in fact. However, none of them pointed that out as it didn't really seem very important, and if they wanted to hide it, then there really was no need to confirm it. What's important is that they knew Kasuk and Yuruchi as they were and not their history. This is also the reason why Kasuk was already comfortable talking to them like he has prior experiences that shouldn't be possible and not in the guise of a genius. "I have a differing opinion, but that's also fine. In the end, it'll be up to you how you're going to spend your time." Kasuk then stood up and started walking towards the exit. "I'll pick you up in a week." But before he could leave, Aika remembered something and immediately turned around. "Oh, and speaking of X, you should prepare yourself. Though I think you did that long ago. I'm just reminding you in case you forgot." Kasuk's step froze and he slowly turned around. It's not something bad but it's an issue that he's trying not to think about what again? Aika narrowed her eyes before a teasing smile emerged on her face. "You do know what's going to happen when Yuruchi comes back, right?" Kasuk shuddered but immediately sighed. "I have an idea. All I can say is to take it easy on me." Aika smiled widely and happily while watching Kasuk leave and thought, even though you can go against the whole world, there are really just some things you can't deal with. During these past few years, it's inevitable that they'd advance their relationship with Kasuk. However, during this time, they kept a small distance from him, not because they didn't want to go any further, but because they respected Yuruchi too much. As the first wife, Yuruchi should be in the lead as the head of this household, but because of the barrier that Kasuk had conjured, she was separated literally worlds apart. So even though they got closer to Kasuk, none of them actually crossed the final line, even Sona and Kuroka who'd both basically set sail long ago. Although Yuruchi herself didn't really mind it, they still took it upon themselves that none of them will go beyond the line because they felt that it'd be incredibly unfair to her. However, that doesn't mean they didn't feel any desire. In fact, they were filled with it and it became a raging inferno when they heard the news that Rias was pregnant with her first child. Kasuk also didn't mind what they were doing, but as the years passed by, a hint of fear for the future emerged. After his reunion with Yuruchi, he didn't know what was going to be left of him after the rabid dogs were done with him. Still, they agreed on one thing. No children. To some extent, Kasuk's cautiousness rubbed off on the girls, and right now, they were too insecure to have any children of their own. Reaching the ground floor once again, Kasuk sighed, "Oh well, what's going to happen is going to happen. I already spent my whole life's luck just meeting them." As he stepped out of the building, he looked up to the sun with a serious expression. "Finally, I'll be able to go through it. I should stay there for a while to actually prepare myself. But before that, I should do that. Thanks to these EVs, I should be able to fool chaos. I hope that it works." Aika told him not to be reckless, but as long as he doesn't go himself. Or at least not all of him, it should be fine. With a new goal in mind, Kasuk made his way toward the Mars base once again. A week later, Aika and Kasuk arrived elbow to elbow at the Gremory mansion. But instead of taking the front gate, they walked around to the side and were greeted by a maid. "Kasuk-sama, Aika-sama, we've been expecting you. Thank you for coming." The maid led them to the inner parts of the mansion, and although they just arrived, the maids were already busy cleaning up since the main program had already ended and people were already going home. Kasuk and Aika choose to come this time to avoid trouble with the other guests. Chapter 967, Chapter 967 Heart-Raising Note. Kasuk and Aika soon reached a private saloon and they immediately gathered everyone's attention. "Kasuk. You made it." Issei waved his hand at him in glee and approached them with Rias on her side carrying their firstborn, X. "Good afternoon. Sorry for arriving just now." "It's fine. We understand where you're coming from. It's just a shame that we can't do anything about it." Aika hurriedly separated from Kasuk and jogged toward Rias. "Looks like he got tired, huh?" Aika muttered while pinching the cheek of the sleeping baby. Rias smiled and replied, "He was awake before you arrived. Want to hold him?" Aika looked at her and asked with shining eyes, "Are you sure?" "I'd be happy to." While watching Rias carefully pass X to Aika, Issei urged Kasuk to move alongside him, not towards everyone else, but outside of the saloon. When they leave, Rias waved them goodbye while telling them to take their time despite her and Aika's confusion. And when they got out, Issei immediately led Kasuk to the garden while casting a veil magic that blocked both sight and sound from going out. As soon as Issei sat down, his calm demeanor immediately crumbled down and he let out an exasperated sigh. "Hey, that note you sent me the other day. Are you serious?" The other day, a note suddenly came to Issei bearing a familiar scent of magic, and written to it was, "I'm going to EXE. If I'm not able to attend X's birthday, I'm probably still on the other side. And if they start looking for me, just tell them you don't know." The moment Issei read that, he hurriedly burned the note and tried contacting Kasuk but to no avail. Without much choice, he asked someone monitoring the vicinity around him if Kasuk was still present and got a report that he only left for the Belial Run Company a week ago and nowhere else. Kasuk also sat down on the opposite side and sighed. "Who would have thought that they'd send Riveria to my side for a forced vacation? I wasn't able to leave because of that." Issei had also received a report that Riveria was staying at his place a few days ago. With that, Issei also finally was able to confirm his guess that none of the girls around him knew what he was planning, else, he wouldn't have sent him that chilling note, tch. Thankfully, such a coincidence was able to happen. "Just what the heck are you thinking when you sent me that note? And the fact you sent it to me of all people meant that you knew how dangerous what you were going to do was." Kasuk chuckled at the angry Issei and replied, "It isn't that dangerous and I have many safety nets. But as you know, there's nothing absolute in this world and things that could go wrong, will go wrong. Ha! If you're going to send your last words, please spare me from being the only one receiving them. Those around you would resent me forever. Hey now, those weren't my last words. I'm just thinking that if I were to suddenly disappear, at least someone should know where I went. That's the very definition of last words. But if I were to tell it to anyone else, no one would allow me to go. Of course. Who in their right mind would? You. Don't mistake me for not being able to stop you as me letting you go." Issei yelled in retort. He wasn't feeling tired after the eventful day, but now he felt like dunking himself in a hot bath after talking to Kasuk for only a minute or two. Kasuk patted his shoulder while laughing at his face. "You're a father now, so you should really watch out for your temper. Don't let that precious son of yours know that you're actually a big idiot." Issei shoved his arm away with a vein popping on his forehead. "So? Are you still going? I really can't see much merit in it compared to the danger it poses. Give me a briefing of what you actually wanted to do. And if there's somewhere I can help, I'll gladly assist you." Issei had already given up on dissuading him and decided to just make sure that he wouldn't be doing this alone, invading EXE on his own. He's really a crazy bastard. And we're in the middle of an important conjunction with Indra gathering his forces. In the end, after hearing Kasuk's plans, Issei could only scratch his head in frustration since there was nothing he could do to help him. While walking back to the saloon, Issei sighed and thought, "At least, it looks like it's relatively safe." Kasuk and Issei joined the others and started catching up, but it didn't take too long for everyone to bid their farewell since all of them were busy people. In any case, all of them were in constant contact, so this kind of catch-up isn't really necessary, and most of what they wanted to talk about couldn't be talked about in this sort of place, even though it's very private. The first one to bid farewell was Vala's group, except for Lu Fei. Next was Cao Cao's group and finally, Kasuk's group. But before they left, Rias approached him and secretly transmitted a message: "The progenitor wants to meet you." Kasuk turned to his group and said, "You girls go ahead first. I'll follow along later." A trustworthy maid led Kasuk to the inner part of the mansion and stopped at a certain door. But before the maid could open it, someone else from inside opened them, and a familiar woman with fiery crimson hair greeted their sight. "Kasuk. You're here. Come in. Runia-san, it has been a while. Glad to see you are as energetic as always. Runia's turned to the maid, "I'll take it from here." "Good work." The maid silently bowed and left the room. When Kasuk entered the room, he felt that he went through a thin film of the barrier. Seeing his reaction, Runias immediately explained, "Sorry about that. I placed it to stop her aura from going out." And indeed, the aura of someone familiar entered Kasuk's senses the moment he went through the barrier and saw a beautiful and tall black-haired woman sitting and enjoying tea further inside the room. "Kasuk. Welcome. It has been a while." "It really has been a while, Lilith-san. I'm happy to see that you're doing great. Thanks to you. I've been enjoying my time greatly. Though it's also making me worried. Just what price am I paying for all of this?" Chapter 968, Chapter 968 Indra's Desire. It took 3 entire years just to restore Lilith's body and 2 more years to nourish her back to health, because Kasuk discovered that her body's makeup was a lot more complicated than he first thought. She might have been the mother of all devils, but she was not a devil, nor was she a human, angel, yokai, or a god. If Kasuk were to describe her, she was a weird amalgamation of body and soul that he hasn't found anywhere else, which also became the main reason why she couldn't die. While her body was on the verge of collapse, her soul kept her alive, and that somehow affected her physical body too. The time seal that was placed on her was just a supporting spell for this delicate balance. At first, Kasuk thought that it wouldn't be as hard as creating new bodies for both Aquino and Irina, but he was rudely awakened to reality. Though he was very happy about it. The crux of the weirdness and what made it very difficult was Lilith's shapeshifter nature. But different from Ophis' own shapeshifting, where she could instantly change her body and the shape of her power, Lilith's body was very basic in that any shape was both possible and permanent. The main difference is, while it was very possible for Lilith to change her body, it'd be incredibly hard. But unlike Ophis, Lilith's own aura could transform into basically anything. So when she was used to producing the first devils, each and every spawn developed their own unique abilities and affinities that should have normally been impossible. And not just that. Down their bloodlines, devils like Surzex and Ajuka came to exist. For mere descendants of technically homunculi, they had too much power on top of being very stable and remaining fertile. But because she was exclusively used to produce devils, her own body and soul took the shape of a devil, which Kasuk guessed was some sort of natural adaptation to put herself at ease with the burden she was being subjected to. So when Kasuk restored her, he didn't just stop at restoring the devil Lilith, but the original Lilith. Although that took many years, Kasuk was glad to put in the effort because her flesh and blood were very useful for what he was trying to achieve. Still, some questions were bugging Kasuk, like who sealed her in that state and where exactly Lilith came from, since he's pretty sure that she's also an alien to this world. "I told you, your flesh and blood was already plenty for payment." Kasuk reassured her for the nth time, "Just enjoy the life you've been craving for. Though it's a shame that you'll have to make do in these tumultuous times. There are some things that you can only see during times like these. It's nothing to be regretful about. Nevertheless, I'd still like to see where this world is heading, be it future peace or destruction." Lilith calmly replied after sipping on her tea. "She's been alone for too long, I guess." Kasuk didn't mind her indifference and already expected her not to do anything worthwhile, even if the world was about to collapse in front of her. "And, what's the reason you called me here? You didn't ask me to come just to offer me tea, did you?" Lilith shook her head. "Of course, not. I just wanted to tell you personally that Indra has discovered me." Kasuk remained silent, but his eyebrows lowered a bit. "He personally asked me to join his side and I naturally refused. But if you are worried about him knowing more, please don't. I may be weak, but I have a few ways to confuse his and Shiva's eyes. So aside from him knowing that I now walk the surface of the earth, he shouldn't know anything else." Kasuk thought about it for a moment and sighed, "But it won't be long before he discovers your association with me." "Well, it doesn't really matter." Kasuk already gave up on Indra since he's another person who didn't really care about the fate of the world as long as he could get what he wanted. Maybe this is the side effect of the barrier. Even though he'd won the Azazel Cup, no one agreed with his wish since our enemies are technically just beyond our fence. These past few years, he never stopped making maneuvers to force Shiva to take him on. What Indra wants is a war, but he was not wishing for a world war. He wants a war where there's only Shiva's and his side. But because no one could take sides after Xyz's discovery, Indra's wish was not able to be realized, and he knew that forcing it to start will just result in many factions scrambling for all sorts of benefits. In other words, he doesn't want any disturbance between him and Shiva. He doesn't want any dirty third parties in his holy war. At this point, if he can't force everyone to take one side, he'd rather destroy anyone he thinks won't be able to take a truly neutral stance. While everyone who understood the situation knew of his strange wish, no one really knew the motivation behind it, except for maybe Shiva. Nonetheless, any sort of all-out conflict between the two will result in a massive loss for the world and may even affect the barrier from the inside and weaken it. As such, there were many factions and organizations that were actively watching his every movement. However, he really had too many arms for others to constantly monitor, and that didn't even include the hidden ones. This pushes everyone else into a passive position that can only react whenever something bad happens. The only thing they could do right now was delay what Indra is trying to achieve. I wouldn't even be surprised if Indra decided to just delegate the entire Earth as Shiva's team while he joins the EXE side. Ha! How annoying. If only I could assassinate him, but I don't know how Shiva himself would react, and I'm not even sure if I could do it without dragging everyone else into danger. That's right. The problem isn't just Indra's machinations, but also Shiva's inaction, which looks like he's just waiting for the former to finish his preparations. Kasuk had a feeling that if he went against Indra, he'd also be making Shiva his enemy, these bastards, trying to make the whole world their playground. Just how bored are they? Kasuk stood up and went for the exit while saying, "I'm sorry, but I'd like you to lay low for now. Please don't apologize. You technically own me and I'll follow what you want." As he walked through the halls of the Gremory mansion, Kasuk thought to himself, maybe I should contact my new best friend again one of these days. No. Not now, or I'll just risk exposing my connection with him. Chapter 969, Chapter 969 Troublesome. Kasuk returned to the Belial territory where everyone was already waiting for him. "You're back." Irina was the first one to run towards him and gave him a hug. "It's already been a few months, so let me stay like this." Kasuk looked down at her clear violet eyes and patted her head. "How was work?" "It's tiring." She immediately answered, "But nothing I couldn't handle. I just don't like how they are treating me like a celebrity." Kasuk smiled wryly at her and replied, "There's really nothing that could be done about that. You have become the de facto face of the Corps, and I don't think that will change for a long time, even if you retired right now. Normally, it should have been Dulio, the leader of the Corps, who has taken the role of a face, but he was very good at dodging the responsibility, and he also had the legitimate reason that he was also already the leader of DXD and couldn't take on more roles. And right now, Irina's pretty face had already blossomed into that of a mature beauty. She still had long flowing chestnut hair, but she had already ditched the twin-tail hairstyle that she had before and just let it go. Patting her head, Kasuk replied, "Good work out there, but if you want to leave, just tell me. I'll do something about it." Irina chuckled as she separated from Kasuk. "Nope. I'll be out of work then. And thanks to this, I have a bit of influence on various things. I don't want to lose its convenience for the time being. Though if I want to get out of there, I might need your help." Irina led Kasuk to a seat beside her while thinking, "This position is very useful in secretly swaying people to our side, and I'm not planning on letting it go anytime soon." Kasuk let his hand be dragged as he looked around the room and saw that everyone was relaxing. Aside from Irina, he could meet everyone else pretty often, so they just let her do what she wants. Recalling how they were 7 years ago, Kasuk was glad that everyone had mellowed out and the effects of Kasuk and Yuruchi's common-sense-altering training program had already left them for good, else it would have been hard for them to join the society again. Starting from Sona, who had also grown taller like everyone else and kept her moderately modest figure. Compared to Aika, who'd shortened her hair, Sona let it grow until her lower back and tied it into a single braid. It was already known that devils could alter their general figure if one truly wished for it strongly, and the proof of it was Issei's harem, where blossoms seemed to bloom aplenty, despite their figures in their younger years. The fact that Sona didn't end up like that, aside from her hips widening slightly, showed that she likes herself as she is. Another girl who'd changed greatly over the years was Kaneko, though most of her changes just came from her stunted growth being released. Right now, her white hair had reached past her shoulders and she'd become as tall as Kuroka. Finally, Lu Fei, Kasuk's contracted magician, grew up to be a mature and beautiful woman like everyone else, but she never left behind her hybrid witch and school uniform outfit, which made her look like the most childish out of the group. While Aika, Irina, Akino, Sona, and Kaneko had changed a lot, Medusa and Kuroka remained the same, aside from changing their hairstyles from time to time. And the same as them, Yuruchi and Seraphal, who were on the other side, also had no changes aside from the former growing a little bit taller. Of course, except for Kasuk, everyone else already had a career that was making them busy. With the establishment of the Ouroboros Academy, most of the girls, along with some members of DXD, became instructors or staff for the academy, making it one of the most influential establishments in the current times, with others thinking that it's a subgroup for DXD. Naturally, those in the know are aware that Ouroboros Academy is a completely separate entity that could operate on its own rules, and even without the DXD members as its staff, its core members and their influence and authority were enough to wage war against a large faction and win. However, the Ouroboros Academy never denied the rumor that it was under DXD since it's convenient for gaining the trust of the public. Meanwhile, those in higher positions that could control DXD also didn't do anything to correct this misunderstanding, as they could extend some of their arms to the academy itself. Sona, as its founder, director, and principal, allowed this to happen because those arms were not a one-way avenue that could not only reach them, but also a stream that she could use to reach the old coots. With Medusa acting as the vice principal that helped Sona most of the time, the others could focus on the Academy's main goal of elevating this generation's fighting prowess and also pioneer the fusion of both the supernatural and human worlds. Focusing on combat, Kuroka became the main instructor for Jujutsu, Kaneko was the main instructor for martial arts and Tuki, and Luffei became the main magic instructor with Riveria as her assistant. As for the non-combat side, Aika was supposed to be the one who'd take care of it, but she was too busy with many other things, so she just became the advisor of multiple departments while inviting trustworthy instructors from various factions like Rossweiss, Ravel, and Asia. After talking for a bit with Medusa about some urgent business, Sona finally turned to Kasuk at her side. Is everything okay on that side? It's fine. It's just that Indra has been jumping around more than I initially thought. Sona sighed while rubbing her forehead. You're telling me, and we don't even know what Shiva is thinking. Worse, Ajuka-sama has been very close to him. We can't trust anyone within that seal, sadly. Sorry about that. It's probably because of me that they're acting that way. Sona looked at him and asked, they want you to show a few of your cards first before they do something. Most likely. They don't like how I'm keeping all the information for myself, answered Kasuk while shrugging his shoulders, not that I really care though. They've made their stance and I've already made mine. From here on out, it's a battle of attrition and I'm really good at that. Everyone's attention was gathered on him, but he didn't provide any further explanation. But even without that, they understand what he meant. While the girls wanted to protect the world they were living in, what Kasuk fundamentally wanted was the safety of those important to him. So if given the ultimate choice of them and the world, he'd happily discard the latter. In a sense, he's the same as Indra and Shiva who were preparing their game. These past 7 years, they were finally able to understand why he's like this. He's too much of a realist. Even though he might have the power and capability to protect the world, that's too idealistic for him, and in the process, he might not be able to protect those who were truly important to him, thought Sona, considering this as his flaw. Then again, they never left his side, not because he could do everything and be flawless, but to cover it and become a shoulder he could lean on when he needed it. Aside from laying low, this also became a reason why the girls wanted him to stay out of this conflict, as his methods can become far too drastic. While immersing herself in these thoughts, Sona suddenly felt someone flicking her forehead softly and woken her up to reality. What are you thinking about with that smug and wry smile at the same time on your face? What the hell does that look like? The contorted face you were making just now. Sona angrily slapped his hand away and retorted, my face didn't contort. And I just thought of how troublesome you are. Chapter 970 onwards. While Kasuk and Sona were having their banter, they were interrupted when someone suddenly went behind Kasuk and wrapped their arms around his neck. I heard that Aika has already opened the path. When are you going, Nya? Kuroka softly whispered into his ears. Kasuk thought about it while rubbing his chin. Maybe around this week. I have to do some preparations before going. Kuroka's arms tightened around Kasuk's neck. Then who are you bringing with you? I want to introduce myself. Kasuk froze and shuddered and began sweating nervously. He tried to break free from her clutches, but her arms wouldn't budge. I don't think I'd bring anyone, Kasuk replied while shouting internally, you're the last person I'd bring. You and your sister. You uncontrollable cats. Even though he was thinking of bringing Riveria with him, he couldn't answer her honestly. Not right now, at least. And when Kasuk saw that Kaneko was looking at him feverishly, wanting the same thing, his mind raced to find a way to escape this situation. Thankfully, before he took action, a cold aura descended on everyone and especially focused on Kuroka, making her freeze in place. Before anyone could notice it, Medusa was already standing behind the black Nikosho while bringing her glacial glare down on her. Kuroka. I believe we'd already talked about this before. Kuroka slowly let go of Kasuk and turned around with a nervous expression. But this is a different issue, isn't it? Kasuk, on the other hand, used this chance to get away. All right, I'm going home and preparing for now. Be careful around Indra, okay? If one of you gets in danger because of him, I'll discard everything and go cave his skull in. After finishing his sentence, his teleportation magic instantly initiated, and he was gone a second later. However, his light-hearted words weren't so light-hearted for those who heard him. Let's make everyone's safety the top priority, okay? Sona muttered after a few seconds of silence. Everyone in the room nodded in unison. Regardless of whether Kasuk could really cave in Indra's skull, it'd be a catastrophe if the two were to clash. In fact, this is the reason why those close to Kasuk were relatively safe. Although Indra was interested in fighting Kasuk, he really didn't want to deal with what he thought was a crackhead when his attention should be on Shiva. Despite the fact that this slows down his plan significantly, he'd rather go slowly than trade blows with someone who would just flip the entire table that his carefully placed pieces are on. Indra's close aides thought that he was just exaggerating, but the things he could see couldn't be easily understood by those around him. Right now, both Shiva and Indra had the same train of thought as Yawach when he invaded the Soul Society. If they didn't have a clear way of eliminating or, at least, holding back the special individuals, they won't easily make a move. Back at his store, the moment Kasuk reappeared from his teleportation magic, Riveria also came out from the kitchen while wearing a white apron over her casual attire. You're early. I thought you'd stay the night there. As soon as he saw her, a passing thought went through Kasuk's head. These days, whenever I come home, they're always in aprons. Not when Kuroka and Kaneko are around. They came to a decision and I respected that, but their Nikosho instincts are much stronger than normal yokais. Although they're trying to control themselves, it's really hard to go against things that are hardwired into their heads unless they discard their physical bodies. The best I could do to help them is to avoid them. So much consideration for being horned dash. I mean sexual desire. She wanted to say, but held back because she knew that was only going to backfire on her. This is bad. I'm getting too used to their language. She also wanted to ask if Kasuk was not worried that they'd suddenly take it out on other men, but she already knew of their loyalty, and even just asking that was very disrespectful to both Kuroka and Kaneko. This is really bad. Even this world's literature and entertainment drama are affecting me. I need to watch some animal videos and wholesome shows to cleanse my soul later. Kasuk saw that Riveria is enduring something and asked, "What's wrong? Are you hurting anywhere?" Riveria immediately shook her head and said, "It's nothing. I just remembered something unpleasant. Clean yourself up. Dinner is almost ready." Since Riveria wasn't allowed to touch anything magic-related for the duration she was in Kasuk's house, she busied herself with television and her smartphone, browsing and learning various things, including questionable topics and other stuff. "Riveria, I'll be going out for a bit." Busy on her late-night drama show, Riveria just waved her hand goodbye without turning around. "Strawberry ice cream for me. Anything else?" Right. We ran out of milk and soy sauce." "Got it." The husband and wife-like exchange ended and Kasuk teleported to his Mars base and went straight to the deepest and most secure part of it. "All right. For today's outing objective, stealing the Eevee's wormhole protocol and technology." Entering the room, rows of glass tubes filled with translucent green liquid and a 3-centimeter diameter black ball in the middle of it greeted him. Kasuk momentarily checked their condition before going deeper into the room where a metallic pod that could contain a person was located. Kasuk then pressed a button on the top of the pod and its top part opened, revealing a cozy cushion where one could comfortably lie down on it. Kasuk removed all of his clothing before entering the pod and closing it. A few seconds later, runes and circuits expanded outwards and reached the numerous glass tubes. Soon, the runes converged on one of the glass tubes and the black ball inside it suddenly started squirming around before it took the form of what could only be called a Nendoroid in Kasuk's image. As soon as it stopped forming, the green liquid immediately drained itself and the glass tube was lifted the moment the 10-centimeter tall Kasuk opened his eyes. Kasuk hurriedly examined his new body and found some discomfort and tried to fix it by letting his magic power flow. It seems that everything is in place. Good, he thought while doing some stretching. The real identity of those black balls is Kasuk's newly developed Jigai through the research of Lilith's flesh and blood. However, he was already contemplating if he should still call it a Jigai since it doesn't just mimic the user's appearance but also allows the flow of power, making the user capable of using their abilities. Of course, everything in the room was just prototypes and Kasuk had been testing it by inserting a very small piece of his own soul into them. But unlike normal researchers that do their tests in a confined and controlled room, Kasuk would rather see its limits by going outside. After a few minutes of adjustments, Chibi Kasuk teleported out and reappeared in a metallic room. The first thing entering his senses was the synthetic-like voice of the silicon-based lifeforms. "The next batch of energy cores is arriving within 15 minutes. Prepare for its inspection and distribution." "Yes, sir." While hiding himself, Kasuk checked the surroundings and was able to confirm where he is, the 7th section of Andreas. Good. Their jamming system didn't erase my mark. And it looks like I'm just in time. What Aika and the rest were fearing was true. For some time already, Kasuk had been secretly invading the Eevee's ship. But today, Kasuk won't just be settling on stealing some data on a ship on the front lines. Making his way to a certain part of the ship, Kasuk saw a room with a giant circular device in it and it soon gathered an enormous amount of magic power that had been purified through specific means. A few seconds later, the space in the middle of the device twisted before the light went through it and revealed the other side. Carefully hiding his figure and riding the torrent of magic power to avoid detection, Kasuk leaped through a wormhole. Maybe I should plant a few bombs in there. Chapter 971, Chapter 971 Alien Planet. As soon as Kasuk got to the other side, he immediately felt the drastic change in the atmosphere, but that wasn't much of a problem since he could easily adapt to it. Kasuk hurriedly scanned his surroundings under the cover of chaotic magic power flow, but because his ability is extremely limited in his current form, he could only scan around 100 meters beyond him, a warehouse. While EVs were transporting enormous boxes of supplies through the hole, Kasuk made his way to the terminal that was right beside it. But after a quick look, he figured out that it was only for monitoring purposes and the real control panel was somewhere else. Although he could hack it after learning a bit of the system they were using from their ship, Kasuk wasn't confident that he'd be successful with just the handful of knowledge he had from self-learning and deciphering. I'm not in a hurry. I have to get out of this place first. Retracting as much of his magic power and spiritual pressure as he could with his current body, Kasuk erased his presence and went for the exit. Even though he was a bit slow, his small size helps him a lot more compared to the emission of magic power he'd produce if he were to go invisible. It didn't actually take too long for him to exit the facility, and the security within the perimeter wasn't as tight as he'd expected. And when he got out, harsh air blasted his whole body and almost killed his Jigai, if not for his immediate response, this high concentration of sulfur and methane in the air, he thought while bracing himself. Kasuk then found a tower-like structure and climbed it, and as soon as he reached the top, the world he was in was fully displayed to him. A red sky and metallic spires of varying heights everywhere, with some fuming out large amounts of black smoke, which brought him back to the conversation that he'd heard earlier from the EVs working in the facility. Of course, no living being without some tricks would be able to survive this land. The world of Strananelzel. Did they really annihilate all of its inhabitants? Kasuk came out of an EV facility. However, he's not in their main world, Evia told, but on a planet the EVs had taken over some time ago, Strananelzel, and was being used as a transportation hub for their supplies. Naturally, Kasuk already expected that this was the case, as it'd be incredibly stupid of them if they were to connect their main world to an unsecured place like Earth, or by their naming scheme, Draconic Deus. I'll have to take my distance first and plan my next steps. If Kasuk wanted to return, he could just disable the Jigai and return his consciousness back to his real body, or even self-destruct if the situation calls for it. Although that would cause him a significant injury, it was a good method of surprise gift. Running through the desolated and dry land devoid of any life, Kasuk aimed for a place where there was not a single EV structure. An hour later, the metallic structures became a lot more sparse and he found a giant hole in the ground spanning 30 meters in diameter. Without thinking much about it, Kasuk hopped into the complete darkness. Kasuk immediately deployed his senses and did nothing else as he descended into the hole for a few minutes. The air is a lot cleaner here. Could it be? Soon enough, he landed on hard ground and broke each of his legs and arm. Kasuk wanted to heal them up, but at the edge of his detection magic, a slight presence was revealed, and the first thing he did was retract his magic power. Did I get noticed? Kasuk's mind raced and various scenarios ran through his head. That presence just now wasn't an EV's. If that's the case, let's bet on that. As if a switch had turned on within him, Kasuk's facial expression instantly changed to someone who's enduring great pain and started huffing and puffing at the dirty air surrounding him. He also disabled his defenses, allowing the atmosphere to poison the Jigai, and clear black marks appeared on his formerly flawless skin. Pretending not to notice the presence earlier, tears began to fall from his eyes as he struggled to walk towards the rugged wall of the giant hole in order to look for support. Kasuk reached the wall and laid his back on it while looking up to the tiny hole where he came falling down. For a few more minutes, Kasuk was just sniffling and trying to straighten his broken arm and leg while also coughing up blood due to the poisoning he was receiving from the hostile air. At that moment, the wall directly opposite him began shaking before a portion of it started moving to the side, revealing a tunnel. Shocked, Kasuk immediately stood up with great difficulty and gritted his teeth in anticipation of an enemy. Relax. I'm not here to hurt you. A voice suddenly came out from the dark tunnel. Although it's using the language that the EVs use, it didn't have the same synthetic-like feeling. However, Kasuk's expression didn't ease up, instead, became even more grave. Could it be that you don't understand me? In response to that, a small amount of magic power gathered on Kasuk's hand and a small fireball emerged. A few seconds later, a 6-feet-tall young man that looks like a human came out of the tunnel. Looks like you really couldn't understand me. But what sort of being are you supposed to be? He asked the 10-centimeter-tall Kasuk, even though he knew he wouldn't be able to answer. Surprise further covered Kasuk's face as he finally replied with a fear-filled voice, who are you? Not in any language from Earth, but the language where the dungeon is located. The mysterious young man didn't reply but instead took out a smartphone-like device and began operating it while mumbling, as expected. That language isn't in our database either. Finally, as if losing his strength, Kasuk's fireball disappeared as he slowly leaned forward without stopping, losing consciousness. The last thing he saw was the young man dashing forward with incredible speed to catch him. He's probably kidnapped by the Evies. Did they find a new planet to terrorize? Back in the Mars base, the pod where Kasuk was sleeping opened. Stretching his sore arms out, Kasuk chuckled to himself, such luck. To think I'd encounter someone like that on my first trip to the enemy territory. And that aura. That's definitely spiritual pressure. Kasuk returned back to Earth in a light mood, and of course, he didn't forget what Riveria asked him to buy. But when he returned home and found Riveria messing with her smartphone, he was startled when she suddenly looked up at him and made a terrified expression. What? Riveria calmed herself down and grabbed the plastic bag that Kasuk was carrying. Did you get me the strawberry one? Oh. Thank you. After getting her ice cream, Riveria hurriedly returned to her room and closed the door behind her while inspecting her ice cream carefully. That face. That's definitely the expression he makes when he successfully scammed someone. What did he do to my ice cream? Her first thought was an aphrodisiac and she got a bit excited, but immediately shook her head since that would actually go against the girl's wishes that Kasuk wanted to respect. How do I remove these ideas from my head? And why is my heart racing? She shouted internally. Chapter 972, Chapter 972 Galactic Scale. Kasuk returned his consciousness back to his injured Jigai and the moment he opened his eyes, blinding light immediately made him narrow it back and the heavier pull of gravity. Now then. Where are we? Contrary to his internally calm demeanor, Kasuk sported a panicked expression as he hurriedly looked around the room he was in. A small pure white room with a single bed and table. Due to his current size, the bed looked gigantic and the table beside him looked like a podium. However, he was surprised to see the pillow he was resting on was right for his bite size. Next, he checked the condition of his body and found all injuries he'd incurred were already healed. Though aside from that, he also found some minute traces of someone scanning his biological properties multiple times. I wonder what they found out. I'm curious about the metrics they're using and they're bound to have a different interpretation of the data they got. I guess I would have to get my hands on that too. By getting his own examination report, even if it had the same numbers as his own data, he'd be able to glean at how these people saw the world and through that, he'd be able to understand their perspective. A minute later, through his limited senses, Kasuk heard footsteps beyond the door of his room. Yosh. Time to pull my budget Oscar act. The door beeped for a second before sliding open, revealing 3 figures, one of them being the familiar young man that he'd encountered before. Kasuk immediately jumped and backed himself to the wall while gritting his teeth and glaring at them and preparing his cute fireball. Of the 3 people, the first one to step into the room is a 4-foot-tall wrinkled fair-skinned old man with light green hair and dark red eyes, long sharp ears, and a single skin-colored horn protruding in the middle of his forehead. He's wearing a white lab coat over a surprisingly earthling-like attire and holding a tablet emitting a bit of light from its screen. Behind him was the familiar young man and a young woman who looked like the former. Both of them looked like humans with short white hair and green eyes and were wearing a long-sleeved thick black jacket over a gray and white body-tight suit. If not for the latter's figure, Kasuk wouldn't be able to easily tell them apart. Kasuk ignored the old man for now and observed the 2 behind him and was able to confirm that spiritual pressure, all right. But it's different from what Shinigami, Hollow, and Quincy have. And their bodies. A combination of reishi, spirit particles, and matter. How is that possible? Fascinating. Although Kasuk's real body had already combined both his soul body and physical body, it was still just an artificial fusion through Hogyoku unlike those in front of him that seemed to be in their natural states. If I could further stabilize my body, maybe I'll be finally possible to achieve resurrection. Since I lack their common sense, I wonder if they'll get angry if I start touching them all over. Kasuk hypothesized that even if he could achieve resurrection, there would only be a minimal increase in his power since it was akin to a Shinigami releasing their Bankai and it was unknown what sort of side effects or drawbacks it could cause him. Even then, he still wanted to do it since what Aizen did to himself is essentially a resurrection, an Arankar taking their blade back into their body to release their true form. Kasuk's musing was interrupted by the old man suddenly speaking, "Oh ho. Look how lively he is. If he's like this, he'll only need a bit of rest to flush out the remaining toxins in his body." The language that Kasuk was hearing was still the one that Evie uses, however, the old man's mouth was moving differently from the syllables he was saying. Seeing that, Kasuk immediately tilted his head in confusion. Though by doing that, the woman's eyes in the back strangely shine. The young man, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Good catch." "What is?" The old man looked up at him and asked. He immediately noticed that you're using a translator. Was it that impressive? It was the woman who replied to the old man next, of course. Normally, you'd be panicking and would often resort to drastic actions. In his case, although his eyes had been darting around and looking for an escape, he was still able to observe all of us with great detail. It's either from experience or he's a natural. It actually makes me think that this is just an act. Oops, thought Kasuk, but he didn't change anything since that would incur more suspicion. The old man observed Kasuk more without approaching any further before inviting the other two to leave with him. Once outside and the door closed, Kasuk followed them and put his ears on the door while making sufficient movement. The little guy seems to be fine and there is no persisting problem as far as I could see. Thank you, Mr. Chnur. The young man replied. Stop it. This isn't enough for you people who saved this world. Just let me do everything I can to help you. Even then, thank you. In any case, you're going to have a problem with him. The translator probably won't work on him and he's too cautious, so I doubt you'd be able to find where he came from. And considering how he came from an EV outpost, I doubt his world is still intact. That might be true. Still, he has a good head on his shoulders. Even now, he's trying his best to listen to our conversation even though he couldn't understand any of it. The old man looked back at the door in surprise. I'm not really a fighter, so I can't tell. But what if he's just pretending not to understand? The young man smiled at him and said, and that's the reason why I brought him here. If he's a true refugee, I would have taken him to a safer place. All right. The young man nodded to himself. We'll use the prototype translator on him. This time, the woman finally reacted. Wait, brother. Isn't that too dangerous? He's too small. Can he even take the pain that it'll cause? The young man turned to his sister. Stralit, even though you find him very cute, you can't discount that he might be a spy. Besides, that's really the only way we could communicate with him. Unless you want to bother the very busy mistress. Cool. Fine. But be gentle with him. Got it. For now, just secure the perimeter in case he escapes. The young man then turned to the old man and said, Mr. Chnur, please prepare food in accordance with his diet. Kasuk heard their footsteps go away a moment later and went back to his bed. Obviously, he intentionally let me hear that conversation. Too bad for him. Although I could understand them, I was just a clueless little guy and not a spy. Kasuk knew that he was still being monitored from the outside and didn't let up his acting, but deep inside, tens of scenarios already sprouted inside his tiny head, and weighing each and every one of them against each other to figure out what's the best course of action. If I pull my cards right, I could even pull a fast one on those Evies and I'd have a better source of information other than that sketchy future. While the strongest gods of Earth were playing their board game, Kasuk was already playing a game of tic-tac-toe on a galactic scale. Chapter 973, Chapter 973, 9 Hell. A few hours later, Kasuk was offered food and it was surprisingly appetizing for him. However, after inspecting it for a moment, he didn't touch it any further. Nothing really happened after that, so he just slept. Kasuk returned to Earth and the first thing he did was to ask Riveria, would you like to come with me to the other side? Riveria, who'd just come out of the bath and was wearing a thin light green hoodie over a white tank top and short shorts while drinking a glass of milk, glanced at him and replied, you finally asked. I thought I would have to wait the whole week. What would you do if I didn't ask you? Riveria stared straight into his eyes and with an incredibly straight face, she answered, I'd bite your leg and never let go of it until I could go home. Why do I have a feeling that you're not joking? Because I'm not. Riveria then smiled widely and revealed her perfect rows of white teeth. Try me. Kasuk's head was instantly filled with the image of the dignified high elf biting on his heel like a maniac. That scene made Kasuk swallow a mouthful of saliva and tempted him to actually try it and see that in reality. But before he could get his words out, a bullet of compressed magic power came rushing towards his face and he had to dodge it by tilting his head. The bullet dissipated before it hit and damaged the wall, but Riveria was preparing more bullets on top of her finger. I'll have to gouge your eyes out first, though. How many times do you think you'll be able to regenerate before we could go to the other side? Kasuk raised his arms in surrender. Geez. How violent. Kasuk then went and sat beside Riveria. Riveria, on the other hand, took back her magic bullets and moved aside to wait for Kasuk to sit down before laying down on the sofa and placing her legs on top of Kasuk's lap. Without questioning her actions, Kasuk began massaging her leg muscles. These past few years, Riveria had been getting comfortable around Kasuk and wouldn't mind showing him her sloppy side. Throughout her stay in this foreign and very dangerous world, these times were one of her important beacons of relaxation and gave a feeling of security. However, she could really only act like this when it was only the two of them and would never dare to even come close to Kasuk if the others were around. Though Riveria really only became this comfortable because Kasuk wasn't saying anything about it. When are we going and what do I need to prepare? Kasuk thought about it for a moment before replying. Something came up, so I'm not really sure when, but it's probably around a week or two from now. While waiting, you should polish your high-altitude flight magic and thermal shielding magic. Riveria furrowed her brows and asked, what for? Just in case. Kasuk answered curtly before continuing on another topic. By the way, neither I nor Yuruchi and Seraphal will be participating in any battles involving monsters, no matter how difficult it could become for everyone else. I know that. After coming to this world, I already understand why you wouldn't want to. Aside from taking away the opportunity to get stronger from the adventurers, joining in that kind of skirmish is just way below you. It's childish and silly. Though I'm still surprised that you're allowing me to join in. Kasuk sighed, you've already left that world's natural ecosystem, so I honestly don't want you to get involved. But that's too much to say to someone who grew up in that world and considers it as her home. All I can say is, please don't go ballistic. Riveria averted from Kasuk's gaze and said, I'll try to limit myself to just elven magic. Riveria remembered the promise she made with Gareth before she left, but looked like she'd be breaking it in a different sense. Kasuk never really expected Riveria to improve the way she did when Yuruchi and Serafal sent her over as an experiment. If she goes all out, her firepower could easily match that of a combat-oriented god, albeit for a shorter duration than normal due to her lack of raw magic power capacity. However, firepower wasn't the most terrifying about her, but her versatility. Recording hundreds of thousands of spells and techniques in her soul gear and creating new spells and techniques through the combination and modification of the ones recorded, she could do almost anything, making her second only to Kasuk. She only lost to Kasuk because the latter could respond faster and cleverly to most situations, and he could most certainly turn the advantage around to his favor, while Riveria could only counter and cancel the incoming threat to her most of the time. All in all, due to the sheer amount of spells she knew, she became one of the most dangerous individuals in Kasuk's group, and her existence was very much unknown among the factions, just like Benihime in her independent actions. And what? Pull out something like Elven Giga Cannon and incinerate everything within your sight. Just keep it to your 9 original spells and just go chantless. Kasuk knew what she was thinking and added, defense and healing magic are fine, but no attack magic rapid fire. You'll raise a literal hell. I'm called 9 Hell, though. So you want to keep casting wide area annihilation magic like Ray Levitine every second? Riveria made an expression as if she was offended. Is that how you think of me? I'm not unreasonable like you. I do it only every 9 seconds. So that's the 9 Hell. Kasuk slapped Riveria's thigh. There's no amount of monsters in that world that would need that much force. Every 5 minutes. You don't know about that. I think it'll only be enough to fry the black dragon. 15 seconds. No way. You just want to show off, don't you? 4 minutes and 30 seconds. While they were arguing how many cooldowns Riveria should have, the night ended. In any case, it became a squabble between Kasuk not wanting to waste the other world's effort to get stronger and take away their sense of crisis by having a cheating high elf bulldozing everything in sight, and Riveria who wanted to show off what she got after returning, since she hadn't really got any chance to go all out after the period of peace and quiet came into this world. Oh right. I still have to gauge the 3 girls' real strength tomorrow. Kasuk thought while he was being choked by Riveria's thighs in protest of his imposed long cooldowns. Chapter 974, Chapter 974 Magical Girls' True Abilities. Before Claire, Tanis, Kunu, Ophis, Lilith, and Flana arrived, Kasuk prepared and strengthened the training grounds as much as possible to properly contain the coming destruction. 4 hours past midnight, except for the sleeping dragon, the self-proclaimed magical girls arrived, and just in time with Kasuk having just finished up with his modifications. You're here. Let's get started. Claire looked around. She could feel the changes within the training grounds and asked, how are you maintaining this sort of barrier? Unlike before, the fluctuation of magic power could now be clearly felt in the entirety of the training grounds. Since the magic power wasn't coming from Kasuk, Claire naturally became quite curious. I have several modules installed that can passively store leaking chaotic magic power from the dimensional gap and convert it to something usable. Kunu's eyebrows shoot up in surprise. Wouldn't that mean that you have an unlimited supply of magic power? Technically, but only to a certain extent. These modules, aside from not being very efficient, also break down quite often and their cores degrade from use. That means I'll only have magic power for as long as it's running, which isn't very long. And right now, I'm just draining what they've stored for some time to power these barriers for a few hours. Because of this, it can only be used in a few applications and most of them are for emergencies only. Compared to the effort required to run these things, I have better things to do. It's still an incredible piece of technology. Kunu replied, although it might be of limited use for you, I'm sure it'll be very useful for someone else. Kasuk then jumped back tens of meters back while saying, I know what you're saying, but that's exactly the reason I won't be sharing this. As you know, I have more enemies than allies out there. I'd like to spare myself from being hit in the back of my head. Enough of that, let's begin. Tanis and Kunu also distanced themselves from Claire to create a suitable space for them to act. Meanwhile, Ophis and Lilith also took their distance after successfully reading the room. How do we do this? Claire asked. Just come at me. Use everything you have except for soul gears. Kasuk then smiled widely and released an enormous amount of bloodlust. Try killing me. At the onset of the killing intent, the girls shuddered and their hearts started palpitating. The most affected was Tanis with her enhanced senses as she inadvertently released her disguise and revealed her blue skin, dragon wings, and the starry-like obsidian gem on her forehead. It's not their first time feeling someone's killing intent, but since they technically haven't joined any conflict, they were instantly taken aback by Kasuk's dense killing intent. Seeing them covered in a cold sweat, Kasuk chuckled, "Don't worry. I'll just defend and dodge but won't attack. Although I'll make sure to tell you when I can kill you." Claire swallowed a mouthful of saliva and tried to ease up the nervousness she was feeling before sending a telepathic signal to Kunu and Tanis that only they could understand. In the next second, the corner of Tanis' lip suddenly caught on fire with blue flames before she opened her mouth and revealed 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth. A blue magic circle appeared in front of Tanis' mouth before she released a blue beam of flame aimed directly at Kasuk. The path that the flame went through instantly melted, and although it had the same power as Issei's dragon shot that could blast away a mountain, Kasuk just deflected it to the side using the back of his hand that was covered with a small hexagonal shield. But while he was doing that, the solid ground below him suddenly liquefied. Kasuk's response, like others, was to pull his feet out from the swamp-like ground, but he failed to do so as he felt numerous spikes try to pierce through his ankles and feet but just ended up biting them instead. Wow. How merciless. Kasuk commented inside his head. If not for his durability, most people would have lost everything below their legs. And since it was Jujitsu, it was harder to notice than normal spells. Although it'd be easy for Kasuk to pull himself out, it'd take a few seconds. Naturally, Claire wouldn't throw away this opportunity and lunged at Kasuk from above while baring her fist. Claire's long gray hair swayed in the air as a vast amount of demonic power gathered around her fist. However, this wasn't the first thing that Kasuk noticed, but her glowing gray eyes. What is she nullifying? He asked himself while raising her hand to catch her fist. Thankfully, he got his answer less than a second later. The moment her fist landed on his palm, Kasuk felt his always active He arrow disperse into nothing for his entire arm. The skin and veins on Kasuk's arm instantly split open from the impact of the collision, spurting blood everywhere. This kid. And because he didn't have a proper footing, Kasuk came crashing down to the ground that had already hardened back. Soil and dust erupted around the area where Kasuk is and covered the visibility. But for Claire, she could still see as clear as day through her magic senses. But just as she was about to continue attacking, a grim premonition suddenly screamed at her whole being and made her jump back as far as possible while preparing as many defensive spells as possible. After a brief clash, a moment of peace immediately came. The dust settled down a few moments later, revealing Kasuk still hadn't gotten up, but he was now holding his Zanpakuto in his right hand. Before Claire could fish out a second strike, Kasuk threatened her with a swipe of his Zanpakuto. This kid, Kasuk continued his thoughts, has been studying the properties of my skills. Claire, Kunu, and Tanis were about to resume their attacks when Kasuk suddenly started laughing out loud as he stood up. Fahaha. Great. This is great. Since his head flew off when he slammed into the ground, he swept his messy hair back. But what the girls saw was his blackened scara. Let's continue, shall we? This time, Kasuk released his Ryatsu to weigh down on the girls. An hour later, Claire, Kunu, and Tanis were huffing and puffing while laying on the ground. What the hell? Why is Kasuk Nizen so tough? That was everything. Claire complained. Kunu chuckled at her while wiping away her sweat. You mean everything plus something extra from you? Tanis was tired of thinking about the battle and was slowly flapping her wings and complaining about something different. I'm hungry. Meanwhile, Kasuk, in his hollowified form with his shurikai released, was staring at his fully scorched right arm. Those girls really gave you a run for your money, huh? Especially Claire. Who would have thought she'd pull something like that? How was that even possible? Beneheim's voice rang in his head. Truly. How was that possible? Kasuk asked back while thinking of the last attack they pulled. Chapter 975, Chapter 975 Magical Girls True Abilities Part 2. Turning back time a bit, Kasuk's Ryatsu was largely ineffective against the girls aside from making them a bit sluggish at the start until they could acclimate themselves. Even though Kasuk couldn't attack back, the girls still did their best to control his movements before going in for a strike to ensure a good hit. While this is a good practice, it should show how much experience they were lacking, since a real battle isn't just a simple game where you could win through a series of planned actions. Sometimes, it's better to just dive into the danger to change the pace and take control of the momentum. Surprisingly, Claire, Kunu, and Tanis managed to realize this when Kasuk suddenly started to effortlessly dodge and block their attacks while also predicting where and when their restrictions on him would appear and sometimes, even return them to them. At this point, Kasuk had already killed them more than 5 times. Though it might be less than that since they were able to back out a few times, but not always in time. And Kasuk doesn't really know what sort of healing capabilities they had, but he assumes that they'd never forego practicing such techniques and spells. Those who knew Kasuk might think that he's holding back, but to a certain extent, he's actually not. The reason he was only able to kill them more than 5 times was because of Claire and her worthless. Because of Claire, Kasuk's stalwart defense became a cardboard box, so he was actually in danger of being severely injured. At this point, Kasuk had actually become afraid that Claire could also disable his high-speed regeneration, so he released his hollow form in an attempt to increase his resistance against her. Worthless. However, Kasuk could only laugh. Even though his resistance really went up, Claire only responded with finer control, and the moment an attack was about to land, the white hollow matter that was covering his skin would melt away. Not just He Arrow but also his Zero, Bala, and even Negation, which he hadn't used much, were disabled. Next, Kasuk released Benihime, but the same as with his hollow techniques, all of Benihime's energy-based techniques were also dispersed as soon as they appeared. Thankfully, his Flash Step and Shunko were still working, with the latter having the same fate as He Arrow, albeit a lot tougher and slower to melt. But when he saw Claire's eyes curiously eyeing everything he was doing, it made him nervous that even his mobility would be reduced. Another set of techniques that Claire's, worthless, didn't work on fully was his kit of spells. But after seeing them enough times, she should also be able to disable the weaker spells without any problems. Because of all of this, Kasuk had a certain thought: should I bring her to that world? She'd be one of my greatest weapons, but I might get killed by her parents. Although Kasuk's attention was mostly on Claire, Kunu and Tanis' abilities couldn't be discounted. Unlike Claire, who's an all-rounder, Kunu and Tanis had fallen into a specific role and trained for that role. Kunu, with the versatility of her Jujutsu, became the battlefield controller, creating opportunities for her allies and limiting her opponents. Tanis, on the other hand, tapped into her dragon lineage and used her naturally strong physical attribute to become the main bruiser. Using both Draconic Aura and Ki, her fighting style came to resemble that of Crumb Crutch. In other words, a complete musclehead. About an hour after they started, Kasuk was finally able to figure out what their limits were and was about to wrap it up by telling them to give him their best shot. And they delivered way more than Kasuk had expected. The first one to move was Tanis, gathering and fusing her Draconic Aura and Ki on top of her palms, creating a purple energy ball the size of a basketball court. Meanwhile, Kuna kept to her role and tried to tie Kasuk in place while also obscuring his senses by creating a thick fog that covered the three of them. Although it obscured their presence, it doesn't make sense to use it on Tanis since that enormous thing can't be hidden. Thought Kasuk, it's so obvious that Tanis' attack is also just a distraction. So Claire is going to sneak up on me. Kasuk was correct, albeit only partially. Within the thick fog that confused the senses, a big purple ball of energy blasted through and came crashing down on Kasuk. Since it was big, it was also slow, so Kasuk had enough time to try out a few things. Kasuk first cast Danku, Splitting Void, but he'd already used it several times in front of Claire and understandably, the barrier disappeared into thin air. Next, he brought out his Million Escudo, Million Shield, but before it could expand, it disappeared and Kasuk felt it return to the back of his head where it remained inactive. He already knew what was going to happen if he just received the energy ball with his body, so he raised Benihime over his head with his left arm to slash through the ball. Kasuk could have dodged, but within this limited space of the training ground, he'd have only left himself open if Tanis could control the ball's trajectory. At the moment of contact, there was a large shockwave that cleared the rubble and leveled the surrounding stones. Benihime sank into the energy ball but was stopped by the incredible force behind it. However, Kasuk noticed that something wasn't right. This energy ball doesn't have a core. He couldn't think much about it since he knew that Claire would be coming any second now and he only has his right arm to intercept her. Kasuk expanded his senses within his perimeter, but after looking around, he still couldn't find Claire and he was already about to cut the energy ball in half. Did she miss the timing? But thinking about the teamwork they'd shown until now, that's most certainly impossible. At that point, Kasuk suddenly felt something weird. Something that shouldn't be here. He immediately expanded his senses further, but because of the energy ball in front and the fog around him, he took some time before he could make out what was behind the attack. Then it happened. A bright golden arrow of light pierced through the ball of energy and reached Kasuk in an instant. Kasuk was shocked at this incredibly out-of-place power of light that only the servants of the God of the Bible could use, but he had to move. He wanted to block it with his sword, but Benihime was still stuck within the remnants of the energy ball. Without much choice, Kasuk raised his right hand to catch it. Before he could touch it, the hollowification of his arm was undone. Nevertheless, he was already expecting such a thing to happen and gritted his teeth as the arrow of light instantly burned his hand and started to work its way up his arm. After securing it within his palm, Kasuk took a deep breath and spontaneously released his strength to flick the arrow away. The deflected arrow continued traveling and eventually reached the wall of the training ground before exploding into a pillar of condensed power that could instantly vaporize those high class and below. Kasuk didn't look back at the destruction and made sure that there were no more incoming attacks next. The empty energy ball evaporated and the fog dissipated, revealing the three girls huddled together and catching their breath. In Cleria's left hand, Kasuk could see the remnant of a bow made out of light. Now that's what I would call a balance breaker. What the heck? Did she somehow inherit Uncle Masaomi's exorcist power? How is that even possible considering how she's fully capable of using worthless? Isn't that cheating? Did another cheat character just make her entrance? Kasuk muttered to himself. Chapter 976, Chapter 976 Kasuk's Worries. While his arm was slowly healing, Kasuk approached the girls and asked Claire, "How did you do that?" Even though she was very tired and laying on the ground, Claire gave him a cheeky smile and proudly answered, "Amazing, right? Worthless, really is wonderful." The moment Kasuk heard that, it suddenly clicked in his head. You used worthless to forcefully tame both demonic power and holy power. But even after saying it out loud, Kasuk still couldn't believe it. It somehow worked. Claire shrugged her shoulders, but it took a while to smooth it out. Kasuk was rendered speechless because he knew that was impossible to achieve with just, it somehow worked. Naturally, there are cases where demonic power and light power could mix, and the most popular example of this was Yurukiba with his balance breaker. However, there's a big difference in how Claire acquired her equilibrium compared to the former, and that was that she's directly storing both powers inside her body. In Yudo's case, he could use light power with the help of his holy swords, and that's the same for those who could use both demonic power and light power. They needed a medium to facilitate their use, like a sacred gear or some other special tool that was related to heaven. Even then, when used, it was always a mix of both powers, and their opposition was its main point to produce a huge amount of force. As only devils with a strong relation with heaven could use something like this, there aren't a lot of people who could do it. In Claire's case, with the arrow of light that she used, she's fully capable of using both powers in their purest form, on top of not needing a medium to achieve an equilibrium. If her, worthless, could really do something like that, then her ability was already bordering that of a super devil if she's still not one. That would explain how she could easily neutralize my Shinigami and Hollow abilities. Asking any further questions would be useless, since she probably isn't really fully aware of how ridiculous her abilities are. Instead, Kasuk congratulated the girls. "Good work. From the spar just now, I'm sure that the three of you are all on ultimate class level, and with your soul gears, you should be able to match an average combat god, and if you are together, you are fully capable of matching a leader class god." The three of them weren't aware of their real level and thought they were just around high class due to the absence of competition. But after Kasuk's confirmation, all of them stood up and cheered up despite their heavy bodies. That's still a bit of an understatement, but this should be enough to make them careful on how they swing their fists around. However, their celebration was cut short by Kasuk's next words, "And now that we're done, begin cleaning up and restoring this place, at least to how it looked before we started." The girls were stunned and looked around the training grounds that were utterly trashed beyond recognition before turning back to Kasuk. "All of this?" Kasuk nodded while returning back to his human form, since his arm was now feeling a little bit better. "All of it." The girls looked at each other and knew that this would be a daunting task, in addition to being a massive pain in the ass. It was then that Claire noticed something and asked, "Why do you sound like you're not helping?" Before answering, Kasuk pointed in a certain direction. The girls followed his finger and saw Ophis and Lilith silently standing at the edge of the training grounds. Since they'd been with her all these years, they could tell the mood they were in despite not showing any apparent expression, and right now, they could see a lonely aura on the two of them. Was it because they felt they were being left behind? "I have the most important task. Pampering and consoling those two." The girls didn't even question Kasuk's declaration and nodded with all their might. "Understood. We'll do our best." 3 hours in, the girls are still working hard to restore the training grounds. Meanwhile, Kasuk was feeding Ophis and Lilith various things throughout those 3 hours. Since they aren't exactly normal, the food that they are taking was just being absorbed by a bottomless pit. Kasuk, Ophis, and Lilith were just talking about random things that were focused on their daily lives and how they were adjusting to human society. They immediately admitted that it was confusing and hard. They also had poor memories regarding common sense and manners, but Kasuk attributed that to them not really understanding the underlying meaning behind common sense and manners, since they didn't really need it until now. "But it seems that you two aren't a bit frustrated. Are you enjoying it?" Ophis and Lilith immediately nodded without a shred of hesitation, and the former said, "I desired peace and quiet. That hasn't changed, but the meaning of it did. The previous peace and quiet I was hoping for was an eternal silence, but right now." Ophis tried to find the right words but couldn't, so Lilith continued for her, "We desire peace and quiet. And the fulfillment it brings instead of the emptiness." Kasuk understood what they meant. "That's great. I'm glad that you were able to find something fulfilling." Ophis nodded, "And it's thanks to you. I'm not sure what I would have become if you didn't reach out to me." Kasuk turned to her and smiled wryly. "You know why I reached out to you at that time. Don't make it sound like I lent a hand to save you." Ophis nodded again. "That isn't important." Lilith then pulled his sleeve to get his attention. "As a show of gratitude, we'd like to help you." Kasuk patted her head and chuckled. "You've already done a lot for me." Ophis grabbed his other hand and put it on her head herself. "But you're currently lost." Kasuk was surprised for a moment before sighing. "Amazing. You two really have eyes for the most inconvenient things." Ophis and Lilith kept staring at him as if trying to pressure him to speak, and it didn't even take a minute for Kasuk to cave in. "I want to bring Claire to a very important place because she has the ability to help me immensely. However, that place is also very dangerous, and my priority should be your girl's safety." Ophis then let out a small snort and returned her attention to the snack. Unnecessary. We can protect them. We're strong. And I can protect you too. Lilith also did the same, as if losing her interest at his insignificant worry. We're coming too if they're going. There's no question about it. Kasuk didn't say anything else and just contemplated on what he should do. If it was the past me, I wouldn't have hesitated like this. After all, apologizing is a lot easier than getting permission. Chapter 977. Chapter 977 Return to the Other Side. 4 hours on the mark later, the girls were finally done with their cleanup, and understandably, they were extremely tired, and the allure of just dropping down and sleeping on the ground was great. Great work. Kasuk welcomed them. You don't have classes today, so take it easy. Finally. Claire murmured under her breath and didn't really have any energy to process what Kasuk was saying. Ophis and Lilith approached them and began conjuring the magic circle for their teleportation to return to the floating island of the Ouroboros Academy. But before they disappeared, Kasuk called out to Claire for one final time. Claire, I'll send you some documents about Shinigamis and Hollows later. Cooperate with Aika to study the properties of their basic techniques and spells. Claire just waved her hand while yawning. Got it. I'll go to Ikanichan's place later. Ophis and Lilith both had small smiles on their faces and thought that they'd have to prepare for a long trip. Kasuk also saw those smiles and thought that he'd have comrades comparable to a large army when he went to that place. This is actually more reassuring. After all, if things go the way I expect it to become, I would technically be aiming to destroy that world. A week later, Riveria and Kasuk were standing in front of the portal that would take them to the dungeon world. Since any strange movements from the other girls would result in unwanted attention, they could only send them off through a screen. Don't you think the Evies will notice this portal once it's fully activated? Sona asked what she was most concerned about. They probably will. I mean, with that kind of outpost on the moon, it's almost impossible for it not to have some kind of radar that could detect a drastic bend in space. Since the Evies have developed a portal that was much more sophisticated than Kasuk's crude attempt to connect two places, it's obvious that they had countermeasures against it. It is one of the main reasons why Kasuk wanted to learn their technology. As for the other reason, that'll be a surprise for Chaos if he really suddenly turned the tip of his blade at him. So we just have to pray that they don't pinpoint your base. Kasuk shook his head. No prayers needed. The base is still under an illusionary barrier. Even though they could detect the portal, as long as we don't open it for too long or too wide, they'll never be able to find this place. Sona sighed in relief. That's good. Have a safe trip and don't forget our souvenirs. Within the same room as Sona, each and every one of the girls started wishing them good travels, but they were more interested in the souvenirs that Kasuk would bring them back and even requested specific things. That went on until Kasuk finally lost his patience and closed his notepad to stop accepting requests. The girls only giggled at each other, but they still gave the two of them a proper send-off. Now that they were finally ready, Kasuk fully activated the portal that connected to the void. Kasuk and Riveria immediately hopped into it so that the portal could close as fast as possible. There they go. Now that Kasuk is away, that should reduce the number of people that are trying to get to him. Sona muttered after ending the call. You said it. Irina seconded. Only 7 years went by, but there are already a bunch of idiots that want to challenge the Evies, thinking that they aren't a big deal and would be made heroes if they could succeed. Those idiots are easy to manipulate, so we should be on guard against those approaching them. Akino held her aching forehead. The real problem is the increasing number of Eevee worshippers. There are already some reports on attempted impairment of the barrier all over the globe, and we still don't know how these hunk of metals are communicating to the people here on Earth. Medusa also chipped in and said, it's either a special power or an influential faction covering their tracks, but most probably both. Since everyone knows about Great Red's death, this was already inevitable. As it stands, we might really have to use our students and alumni as soldiers, Kuroka added with a heavy tone. Everyone became quiet after that, and the frustration was very obvious on their faces. Immediately after, they started discussing the countermeasures that they could make, but in the end, nothing concrete was concluded. The moment they entered the portal, Kasuk immediately sharpened his senses. As the portal closes, so is the void around it moving strangely. Reinforcement. He's taking away our path of retreat. A minute later, the darkness around them seemed to get darker and darker as they went through until it tried to swallow and crush them. The protection that they got from the portal was still holding up, but there were already cracks in its defenses. What's going on? It wasn't like this when I came through, asked Riveria while preparing to reinforce her defenses. Can you hold out? Riveria wondered why Kasuk didn't answer her question but didn't dwell on it much and nodded. I think I can. Good. Let's speed up. Kasuk stretched out his hand to her and Riveria didn't hesitate to grab it. 2 minutes later, the crushing pressure of the darkness around them had increased by multiple folds, but they could already see the light at the end of the seemingly endless and cruel tunnel. But the moment they reached the exit, the pressure instantly reversed and they were greeted by a giant ball of land and sea and the vast expanse of space behind them, along with the absence of the familiar force that kept their feet on the ground. While looking at this breathtaking scene, Riveria tried to speak up but no sound came from her mouth. Use telepathy. We're more than 300 miles from the ground. Riveria heard Kasuk's voice inside her head. She then replied, what are we doing here? My anchor points are working fine, but we were cut off before we could reach them, Kasuk answered while thinking. He was way too excited to close our path behind. Chapter 978, Chapter 978 Contest. Thanks to the spells that she knew, Riveria could easily survive the vacuum as long as she had enough magic power. Wait, was magic always this hard to control? It's not a problem for me now, but I think I can feel something pressing down on my magic power. It's always been like this. Probably a rule of this world. What a strange rule. Since this was her first time being this far out from the ground, Riveria set aside her questions for now and took her time to stare at the giant jewel in front of her. This has really changed my perspective. I know what it looks like from images, but seeing it in person is an entirely different experience. That's how most things are. Seeking knowledge through records is great, but a lasting impression can only be achieved through real experiences. Riveria stayed silent while staring at her surroundings and branded this memory into the depths of her mind using all of her senses. After a few minutes, Riveria spoke up again. That's right. I haven't thanked you yet. For what? Riveria turned to her and realized that she was still holding his hand. Nevertheless, she didn't let go and stared straight into Kasuk's eyes and said, thank you for bringing me this high up. No. We just coincidentally ended up here. Riveria squeezed his hand and frowned. You know what I meant. If not for you, I wouldn't be able to witness this wonderful view. Most probably, not in my entire life. Kasuk let out a short breath and smiled gently. Then your gratitude should be to Yuruchi and Serafal who asked you to go to that side. And a bit of credit to you too, for taking that step. I hardly did anything. I'm also thankful to them and I'm glad I took that opportunity. Even then, I know that your influence led to that in the first place. And your humble attitude is really annoying. Kasuk chuckled at her and asked, Fufufu. Humble? Me? Do you think I'm being humble? Riveria's eyes widened slightly and she sighed immediately after while holding her forehead as she'd forgotten something important. Right. This is just a tiny thing for you. No better than just going out for groceries. Riveria then looked back at the lower world. That's actually infuriating and frustrating in its own right. You changed my whole life by just going out for groceries. Riveria was about to continue with, makes me feel that I don't really matter, but she was met with a sudden head chop from Kasuk's free hand that was as hard as a brick. There was no sound, but when Kasuk lifted his hand, there was a clear red mark on her forehead that she immediately covered with her free hand. What are you doing? All big things start small. Are you really thinking that where you started is more important than where you are right now? Stop thinking about useless things like you're lamenting about the past that you can't change. Did you have to hit me? I felt annoyed, Kasuk answered honestly. I'm sorry. Well. It's all right. Kasuk then pointed at the small patch of blue to their left that's connected to the sea via a small channel and said, see that lake? That's Lalag Lake. Ah. It really is. Wanna bet who can reach that faster? Not even able to finish his words, Riveria instantly let go of Kasuk's hand and blasted herself towards the lake. This by dash, Kasuk also wasn't able to finish that as a spear of ice came rushing to his face and he had to dodge. Kasuk immediately followed after Riveria, who'd already broken the sound barrier, and since he was faster than her, he was already rapidly reducing the distance between them. Riveria saw this and immediately cast a few more spells to create a barrier that would reduce her drag to almost nothing in anticipation of re-entry and successive and directed shockwaves at the bottom of her feet, increasing her speed further to twice the speed of sound, and she was still speeding up. Kasuk followed her speed up, but he noticed something strange and immediately turned his flight path. The moment he did, a massive explosion occurred in his original path, an air mine. But when he looked further below him, he saw hundreds of them scattered on the way down, along with Riveria smirking at him. He could go around the minefield that she'd created, but that would increase his travel distance. And if Riveria could control the placement of these mines, which she probably could, it would not only be a useless effort, but also a wasted one. Since he was pretty durable, Kasuk decided to just bulldoze through everything and increased his speed even further. Of course, Kasuk wouldn't just take Riveria's attacks passively and prepared to use several bala, not just to clear the mines, but also to knock Riveria away. But Riveria was still one step ahead because she now started creating tens of illusions of her that not only emulated her magic power signature, but also her Ryatsu, in addition to being able to switch places with them. A countermeasure against Kasuk's sensing ability. He might have great senses, but it'd still take some time for him to figure out which was the real Riveria if it was designed specifically to counter him. Even then, Kasuk threw his bala over and over again, reducing the number of mines and clones alike. Moments before they could reach the surface of the lake, Riveria's clones were already cleaned up. While the mines were still slowing Kasuk a bit, he was only a few meters behind her from the hundreds of meters she'd started with. Nonetheless, the high elf was still not yet done and pulled out the ace that she had been preparing since she deployed her clones. All of a sudden, very complex magic circles appeared in front of Riveria before the light in front of her began to contort while also shrinking Riveria's height. Kasuk wondered for a moment what was happening when unexpectedly, Riveria's speed doubled and he figured out what she was doing. Hey! That's cheating. Riveria wanted to retort but she couldn't since the spell she was using needed an incredible amount of focus just to keep active. Currently, Riveria was compressing space itself in front of her and expanding it back as she went through it. So instead of speeding up like what Kasuk was seeing, Riveria was actually just traveling half the distance she originally needed and effectively doubling her relative speed. Kasuk knew that if he didn't do something, he'd lose and the only way to stop her now was to stop her physically from traveling. Putting forward his hand, Kasuk chanted, Seijo Sabaku, winding binding chains. A rope of light erupted from Kasuk's fingers and accelerated fast enough to catch up to Riveria. The distance between them was still increasing so Kasuk could only control the rope to grab her foot. But the moment it touched, it went through her ankle before Riveria suddenly disappeared and reappeared a few inches away from her original position. And in that instant, Riveria finally crashed through the surface of the lake followed immediately after by Kasuk while thinking, so she still had one last clone. Kasuk didn't actually clear out all the clones and the last one was traveling while overlapping with the invisible Riveria by just a few inches. He wasn't able to notice this because of all the fluctuations of magic power that obscured her spell. Meaning, all of those spells were ultimately so that Kasuk wouldn't be able to grab her for a single instant and he marvelously fell for a hidden ace. I won. Riveria cheered jubilantly as she resurfaced. Chapter 979, Chapter 979, again. Kasuk also resurfaced and watched the gloating Riveria. I didn't think you'd pull out space warping magic. Even if you wanted to win, that was way too dangerous, you know. Don't worry. I'm confident enough not to mess it up. I got a few tips from Yuruchi, you see. And if I didn't win, who knows what you were going to demand from me. Both of them got out of the water by stepping onto its surface, but we hadn't even decided what to bet on. Riveria carefully dried her clothes since she very much likes them. We didn't, so I can demand anything. Huh. Riveria just gave Kasuk a bright smile as if she was asking for something unreasonable and grabbed his hand. I'll save it for now though. Let's go to the shore. As Riveria pulled him along, Kasuk could only sigh and smile wryly. Fine. I'll give it to you this time. Just don't ask for anything too big. The two of them soon reached the shore and they were not very far from Melon. That was very different from their memories. That's Melon. Why does it look like Orario without the walls? Asked Riveria. Although Kasuk had some guesses, he didn't answer her question because he too didn't know the actual answer. Throughout the years, they kept their communication with Yuruchi, Seraphal, Hestia, and Artemis thanks to Ophis and Lilith being able to keep a tiny line to this world open when Kasuk erected the isolation barrier. But after Sona and the others killed the rogue deities and left this world, the four of them also went into hiding to avoid any troubles that weren't worth it. Because of that, they also don't have much information on what's really going on in Orario aside from the news that the people they knew were still alive and well. Right now, they are still traveling the world and enjoying themselves and this was a very good chance for them as Yuruchi and Seraphal were technically foreigners and the goddesses were either a shut-in or so obsessed with purity that they didn't really know much about the world. They'd agreed to meet in Melon but it seems that they were not yet here so Kasuk turned to Riveria and asked, shall we visit the Loki Familia first? Thanks, but let's take our time on the way. I'm not really in a hurry. Kasuk and Riveria approached Melon and a few minutes later, they found another big change in it. On its widened roads were bikes, trikes, and quads of varying aesthetics running the streets with very bustling sidewalks. In a distant sky, they also saw a winged airship. At that point, Riveria understood what happened and Kasuk was able to confirm his guesses. An industrial revolution had just occurred. This is amazing, Riveria murmured to herself. The former Melon only mostly dealt with the fishing industry and some textile imports from abroad, but right now, all sorts of goods were laid down on the streets that seemed to have come from many countries. She might have witnessed Kasuk's world, but it gave her an entirely different feeling when the once familiar place became so foreign. However, while a little sad, she was not dejected. After seeing the wonders of development, she also hoped for something similar to happen to her home world. In fact, it's already a miracle that almost nothing has changed in this world for the many centuries their civilizations had existed, so it's really the gods' blessings that were holding everyone back. Now that Kasuk introduced them to the first step to break away from these blessings years ago, the world had exploded into unprecedented activity. A few hours later and when the sun was already setting, Riveria and Kasuk finally reached Orario and this place has changed way more than Melon had. The city of Orario had grown multiple times in just size alone. Even though the Tower of Babel was still the highest structure, standing in the middle of the city, there were already tens of skyscrapers, and both of them could feel the rich activities of either magic power or ki. And plastered on the city gates were various familias that were not native to Orario as far as Riveria remembered. Looks like various powers have settled in the city, muttered Riveria with a worried tone. As long as Hephaestus-sama didn't give up her hegemony on the magic engine production and Loki-sama and Freya-sama stayed at the top of the food chain, it'd be hard to challenge their authority. The Loki familia might have moved their headquarters, so let's ask around. Kasuk looked around and saw someone familiar and called out to her, Sophie-san. It's been a while. The Elf Guild employee with long silver hair that's parted in the middle turned to him and made a weird expression, Excuse me for my rudeness, but do I know you? Eh? Ah, really? Sophie was about to affirm her answer when she suddenly heard a very familiar voice laughing behind him. Sophie turned her head and exclaimed, Riveria-sama. Riveria stopped herself from laughing and introduced Kasuk. I apologize if he may have come as a creepy man, but he indeed came under your guidance a few years ago. He's Kasuki Urahara, a candy shop owner, but he turned into adventuring because he's always in red. Sophie thought hard about it, but she lowered her head. I apologize. Nothing still comes to mind. I may sound like I'm trying to make an excuse, but the guild has been very busy these past few years that everyone has to work like there's no tomorrow. This time, it was Riveria's turn to be dumbfounded. She was about to ask one more time, but she felt Kasuk's hand landing on her shoulder and stopped. We apologize for bothering you too. Please lift your head up. Kasuk then pulled out a potion from his sleeve. You look very tired, so here's a potion that could relieve exhaustion. Sophie immediately shook her head in refusal. Why, you don't have to. Riveria grabbed the potion from Kasuk's hand and passed it to Sophie. Take it. I can vouch for its effectiveness. Since it's Riveria who's giving it to her, she couldn't refuse anymore. Thank you. By the way, where is the Loki familia's headquarters right now? Sophie hurriedly pointed to a certain direction at Riveria's question and answered, it's still in the same area. You can find it from here since they own that tower. Riveria smiled at her and said, thank you and take care, before dragging Kasuk with her. Sophie was still astounded even after the two disappeared from her view among the sea of the crowd and asked herself, who was that man? Why does he seem so close with Riveria-sama? Could it be? This is big news if true. Meanwhile, while walking through the streets, Riveria was still thinking about the weird interaction. The Hestia Familia made a name back then, and as the captain, it shouldn't be that easy to forget you no matter how obscure you are, much less as their dungeon guide. And who could actually forget about the legendary Green Crusader, Gigolo Master? Inconceivable. Riveria muttered seriously. Her stay in the other world wasn't wasted solely because she now knew what these aliases meant for him and the deities. Please don't call me that. Chapter 980, Chapter 987 years. They soon reached the area where the Loki Familia stayed. The Twilight Manor is still the same except for the addition of two more mansions beside it and a 180-feet/55-meter tall tower bearing the Loki Familia's insignia behind it. The original. Or should I say the inner Arario? It hasn't changed much aside from those things. What a strange trend. Kasuk whispered. As they approached the gates, the two properly uniformed gatekeepers turned their attention to them, and one of them did a step forward while raising his hand. Halt. This is the Twilight Manor of the Loki Familia. May I ask what's your business? Since both of them are only members for about a year and are not really a native of Arario, they've never seen Riveria despite hearing about her all the time. They even have proper guards now, Kasuk murmured while Riveria stepped forward. Good evening. I'm a member of the Loki Familia, Riveria Joe's Alf. Please tell Loki that I've returned. The guards were about to look through the records for today's proceedings but stopped when she stated her name. Stunned, both of them hurriedly turned their eyes back to her. Riveria Joe's Alf, an elf with jade-colored long hair and eyes that are said to be more beautiful than a number of goddesses, it's as they described. One of them blankly murmured. The other guard, meanwhile, straightened his back and raised his voice. Please wait for a moment. I will inform everyone, before hurriedly running and almost tripping on his way to the manor's interior. The first guard woke up from his partner's voice and immediately lowered his head. I apologize. This is just a protocol. Please be patient with us. Although she was as the older members of the Loki Familia have described, they still have to confirm her identity. It's fine. A lot has changed it seems, so I understand. Thank you very much. The guard was very nervous at her presence and didn't even notice Kasuk who came with her. Nevertheless, they didn't have to wait long as they felt some people approaching their location at a good speed. Riveria, Kasuk called out to her. What's wrong? Remember the strange conversation earlier? Pretend that nothing is strange. It might be useless explaining. Riveria was confused for a moment until she recalled that one instance in the past where Freya manipulated everyone's memory. Do you think it happened again? But what for? Riveria didn't get her answer as a long-haired Amazoness came running towards them with a very loud and cheerful voice. Riiiiiveeeeriiaa. Riveria and Kasuk were both stunned that Tioni had suddenly become energetic like her sister. The short-haired Amazoness was also closely following her among others, but she has this gallant demeanor on her. Did Tioni and Tiona switch personalities these past 7 years? But upon closer inspection, Tiona has impressive plains while Tioni has a great valley. Seeing that, both of them sighed in relief since nothing had really changed aside from them growing a bit taller and switching hairstyles. Tioni grabbed Riveria into a hug and continued raising her voice, "Riveria. You're finally home. It's been a while." Riveria also caught her in her arms and chuckled, "It really has been a while, huh? I'm home." Riveria also looked forward and saw the usual group of girls, namely, Tiona, Lafia, and Ace with Lisa on top of her head. Aside from growing a bit taller and some small changes, Riveria thought that nothing had really changed. Well, aside from the fact that the magic power and ki that she could perceive from them were on a whole other level compared to before, everyone, I'm home. Riveria. Riveria-sama. Welcome home. The other three girls all went in for a group hug. The one they viewed as their mother and sister was finally home. Riveria accepted them all into her arms and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. She had watched these girls grow up closely and now they are full-fledged adults. Although she gained a treasure in another world, she also lost a precious memory. I have to make up for it, she thought to herself. Riveria also saw the other familiar faces along with the new ones approaching. Finn. Gareth. I see that both of you haven't changed at all. Finn chuckled and replied, I could say the same for you, aside from you changing your fashion style. I never expected you to wear something else aside from those long garbs. It's just 7 years. That's a relatively short time for us old coots. Gareth added with a small snort. Bet, Raoul, Ainakity, and the others also came close and surrounded Riveria to ask how she was doing and where she had been all this time. Kasuk, the forgotten one, had to take a couple of steps back to create space from them, though some people noticed his presence and wondered what he was doing here. That settles it. I've really been forgotten once again. Just what happened? Even Lisa and Philvis' memories were manipulated. Kasuk thought to himself. They went and talked for about 2 minutes before Finn finally turned to the unknown man, keeping to himself, and this gentleman is. Everyone else also turned to him since they'd been curious about the men who came with Riveria. Riveria, on the other hand, was stunned. Why, you guys really don't know him? Finn burrowed his brows as he was very confident with his memory and was sure he hadn't met this man before, so Riveria's response was really strange to him. Are we supposed to know him? Everyone else also has, more or less, similar thoughts, but their confusion would only deepen with the arrival of the last person, Riveria. Riveria's finally back. Loki, who was busy updating the blessing of some members, was the last one to come out. Her desperate voice took away everyone's attention from Kasuk. You're finally back. Loki shouted when she saw the familiar high elf. I'm glad to see that you're doing fine, Loki. Like Tioni, Loki also jumped into her bosom. And since it has been so long, Riveria just let her do what she wants. To a certain extent, at least since she knew that Loki could get out of hand real fast. You can't imagine how much I've missed you. Really? I thought that you just enjoyed yourself without my nagging. Loki looked up to her with tears-filled face. That was fun, but only for a few months after you left. I really missed you scolding me when I pushed things too far. I miss your voice. I missed gentle reminders. I missed your scent. I missed your soft body. I missed your strange lewd shrieks. I missed. Embarrassed, Riveria immediately covered her mouth as she indeed got out of hand. A bit too fast, even, damn you, Loki. Do you want me to toss you into a cold river at dawn? But instead of getting scared, delight covered her face. Removing the hand blocking her mouth, Loki added, that's the dear Riveria I know. It was then that a sudden realization dawned on her. Wait. If you're here, that means that regrettable candy shop owner should be around. Ahem. A fake cough came from behind everyone. My shop is doing better these days, Loki-sama. You think anyone who knows you would believe that? Riveria instantly retorted, the only people coming to your shop are those who are asking for directions. Loki moved her head and looked for the source of the voice. Surprised, she ended up staring at him for about 10 seconds before letting out the loudest voice she has today, Kitan. Similar to what she did to Riveria, Loki lowered her body before leaping towards her next prey, Kitan. Naturally, Kasuk dodged to the side without any hesitation. He actually wanted to grab her face, but he was worried that he'd get attacked. Catching only empty air, Loki immediately got angry. Why did you dodge? What happened to our skinship? Stop uttering scandalous claims. We never had any skinship. What would you do if you damage my virtuous image? Loki's face contorted and she started picking her nose. Who? Virtuous. Stop your delusions. You're one of the most perverted people I know, and that includes gods. Please, those are just baseless allegations. Tui. As shameless as ever. I'm about to regret leaving Riveria in your care. Riveria got nervous right away because of her words' implication for those who don't know any context. But Kasuk, not willing to deal with this annoying goddess, pulled out his surefire card. I have the goods. he uttered with the most serious face he has. Loki's expression also became serious and asked, all 7 years. Kasuk nodded, divided between wholesome and risque. Loki's face instantly softened. Kasuk, my one and only best friend. I knew your shop would be successful. And I've been hearing about your righteous exploits that brought evil there to justice. I'm very happy to see you again. Everyone could only stare in shock at the two's banter and the side of Loki that she doesn't show unless it's a fellow deity. Chapter 981, Chapter 981 7 Years Part 2. After flipping her attitude around, Loki tiptoed toward him and whispered, so. Where are the goods? But for everyone around who had strong senses, her words are as clear as day. Without saying a word, Kasuk pulled out a photo album with a blank cover from his sleeve and passed it to Loki. Loki promptly grabbed the photo album, hurriedly opened it, and was greeted by a treasure trove full of Riveria's candid photos ranging from her doing her daily activities and enjoying food to little accidents. All in all, it was a photo collection of Riveria experiencing the other world with all of her emotions and expressions on full display. Cute. Cute. Beautiful. Cool. Cute. What the heck was that? That's funny. Loki started muttering to herself while her breath was getting increasingly ragged and her face heated up as she went through the pages with great vigor. Due to her excitement, she raised the photo album on top of her head and shouted, "This is it. This is what I've been waiting for all these years." But by doing that, Riveria managed to get a glimpse of what she was looking at. She had been wondering what Kasuk gave Loki and had a bad feeling. And upon seeing her embarrassing moments printed out, Riveria immediately pointed her finger at it and a small ball of flame instantly ejected out from it, hitting the photo album and burning it. Ow, ouch. She didn't even want to let it go, but the burning sensation forced her to drop it. Loki was devastated as the treasure disappeared in front of her eyes. No. Chuckling, Kasuk leaned forward and whispered to her, "Your free trial is over. How do you like it?" Loki immediately turned around with renewed excitement and remembered Kasuk's words before, "I want 10 copies of each of the wholesome and risque versions." How much? Naturally, before Kasuk could answer her, balls of flame soon came raining down on him. While securing his hat with his hand, Kasuk dodged left and right while backing off and gaining some distance. "Let's talk about it later, Loki-sama." Riveria only stopped her onslaught when it became dangerous for the pedestrians only minding their business. "Where are you going?" Kasuk tipped his hat and said, "I'm going to check on a few things first and come back later. Go enjoy your long-awaited reunion for now." Kasuk disappeared among the crowds before Riveria could say anything else. There he goes with his secretive antics again. An obviously worried expression was displayed on her face. "Does it have something to do with the tunnel closing on us earlier?" "What are you being worried about?" Loki asked her with a teasing expression. "I know you two have become closer all these years, but I think that's the last guy you should be worried about. Or rather, you should feel bad for those who mess with him." Unexpectedly for Loki and those around them, Riveria didn't put any effort into denying that she has gotten closer to him and just smiled wryly. "It's not the case in his hometown." Loki seems to think about something but chooses not to dwell on it for now. She grabbed Riveria's waist and dragged her to the inner parts of the Twilight Manor. "Let's forget him for now and have a feast." At her words, Riveria's face contorted a bit, so Loki immediately explained, "Not that kind of forget. I know you're curious about what's happening, but let's save that when he returns." Meanwhile, the members of Loki Familia could only watch in silence, dumbfounded by what just transpired. "Our Riveria-sama got a." Lafia muttered in horror and Tioni shouted the complete sentence for her, "Riveria got a man." After that, the whole Loki Familia exploded into commotion that Riveria, who's hearing all of it, could only facepalm. "How am I going to resolve this misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding? That's a misunderstanding. Who are you kidding? It is. We're not yet I mean, we're not like that." Loki just made a fed-up expression and said, "Yeah, right. I believe you." Kasuk walked around through the busy evening streets and came across some acquaintances, but no one reacted to his presence. "I wonder for what reason this time. And it looks like Yuruchi didn't deliberately tell me about this. The reason why he separated from Riveria wasn't just so that he wouldn't intrude on their family reunion, but also check the status and condition of the spell formations he'd left behind. With the upcoming conflict with the dungeon, Kasuk wanted to modify them to suit his needs. "I hope Chaos doesn't find anything unusual when I repair them." By design, Kasuk made it so that some of the more complicated spell formations would crumble and become non-functional from the passage of time. So when he approached it again and did some modifications, it'd appear that he's just repairing it and wouldn't raise too much suspicion for its real use. Though before he could do all of this, he caught a glimpse of a familiar pub that didn't seem to have changed in any way. "Looks like it's still as popular as ever. I'll have my dinner first." Kasuk entered the Hostess of Fertility and was welcomed by the noise of the rowdy adventurers that just came back from work and the slight scent of alcohol in the air. He then went straight to the bar counter and grabbed Mia's attention. "I'd like some roasted meat and deli soup." What Kasuk didn't really expect was Mia turning to him with a grin. "So the usual stuff." It has been a while since someone ordered the deli soup. Kasuk returned her smile and nodded, yep, the usual please, it has been so long since I've had that. All the waitresses that heard their exchange looked towards them and wondered who Kasuk was, since Mia wouldn't remember someone's usual order if they're not a regular. However, no further exchange happened between the two throughout the entirety of the man's meal, and their curiosity waned as they served the other customers. Except for one elf waitress that had been feeling strange when her eyes landed on him the moment he entered. 1,000 miles away, Yuruchi, Seraphal, Hestia, and Artemis were riding in a jeep-style car and were rushing through the empty plains towards Arario. How long before we get there? Hestia asked in excitement. The driver, Yuruchi, answered, probably around 20 hours. Maybe a bit faster depending on the road's condition. Can't we just teleport? We could, but where's the fun in that? Replied Seraphal while looking out the window and enjoying the wind. That's right. Besides, that guy would immediately go to work once he landed, so let him do his thing first and then we can have a proper reunion. We also have to make a few stops and pick up line on the way. Chapter 982, Chapter 982 Other Worlds. Kasuk finished his meal and paid his bill. By the way, where is she? She's not in her usual seat. Mia continued drying up the plates as she answered, she went out to deal with something. She'll probably return a few days later. Is that so? Kasuk then stood up and decided to leave. Thanks for the meal. It was great. When Kasuk was already a few steps away, Mia suddenly mentioned, it's only me, line from the Loki Familia and a few deities. It didn't have any context, but Kasuk understood her. While waving his hand, Kasuk left the establishment. Now then. Only Mia, line, and a few deities, huh? I wonder what happened. In a way, this is convenient for me too. Let's get to work and set up the pod too. Using the cover of the night, Kasuk started repairing the formations while laying out the foundation for further expansion to match the current Orario. That took him about 2 hours, and he decided to save the rest for later when all the parameters and technology he needed was already in hand. After that, Kasuk directly teleported to his Tower of Desires on the 48th floor of the Dazara dungeon. He took a quick peek outside and saw that there were already various villages that spawned all around the tower, and there were a large number of mercenaries that were entering and returning from the lower floors instead of the upper floors. This is reassuring. At least, they won't be useless cannon fodder when the real fighting starts. They should be able to provide a bit of breathing room for the main force if it comes down to an all-out war. Kasuk then discreetly exited the tower and directly went to the 47th floor where the Surtur spawns. While avoiding all the foot traffic, Kasuk dived into one of the lava pools, and after swimming through the molten rocks and minerals, he finally reached his intended destination, a cool and refreshing cave with a small pond. Heya, it's been ages, he greeted first while taking out various equipment to set his pod up. It wasn't that long. But what are you doing? I'm borrowing your place to avoid his eyes. The mystery voice stayed silent and Kasuk continued working on his task. He was waiting for the voice to say or ask something, but it seemed to have no interest in whatever he was doing. Disinterest. Maybe. But this feels more like throwing in the towel. Oh well, whatever. It's going to resolve itself once the time has come. Kasuk worked in silence, and an hour later, a pod that is the same as the one in his Mars base was born. Without any hesitation, he hopped in and closed the cover before activating it. But before his consciousness disappears from his body, Kasuk said out loud, please take care of me, it'll be terrible if Chaos notices this. The moment he completed his sentence, Kasuk closed his eyes and a thin barrier instantly covered the cave. But aside from that, nothing else happened. Before he opened his eyes, Kasuk prepared his acting face once again. But before he could even start, he heard a woman's voice, oh. You're finally awake. Kasuk could feel something poking his cheek and slowly opened his eyes. What are you doing? Of course, the woman didn't understand him and just continued her monologue. Still, what a curious creature. Your soul goes into complete inactivity whenever you go to sleep. Are you actually dying while you're sleeping? Kasuk slapped away her finger with his small hand and sat up. The short white-haired green-eyed Eltaud woman beside his oversized bed is called Stralit Luxo, one of the 2 Eltaud representatives that were assigned here in the world with a twin-planet system called Luxato Abder. As the name implies, the 2 strongest species in this world are the Luxatos and Abders, but unlike the Draconic Deus, the 2 species were at war for full domination. Luxatos are short elf-like beings with a single horn on their forehead, and it seems that they are adept at using elemental magic. Meanwhile, the Abders are humanoid beasts that are adept in body strengthening. The 2 species had their own planets, but the 2 never got along. But one day, the Abders suddenly mounted an invasion. Normally, this wasn't really a problem since they are equal in strength. However, out of nowhere, Abders with mechanical parts suddenly started appearing on their side, boosting their strength significantly. Thankfully, the Luxatos got outside assistance before they were annihilated. In terms of relative strength, this world was way weaker than Draconic Deus, but also thanks to that, The Evis didn't send their strongest forces to capture it, and the Atolls didn't want to provoke any large-scale response, so they could only keep the status quo until they could pull out the Luxados from this world or expel the Abder that had taken Eevee's side. That sounds nice, but from the looks of it, this is just a large-scale testing grounds for the Evis for their mechanical conversion, while the Atolls are only trying to figure out this technology of theirs. In other words, a big playground for the two factions, thought Kasuk while he's rubbing his cheek. Aside from some names, this is all that he figured out in this confinement for the past week. I don't understand what you are saying, Kasuk replied to her with his squeaky voice. Starlet sighed and muttered loudly, it's really inconvenient not to understand you. We've already gathered enough data from your language, so there's that method. But the sting from it might cause a misunderstanding. That method, Kasuk wondered if it's the same thing they mentioned on his first day here. I just hope they'd force me so I can finally leave this place properly. But while Kasuk was thinking this with a poker face, Starlet was staring at him with sharp eyes. Should I just force it? Kasuk tried his best not to change his facial muscles. In the end, Starlet picked up Kasuk from his collar and started carrying him somewhere. Of course, Kasuk pretended to struggle, but not enough that she would accidentally drop him or change her mind. Chapter 983, Chapter 983 Understanding. Starlet went into one of the rooms within the facility they are in and strapped Kasuk into a bed that was just right for his current size before hooking him up to a bunch of wires that seems to be designed for him too. It has been prepared, thought Kasuk while pulling his harnesses. What are you doing? Starlet ignored his protest and turned to her communicator. After pressing a few buttons, she only had to wait for a minute before the old Luxado that Kasuk met when he first came here arrived. Did you get his consent? Asked the old man. But seeing what was happening, he didn't need an answer to get what was going on. Starlet shook her head and replied, I couldn't do it. There's no way for us to communicate. I tried using illustrations, but it seems that there is too much difference in culture that I couldn't get through. What illustrations? Kasuk asked inside his head before recalling the scribbles that she has been showing him these past few days. Wait. Those are. Aren't you just really bad at it? I already concluded that he'll be able to take the burden, but it's going to hurt a lot. Are you sure about this? He might not trust us going forward. Probably. Starlet shrugged her shoulders, but we won't be able to move forward like this, Doctor. Whether he could trust us or not, it's still better to start somewhere and get even the tiniest information about his origin and home world. The old man sighed and walked towards the consoles that are on the side of the bed. Fine. But you'll have to take the responsibility for this. The girl nodded with a smile. That's obvious. Since he was assigned to me, I'll take responsibility for whatever happens to him. That's admirable, but that's not reassuring at all. Kasuk prepared to shield his piece of soul and allow any necessary changes this procedure will do. If it comes down to it, I'll just self-destruct to avoid any complication. Though I would have to find another avenue for this plan, which might not present itself like this. Kasuk didn't have to struggle long as both magic power and spirit particles began flowing through the wires and entered his body. At first, they did nothing but avoid Kasuk's own circulation of energies, but moments later, they directly went for his head. Seriously. Kasuk braced himself as he didn't think that they'd go straight to his brain without much examination from their side. But it wasn't just that. While the magic power side went for his physical brain, the spiritual particles made their way to his soul in an attempt to modify the same part. At that point, the pain started to set in as if someone was drilling into his skull. Still, that wasn't enough for Kasuk to let out a peep, so he pretended to be hurt by shouting at top of his lungs while watching closely what was happening. It was similar to what Kasuk did when he made the candy that could make the girls understand the language of the world. However, it's a lot more unrefined when he did it. This is messy. Is this what they have to do to make it more universal and adjustable for more races? No wonder they need that translation device. This is rough. As soon as they imprinted their knowledge, the magic power and spiritual particles slowly retreated and the pain subsided with them, prompting Kasuk to breathe out slowly. Is it done? Starlet asked the old man. The old man didn't answer immediately and checked Kasuk's vitals. There doesn't seem to be any problem as far as I could see, but we'd still need a thorough checkup just in case. Kasuk didn't listen to them and checked the changes that they made. It's functioning as intended, but it's badly done. A shame, but I'll have to erase this. It'll also be safer that way. He then passed out, restoring and resetting his jigai. Kasuk woke up in his original body and exited the pod while stretching his limbs. Before I can talk to them properly, I have to practice my proper pronunciations first. Or maybe I should start out as a broken speaker first. The next morning, Kasuk finally decided to return to Twilight Manor. And when he reached the gates, he caught the two guards that he saw last night just ending their night shift. Good morning, is it all right if you inform Loki-sama or Riveria that I've returned? Ah. It's you. It's fine. We've been informed to let you in once you arrive. Loki-sama said that you should go to her private lobby and you should already know your way in. One of the guards answered. Though he has been wondering how this man would know the way inside the manor, he figured he has been a guest in the past. Is that so? Then I'll be excusing myself. Kasuk went straight in and he came across some familiar faces but even more unfamiliar ones. It would seem that they've tripled in size. Everyone was curious about who he was, especially his relationship with Riveria, but none of them approached him as they were already notified to leave him alone for now. It didn't take too long for him to reach Loki's private lobby, and in there he saw Loki and Riveria were already waiting for him with some drinks prepared. "It looks like they didn't let you off easy," Kasuk commented after seeing the deep crease in between Riveria's eyebrows. Riveria massages her temple to ease the headache from the hangover. "What choice do I have?" "You won't heal yourself?" asked Kasuk as he sat down beside her. "I'd like to have a natural experience this time around. Want me to massage it for you?" "That would be helpful." Riveria realized what she was about to say and where she is, so she instantly shook her head. "I'm fine." However, that was already too late as Loki started chuckling at their interaction. "I knew you two would be close enough after all those years, but it's still very surprising to see it in person." "And Riveria, I think it's fine to let your guard down when it's just me." "Absolutely not." Loki didn't push her any further since she knew that it would only work against her, so she instead turned to Kasuk and said, "Now then, to explain why everyone forgot about you once again. Well, the short story is what you've shown everyone is very detrimental to their growth. Before they reached where they are now a few years ago, they were having very unrealistic expectations." Chapter 984, Chapter 984 Loki's Struggle. Unrealistic expectations. Kasuk's mouth twitched. That really impeded them. Just how impatient were they for that to happen? Really impatient, Loki sighed and reclined on her seat. "What do you think you look like?" "Air. I'm not really sure how to answer that question." "Human, I guess." Loki raised her foot on the table. "That's exactly it. Regardless of what you are, you look like a human around 20 to 30 years old. Yet you have that kind of power. Thanks to that, these kids thought that it is possible to achieve that within a few years. They became desperate." Seriously. It was then that Kasuk realized his mistake. It's a massive discrepancy that has always been present that he chooses to ignore because it's something that isn't very important and can be changed with the right approach. In the two previous incidents he was in, it's always mostly true that once you survive an encounter or a dire predicament, you'd always come out stronger and would even allow one to step into a new stage of their power. However, in this world, he almost forgot that people are mostly improving gradually, tackling challenges that they were capable of and taking those experiences into use in their next challenge. In other words, power and wisdom come with age, rang truer than sudden metamorphosis or enlightenment in the middle of a fight in this world. What the hell? I thought introducing magic and ki would solve this problem, so I didn't think about it any further. It was Kasuk's turn to sigh. That means they still couldn't let go of the concept of levels. Pretty pathetic, I would say. You just underestimated how much a deity meant for these children, Loki immediately refuted. Well, that's the story, and the solution we went through after consulting Yuruchi and Hestia was to erase everyone's memory, not just you, but the entire Hestia and Artemis Familia, because it's safer and more secure that way. Kasuk furrowed his brows, but with the magic power and ki surrounding them, I don't think it would be possible to hold their memories with just Freya's charm alone. They should have broken it by themselves at some point. I don't know what exact spell they used, but it's the combination of Freya's charm, Seraphul's magic, and Yuruchi's Kidu. Though I have no idea what the last one is since I only heard it from them. Yuruchi's Kidu? That should have been impossible without her tools. It looks like she's been busy with her own thing too. Kasuk smiled but didn't expressively reveal the reason behind it. Loki just ignored Kasuk's reaction and continued, in any case, everyone has been getting desperate and wanted to match you. And as you've guessed, they don't have the proper mindset for it, so it'd only end up destroying them. Without much choice, we had to take this step. Around what levels did this happen? Riveria broke her silence and asked. Finn, Gareth, and Ace just reached level 8. There were also some on Freya's side who reached the same level. Riveria thought about Loki's words for a moment. This is definitely weird. I can't see anything that would make them desperate enough to warrant Loki and the others to erase their memories. Seeing her reaction, Loki couldn't help but grin. Thankfully, you still know them enough. As you've guessed, Kasuk's existence was just the coffin and the nail to it was something different. Or rather, someone. Although there are already several level 9s, who do you think reached it second? The gears in Kasuk's head began to turn and a certain someone entered his mind. I see. So that's the whole story. Still, that's pretty pathetic. Although he agreed with Loki that he underestimated their beliefs, his opinion didn't change. After all, he gave them all the tools they needed and they only needed to use them. Riveria, on the other hand, was thinking about Loki's question. Finn, Gareth, Ace, or Otter would have been the obvious answer, but since she's asking if it would have been someone else, Otter should have been the first one, but second. I have no idea. Otter did reach level 8 first, but the second one to follow him is the rising star of the Maik Familia, Bel Cranel. Bel Cranel. The name rang a bell inside Riveria's head, but she couldn't recall him perfectly. Kasuk, chuckling, interrupted them. Let me guess, the first one to reach level 9 was Bel Cranel. Riveria's eyes instantly widened in surprise. Loki's eyes, meanwhile, sharpened. That's correct. And right now, he's undeniably the strongest adventurer in Orario, and the gods gave him the title, Heaven Defier, after he defeated the King. How did that happen? Loki shrugged her shoulders at Riveria's question. He's just better at almost everything. Martial arts, magic, and charisma, he's a bona fide genius of this era. Both our Familia and Freyas are just holding up their rank due to our number and influence. Although that might change in the future with the guild and a number of Familias fully supporting Mayak Familia due to his existence. At that point, a number of people approached the door to their room, and both Kasuk and Riveria instantly noticed them, signaling Loki that they are not alone anymore. Loki sighed and concluded, of course, there's a lot more to the story since it's a whole 7-year gap, but that's the gist of it. What about you, Riveria? How did you fare? When you mentioned that you're still a level 1 last night, they stopped asking how strong you are after those years out of concern for you. Riveria cleared her throat. She has always wanted to continue that topic, but after the pity she'd received last night, she couldn't find the right time to brag, so this is already her chance. But just as she opened her mouth, so did Kasuk. Hear me out, Loki-sama. Although Riveria is just level 1, she trained to the point of complete exhaustion multiple times and studied magic to the point of her eyes bleeding. Thanks to that, despite the limitation of her level, if it comes down to it, she's fully capable of going against a level 6 or 7. If she really pushes it, she could hold back a level 8. Riveria instantly kicked Kasuk's shin, but it was only her who was hurt since she didn't use any protection. Regardless, she furiously whispered to him, "What are you doing? That's way lower than what we've agreed. Change of plans. They are a lot stronger than we initially expected despite the problems. Since it'll be more advantageous for us to keep your cards hidden until the right time, you should sit on the sidelines for now." But that's... Riveria really wanted to show off at least a few of her abilities, but she couldn't find any reasons to disagree with Kasuk. "I stand beside you, all right?" Riveria instantly understood what he meant. "I'll take that as a promise. When it comes to this, sighed. Bring me along." Chapter 985, Chapter 985 Loki's Struggle Part 2. With shining eyes, Loki stared at them with a large grin, more specifically, towards Riveria. Riveria noticed her teasing stare and immediately took some distance from Kasuk. "What's wrong? Please go on." Riveria froze for a moment before feigning a cough. "Ahem. It was nothing. It's true that I could hold back a level 8. Loki already knew that she was lying before she could utter those words. She didn't exactly know what she could do now, but she estimated that she is probably already her strongest child if she was willing to hide it. Nevertheless, Loki agreed for her to lay low for now for the benefit of the whole Familia in case someone started something with the use of the Heaven Defier. Naturally, Kasuk already knew what Loki was thinking but didn't point any of it out. Instead, he continued his bragging, "Indeed. And it's not just about fighting, but also her achievement in magic outside of battles." Riveria wondered what Kasuk was going to say and didn't stop him, which she regretted immensely, most notably, the anti-weight gain magic. Riveria instantly froze and asked with twitching lips and a pale face, What are you talking about?" "Of course, it's the magic you use on a daily basis and kept on improving upon it since the moment you learned about it." "Why, you're talking about weight reduction, right? So that it'll be easier to jump or fly." With a straight face, Kasuk denied it. "Nope. Not that. I'm talking about the magic that expels sugar from your body to avoid gaining weight." What are you talking about?" Riveria wanted to ask how he knew since she'd been keeping it secret from everyone because she was embarrassed by her laziness to move her body and actually exercise. Kasuk was able to read her mind and made a large grin. "You think I wouldn't notice? Ever since you started eating ice cream and cakes, you've been worried about your significant gain of weight, so you forsake them. But I would guess you found a spell used for expelling poisons and modified it after figuring out that sugar is one of the main causes of weight gain. After that, you didn't just go back into eating those desserts, but also lost any semblance of control for quite some time." How? "I could have just been exercising, you know." Kasuk finally put the final nail in the coffin. "I know you hate moving around when you want to study magic, so I doubt that. Besides, I only noticed because there was a scent of sugar in the living room. Unless you're using a perfume made out of sugar, that's impossible." Riveria finally went quiet and covered her blushing face that spread until the tip of her long ears in embarrassment because it wasn't just about revealing her secret, but also Loki's unbelieving reaction and the restlessness moving beyond the door. Kasuk was already thinking of stopping there and moving on to another topic, but after seeing Riveria's reaction, the little devil inside him had lit up in glee. "Oh, those were some good times. I still remember her reaction when she first tried out all sorts of sweet treats from my hometown and was absolutely on cloud 9 with them. But then, after a few weeks of her new addiction, the devastated expression she had when she slowly pinched her slightly flabby belly was priceless. Figurative steam was already coming out of Riveria's head as she further buried her burning face within her hands. He saw that. Loki, on the other hand, was fully mind-blown. Even with her rich imagination, she couldn't picture Riveria's exact face at that time. And as expected of the magic enthusiast, or maniac at this point, instead of properly exercising, she opted to just develop a spell that would support her eating habits. Oh my, I still remember her crying face in delight when she ordered a ton of food in secret and lost herself. Before Kasuk could finish his words, however, a fist filled with magic power suddenly flew and hit him squarely in his face. A very much well-deserved punch. Kasuk instantly flew off his seat and crashed through the door, breaking its locks and revealing the people who were silently listening from the outside. Lafia, Tiona, Tioni, Philvis, and Ace with Lisa on her head looked at him who was on the floor with stunned expressions. My good morning everyone. I didn't know you were here. I apologize for the noise this early in the morning. The girls didn't know what to say or even do in this situation since Kasuk could still smile and greet them while he was laying on the floor with a clear mark on his right cheek. But they didn't really have to do anything as a cold atmosphere suddenly dropped on them, and when they looked back, they saw Riveria, still with a red face, but with incredibly terrifying eyes staring at them and a smile as cold as a 1,000-year-old glacier. Excuse me, but we still need to talk. The only thing they could do was nod furiously as Riveria dragged Kasuk back by one of his legs into the room as she locked the door again by freezing the gaps of the door. At the same time, Riveria also sealed the room so that no more sound would come out since from here on, they will be talking about the other side and what Riveria experienced in it in detail. An hour later, Loki could only stare at the ceiling after Kasuk and Riveria left the room. While Riveria didn't reveal anything about the Evis trying to invade Earth, she showed her the recordings of the Azazel Cup from 7 years ago that blew away all of Loki's expectations. She thought that Kasuk was an anomaly from their world, while that was still true, but only to a certain extent. An unprecedented amount of excitement filled Loki for the first time in a while as a crazed smile twisted her lips. What do? I want to go there. But she knew that would be impossible as long as they were imprisoned in this world, we're not even in control of our lives. So much for being a god. Since everyone was curious about Kasuk, Riveria had no choice but to introduce him, so how should I destroy them? Riveria opened her mouth and was about to get angry. But after thinking about it, Riveria found some merit in Kasuk's words. Riveria rubbed her chin while staring at Kasuk. They are all kind people. But I don't want them to think that he's only leeching off me because of how they view me, nor do I want them to think that he's holding me back. At some point in time, Riveria already hated someone looking down on Kasuk, looking down on her trusted partner, even if they are her familia members. If they invite you to a spar, just reveal the difference in skill, replied Riveria after thinking about it. Hey. They're not like before, are they? Do you want me to play around with them with weaker parameters? Isn't that a bit too hard? I don't really know if you're being humble or just overestimating them, Riveria then grinned, but from what I heard, to get stronger faster, they only focused on fighting against monsters. Although they might have improved, there's just no way their anti-personal skills could have kept up. You saw them train? Yep. Sadly, almost all of them went the same route as Issei Hayadu. That isn't bad, but you have to be an extreme irregularity like Issei, who has many tactical class techniques in his arsenal to make that work. Well. It's extremely effective with monsters with higher standards for defense and are just technically beasts, but against someone of the same level with the same intellect, they'll just be throwing punches at each other or it'll be a fight of numbers. I think you're misunderstanding something, Kasuk suddenly said. Riveria tilted her head in confusion. About what? After reaching a certain level, it's a lot easier to go with the Issei route, as you talked about, since most of the time, that's really all you need. If you think that being a technician is the way to go if you want to get stronger, you're wrong. Compared to a simple fighter, it indeed is an advantage, but being a technician is a lot harder than you've imagined. Or should I say you're only around technicians to have that kind of view. In reality, if you remove our group, only Chow Chow, Ajuka, Azazel, and a small group of people could be considered technicians. In other words, we are rare, so please don't set them up to your standards or you'll just be utterly disappointed. Riveria's eyes widened and tried to process everything. Seeing that she really had that misunderstanding, Kasuk sighed, and it's not all advantages for technicians. After all, Issei couldn't have become as strong as he is now if he were one. There's just a difference of mindset that can't be equalized. More often than not, fighters are the ones that exceed expectations the most. Chapter 986, Chapter 986 Loki's Struggle Part 3. Kasuk appeared again in front of the curious Loki familia members, and there was only one thought in his mind: how many times do I have to do this? Even though he could understand the reasoning behind it and it might as well be the last resort, it still doesn't change the fact that he has to do this for the third time now. I'm more interested in how Bel Cranel is faring. But considering how Hermes is attached to him, it'll only be annoying if I interfere directly. While Kasuk's mind was somewhere else, Riveria stepped up with him in front of the old members of the Loki familia. This is Kasuk Urahara. Aside from his name, I don't really know what else to tell you. Well. He's an unfortunate businessman. Kasuk was instantly brought back to reality when he heard that, but just when he was about to react, he stopped when Riveria glared at him. Considering what his uncouth mouth did earlier, he let it go and looked in the opposite direction. This little interaction, however, didn't go unnoticed and made everyone have a conclusion in their minds. Nevertheless, while most of them were happy for Riveria, it's not the same for some, and they wouldn't accept him just because Riveria acknowledged him. Like children to their mother, Kasuk would still first have to win them over before he could become their stepfather. He and his family are the ones who took care of and taught me a lot of things these past few years. I know some of you are still suspicious of his identity, but as you've seen yesterday, he's someone that Loki trusts, and he's also someone I could trust my life with. However, while Riveria was saying shocking things for the familia, she suddenly became quiet for a moment before taking her words back. On second thought, don't trust him or you might end up miserable. If you want something from him, make sure to go through me first. At her joke, Finn started chuckling and stepped forward. You don't have to be overprotective of him, Riveria. We won't treat him badly. Nice to meet you, I'm the captain of the Loki familia, Finn Dame. Thank you for taking care of Riveria. Finn offered his hand while introducing himself. She has been taking care of me too. Since I don't really cook my own dinner anymore, she has been a big help. Kasuk accepted his hand with a smile, well, and other stuff too, like creating countermeasures against the known abilities of various big personalities. Of course, those who are already biased towards Kasuk immediately misunderstood those words, thinking that Riveria was reduced to a simple cook. Finn, meanwhile, didn't think much about it, but he has been curious why Riveria trusted him so much and wanted to test him by sending ki to his hand. But before he could do so, a cold shiver suddenly descended down his spine and a sharp pain bit his thumb. His face instantly froze as he followed his instincts not to go through it. Finn was staring at Kasuk's face when this all happened, and the smile he's making now has an entirely different meaning for him. What is he? Is that so? I'm happy to see that Riveria is getting along with someone else. Finn, slowly but surely, released Kasuk's hand. Don't make it sound like I have trouble making friends, retorted Riveria from the side, oblivious to the slightly panicking Finn. But you don't like making friends, Kasuk added. He thought that Finn was going to do something, but he saw that he suddenly stopped, so he was a bit disappointed. After Finn, Gareth approached Kasuk and offered his hand too while introducing himself. While his curiosity is more blatant and frank, Kasuk thinks that it's a lot better compared to Finn trying to hide everything behind that smile of his. Subsequently, Gareth helped Kasuk by telling everyone's name, and Riveria had to follow up because she had to pretend this was his first time meeting them. Soon, they reached the group of girls with very colorful expressions. Ace and Tione have these eyes full of curiosity, Tiona still had this cheerful expression, ready to fire away, and finally, Lafia, who was displaying unbridled suspicion against him with Philvis holding her shoulder to make sure she doesn't just jump on him. The small white dragon on top of Ace's head, on the other hand, was also staring at Kasuk as if she was about to bite him, not from malice, but from her instincts that kept screaming at her mind that she has to do it before a certain scent disappears from him. She's only stopping herself because she had already developed enough intellect to separate her from beasts. Riveria had been thinking about how to provoke them since she didn't want them to do it by themselves with Kasuk as their target, but she's drawing blanks right now. I can't let them take the initiative. Or they'll really end up miserable. Thankfully enough, Tiona presented her with the opportunity. Say, Kasuk-san. When are you going to marry our Riveria? Or are you two already married? Her direct question caused Lafia to shout, Tiona-san. What are you saying? It's obvious that they aren't married. A married elf has the specially made jade bracelet and Riveria-sama isn't wearing one. Kasuk turned to Riveria and wanted to ask if that was true, but he paused when he saw Riveria grin for a moment before making this expression as if she were a defeated maiden. That's true. We're not married. And the talks of marriage couldn't really come up with so many women around him. All those telenovelas were for this moment. How was that? I can act too if I want to. However, what she thought was a bit of shock and reprimanding from the girl's side turned into total silence. Did something go wrong? All of a sudden, a shift in the atmosphere was felt and the previous, warm welcome became a cold one with everyone staring at Kasuk with a bit of hostility. Something did go wrong because Riveria underestimated their reaction. What she didn't take into account was that Kasuk was her first man, and there was more importance in that than she realized. Riveria. Are you still angry about what I said earlier? Asked Kasuk while feeling the animosity. Riveria immediately went in front of Kasuk to defend him and right her errors. Wait. You're misunderstanding things. The previously cheerful Tiona stepped forward and asked, what misunderstanding? Riveria tried to answer, however, it's true that there are no marriage talks. And it's also true that there are many women around him. She couldn't think of any excuses because none of what she said was a lie in the first place. And that hesitation from her side was enough to make the girl snap. Chapter 987, Chapter 987 Loki's Struggle Part 4. Riveria didn't know what to do. She tried explaining it multiple times, but panic set in and she wasn't able to do it very well. On top of that, it's as if everyone already closed off their ears to her useless excuses and judged Kasuk as a bad influence on her if he could make her act like this. Although Riveria originally wanted to provoke them, she didn't mean this much. Tiona stepped out while cracking the joints of her knuckles. Kasuki Urahara, was it? I heard from Riveria last night that you're a very reliable guy. However, I have a very different opinion. Aren't you just taking advantage of her? Tiona. Riveria became angry, but before she could say anything else, Kasuk grabbed her shoulder. My, is that so? Is there any way I could prove it otherwise? Riveria turned back and saw Kasuk smiling, but she knew he wasn't happy in the slightest. Tiona ignored Riveria and said with a big smile that also wasn't happy in the slightest, easy. The world is dangerous, so all you have to do is prove that you can protect her on your own. You had me there for a moment. I thought you were going to ask me for a fetch quest, but it looks like I'm wrong. This is a lot simpler and easier. Kasuk. I don't know why you're pissed, but please let me resolve this. This is a problem I created in the first place. Kasuk's hand moved to her head and caressed her hair. For a moment, the anger in his eyes disappeared. Step aside for now and take it easy. Let me show these kids how much their head is up in their ass. A vein popped on Tiona's head as her fury reached a new level, and so are the others. Kids, huh? I can't really take that seriously from someone who looks younger than me. Riveria, meanwhile, was stunned and couldn't stop staring at Kasuk while her hair is being ruffled. Why are you so angry? It was something on her mind, but she didn't want to ask it. There were really only very few instances that she saw Kasuk genuinely furious. She didn't really want to hope, but there are always just one or two denominators for all those instances. I already told you that. Their heads are too stuck up in their own asses. Riveria still wanted to stop him since this might devolve into something else, but a hand suddenly pulled her arm, and as she turned around, she saw Loki trying to pull her to the side while waving her free hand to Kasuk and others. I won't involve myself in this aside from keeping Riveria on the side. You guys do what you want. Of course, everyone else thought that Loki was on their side when she said that they could do whatever they want, except for one person who could slightly understand the situation. Finn. I wanted to stop it since that dangerous feeling he gave me earlier surely wasn't a fluke, but it seems that Loki wanted something to happen. Let's watch first. The fury returned within Kasuk's eyes the moment Riveria left and said, now then, let's set a rule or TW-. However, Kasuk couldn't finish his words as Tiona directly pounced at him while baring her fist. You talk too much. Tioni, who was watching from the side, sighed as it ended too quickly. She doesn't really know how to hold back. In spite of that, the clash that she was waiting to hear didn't happen. Instead, she heard Lafia muttering, and no way. Tioni hurriedly looked back and saw Tiona, who'd stopped mid-swing of her fist. She wondered why she'd stopped, but her confusion was soon answered when her gaze moved a few inches below. It's not that she stopped because Tiona felt pity at the last moment, but because Kasuk's own fist was already under her chin before Tiona's fist could approach him. I would like to say that everyone dissatisfied can have a go, but each of you will only have one chance. You already blew it. Kasuk then removed his hand from her chin and Tiona used the chance to back away and create distance between them, but that'd be too boring. I'll give you another chance, so come at me. Tiona gritted her teeth and glared at Kasuk, but contrary to her expression, her heated head had already cooled off and a cold sweat was even drenching her back. She tried to recall what happened earlier, but no matter how many times she repeated it, it was still the same. I couldn't see his fist until it was about to land. If he has strength anywhere near me, that could have caused a fatal blow to my head. She tried to catch him off guard, but she was humiliated instead and she couldn't do anything about it. If she said anything remotely like an excuse, the awkward silence surrounding them right now would become even more embarrassing for her. What? Not going to take it? Kasuk added with a mocking smile. Tiona could only begrudgingly reply, I'll take it. Before launching herself at Kasuk once more, this time, with full awareness and with her tuki. This time, Tiona didn't overextend herself and just threw jabs and low kicks in an attempt to force Kasuk to reveal his cards. But this time, instead of retaliating, Kasuk just kept dodging her and jumped around in circles. Tiona stopped holding back her speed that's at the top of the line among level 8s. Despite that, Kasuk was still able to dodge her blows without increasing his own speed, and soon enough, she found out why. How? How is he dodging before I can even throw an attack? Kasuk was able to guess what she was thinking because of the expression she was making and said, because you're too honest and your feints are useless without your own ki following your movements. It was also the problem that Gareth had pointed out in their training, as the technique is just too delicate for someone with her personality, but Gareth said it shouldn't be too much of a problem because there isn't much of a delay that anyone could exploit. It isn't just him predicting her moves. At some point in time, Gareth and Finn had already arrived behind Ace, Tioni, Lafia, and Philvis. Tioni turned to Gareth, who just spoke, and asked, not just predicting her moves. Then how else? Look carefully. Predicting her next moves are just a small part of it, but most of it was just him leading Tiona to throw the attacks he wants. Tioni hurriedly looked back while Ace, Lafia, and Philvis had their eyes wide open in shock, though that's just my guess since it's a really ridiculous thing. But how else could he keep dodging when he's obviously moving slower than her, added Gareth. I'm of the same opinion as Gareth. Finn nodded. That man, Kasuki Urahara, is in complete control of what's happening. From the start, it was already Tiona's loss. On the other side, however, Loki was having a field day teasing Riveria. Well, aren't you a lucky girl? I don't think I've ever seen him that protective unless it involved one of his girls. Loki, we're good friends. He also does that to his close friends. Riveria denied it, but her ears are bright red, giving away her thoughts. Chapter 988, Chapter 988 Loki Struggle Part 5. Tiona was getting impatient and the ki that had been covering her entire body became visible as an aura. The increased concentration of her ki was even more pronounced on her arms and legs. Though Kasuk was able to see that she was still holding back. Oh. That form is. She could probably materialize her ki further than that. Tiona's long hair swayed along with the air being pushed around by her aura. There was also an obvious luster that was present in her eyes, but Kasuk doesn't know what those entailed. Regardless, he was still carefully observing the flow of her ki-turned aura and concluded that this was where she was putting out her real ability. Even then, nothing really changed besides her attacks having more punch and kick in them, alongside the small shockwaves she was creating by whipping her limbs around. Tiona's overall pattern was still the same, and what concerned Kasuk more was his head leaving his head with all these winds whipping around. After a minute or two, Tiona gritted her teeth and couldn't take it anymore. Why are you only dodging? Kasuk tilted his head to the right to avoid her fist. I apologize. The defense you have right now has already exceeded the strength I can use and I won't be able to do any substantial amount of damage even if I could get a direct hit. Then why don't you surrender? I don't know how things are done here, but... Do you just surrender when your opponent is stronger than you? Now I wonder how you even reached this level. That's not... Tiona couldn't complete her sentence because one of her feet suddenly sank and she lost her balance. After creating that chance, Kasuk went on the offensive and sent his fist toward her face. Tiona gritted her teeth and raised up her left arm to block it. Kasuk's punch didn't do anything to her, but because she was out of balance, she couldn't stop herself from falling backward. She tried to recover her balance by moving her other foot back, but the same thing happened again with it sinking to an unnatural angle. Tiona saw Kasuk's second fist coming for her face once again and used her other arm to block it. However, the second fist never came. Instead, she felt something swiping both of her feet off the floor and throwing her airborne. The next instant, she felt a dangerous impact on her unprotected stomach, sending her back down and smashing the floor. Goha! The air in her lungs was forcibly ejected, making her disgruntled for a split second. Though within that split second, the battle was already over with Finn shouting, "Stop!" Tiona was confused for a moment as she was just trying to get up, but soon enough, she also understood. On top of her neck were two fingers covered in dense ki that could easily puncture her own defensive ki. She shuddered once again and followed the arm that was holding those fingers until she reached Kasuk's eyes looking down on her. If you're going to be talking, at least try not to be distracted by it. After leaving those words, Kasuk stood up and stepped away. When he turned back again, he saw the almost unresponsive Tiona being assisted by Tioni and Ace. They got strong, all right. But due to that, they also became dismissive of other people. To think they wouldn't even listen to Riveria properly. This is the real reason why Kasuk was pissed. Even though panicking, Riveria was trying to explain something, yet all they did was deny it because they already had a conclusion in their mind. Just because I'm an unknown person, they disregard the words of someone important to them. Sitting at the top of the world has made their ego too big. Was it because they don't have many rivals and those weaker than them have no way of reaching them? Kasuk turned his sights to Loki, who was also looking at him while scratching her head and making an awkward smile. So this is a problem for you too. Can't you discipline them on your own? Dang it, these lessons won't be free. Now that they'd moved Tiona away, Kasuk finally spoke again. Next. But this is taking too long. The four of you have a problem with me, don't you? Come together so we don't waste anyone's time. Everyone froze and Tioni slowly turned to him with veins visible on her forehead. Huh? Forgive me, but it seems that I misheard you. Stop pretending to be deaf when it's convenient. You heard me. Let's get this done because I still have more important things to do than waste my time here. More veins popped in Tioni's head as she stood up while taking out her trusted pair of cookery knives. Take out your weapon. I don't want to accidentally kill you for Riveria's sake. Buffed. Just you. Kasuk then took out his cane from his sleeve. You'll be the one writhing in pain on the ground later. Tioni instantly reached her limit and stepped out while her ki surged out of her body. But before she could reach Kasuk, Finn suddenly said, Lafia, Filvis. Join Tioni. Captain. Tioni shouted back. Finn sighed and approached Tioni before saying in a whispering voice, I know. But he has already proven himself to be more than capable. I'd like you three to force his cards while we still have this chance. I would ask Ace too, but as you know, her skill set isn't suitable in this kind of group battle. You rated him that highly? Finn nodded. His strength never exceeded that of a level 6 or 7, but the amount of control he has is better than mine and Gareth's. Tioni's eyes widened because she wasn't able to tell that at all. And above that, Lafia only noticed the magic that tripped Tiona when she'd already fallen for it. Most likely, he's an assassin whose expertise lies in anti-personal combat. Our strengths don't match well with him, so just as he said, not enough. Despite the warnings from Finn, it only took Kasuk less than 10 minutes to smack the 3 girls to the ground with his cane. He defeated 3 level 8s with relative ease, and everyone who was watching was now palpitating for many different reasons. Chapter 989, Chapter 989 Loki's Struggle Part 6. No one could understand what had just happened, no matter how many times they replayed the brief battle in their heads. They couldn't even confidently call it a battle since it looked like a game of tag for Kasuk and he wasn't even hit a single time. It's as if he had eyes on the back of his head that allowed him to dodge perfectly, even if he was completely besieged on all sides. But while they were silenced by his performance, a single drop of sweat ran down Kasuk's forehead. Fuck. That was hard and tiring. I had to exert myself more than normal since I'm holding back. I'd rather fight Apollo or Ares again rather than do this. Dodging physical attacks from Tioni and Philvis and magic attacks from Lafia proved to be harder than he expected. Oh well, it's a good training method for practicing control. This is ridiculous. Finn could only force a smile. If we're limited to the same specs, even if all the top executives of our familia gang up on him, we might not be able to win. Gareth has the same sentiment but didn't say anything about it. You look at how you're enjoying yourselves here. A shame I don't have some good wine in my hand though. Finn and Gareth turned around and saw Loki and Riveria walk around to approach them. Gareth grinned at Riveria and said, strangely enough, I don't remember much details of when you separated from us 7 years ago, but I do remember a promise. To be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed when I heard you could only hold back a level 8, but if you're remotely anywhere near him, I think you're underselling yourself quite a bit. Riveria sighed, don't compare me to him. Even from where he came from, he's an absolute abnormality. We should stop here. Finn turned to Loki, I think they already get what you want to say. I would like that as well. Loki pointed to Ace, who was intently staring at Kasuk's figure while wholly ignoring them, but do you think you could stop her? Finn, Gareth, and Riveria looked at each other before displaying a wry smile. Finn then turned to the audience and called out a few people, Ainakity, Raoul. Take care of Tioni, Lafia, and Philvis. Alicia, Elfie, Narvi. Activate the tower's barrier. The rest of you, take some distance if you don't want to get hurt. At his command, the entire familia started moving. Since the Twilight Tower was constructed like the Babel Tower with the addition of various protective and strengthening magics embedded into it, it's very wide and durable. Just enough to contain Ace for some time. Good thing Bet isn't here. He's more uncontrollable than Ace in this sort of thing. Gareth muttered to himself. Ace. Do what you want but be mindful of the space you're allowed to use, Finn instructed. Ace smiled slightly and grabbed Lisa nested on her head before passing her to Riveria. How much should I hold back? I don't even know what you can do now. Riveria replied while receiving the small dragon, but all I can say is the answer to that question, whoever asks, is always a big no. Ace didn't say anything else and directly pulled out her sword. I think you're underestimating her too much, Gareth commented. We hadn't not mentioned it last night, but she's already the strongest in the Loki familia. Along with the Heaven Defier and King, they made up the 3 Gigantes. Gareth and Finn peeked at Riveria to see her reaction but saw that nothing changed. Riveria was curious about Ace's current ability and was more worried about these magnificent aliases and Kasuk not being able to hold back. Will you be the last one? Kasuk asked after seeing the changes in arrangement. Ace nodded. Riveria said not to hold back, but only Bel Cranel could really keep up with me. Is that so? Good. I'll be able to see a part of Bel Cranel's ability. Don't let me down, all right. Ace didn't reply. Instead, she instantly disappeared from Kasuk's sights. Without hesitation, Kasuk pulled his blade out of his cane and placed it behind him with one swift motion. At that moment, something heavy struck Kasuk's blade and he was sent tumbling forward. Kasuk managed to regain his footing after spinning a few times in the air and looked at his former spot. There he saw Ace, who'd thrusted her sword and was retaking her stance. Did I let you down? Kasuk stood up while chuckling. Nope. You surprised me. Even Riveria was surprised. That's comparable to a flash step. But compared to the latter, it looks a lot more flexible. That's how much Ace, Ariel, has improved. Her speed can't be caught by eye anymore and the only one who could keep up with her is Bel Cranel with his lightning shift. Finn explained. Even with Riveria's eyes, she could easily see its weakness. It has too much noise. Even though she could turn mid-flight, she was leaving too much of a trail that it became too easy to tell where she would go. You're not as surprised as I thought you would be, muttered Finn. Well, I'm surprised for sure. But to be honest, it's only a little bit special. Finn, Gareth, and the defeated girls who just arrived beside them were confused and skeptical of her words. Riveria smiled, a little bit proud, and said, "Just watch." Ace disappeared from her spot once again and instantly reappeared beside Kasuk while thrusting her sword. Ace was ready to continue attacking and pursuing after her attack was blocked. However, as the world slowed down in her eyes, Ace saw that Kasuk wasn't doing anything, a trap, she thought. But there were no movements from him and the surroundings were clear of magic power. There was nothing, but Ace still didn't fully commit and aimed for his arm instead. Ace was fully prepared to pull out when something went wrong, but her sword continued on its path without any interception from her enemy. She was confused until the tip of her blade reached his right arm, then was shocked when Kasuk suddenly disappeared in front of her. "How kind of you." Ace's eyes widened as she suddenly heard Kasuk's voice behind her. She immediately reacted by rotating her body and changing the direction of her wind. What she saw then was a flash of the blade striking down where she was just standing. Ace moved a few meters to the side to get a better view of her opponent, but she was once again shocked that he was not there. "Where?" "Behind you, again," Kasuk whispered with an amused tone. Ace hurriedly turned her head and saw his blade coming down at her once again, this time, with very heavy killing intent. She could change her direction once again, but it was already too late. Without much choice, the combination of ki and magic power erupted from her body in the form of a strong wind that pushed everything around him. Kasuk's blade clashed with the wind that Ace just released, but was surprised to find it as hard as armor. Due to the limit he had placed on himself, Kasuk was pushed away once again. Yep. There's no point in continuing this. Kasuk landed on his feet more than 10 meters away and sheathed his blade. Ace, on the other hand, was wheezing for air and cold sweat drenched her back. She had just hurt herself by that uncontrolled mass release of power to protect herself. But more than that, she was fully woken up by the whisper of death, and became scared for the first time in a while. "There's no way for me to hurt you. I surrender," Kasuk immediately declared. Chapter 990 Loki's Struggle Part 7. The already heavy silence became even heavier. Kasuk caught his hat that was blown off by the wind and dusted it for a bit before putting it back on. "Well then. I think we're done here, so I'd like to bid my farewell. Loki-sama, thank you for having me. Sorry about this. I'll return this favor someday." Loki was genuinely grateful to Kasuk. Although her children had become stronger, something else degraded. The undeveloped area remained abandoned thanks to Freya's pressure, so it should have remained relatively the same. Unbeknownst to anyone except for Kasuk, Loki's favor was accompanied by enough resolution that she'd go against just about everything to return it. "I was pissed that I had to do something like this, but she's paying so much more. I can't keep getting mad, can I?" "Is that so? I have to thank Freya-sama later." Kasuk turned around and began to exit the Twilight Tower. Although he was in a bad mood moments ago, he left in a good mood since he essentially got Loki's promise. Wait. Kasuk stopped walking and turned his head back. His happy expression had already disappeared. Ace clenched her teeth and said, "You haven't lost. Don't act like you can't fight." Kasuk sighed, "I surrendered, so I already lost." "What are you talking about?" Ace swung her sword and prepared her magic again. "Weren't you just about to cut me down? If I wasn't able to defend myself in time, I would have been injured. But you defended yourself. And if you keep doing that, I have no way of defeating you," Kasuk immediately replied. "Well, within my current limits at least. But I can't dash." Ace wanted to explain, but Kasuk glared at her. "Think about your words before you say them. What are you trying to achieve here? It's just a simple spar. We are not trying to take each other's life. I have my secrets and you have your own. Keeping them may save your life, so why are you so gung-ho to show off your abilities in a simple exchange? Is it because of pride? Is it because you felt like you lost? Please don't drag me into your childish games. WWH. No. I didn't mean it like that. Then you're much worse than I thought. If we're basing it on my opinion, the girls who came before you are a lot better, since even if they lay defeated on the floor, they kept their most important cards hidden." Losing his interest in lecturing her, Kasuk resumed his steps. "If you keep that up, you'll lose your life without knowing how nor why." Riveria wanted to follow him, but she knew she couldn't because of this mess she'd started. Looks like a lot of things indeed have changed. But not all of them were for the best. Kasuk returned to Hestia Familia's base, the abandoned church that Hephaestus had gifted Hestia when she was just starting out. Such a nostalgic scene. This place really hasn't changed much. Kasuk muttered to himself as he entered the first shop he built when he came to this world by accident. He inspected the shop and was able to glean some clues that multiple people went through this place multiple times. Though that doesn't really concern him since there's nothing here and the entrance to the underground hideout wasn't touched. Yuruchi and the others won't be here for a few more hours. For the time being, I will need to plan out my moves on Luxotto Abdur and get the blueprint in one go. The things he did in the Loki Familia were already shoved to the back of his head, only to be remembered when he sees them again. It was nighttime again and Kasuk was already done with his preparation to steal. There was a commotion 2 hours ago in his shop above ground but Kasuk ignored it, mainly because he could feel Freya's presence and he didn't want to deal with her right now. Loki knows how to enter this place, so if it's an emergency, they'll just come in. Kasuk was about to kick back and relax when a blurred presence suddenly manifested not far from him. Since there was no malicious intent, he already guessed who it was but he decided to play along. Using Flash Step, he reappeared behind the blurred presence, however, he saw nothing. Instead, the presence was already behind him again. What? Kasuk stepped out again, but the same thing happened. This time, he couldn't dodge as a pair of familiar arms wrapped around him from behind. Surprise. A gentle smile emerged from Kasuk's face as the familiar scent softly assaulted his nose. I was really surprised. How are you doing that? The arms released him and once again, the presence behind him instantly disappeared with the space not far in front of him suddenly warping slightly before Yuruchi, with a big grin, appeared from it, like this. Kasuk's eyes widened and exclaimed at the traceless teleportation, instant transmission. There are some limitations. Yuruchi nodded, but yeah, an instant transmission. Kasuk jumped and happily hugged her. Congratulations. You've just achieved something unbelievable. Yuruchi hugged him back and was absolutely content with his praise. With you working your butt off, I can't just slack off now, can I? And welcome back. Yeah. I'm back. And I actually missed you. Although very happy with hearing those words, Yuruchi shuddered. When did you start saying those things? Kasuk chuckled. Just recently. I've got to change too, you know. The feelings of endearment, intimacy, and fondness they have for each other were as real as it could get. However, they were not exactly adults that could say their serious feelings because they saw it as a weakness. So when Yuruchi heard Kasuk verbally expressing his feelings and not a hint of a joke in it, she was absolutely surprised. Yuruchi too wanted to express her adoration but found her words stuck in her throat. She wanted to force it, but before she could do so, Kasuk covered her lips. If it doesn't come out naturally, don't do it. Besides, both of us are people of action, so we'd rather see something like that. Yes, they are the type of adults that couldn't say it but show it. So a steamy night began with only the two, separated from everything in the world. Chapter 991, Chapter 991 together once again. The next morning, Seraphol, Hestia, and Artemis came down to the underground hideout and the first thing they noticed was Yuruchi's glow. It really looks like you enjoyed yourself, Seraphol muttered with an awkward expression. Well, it really has been a while, so I got a little excited, Yuruchi answered back while rubbing her cheeks and with a slightly embarrassed expression. Artemis blushed and the corner of Hestia's lips twitched. Choosing not to entertain her any further, the latter asked, where is he? Yuruchi pointed behind her with her thumb. He's inside, working on something again, as usual. Hestia was instantly appalled, again. How much of a workaholic is he? Yes, Yuruchi simply answered. Hestia grabbed the blushing Artemis with a furious expression and said, I'm going to drag him out on a date. Yuruchi nodded, you're free to do whatever you want. No one remembers him anyway. Well, except for a few people. The most troublesome one is in the Tower of Babel right now, so she shouldn't bother you for some time. Yuruchi then ignored the goddesses and proceeded to tell her night story to Seraphol despite her protests. Kasuk got dragged around the city by the goddesses, but he didn't really mind it. This was also the first time he was able to get around when there was still daylight, and it gave an entirely different vibe compared to the night city with young people happily going around instead of drunkards creating noise. As they went around, Kasuk told them various stories of what had happened on the other side. Although they already knew most of these stories, it gave a different feeling and joy to hear it directly rather than just through screens. I heard last time from Sona herself that she wanted to establish an educational facility that didn't take people's status into account, Hestia commented while munching on the street food she'd gotten. But it mustn't have been easy, Artemis added. I've seen how those at the top of the hierarchy do their best to destroy this kind of thing because it's a threat to their position. It wasn't. But if you gather enough influence and people who can support you and push back against those types of people, it becomes easy enough. While Hestia took Kasuk's words at face value, Artemis knew that it wasn't that easy either. For a power like that to rise on a global scale, the power struggle has to be turbulent enough that they'd have a chance to pave through. Looks like their world isn't as peaceful as he let it on. At some point, Kasuk felt an intense stare. He followed it and turned his head towards the top floor of the Tower of Babel to see a breathtaking goddess with a slightly fuming expression. In response, Kasuk just smiled and waved his hand in greeting before ignoring her again. Curious, Hestia and Artemis turned their attention to where he was waving. However, since they couldn't really see as well as Kasuk, they couldn't really see Freya, but they could guess who she was. You haven't met her? Hestia guessed. She'll be a pain in the ass, but I'm sure that her children will be a lot more annoying than her, so I'm saving myself from trouble. You know you can't ignore her forever. That woman's obsession isn't something you can deal with by just ignoring her. At least she'll get the idea not to bring her children if she wants to meet me. I already learned my lesson in the Loki Familia and they are at least 10 times worse in a certain sense. The Loki Familia? Artemis asked, what happened? Well, it's just kids who became a bit drunk on power and were thinking that they are at the top of the world. Artemis and Hestia understood what he meant and the latter asked, can you blame them? They are literally at the top of the world right now. Kasuk went silent for a moment before answering, maybe I just expected something better from them. The three of them walked around for a few more minutes until they came across another group. Kasuk. Riveria called out with a bit of an awkward tone. Behind her were Loki, Tiona, Tioni, Lafia, Filvis, Ace, and a fair-skinned, white-haired, and golden-eyed little girl around 7 years old holding Ace's hand. Naturally, Kasuk was not the one to be bothered by their situation and casually greeted them, Yo Riveria, Loki-sama, and everyone from Loki Familia. Good afternoon. Looking for a place to have lunch? That's right. Loki stepped in front of everyone, how about you join us? Her eyes then went down and met the eyes of a growling goddess, it's also been a while since I talked to this shorty. I want to catch up. Who would want to catch up with you? Get lost. Kasuk was thinking if he should accept her invitation or not and was leaning toward the former because he could see Loki's attempt at reconciliation. But before he could say anything, someone else called out to him and it surprised him, Kasuk. Urahara. Kasuk hurriedly turned and saw a handsome young man with white hair and red eyes, you're Kasuk Urahara, aren't you? Bel Cranel, is it? What a surprise. It has been a while, hasn't it? Yes. It really has been a while. But I don't think we've talked that much. Bel approached him while nodding, that's true. But there's something I'd like to ask you in case we meet again. Bel then placed his right hand on his back and pulled out a familiar dagger. The moment Bel placed the dagger in front of him, Kasuk's eyes widened, now this is really a surprise. I didn't think it'd reach this stage considering how poorly optimized it was. A smile emerged from Bel's face, I wanted to ask if you're the one who gave it to me, but considering your reaction, is it safe to assume that is a yes? Kasuk stared at the dagger for a few more moments before saying, do you know a quiet place with good food? Bel nodded, I know exactly a place just like that. Then let's go. Kasuk then turned to the other group and asked, do you mind it, Loki-sama? I'm also curious why the heck he could recognize you, so let's go. Chapter 992 hatched by Ophis. In a surprisingly quiet corner of the bustling city, situated a hidden bar that only a few people knew. The bell attached to the door rang, grabbing the attention of a tall and thin old man tending the bar, Master, I'd like to reserve the place. Is that all right? The bar owner saw Bell entering with a group of people and nodded silently before going to the back and informing the cook to prepare lunch. Bell then led everyone inside the cozy bar to sit down, please help yourself. I can guarantee that this is a good place. Loki didn't take the ceremony and directly sat down on one of the chairs, it has been a while Belkoen. I believe it was the last expedition meeting against the corrupted goddess or was it the hunt for the one-eyed? How are Mayak and your wives? It's rare to see you all alone. At the mention of the corrupted goddess, the members of the Loki Familia flinched, except for Riveria who didn't have any idea what this term is referring to. Kasuk was also the same since he only heard how Yuruchi's group was doing and nothing really about what was going on in the world at large. Bell, meanwhile, smiled wryly, it was the former, Loki-sama. And let's call it, corrupted spirit. After all, the term you used is very controversial to say the least. The people you invited here today are all trusted ones so let's call it for what it actually is, alright. Bell could only sigh, Mayak-sama is currently helping Takamikazuchi-sama escape from Astarte-sama, and Lily and Haruheim are doing fine. Thank you for asking. Loki's eyes widened, Astarte is still hounding Take. That's devotion right there if I've ever seen some. Just make sure this doesn't devolve into a war, you hear me? I've already talked to Astarte-sama and we've reached some sort of agreement so that won't happen. Bell nodded, I know that a war right now between the top familias is the last thing we want. A simple back and forth ensued between Bell and Loki making Kasuk see how much the former has matured not just in appearance but also experience. He didn't interrupt them and just listened. Bell noticed that Kasuk just wanted to hear for now and the awkward atmosphere between him and the Loki Familia, mostly from the latter, and talked to them too to ease the tension. All this while, the unknown little girl was silently staring at Kasuk. Kasuk knew who this little girl was but chose to ignore her for now and see what she was up to. Thanks to Loki leading the conversation, the tense atmosphere around the girls of the Loki Familia had already mostly disappeared and at that time, their lunch arrived, helping the air around the table become more pleasant. Ace urged the little girl to eat too, but the latter was too busy staring at Kasuk and that's when she noticed how weird she was acting right now, Lisa. What's wrong? However, she received no answer and the intensity of her stare just became stronger. At that point, even Kasuk was weirded out by her quiet stare and just said, I wouldn't know what you want if you just kept staring at me like that. Ace and the rest of the girls were wondering why the usually obedient little girl had suddenly started acting up, but their worries and questions fell on deaf ears. Belle also knew her real identity and stopped talking, wanting to figure out what was going on. After the relatively long silence, the little girl finally spoke up while pointing her tiny finger at Kasuk. "Can I get that?" Everyone looked at Kasuk with confusion and curiosity. Kasuk himself was surprised for a moment, but he noticed that she was pointing at him. What she was referring to isn't exactly him, but something attached to him. Well, she was technically hatched by Ophis, so maybe she can instinctively feel her power. Kasuk smiled and beckoned the dragon-transformed little girl. "If you can get it, you're more than welcome to have it." Lisa's smile beamed, befitting her image, and escaped from Ace's side before running towards Kasuk. Lisa. Ace was about to follow her out of fear that something bad might happen to her if she approaches the Batman, but Loki stopped her by raising her arm to block her way. "It's fine. He'll never hurt the kid without a good reason, and feeling annoyed is not a good one. And if there's someone who knows more about Lisa than us, it would be him." "More than us?" Lafia muttered in astonishment. As far as she and everyone knew, no one else had come across a friendly dragon, and one that transformed to look like a human. It's one of the Loki familia's greatest secrets, and only a few individuals were aware of it outside them, and most of that was because Lisa was a bit careless, revealing her identity. "He has several of those under his fingertips, and all of them could potentially destroy the whole world," is what Riveria wanted to say with a distant look in her eyes, but she clamped her mouth shut to bury her desire to drop this bomb. Everyone from Loki Familia watched Lisa come to Kasuk's side with bated breath as she suddenly grabbed his right arm with both of her hands and raised it in front of her after removing his sleeve out of the way. The next second, the blood from Ace and others' faces drained in an instant when they saw Lisa opening her mouth, revealing her row of sharp teeth before taking a hefty bite out of Kasuk's arm. "Lisa!" Ace called out in panic while standing up from her seat. She knew how sharp Lisa's teeth could be, so she had no doubt that Kasuk would retaliate and would probably hurt Lisa in the process as self-defense. While Riveria was stopping Ace from interfering, Kasuk ignored them and could feel something intangible draining from him. It wasn't anything from him, but Ophis and Lilith's lingering aura that stuck with him from years of contact. Lisa, after finally taking a bite at this strangely mouth-watering aura, felt something like glass breaking inside her head, and a flood of memories came rushing in. Lisa then inadvertently released Kasuk's arms and shouted in shock, "Ophis!" Chapter 993, Chapter 993 Lisa. The moment Ophis' name escaped Lisa's tiny mouth, all the memories that had been sealed were returned to her, including the inexplicable joy of meeting the man who saved her again after not seeing him for most of her life, Kasuk. "It's Kasuk Nisan for you." A small gentle smile emerged from Kasuk's face as he patted Lisa's head. Ace was stunned at his sudden change and her mind became jumbled. Meanwhile, Riveria sneered at him and said, "Stop kidding yourself. You're at least an uncle to her." However, Riveria immediately regretted opening her mouth. With the same smile on his face, Kasuk pointed toward her and said, "Say hi to Grandma Riveria." "Hi Grandma Riveria." Lisa immediately ignored the dazed high elf and turned her back to Kasuk before asking excitedly, "Ophis? Where?" She is supposed to have already learned how to speak properly, but due to her excitement, her vocabulary and linguistic skill had almost disappeared. Kasuk understood her excitement and started thinking of a way to meet those expectations. Since she's just a kid, he'd happily grant her small wish of meeting someone, now then. It's not like I can conveniently contact Ophis or Lilith from my side. He knew that this would cause further confusion and might result in something undesirable among the girls of the Loki Familia. Nevertheless, it isn't exactly a problem that he cared deeply about, so he would just leave them to Riveria. Though before he could think of a solution for Lisa, the communication card that he'd kept outside his inventory started sending out alarms, and that card is specifically connected to Ophis. Curious and happy with the coincidence, he took the card out at once and answered it. After placing the card on the table, a holographic image of Ophis and Lilith emerged. "My mark." "What happened?" Kasuk answered by pointing to the little girl beside him. Ophis and Lilith followed his finger and saw the dragon with bright eyes staring back at them. For a moment, they forgot who she was, but her eyes and aura finally reminded them after thinking for a few moments. "Small white," muttered the former. "It's Lisa," the dragon proudly proclaimed. The little dragon wanted to talk to them and ask who is the other Ophis and where are Claire and Tanis. However, another individual entered the hologram, which made her freeze on the spot. "Hey, Blackie. Did you contact boss?" The red-haired grown-up Ophis stared at Lisa, and Lisa also stared back at her. The silence continued, but it wasn't for too long as Lisa suddenly took several steps back and started prostrating while her whole body shook from fear. Before anyone could react, Kasuk arrived behind her and instantly picked her up from the ground. "Yep. You don't have to do that." Feeling the familiar arm and aura, Lisa hurriedly turned her body and grabbed Kasuk's head into a hug. After seeing Flana, she couldn't speak anymore. Unlike Ophis, who saved her from the abyss, Flana is technically a stranger. Since she's just a relatively weak dragon, suddenly facing a god made her panic and anxiety blown out of proportion. "Kasuk. She could only mutter in a soft voice while burying her head into Kasuk's hat. Flana, on the other hand, just chuckled and asked, "Hey boss, what's that amusing thing?" Kasuk properly carried the child in his arms and tried to appease her. "Don't be scared of her. If she hurts you, Ophis will beat her up." Wadash. Flana wanted to protest against Kasuk's words, but Riveria suddenly entered her view and saw her deadly stare. Flana shuddered and immediately shut her mouth. Out of all the people in the world, Riveria is one of the very few that could actually scare her because of the nature of her eyes that could see through her if Riveria ever tried. Riveria then turned to Kasuk and her cold expression was immediately replaced by a gentle one. She reached out and took Lisa into her arms. "I'll take care of her. Let's go, Lisa. The adults are going to talk. I'll introduce you to a new friend." Kasuk didn't say anything as Riveria took Lisa and the card off the table before leaving the bar. Ace wanted to follow them, but Lafia stopped her. "I'll go with them. Ace-san. Please stay here." Lafia knows that Ace was very worried about Lisa, especially about how she acted so weirdly. However, more than that, they need to figure out more about the strange man known as Kasuki Urahara to even make sense of what's going on. And Ace, who had the sharpest instincts, just a bit inferior to Finn, needed to be present. After a moment of hesitation, Ace sat back down and watched Lafia leave, and Philvis followed her, leaving only the Hiryut sisters and her on Loki's side. "I don't know what happened, but I think it's a good time to get into the main reason why I invited you here." Bell forcefully pushed through the silence and took out his dagger once again before passing it to Kasuk. Kasuk carefully received it and inspected it with an astonished expression. "This is actually amazing. For it to have evolved this much was not really in my consideration. It must have been hard." Tioni, and Ace also looked at the dagger as it was a famous weapon that Bell had ever since he started adventuring and was rumored to have never changed and not even need to be maintained. It was a famous weapon not just because it's very sharp, but also because it could change its form to a certain extent. In addition to that, it's the only weapon that Bell could use when he uses his signature spells, Lightning Shift, and Flame Shift. Sadly, its name when Bell was just a beginner has been stuck with it, Black Rabbit. But while they were busy, Hestia and Artemis noticed that Loki was sweating bullets. Though after thinking about it for a brief moment, they understood what happened. As a shapeshifter herself, Loki was able to see through Flana's real identity. What the heck? Isn't that the ridiculous dragon that passed by years ago? And why is she calling Kasuk boss? And why does it look like she's scared of Riveria? Just what happened on that side? Chapter 994 Bell Cranel. While Kasuk was inspecting the Black Rabbit, two more people came into the bar. How rare. A quiet place like this actually still exists. The commercial district is slowly moving and expanding in the outer circle of the city and away from the production district, so more and more places like this have popped up. Although this was the first time he had seen them in years, they still looked exactly the same as they did when they disappeared from everyone's memories, Yuruchi Shihuin and Seraphal Leviathan. Bell muttered their names out loud. Yuruchi and Seraphal stopped in disbelief and stared at him. "What the hell? You actually got out of that," commented the former. "That's really impressive," commented Seraphal as she approached and went around Bell. "There shouldn't be many loopholes you could take advantage of to get out of that. How did you do it?" Bell scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "I don't really know. I just did it one day. Though I did have an idea that something was amiss, so maybe it started that way." Meanwhile, his innocent-looking eyes took a quick but meaningful glance at Yuruchi and Seraphal and he could only sigh internally, as expected. They are the same as Kasuki Urahara and Riveria Joe's Alf. I can't estimate their strength. Normally, his eyes were pretty sharp and could actually approximately estimate someone's ability just by the movement of their ki and magic power. That had been the case even against Otter and Ace. However, Kasuk, Riveria, Yuruchi, and Seraphal all have chaotic movements as if they had never trained and fought before. Naturally, he knew that it was impossible, and the amount of energy they have further suggested against it. Moreover, there's an inexplicable danger that warned his instincts not to pry any further. Needless to say, Kasuk, Riveria, Yuruchi, and Seraphal all noticed his observing eyes, but they just thought nothing of it. After all, that's what everyone does, on the other side, at least. In this world, Bell is a rarity, as someone could just refer to others' level to estimate their strength and ability. Which made them think. Bell probably isn't a level 9 like how he claimed. "Oh, hi there, Loki-tan. How long has it been?" Seraphal proceeded to greet Loki. Loki stood up to receive Seraphal. "It's been a few years, Saratan. Just where did the lot of you go?" At the arrival of more unknown personalities, the three girls from the Loki familia felt even more alone and didn't know what to do. If someone else were to see this, they'll be shocked that prominent figures like them are pushed to the side. It's as if they were invited to a party but no one would talk to them. Even Bell was feeling a bit of pity towards them and more curiosity and suspicion about what happened between them. In the meantime, Kasuk waved Bell's dagger toward Yuruchi. Yuruchi didn't know what she was looking at for a moment and approached him with curiosity. But after staring at it for a few moments, it finally hit her. Soul Gear. Whose? Kasuk pointed at Bell. Yuruchi and Serafal's eyes widened. Since when? Asked the latter. It is the very first working prototype. It's thanks to the valuable data that Kranel-san has provided that I was able to make the soul gears for Sona and others, explained Kasuk while handing the dagger back to Bell. So it's called a soul gear. Bell received it back and stared at it for a moment before continuing. It's all thanks to this that I've reached the place where I am now. Thank you for giving it to me. Or do I have to pay the price for it now? Kasuk chuckled. Don't sell yourself short. Though it's really amazing compared to normal weapons, it's nothing without its user. It's really just a basic dagger that follows the growth of its user. If not for that, it'd just be a slightly sharper dagger. Everything was still based on your hard work. As for the price, well, you already paid for it the moment you received and used it. I only gave it to you to confirm my designs are working the way they should, and by chance, you were the most compatible with it. Even though Kasuk essentially told him that he was just an experimental guinea pig, Bell was still grateful because this very dagger had saved his life multiple times thanks to its durability and auto-repair functions. It's arguably a lot better than other Durandal weapons that he used since its blade never dies. Hard work, is it? I don't think I did that much. Kasuk then grinned at him and said, of course you did. And the fact that you're not a level 9 is proof of that. Bell's eyes widened in surprise but didn't refute it, as expected. He could easily see through me. At his reaction, the girls of the Loki Familia were startled. Why, you're not a level 9? Tioni asked with a nervous tone. And her real question was asked by her sister, could it be that you've already reached level 10? Ace creases her brows. If this is true, then they will be truly left behind. And she might not be able to fulfill her long-sought revenge. At their question, Bell immediately shook his head. No. I didn't reach level 10. And probably never will. But his words only further confused them. If this goes on, they would really lose their minds sooner or later. Thankfully, Kasuk doesn't really care about that. If I were to guess, level 7 or 6. Bell went silent for a moment before sighing. This is supposed to be a secret, as some group of people wouldn't like it if they were to know it, but you're right. I'm not a level 9. I stopped updating my status when I reached level 5. The girls of the Loki Familia would not go home today without their worldviews breaking apart and being humbled down by a few notches. Chapter 995, Chapter 995 Bell Kranel Part 2. Level 5, huh? Better than I expected. Kasuk was genuinely surprised, not just because it was hard work, but also of his courage to answer the question and toss aside the faith that proliferates through the entire world. For Kasuk, that's more impressive than people who could face monsters they have no hope of defeating, though beyond that line is just extremism and insanity. It's great that he was able to keep it to himself and not preach about this enlightenment. Kasuk was sure that those who wanted the deities to leave this land would feast on his appearance and gather around him. At that time, it wouldn't be a pretty sight, but it'd be a different story if this world could interact with the previous one. For a moment, Kasuk's eyes sharpened. There are ups and downs, but the advantages that it'll present me are much more than the consequences it'll bring. Perhaps I really have to do that. I'm sorry, Chaos-san, but it really looks like you've really chosen the wrong pawn to pick this time. Bell and Ace shuddered the moment they caught that, but they didn't have any idea what he was thinking. Loki, on the other hand, had a guess. It's only now that he decided to commit. Just how careful is he? With how he does things, especially with how he dealt with Freya, she thought that he was fully prepared to raise hell on earth, but now Loki knew that he was still considering a lot of things, which made Loki think just how big of a playground he's preparing, that he could switch sides anytime or maybe even swallow up both sides. But one thing is for certain, as much as possible, she didn't want to be on the opposite side of his sword. Level 5. I heard you learned your signature move, Flame Shift, and Lightning Shift, when you reached level 7. Serafal approached Bell with curiosity. Does that mean the Fauna didn't provide you with those techniques? Now that you mentioned it. I'm guessing it's a fusion technique between ki and magic. Do you mind if you show it to us? Added Yuruchi, also curious about his very famous move, and she hadn't really seen it since they were traveling the whole world not long after Riveria left. Bell decided to forget what he saw just now since there was nothing he could really do without knowing anything. He scratched his cheek and with a bit of embarrassment, he said, I would, but it's not exactly a very quiet technique. I'm afraid I'll damage this establishment, and those sensitive with magic power or ki would come rushing in, thinking that I'm fighting someone. It'd cause all sorts of misunderstandings, and I'd like to avoid that as much as possible. Without saying a word, Serafal snapped her fingers and a magic circle encompassing the whole bar instantly appeared below them before a wave of an enormous amount of magic power started pouring into all corners of the bar. Everyone who doesn't know what she was doing panicked, but it only lasted for a few seconds before the magic circle disappeared. I've reinforced the whole place, so unless you use most of your strength, you can forget about destroying even a single chair. Everyone was silent at her explanation, but Seraphol thought that Belle was still worried about something, so she added, I also added a barrier over us that restricts the flow of magic power and sound to the outside, so it's also fine to get a bit noisy. No one's going to notice. Oh. Maybe Riveria-chan, who just went out, would. Belle was still silent, but he managed to get his bearings together and walked towards one of the free tables. He stared at it for a few seconds before raising his right arm and smashing his fist at it. After a short breath, HMMMPH. An explosive sound rang out and a small quake shook the building. However, instead of crushing the wooden table into tiny bits as he expected, there are only a few cracks that are running through it. Although it was about to fall down from the cracks, it was far more durable than it had originally been. You unbelievable. He muttered to himself. Tioni, and Ace saw this and tried it out themselves, which resulted in a similar, what the hell is this magic? Asked Tiona. It's nothing special. It's just a simple reinforcement magic that fixes the entire building's position relative to the ground. Enough about that, and let's see that flame, lightning transformation. Belle could only sigh and decided not to ask, as he knew that he won't be getting any better answer than that. All right. Please excuse me, he replied while gesturing to the fearful bar owner to get back. The bar owner sighed in relief and decided to leave the place. In any case, even if the entire thing is destroyed, Belle could easily pay him multiple times the price of the bar. Belle took a deep breath and closed his eyes. A second later, a dense amount of ki and magic power began interacting around his body, and lightning arcs started crackling on the surface of his body. Opening his glowing ruby-red eyes, the whole world slowed down for him as all the energy gathering around him became concentrated and the lightning arcs covering his body multiplied. This is my lightning shift. By dousing myself with lightning magic and maintaining it using my ki, my reaction time, dexterity, speed, and to some extent, strength, are all exponentially improved. In addition to that, I can apply lightning magic to all of my attacks and further increase the damage I can deal to someone or something. My flame shift works the same, but with flame magic and more focused on defense and power. While Belle was proudly explaining his technique, Kasuk, Yuruchi, and Seraphol were all circling around him, making him feel a bit awkward too. What do you think? Yuruchi asked. The way that his ki moves is not of the general style. They remind me of how the yokai use theirs, so it's understandable why he could combine the two. He might have a good aptitude for Yujitsu. Seraphol answered. Yuruchi looked at her with surprise. Yujitsu? Can a human even learn something like that? Seraphol nodded, although it's very rare, yes. Both the East and West factions of the yokai group have a few human Yujitsu practitioners under their wings, but they are all used in spying activities since it's really hard to find them and you'd normally never associate a human to Yujitsu technique. I'd say that it's more in line with Shunku, but it's too sloppy to be at that level. Kasuk mercilessly compared Belle's technique to a technique only a few masters could ever hope to learn. Why compare it to that monstrous technique? The corner of Seraphol's mouth twitched at Kasuk's comment. However, Yuruchi backed up Kasuk's claim. I agree with Kasuk. If it's fundamentals that we're talking about, there's a resemblance if we take out the principles of Kido from the Shunku. The sloppiness, on the other hand, could be attributed to his half-assed knowledge of magic. As it is now, he's just a walking scarecrow. Those who know how to make fire will burn him instantly. Ah. That's true. If he shows this to someone who knows his craft, he'll be lucky to escape alive. It's really a reckless technique that only works against someone who doesn't know anything about it. While the three of them are arguing, they already forgot about the mortals who could only listen in a silent stupor. Chapter 996, Chapter 996 Mystery of Magic. Are you fine with this? Artemis asked Loki with a low voice. After their debate got everyone's attention, the three goddesses were seemingly forgotten. About what? Loki asked back with a smile. You went out of your way to stop the skewed mentality they have, yet here you are, letting it happen again. After this, some cracks on the seal would surely appear. It's fine, isn't it? Hestia answered for Loki. It's been years and the seal was placed and they've changed to a certain extent. If you don't allow this, then you'll just be too overprotective. For once, I agree with you, Loki replied with a wry smile. If they still can't adapt, then I'll just accept that it's their fate. Hestia knew that even though the Loki Familia was deemed to be one of the most powerful Familia out there, they were also one of the most closed-off bubbles that Loki was in full control of. Although it may seem that they all have the freedom in the world, it was actually Loki who was steering the whole ship, and without them knowing, they ended up depending on her way too much. More than Freya to her Familia in Hestia's opinion. Because of that, when Kasuk's existence was revealed to them and they too tried to reach it, it was mostly for their pride as a member of the Loki Familia and for their goddess, Loki, mused Hestia, that Ace Wallenstein might have been different, but the bond of the family shackled her for better or for worse. Loki saw that Hestia was looking at her strangely and was able to guess what she was thinking. I know. But you also know what I am and I couldn't change that. At worst, I'll just disappear somewhere. People would see Loki and Hestia being good friends and that's the truth. But if it's just Loki, she would never want to be friends with Hestia, mainly because she's the one Loki is most envious of. The same as all the deities of this world, absolutely nothing major could be changed in Loki, and that includes her mentality that's influenced by her divinity. So even if she wanted to stay back and watch, she would always want to do something to control the situation to a certain extent. I wonder what could have happened if I could become the hearth. I could watch from the sidelines quietly too. Of course, Hestia could also understand this frenemy of hers. Turning her head away with a harumph, she said, "Humph. Did you think your familia could have reached this height without you?" For a moment, Loki smiled softly before it immediately changed into a grin as she stood up and messed with Hestia's hair. "What? Feeling a bit mature and trying to comfort me? It's still too early for you. What are you doing?" Hestia angrily slapped her hand away. All in all, Loki never regretted being friends with this shorty. Watching the understanding between the two of them, Artemis only chuckled gently. It was these kinds of moments that she looked forward to life. Bell couldn't understand most of what they were saying, but there was one thing he could gather from their conversation. And that is the technique he's so proud of his shit in front of them. Since he couldn't take it anymore, he asked, what could be the problem with this technique? Kasuk, Yuruchi, and Serafal all looked at him before all saying simultaneously, "It's too basic." Huh. Bell, and the others listening to them, couldn't understand. When Bell is in Flame Shift, he could overpower Otter. And when he's on Lightning Shift, he's faster than Ace. Calling that basic seems to be an insult to everyone he defeated using those techniques. Kasuk was about to answer his confusion, but a certain signal suddenly interrupted his train of thought. What are they doing now? Without explaining himself, Kasuk bid his farewell. "Thank you for the lunch, Kranil-san. Something came up so I have to go. Loki-sama and everyone from Loki Familia, I'll be going first. Yuruchi, Saratan, Hestia-sama, Artemis-sama, I'll see you later." The slight urgency within his voice made Yuruchi and the others only nod their head in understanding. "All right. Be careful. We'll take care of things here." Kasuk left the bar in a hurry, and just a few seconds later, his entire presence disappeared. "That's too abrupt." "Is he going to be all right?" asked Bell. "He's the last guy you should be worried about." Yuruchi immediately replied, "Anyways, want to know why we called your technique very basic?" Bell hurriedly nodded his head. "When we say it's too basic, we're talking about the magic side of your technique. Your key integration with magic power is impressive, and it's really hard to believe that you are self-taught. In that regard, you're definitely a genius. Your magic, on the other hand, is too elementary." "Elementary?" Serafal sat back down and answered his question. "In other words, you're a complete beginner. Although your magic has good fundamentals, it still lacks the most crucial aspect, which is a mystery. Without mystery, your magic is nothing more than manipulation of an existing phenomenon, and anyone who can control magic power is fully capable of doing that." Serafal then raised one of her fingers and a small ball of ice appeared on top. "This is produced using very basic ice magic. Try destroying it with your lightning." Bell did as he was told and pointed his finger at the ball of ice before an arc of lightning escaped from his fingertip. The ice was instantly blasted into many pieces and disappeared as a vapor. Serafal didn't mind that and produced another ball of ice, but this time, a complicated magic circle appeared below it before it was conjured. "Now this is produced using an advanced mystery that I developed. Can you tell the difference?" Bell stared at it for a moment before shaking his head. "No." Serafal didn't immediately give the answer and instead looked towards the girls of the Loki Familia, starting from Tiona, who shook her head, and Tioni, who also couldn't tell the difference. Her eyes then landed on Ace, and the latter answered, "I don't exactly know what the difference is, but this ice is very dangerous." Serafal smiled, as expected of someone who also uses mystery. "In that regard, your wind is much more valuable than his lightning, even if you can't defeat him in a fight." Turning back her attention to Bell, she continued, "Now do the same thing. Destroy the ice." Bell got a bit wary because of Ace's words, but still went and sent his lightning arcing to the ice. He was expecting something else, but the ice was easily destroyed as before. But when he thought that nothing else would happen, the vapor gathered again, and instead of forming the ice back, the path that the lightning arc took to travel suddenly began freezing, and it instantly reached his arm, which in turn also started freezing. Bell hurriedly gathered his lightning in his arm to defrost himself, and he was successful in blasting away the ice, freezing his arm. However, it didn't end there, as the vapor once again gathered and began freezing his arm once again, though this time, it reached his shoulder and threatened to freeze his whole body. Bell got scared, but he also understood what he had to do. Releasing his ki and magic power, he blasted the ice away and cleared the vapor using the shockwave generated by his power. It was then that the ice stopped freezing him and he was able to calm down a bit. What was that?" he asked while taking deep breaths. "Oh, nice. You were able to deal with it faster than I thought," praised Serafal. Chapter 997, Chapter 997 Mystery of Magic Part 2. Bell calmed his breathing down and asked once again, "What was that?" Ice that doesn't melt and would never cease freezing. Does something like that really exist? In the natural world? No. But with magic, yes. That's what it means to have a mystery. It doesn't make sense. Seraphol didn't want to continue lest she gives too many hints. In this world where research of magic is just starting, it's without a doubt will be hard to wrap their heads around the magic that doesn't make sense. However, it was already existing, and that's in the form of skills and developmental abilities that come with the fauna. If they want to further develop their magic, they would have to realize this themselves first. In the previous world, almost all the magic comes with a mystery, since it has been taught from the start this strange power mostly comes from will and beliefs. The prime example of this is the devils and angels, whose powers come from imagination and faith respectively. And even the magic that the magicians use that's derived from devil's magic and is fundamentally logical, what they had to understand isn't just the natural order of the world, but also the mind of such power. Only then they could prevent any or most hijacks on their magic known as spell interceptors compared to when they use pure logic. It's also one of the reasons why there are so many systems of magic. Of course, just having a mystery in one's magic doesn't give them immunity against anomalous spell interceptors like Aika, Kasuk, and Riveria. Compared to the magic power I used to the key and magic power that you used, even if I'm a lot weaker than you, you'll be in deep trouble just dealing with that kind of magic, Seraphol added. That. But we haven't touched upon why this technique is reckless even if you think you have full control over it. Yuruchi interrupted, Let's see. I guess a demonstration is better than words. Yuruchi horizontally raised her right arm, and in an instant, lightning arcs similar to Bell started crackling through it. Bell, Ace, Tioni, and Tiona's eyes all widened, the same as me. Not quite, but visually, yes. Yuruchi then pointed her arm towards Bell, and the lightning arcs on his body began leaving him and going towards Yuruchi. Bell tried to take back his lightning, but it was to no avail. What? He tried to put more power into it, but they still didn't listen and continued to move without his instructions. What's going on? Yuruchi took back her arm, leaving behind only a fraction of the lightning left on his body. I can do this too. Soon, the remaining lightning started to move weirdly and attack Bell. Gah. What is this? Bell tried to expel the lightning and stop the technique, but none of his attempts worked. As much as he wanted to take back control of anything, it only further hurt and scared him. A few seconds later, Yuruchi stopped her manipulation and all of the lightning disappeared while Bell is feeling a lot weaker than he normally is. That's what we meant by reckless. Since your lightning is conjured through the natural laws and not through your will, these lightning arcs are technically ownerless, and those with higher mastery than you could easily take it over, even if they are weaker than you, explained Yuruchi before signaling to Seraphol, Hestia, and Artemis that it's time to leave. Seraphol got her message and stood up, adding, so when you come across someone you think has higher mastery or someone who uses mystery with their lightning or flame, you better not bring out that technique or else, you'll only be killing yourself. After silently bidding her farewell to Loki, Yuruchi finished their free lesson. Of course, you can also develop your own mystery and not just control those elements using values dictated by the magic circuits. If you want to use someone as a reference, you could come to Ace Wallenstein here. Similar to Seraphol's ice earlier, her wind will move according to her will. Her magic is not the wind, but the wind is her magic. Kasuk hurried himself to the hidden pond and immediately hopped into the pod. I hope they haven't started cutting me up. When he reopened his eyes again, he was inside a glass tube that was in the middle of being filled up with an unknown green translucent liquid while he was attached to various cords. What? What's going on? He shouted using the language that these people forced into him. Across the room that the glass tube was situated in, he heard a familiar voice of a woman. He woke up. Doctor, stop the procedure. He finally woke up. As soon as that voice rang out, the green fluid began receding and the cords attached to Kasuk were loosened. Kasuk dropped down and started checking his jigai. Thankfully, they didn't do anything else or they might have destroyed the delicate balance of this prototype. It'd be a shame if this body were to die. Roaming around with just a piece of soul isn't convenient. And considering how these people have pronounced spiritual pressure, they might have a way to trap a soul. The sister of the Atolled twins came running towards him and asked in a worried voice, "Hey, are you alright?" Kasuk's reaction wasn't delayed in any way and immediately acted out with a bewildered expression that slowly transitioned into a shocked one. How? And as soon as he spoke, Kasuk looked down and touched his mouth. This is. Kasuk's acting career is still going strong. And while doing so, he's thinking of how much he could mess things up. After all, only when something goes wrong could he get a good feel of the overall situation. Looks like I'll be staying here for a while. Kasuk was a bit worried since the air of danger was already looming over the entirety of Auraria with the hidden power of the corrupted spirit reaching the surface when he last inspected it. Well, Yuruchi and Seraphol are around. If the dungeon were to wake up, they'd know how to contact me. He felt like he was forgetting something else but didn't contemplate it further. Oh well. I couldn't think of anything urgent. The goddess of the tower was set aside once again. Chapter 998, Chapter 998 Running Around. Happy that she could be understood now, Stralit began to explain to Kasuk his current situation. Although it's something he already knew, Kasuk acted surprised. After the forced language transmission, you lost your consciousness for a very long time and your body functions have started degrading. Without much choice, we decided to put you into a life support module. Though before it could be fully activated, you suddenly woke up. Surprisingly, you're very energetic despite going through something like that. The short old elf-like man interrupted while reading through Kasuk's medical report. You've already recovered most of your vitality after greatly stressing it by your extended inactivity. What a strange creature you are. Kasuk could confirm their words to be the truth, however, those aren't everything either. For one, they should have a way to detect the state of his spiritual power, yet they didn't say anything about that. Second, there are multiple people currently watching the room from the outside, and lastly, and the biggest thing, is the very tiny tracking device that's traveling through his blood vessels and using its movement to power itself. If not for his constant monitoring and adjustment of this experimental body, he wouldn't have noticed this in any normal scenario. I want this thing. Naturally, he isn't angry or offended by how they did this, since he would have done something way worse if he were in their shoes. In fact, they were way too lenient to him in his opinion. There could be more, but even with just this, I can take advantage of it. While the Atolled and the Luxado were discussing his health, Kasuk started formulating a plan in his head. Right now, his main goal was to get their wormhole technology. But from how he saw things, if the one the Atolleds had was the same as the Evies, it should be quite easy to acquire since it wouldn't be as secure as a monopolized tech. The most I can get would probably be an incomplete blueprint, since they won't be storing the security protocols for those holes anywhere near the front lines. As for the minor objectives, he wanted to get the information on their maps and the range of their activities, culture, politics, overall war potential, and some other minor technologies that could prove useful. A few seconds later, his train of thought was interrupted when Stralit suddenly directed a question to him. By the way, what's your name, race, and where did you come from? Kasuk paused for a bit before answering with a straight face. I'm John Smith of the Nendoroid clan. The land I came from is known as the Endless Eight. Stralit and Gordo stared at him for a moment before the former went to operate her smartphone-like device. As expected, that's not in our database. Well, we only know a few hundred worlds and most of them were already destroyed by the Evies. It's only natural that there are still countless worlds out there that we're not aware of, added the latter. Yash. They bought it, Kasuk cheered inside his head. It was dangerous for him to use an Earth-related reference, but it's funnier this way. Kasuk was asked to rest for the rest of the day and Stralit promised to show him around the next day. Kasuk, with Stralit as his escort, left the medical facility that he had been staying in ever since he was transported to this place, and the first thing he saw was a beautiful amalgamation of modern aesthetics and nature. Towering spires wrapped around gigantic trees that cover half of the sky. Flying vehicles that weaved around colossal branches and trunks. Strategically placed orbs of light that brought the energy of the sun to the ground and magnificently lit the whole scene. The bustling crowds of 3 to 4 feet elf-like beings with a horn on their heads. Lastly, the sun, several moons, and a planet peeking through the gaps of the huge leaves. It was a very strange world, yet a very fascinating and beautiful one. What do you think? Stralit asked with a smile on her face. I don't really know what to say. Kasuk replied after a small pause, but it's a strange one. Stralit thought back to the description of his home world and asked, do you not like it? Kasuk shook his head. It's very calming scenery, but I don't know if I could get used to it. He could only describe it as such because he already told them what his previous world looks like. A world almost desolated and society mostly living under the ground. While sitting on her shoulder, Stralit showed Kasuk around the entire city, explaining various things he didn't understand. It was a very peaceful and prosperous city, but even with his very limited senses, beyond the sphere of influence of the city, Kasuk could feel some tremors and waves of destructive energy sweeping every hour or so. And when he looked at one of the moons, he momentarily saw an explosion on its surface, albeit very tiny from his perspective. We've been going around the whole day, but this girl is the only atoll that I met. Are they spread out due to the number of worlds they manage, or is she the only one they need here? With the sensitivity of his senses right now, Kasuk couldn't gauge nor estimate the strength of this atoll known as Stralit, but he had a feeling that she was not just any random soldier or general. Do you have any questions, or is there anything you want? Stralit asked the silent Kasuk. Kasuk looked straight into her eyes and asked, how do I return home? In the evening, Kasuk was arranged to a room that's equivalent to a hotel room. He could see the continuing bustle of people going about their daily lives. I'm sorry, but we couldn't find your homeworld even after your description. Then that strange portal. I'm sure I can reach my home if I keep going through one. You can't. It's not that easy. Kasuk recalled the slightly heated conversation he had with Stralit. Now then. I've set up my stage. Now let's see how far I can go. Kasuk waited for about an hour before making his move and sneaked out of the building he was staying in. His goal was to reach the location of the wormhole that is being used to transport various supplies out of the city. As soon as he left, several eyes immediately came following him, but he pretended not to notice any of them and they just let him run like a small animal. Good. Time to leave my mark everywhere. Chapter 999, Chapter 999 Running Around Part 2. Ma'am, we've confirmed that he left his room and moved towards the entertainment area, one of Stralet's subordinates reported. Within the wide control room that monitored almost everything that's happening regarding the war, a small portion of it was dedicated to Kasuk's surveillance. While her main focus was the ongoing conflict, Stralet gave a quick glance at the corner before saying, "Do not engage and just keep watching." "Do we inform the managers of the area?" "No. I want to see what he can do. If he's about to do something dangerous or get caught, we'll step in." Aside from his race, Stralet didn't actually believe anything that Kasuk said. For that to actually happen, she would need proof. In the first place, the world where he was found was too suspicious. Stranunelzel is a fallen world. It became a training, repair, and transportation hub for the Evi some time ago, and her older brother only went to that place to rescue the remaining inhabitants that managed to stay alive. Naturally, Kasuk wasn't the only one that was suspected to be a spy, but only his existence was too odd. So instead of being brought back to the backlands, he was to remain near the front lines where it's better equipped against sabotage while also figuring out his real identity. Stralet initially wanted her subordinates to supervise him first, but the moment their eyes met for the very first time, her instincts immediately screamed at her that he was someone dangerous. However, up until now, she couldn't understand why that feeling hadn't disappeared even after numerous tests on him by the renowned Dr. Gronos, and her personal observations. It's very obvious that he's weak and the stored energy inside his body supports that. Surprisingly, he has higher than normal spiritual pressure and it fluctuates strangely, but even that doesn't really amount to anything. So where is this feeling coming from? Stralet could think of several possibilities. 1. She's just being overly sensitive, but she has always trusted her instincts and it helped her survive and grow stronger until now, so she didn't lean on this. Second is that if this John Smith really was an Eevee spy, he's doing really a great job at it. If it's that, then it's really a bad plan that doesn't really get them anything substantial. Third is that she's wrong. Maybe he only has this strange aura that's giving her a bad feeling and he's really just a lost guy trying to find his way home. And lastly, he's someone entirely different from what he's portraying and is not affiliated with either the Eltolds and Evies. The clash she was watching settled down for a bit, so Stralet peeked at the monitors that were monitoring Kasuk's movements once again and saw that the target was not on it. Where did he go? Ah. I'm sorry, ma'am. Our agents keep losing sight of him due to his very erratic pathing. But please don't worry, since we could immediately find him a few seconds later. You're losing sight of him? Stralet asked with a surprised expression. How? I know they are experts and even I would have a hard time evading their tracking. She approached and went closer to see, and after several minutes of watching, she couldn't help but admire his movements. Is this skill or luck? How does he keep finding the only few blind spots and completely loses everyone the moment he enters the darkness? Does he know that he's being watched? But after a few more minutes of watching, she attributed to the latter, maybe because he's too small and it's very hard to track his aura because it strangely blends in with his surroundings. 20th mark, done. Kasuk thought while carefully planning his path. I'm done in this area. Let's move to the next one. Every now and then, Kasuk would leave his observer senses for a few seconds to leave a small mark using his magic power, spiritual power, and a bit of blood. It was nothing substantial and there was really nothing major he could do with it, since anything bigger would just gather attention to it. However, with enough of them, he could use them as nodes for various formations that might prove useful. In any case, Kasuk's immediate goal was mapping out the whole area and gathering more data that he couldn't get if he were to go around during the daytime. Kasuk spent 2 more hours running around before returning to his room. And just like that, 7 days went by. Every day, Stralet would show up and pick him up before showing him around a different part of the city, and at night, Kasuk would explore that area while leaving his marks. Stralet carefully observed his activities, and aside from looking for something, she was able to tell that he was mapping out the place. He's not with the Evies. The Evies don't need to do this since they already have this data. If so, who is he? Is he really just simply lost? But how could he be on Stranunelzel? His homeworld was attacked and he woke up on that planet. How was he able to survive that place and who brought him there? Many questions surfaced in Stralet's head, but she could find no answer to most of them. However, she has a good guess for what he's looking for. If he's not with the Evies, then he could only be looking for that. Shall I bring him to that place? The next day Stralet arrived on time again and cheerfully opened the door to John Smith's room. Hey John, I'll bring you outside of the city today. I want to show you something amazing. Kasuk sighed and replied, how many times do I have to tell you, please knock before entering? But Stralet ignored his pleas and directly grabbed him before putting him on her shoulder. You already know what time I come and you're always ready, so let's go. Finally, thought Kasuk while showing a disinterested face, after tonight, it should be about time she confronts me. Kasuk figured that he couldn't get her trust at all, but the kindness that she was showing him was without a doubt real. If she wanted to, she could just restrain him and torture him to get the answers that she wanted. However, she never forgot the possibility that he might really just be a pitiful guy that wanted to go home. Although not the type to feel any guilt from this, he still appreciated her actions. Now then. What excuse should I use to brand her consciousness with the teleportation magic that Lu Fei developed? Chapter 1000, Chapter 1000 Running Around Part 3. Stralit brought Kasuk to a station where they could ride a flying shuttle, and it didn't take too long for them to exit the barrier that was maintaining the city's climate. An hour later, Stralit and Kasuk were at an enormous grey cube with countless openings on it that various vehicles went in and out of. They went through one of the openings and a long dimly lit tunnel greeted them before reaching the interior of the cube a few minutes later. The first thing that caught Kasuk's attention was the portal in the middle of operating. It's the same as the one that the Evies use. That settles it, they share the same underlying technology, so it should be easier to acquire them. Stralit was silent as she watched Kasuk look around with great interest. Since she already found the pattern in Kasuk's nightly activities, she wanted to see if he'll sneak into this place too. When they reached the ground, Stralit immediately started showing him around. Thankfully, they didn't have to go through any checkpoints or they'd be moving slowly and they wouldn't be able to see the whole place in just a few hours. Naturally, the Luxados working non-stop were wondering why the commander was showing this critical place to the outsider, but thanks to their unbending trust in her, they didn't do anything beyond staring curiously. After the tour, Kasuk was able to summarize the place into 3 main points. The single large portal in the middle is used for transporting a vast amount of resources and arms. Aside from that, there are 3 rooms containing a smaller portal each that transports smaller parcels and personnel, though it seems it's not being used that much. Lastly, the rest of the space is being used to manage the whole logistics operation. However, Kasuk turned to a certain corner and pointed to an unadorned metal double door that no one seemed to be touching. What's in that room? Stralit was waiting for him to ask that, but she didn't show any strange reactions on her face. That's the archive of this place. Just some instruction manuals to train newcomers and other stuff that could be used for the operation. Kasuk immediately turned his head away from it and started asking questions about the other things. A slight grin was present on Stralit's face since it was very obvious what he was trying to do. Unfortunately for her, Kasuk indeed made it obvious for someone like her. She thought that she was manipulating Kasuk's movements, but she never would have expected that Kasuk was controlling her thoughts by just giving her false impressions. Although this could really only work if the one he's controlling didn't know anything about him. This was also one of the reasons why he chose to use a small and weak Jigai. Disposability aside, it's really hard to take his current form seriously. Nighttime, Stralit focused on Kasuk's monitors since there wasn't anything critical that was going on. Now let's see how you'll sneak into that. At the same time, Kasuk opened his eyes and immediately moved to arrange his bed as if he were sleeping in it. Up until this point, Kasuk never revealed to anyone why he would sometimes take a very long time to sleep, so they'd been watching his sleeping patterns too. And as they expected, Kasuk soon came to the edge of the city and made his way toward the supply hub. But how is he going to make it? One of the Luxados monitoring Kasuk asked. By his speed, he won't be able to reach his destination. That's right. And here I thought he'd hijack one of the transport vehicles, another Luxado commented. Stralit was also wondering what he was going to do, but her eyes went wide a few seconds later when Kasuk suddenly disappeared from their sight. Where did he go? Please hold on. We're contacting our agents to ask them what's going on. As Kasuk was traversing through a thick forest, they thought that they'd just lost sight of him. However, they couldn't really be blamed on it since they all knew the forest that he was running through like the back of their hands. A few seconds later, Kasuk appeared on their monitors again, but a lot further than they had initially estimated. Tell them to get closer and spread out more. But take care not to be noticed. Stralit commanded. But not long after, Kasuk's form disappeared once again before they caught him again tens of meters away from his projected position. Ma'am, our agents were able to confirm that he's using some sort of instant acceleration technique. What? Enough that they lose sight of him. According to them, yes. It seems to be a magic technique, but there's something else that's bothering them, so they took out their analyzers to get more concrete data. Fine. Just be careful not to be noticed. And every few seconds, Kasuk would disappear and reappear, inching closer and closer to his destination. Nevertheless, it only took a few minutes to get the result of the analysis. The results have returned. Stralit noticed the strangeness in her subordinate's voice and looked at the data herself. After looking through it a single time, Stralit took a step back and sighed while rubbing the bridge of her nose. You're kidding me. A spirit technique? To think he's someone who could use something like that. In an instant, the importance of Kasuk's existence shot up to the top of Stralit's priorities. Do I have to report this to the higher-ups? This is the first time we've met another race that could naturally use their soul to strengthen themselves. Tell everyone to back off. I'm observing him myself. Stralit commanded, and reclassify. No. Purge the data we've gathered tonight. Purge. You heard me. And brief everyone involved in this operation to never release any information that they saw and heard today. Or else, there'll be heavy consequences and I won't be able to save any of you. You understood. Little did he know that the same higher-ups are hiding the fact that someone else could use spirit techniques aside from them. And that someone is currently the one who locked the whole Earth up.